Chapter 1. Unfamiliar Classmates. Konoha Ninja School. Yu looked at the leaves outside the window. He sighed inwardly. It's been 12 years. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly since I came to this world. Yu was a traveler who encountered the Nine Tails incident at birth. His parents died in the chaos caused by the Nine Tails. 6 years later, he successfully entered the ninja school. He was just an ordinary student, no different from others. After entering the ninja school, his grades and rankings were average, with the only thing commendable being his decent appearance. With ordinary grades, he was just a background character in class. No one paid attention to him. He wasn't like Uchiha Sasuke, who always ranked first in exams, nor did he attract attention like Uzumaki Naruto, who was always at the bottom. Yu had no extraordinary experiences and lived a normal life for 12 years. He never displayed any special talents that would catch the attention of the third Hokage or Danzo. There was no incident of being invited for tea by them. Auto-leveling system. Activation successful. Binding host. Yu was taken aback. A system? Auto-leveling system at your service. Yu frowned, thinking he was under a jinjutsu. He bit his hand, and the sharp pain confirmed he wasn't under any illusion. System, you're 12 years late. Yu said without any emotional fluctuations. He had already come to terms with the past 12 years. Who knew the system would appear now? The auto-leveling system did not respond to Yu's words. What a cold system. What Yu didn't know was that the auto-leveling system had no emotions or intelligence. Seeing that the system didn't reply, Yu didn't say anything else. He asked, what functions do you have? Auto-leveling system. This system allows you to gain rewards just by being idle for a certain amount of time. Yu smiled. That sounds simple. How do I use it? Auto-leveling system. You're already using it. The system is currently serving you. Yu was a bit surprised. I'm already using it now? I wonder what rewards I'll get. After 12 years of experience, Yu was quite familiar with this world. Whether there was an auto-leveling system or not, he didn't care. If it existed, he would live a bit more freely. If not, he would just go with the flow. He shifted his attention away from the consciousness space. Looking at Irika speaking on the podium, Yu thought, finally graduating? I wonder which class he'll be assigned to. The graduation exam was about to take place. The exam tested the clone technique, and although Yu's grades had been average over the past 6 years, passing the graduation exam wasn't a problem for him. He had already mastered the technique in fact, apart from Naruto, who was influenced by the Nine Tails, all the students in the class had mastered the clone technique by this time. On the podium, Irika called out. Now I will call out the names of the students to come to the side. First, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika called out Sasuke first. Since entering school, he had always been the top student in the class. His name was also at the top of the list. Sasuke stood up expressionlessly, coldly, and walked to the side with his hands in his pockets. Many female classmates looked at Sasuke with infatuated expressions. Sasuke is so handsome. Go Sasuke. I love you, Sasuke. These girls were as obsessed with Sasuke as fans chasing a star. Below, Naruto looked at the cool Sasuke on the podium, gritting his teeth. Damn it, that bastard Sasuke. What's so good about him? Shikamaru, sitting not far from Naruto, said weakly, Sasuke is the top student in the class, and he has been for years. Shikamaru, I will definitely surpass him one day. I'm going to be the Hokage. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at Naruto, and then lay down on his desk to sleep. In class, only Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba would play with Naruto. Others were unwilling to get close to him, including Yu. Others were influenced by their families, while Yu just didn't want to cause trouble. In a few minutes, Sasuke returned. It was very smooth. Irika even considered letting Sasuke pass without an exam. Sasuke had mastered the clone technique in his first year at ninja school. In Irika's mind, Sasuke was undoubtedly the strongest of this graduating class. The subsequent exams went as Yu had imagined. Everyone passed smoothly except for Naruto. Then the third Hokage appeared to give a speech to the graduating students that he filled a group of students who had unrealistic fantasies about being ninjas, with dreams about their upcoming ninja careers. Naruto sat dejectedly on a swing under a tree, enviously watching his classmates graduate smoothly. After a while, Naruto disappeared from under the tree. Yu thought he must have been coaxed away by Mizuki. Yu had no intention of participating in Naruto's scroll theft. On his way home from ninja school, he passed Ichiraku Ramen. Not wanting to cook for himself, he decided to have dinner at Ichiraku Ramen. Just as he entered the ramen shop, he saw Irika treating Naruto to ramen. Having been in this world for 12 years, Yu had long forgotten many plot points. He didn't know Irika would treat Naruto to ramen at this time. As Yu was about to back out, he was called by the shop owner, Tuchi. Yu, what would you like to eat today? Yu frequented Ichiraku ramen more than Naruto did. Over the years, he had become familiar with Tuchi. Tuchi's words caught Irika and Naruto's attention. Yu had no choice but to walk in. Hello, Irika-sensei. Naruto, you're here for ramen too. Both of Yu's parents were ninjas, and they left him enough money to live normally until adulthood. Yu usually avoided coming to eat ramen when Naruto was around. In all these years, he had never run into Naruto here. Irika smiled when he saw Yu. Yu, you did well today. Naruto, however, was unfamiliar with Yu. Yu's presence in class was similar to that of Shino Aburame. Naruto didn't even recognize him and had no impression of him at all. After sitting down, Yu smiled slightly. It's all thanks to your guidance. Yu said politely. Naruto looked at Yu, frowning, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who Yu was. Yu didn't mind. Naruto, unable to recall, leaned closer to Irika and whispered, Iruka-sensei. Who is he? Is he my classmate? Irika, who was about to say something to Yu, was at a loss for words upon hearing Naruto's question. He looked at Naruto with a twitching mouth. Naruto, this is your classmate Yu. You don't recognize him? Naruto awkwardly laughed. Haha, Irika-sensei, I really have no impression. Naruto said honestly. Chapter 2, Lifting the Chakra Limit. Irika awkwardly said to Yu, don't mind it, Naruto just has a poor memory. After saying that, Irika felt that this reason was ridiculous. And no matter how poor one's memory was, it was impossible not to remember a classmate after 6 years. To Irika's surprise, Yu did not get angry. He smiled and said, It's okay, I'm just not good at socializing, don't say that. It's just that Naruto has a really poor memory. Irika said seriously that it was the first time Naruto noticed Yu. Iruka-sensei, did Yu pass the graduation exam? Irika turned his head and said with a forced smile, Of course, you're the only one in our class who didn't pass. What have you been learning all these years? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Iruka-sensei, I'm just not good at the shadow clone technique, but my sexy jutsu is great. Mentioning the sexy jutsu made Irika's face turn red with anger as he shouted, Don't mention that indecent ninjutsu. Naruto shrank his head and muttered, But you were bleeding from your nose. Shut up, just stop talking. After being exposed, Irika's face turned crimson. You didn't mind. He smiled and said to Tuchi, Uncle, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. While making the ramen, Tuchi laughed and asked, You passed the ninja school exam, so you'll become a ninja now. I'll add 2 eggs for you today. Tuchi had a good relationship with Yu. Yu smiled, Thank you, Uncle. At that moment, Iam brought a bowl of beef and placed it in front of Yu. Smiling, Yu, I'm very happy too. Because Yu looked good and often came to Ichiraku ramen to eat, and he was very polite, Iam had a good impression of him. After Irika finished talking with Naruto, Yu was almost done eating. With Irika and Naruto here, Yu ate much faster than usual. After finishing, Yu stood up and said, Irika-sensei, Naruto, take your time. I'm leaving first. Irika was stunned. He didn't expect Yu to eat so quickly. Looking at Naruto, he understood something. But he didn't blame Yu after all. Yu's parents died during the Nine Tails incident. It was normal for him not to like Naruto. Naruto, unaware of anything, laughed heartily and said goodbye to Yu. Goodbye, Yu. Let's hang out together when you have time. Yu smiled slightly, said nothing, and left. Polite yet distant. Naruto couldn't tell, but Irika could. He's already much better than others, at least there's not that obvious disdain for Naruto in his eyes. What Irika didn't know was that Yu kept his distance from Naruto simply to avoid trouble. Yu returned home, lying on his bed with his eyes closed. He thought about when the rewards would arrive. Was the Gaji Shitong really real? He waited until the early morning. He was about to fall asleep when suddenly the Gaji Shitong's voice echoed in his mind. You have been Gaji for a day, congratulations. You have lifted the chakra limit. Yu frowned, still unsure what this reward meant. Suddenly, he felt a faint blue light emerge from his body. Having already extracted chakra, Yu knew that this blue light was chakra. He was just very surprised because the concentration of this chakra was too high. It had actually materialized. What rich chakra! This amount of chakra is at least 100 times what I had before. This my reward. In the next moment, this chakra surged wildly into Yu's body. At that moment, Yu felt extremely comfortable, so comfortable that he almost cried out. If he hadn't been biting on the blanket, he might have caused his neighbors to misunderstand what he was doing. After a long time, Yu finally absorbed all that chakra. This is incredible. I can actually absorb chakra from the outside world. Ninja chakra is extracted from the cells within the body. Yu had done it this way before. Previously, Yu had been worried that extracting chakra would weaken his body. In reality, he was overthinking it. This world is different from the one Yu was familiar with. Many rules from his original world do not apply here. In this world, extracting chakra does not harm the body unless excessively drawn. However, the amount of chakra extracted from the body is greatly limited by one's constitution. In short, those from ninja clans often have much better physiques than ordinary ninjas, and thus possess much more chakra. Yu's previous amount of chakra had always been very ordinary, because both of his parents were common ninja. Yu's previous chakra amount couldn't compare to Sasuke's. The difference was about 10 times. With Naruto, it was even more than 10,000 times difference, and that was not counting the Nine Tails chakra situation. If only considering the amount of chakra brought by Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline. Moreover, as Naruto grew older, his chakra would only increase, and Yu's gap with him would only widen. In this world, bloodlines are very important. Without a bloodline, one can only shine briefly like Guy. Now, Yu felt that his chakra was 100 times what it used to be. It was roughly at the level of a Chunin, and he could extract chakra from the outside world. This meant he could extract chakra anytime and anywhere. This is something many ninjas cannot do. The energy from nature is far greater than what is inside Yu's body. Now Yu felt the energy from the outside world continuously pouring into him. The quality was extremely high. What Yu didn't know was that the chakra he absorbed from the outside world was natural energy. The quality of natural energy is naturally much higher than ordinary chakra. Natural energy can be used for combat, and it can also nourish the body. Yu's body isn't great. It's precisely his body that limits him from absorbing more chakra. If he had Naruto's physical condition, his chakra amount would be more than 100 times Naruto's by now. At this moment, Yu only felt that his body was very comfortable. More comfortable than soaking in a hot bath. This system is too powerful. It gave me such a big surprise on the first day. Unfortunately, right now, besides the transformation technique, I don't know any ninjutsu. Yu's parents didn't leave behind any ninjutsu scrolls. Yu's parents were not high-level ninjas. Both were ordinary chunin. Take it slow. Maybe the Gaji Shitong will provide some ninjutsu in the future. Having my chakra amount increased 100 times is already great. Now my chakra is much higher than Sasuke's. Sasuke's chakra amount is also very high, much more than an ordinary student. It's just that compared to Naruto, it's a lot less. But who compares to Naruto? Everyone has less chakra. The Uchiha clan is also known for its large amount of chakra, but it's still a bit lacking compared to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. After all, without enough chakra, it's hard to activate the Sharingan, let alone to activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 3: An unforgettable scene. The next day, Yu arrived at school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw that Naruto was already there. Naruto remembered Yu from yesterday. Unlike Shino, Yu didn't wrap himself up. In the past, people didn't pay attention to him simply because he didn't participate in many activities and didn't play with his classmates. He would go home as soon as class ended. When Naruto saw Yu, he stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Yu." Yu was a bit surprised, but smiled and nodded in response. He casually found a seat and sat down. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many students in the class. Although he had always been at the bottom of the class, he could still catch the attention of his classmates. Many students looked over at Yu. Some female classmates were stunned when they saw Yu. They had not noticed that there was such a good-looking boy in the class. He was not inferior to Sasuke at all. They had previously been unaware of his existence. What? Sasuke is the best. No one can compare, but he is indeed quite handsome. The female classmates debated who was better looking, Yu or Sasuke. Many of them believed Sasuke was better, but not because of looks, but rather overall strength. Some female classmates had already come over to Yu to make their move first, like Ino. She was originally a fan of good looks, and like Sasuke, just because he was handsome. Now that she discovered a classmate who was equally good-looking as Sasuke, she naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. Ino approached Yu, her face flushed, and said, "Yu, hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. I haven't seen you before." Yu frowned slightly. He thought to himself, was I really that invisible before? Although I didn't want to stand out. Not being recognized at all is too absurd, right? Yu felt speechless. He just didn't want to cause trouble. He wasn't closed off. But he hadn't expected that the people in the class really had no impression of him. They had been in the same class for 6 years. And all he got in return was the line, I haven't seen you before. Looking at the shy and embarrassed Ino, Yu could only smile and say, I'm Yu. Nice to meet you. Yu's teasing made Ino feel very embarrassed. She awkwardly said, sorry, Yu. Yu was just joking with Ino, so he naturally wouldn't really blame her. Besides, this situation was partly his own fault. It's fine. Let's just treat this as our first meeting, Yu said with a slight smile. Ino saw Yu smile and her heart raced, almost making her faint. Girls in this world are a bit exaggerated. When they feel flustered, they can really faint from a racing heart. Just then, Shikamaru walked over lazily and said, it's normal that you didn't notice Yu. Your attention is usually on Sasuke. Shikamaru sat down next to Yu. Hello. I've seen you leave right after class, so I haven't really gotten to know you. Shikamaru. Shikamaru extended his hand. Yu hadn't expected Shikamaru had been paying attention to him. I'm Yu, he said, reaching out to shake hands with Shikamaru. It was normal for Shikamaru to pay attention to him. After all, with his brains, he would definitely notice Yu's presence, even in terms of looks. The only one in the class who could compare with him was Sasuke. They chatted casually for a bit when Sasuke walked in. As soon as he arrived, all the girls in the class focused their attention on him. Ah, Sasuke, so handsome. Many girls rushed towards Sasuke. Shikamaru leaned on his desk and said weakly, women are really troublesome. Just as he finished speaking, Ino shot him a glare over Yu. Shikamaru, what did you say? Shikamaru turned his head and realized that Ino wasn't rushing over to Sasuke with the other girls. I wasn't talking about you. Ino rolled her eyes at him. Humph. Although Ino glanced at Sasuke a few times, she was paying more attention to Yu. Previously, Sasuke had always attracted her attention, making her unaware of Yu's existence. When she finally noticed Yu, she found that there was actually no one around him. Moreover, he was not at all inferior in looks to Sasuke. She certainly knew what choice to make. Sasuke was great, but there were too many girls around him, and she had to compete with Sakura. In an instant, Ino figured out the outcome and made her choice. Nearby, Naruto saw Sakura crowding in front of Sasuke with a love-struck expression. He was furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it, Sakura only has eyes for Sasuke. That bastard Sasuke. I will never let Sakura go to you. With that, Naruto walked towards Sasuke's position. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many people. Even Yu looked over. Naruto jumped onto the desk in front of Sasuke, squatting on it and glaring at him. Sasuke, not to be outdone, stared back at Naruto. The girls nearby were furious at Naruto's actions. Idiot Naruto, don't glare at Sasuke like that. Naruto quickly got down. How dare you stare at Sasuke like that? Yu kept watching this scene, feeling that it was somewhat familiar. His memories were a bit hazy, but he felt that something surprising would happen next. Sure enough, the next moment, someone accidentally elbowed Naruto in the back. Naruto lost his balance and lunged towards Sasuke. What happened next made Yu's eyes widen. The female classmates nearby were heartbroken. Ah, idiot Naruto, what are you doing? How dare you? How dare you do that to Sasuke? Sasuke has first kiss gone. Idiot. Seeing this scene, Yu was also shocked. His mouth twitched. So, their relationship is really good. Shikamaru nearby also said helplessly, Naruto, that idiot. Ino had the same expression as Yu. They both must be first kisses, right? If it were before, Ino would have been very angry. But now she didn't feel that way anymore. Unlike Sakura, who truly liked Sasuke, Ino's liking for Sasuke was partly due to competition with Sakura and partly because she liked Sasuke's looks. Thus, she quickly moved on to liking someone else. Yu felt that he would remember this scene between Naruto and Sasuke for a lifetime. He darkly thought, could it be that the reason Naruto keeps chasing Sasuke is that they really have some special feelings for each other? Thinking of this, Yu felt uncomfortable all over. This thought is too absurd. I should quickly dismiss it. It's terrifying to think about. Both Sasuke and Naruto were gagging from what just happened. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, you idiot. What are you trying to do? Naruto, not backing down at all, retorted angrily. I should be asking you, you bastard, what are you trying to do? The two started arguing. Sakura had no choice but to pull them apart. To prevent them from arguing again, she sat between them. From that moment on, Sakura became the link to balance their relationship. Chapter 4 Class Division. This scene was also seen by the Hokage and the Jonin in the Hokage office. Everyone looked at the third Hokage's crystal ball with black lines on their foreheads. Asuma Sarutobi said, "So this is this year's top student, Uchiha Sasuke. Based on his grades, he is very outstanding, not inferior to Kakashi back in the day." Kakashi, who had been silently watching the crystal ball, said, "He might even be stronger than I was back then." He thought to himself, after all, he is an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan held a significant weight in Kakashi's heart. His friends and former subordinates were all from the Uchiha clan, and he had witnessed their power. The third Hokage, upon seeing this scene, was also speechless, thinking to himself, "That Naruto kid, how does he always come up with such unexpected things, Sai?" The few of them didn't notice Yu. Yu's performance over the years has been quite average, neither good nor bad. Even the third Hokage didn't have much impression of him. This is quite normal. After all, with Yu's previous image, he was just an ordinary student. There was nothing special about him, and he wasn't from a ninja family, so naturally no one paid attention. After waiting for a while, Iruka walked in. Looking at the students below, under their nervous gazes, he took out the list for class assignments. Sitting next to Yu, Ino silently prayed, "I hope I get assigned to the same class as Yu." Little did she know, her future had already been clearly arranged by the third Hokage and their parents. The Ino Shikicho trio would not be broken up. Or rather, the Konoha 12 had long been clearly arranged. It was impossible for anyone else to be involved. Sure enough, Iruka read out several groups of names, and Yu's name was not among them. When it got to Class 10, Iruka said, "Class 10, Narashimo, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka, Ino," just as Yu expected, even though he had forgotten many details. Having lived in Konoha for over a decade, he already knew the general situation of the various clans in Konoha. How could the Ino Shikicho trio be separated? Ino lay on the table and said weakly, "What the heck? This class assignment is terrible. They didn't even put me in the same class as Yu." Shikamaru helplessly said, Hey, can you not say that in front of us? We're at least teammates." Ino snorted coldly. When she looked at Yu, she found him very calm, as if he had long anticipated this result. She said dejectedly, "Yu, I'm not in the same class as you." Yu smiled and said, "The teachers must have their own considerations. Uruka kontinut, class ombiv, Yamada shuki, vingven Yu, hon yitianzi." Yu thought to himself, "Sure enough, my classmates are two unknown students." Class 11 consists of 3 students from commoner backgrounds. Yu believed their teacher was definitely not one of Konoha's famous jounin. It was probably just an ordinary jounin leading them. It might even be someone who wasn't a jounin, but a special jounin or a chunin. The 2 classmates Yu had never heard of were now looking around the classroom for their teammates. Yamada Shuki, a boy with a personality similar to Naruto, had the peculiar hairstyle of a ponytail. Hani Tianzi was a pretty girl with long golden hair that flowed down her waist, wearing a pure white top and a plain black skirt without any patterns. She appeared quite quiet. Yu had not paid much attention to these 2 before. Yamada Shuki and Han Tianzi also had no impression of him. However, these 2 generally had a good relationship. For them, Yu was a stranger. After the class assignments were done, it was time for the guiding jounins to come to the classroom and take their students away. The first to arrive was Asuma. As soon as he walked in, he looked at Shikamaru and the others and said, "Class 10 students, I am your guiding jounin. Come with me." As Ino was leaving, she looked at Yu and said reluctantly, "Yu, my family's flower shop is on Commercial Street. I usually help out at the shop. You must come visit me." Yu nodded slightly. If he didn't agree, Ino probably wouldn't want to leave. Shikamaru also said, "Yu will be heading out first." Yu smiled and replied, "Yeah, you guys go ahead." After the 3 left, Yamada Shuki and Han Tianzi sat down next to Yu. Yamada Shuki, who had a cheerful personality, turned to Yu as soon as he sat down, extended his hand with a smile, and said, "Hello, Yu, I'm Yamada Shuki. From now on, we're in the same class. Please take care of me." Yu smiled and replied, "Hello, Shuki, I'm Yu. Please take care of me as well." Han Tianzi introduced herself. "Yu, I'm Han Tianzi. Please take care of me in the future." Han Yi Tianzi also graciously extended her hand towards Yi. Yi shook it slightly and then let go, smiling. Tianzi, please take care of me too. Thus, the three got to know each other. When shaking hands with them, Yi sensed that the amount of chakra in both of them was not much. It was just at the level of an average genin. This was a characteristic of natural energy. He was particularly sensitive to energy, not only chakra, but also had a high sensitivity to danger. Now Yi had a preliminary understanding of his two teammates. He didn't dislike his two teammates. Both had decent personalities. Although Yamada Shuki's character was similar to Naruto's, he wasn't as hyper. He was just cheerful. Han Yi Tianzi's personality was similar to Hinata's, but not as introverted. She was just quiet. Her looks were not inferior to Hinata's. Her fashion sense, however, was much better than Hinata's. Yi could tell that although Han Yi Tianzi was not from a ninja family, her family conditions were definitely very good. The clothes she wore were obviously expensive. Unlikely to be a surprise, Han Yi Tianzi was a little rich girl. Han Yi Tianzi and Yamada Shuki were very curious about Yi. They surprisingly had no impression of him before. Yamada Shuki couldn't help but ask, Yi, how come I have no impression of you? Are you a transfer student? Han Yi Tianzi also looked at Yi, curious as well. Yi felt a bit helpless. It seemed that aside from Shikamaru, not many people in this class knew him. They had clearly been in the same class for 6 years. Yi patiently replied, I have been in this class for 6 years. Shuki was stunned. You've been in this class for 6 years. He couldn't believe it. After 6 years, he had no impression of Yi at all. Han Yi Tianzi also covered her mouth in shock. She was equally astonished. Yi smiled wryly. Maybe it's because I don't really like to communicate with others. Yamada Shuki nodded in agreement with Yi's words. Indeed, I have no impression of you at all. It's too strange. But for now on, we're comrades. We won't let you be alone anymore. Shuki laughed cheerfully. Yi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that such people didn't only exist in the main character group. These supporting characters were actually quite nice. But due to their lack of strength, they could only remain as background characters. Some unfortunate ones even died in the 4th Great Ninja War. And even more unfortunate ones didn't even make it to the 4th Great Ninja War and died during a mission. Chapter 5. Testing. Just as Yamada Shuki and Han Yi Tianzi finished speaking, a ninja in his 40s, who looked robust and not much like a ninja, walked into the classroom. The fierce aura he exuded immediately silenced the previously noisy classroom. The newcomer walked to the podium, scanned the classroom, and quickly locked onto Yi and the other two. Class 11, come out with me. The words were concise. This ninja was the guiding teacher for Yi's trio. After saying this, he walked out of the classroom by himself. Yamada Shuki and Han Yi Tianzi were frightened by this ninja. Why is our teacher such a fierce person? Yamada Shuki complained. Han Yi Tianzi also expressed concern. Looks like we're in for a tough time. Yi, however, did not mind. He thought to himself, this person's presence is quite strong. He has a heavy smell of blood. It seems he used to come from an Umbu-like department. But this might be a good thing. Being in Umbu proves his strength. Umbu is not all Jounin. Even Chunin can enter, but those who can enter Umbu, even if they are Chunin, are among the best of Chunin. Let's go, or we want to know where he went. Yi reminded the two. After Yi's trio left, Naruto, who was sitting at the back, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scared to death, Yi was in trouble. His instructor looked very formidable. Let's mourn for his future ninja career. Sakura, sitting beside him, also said with lingering fear, who on earth is that teacher? It feels like he wants to kill someone. Only Sasuke seemed thoughtful. That ninja had an aura similar to that man. He must have come from the Umbu. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke had a broader perspective. He sensed an aura from their instructor that resembled his brother Itachi Uchiha. After Yi and the others left the classroom and caught up with their instructor, they quietly followed behind. Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi were intimidated by the aura of their instructor, while Yi was taciturn. The instructor also remained silent. The four walked out of the ninja school in silence and arrived at a training ground in Konoha. Konoha had many training grounds, all quite large, and the most famous one was the Forest of Death, which had a diameter of 20 kilometers. Standing in front of their instructor, aside from Yi, both Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi were trembling. The instructor glanced at the three of them and then focused his gaze on Yi. Soon, Yu felt a heavy pressure on him. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He knew where this feeling came from, but he had no intention of compromising. Even if his mind was a bit dazed, this was the pressure released by the instructor. Under the terrifying pressure, Yu surprisingly remained unfazed. Appearing as if he was not affected at all, the instructor was astonished. One interesting little kid. The pressure exerted on Yu was ineffective, making the instructor very interested in him. After all, Yu had just graduated from the ninja school. To be so calm and composed under the pressure he released was something even a Chunin couldn't achieve. Ha ha, kid, you really surprised me. I thought I was only getting a few inexperienced brats, but I didn't expect to find someone as interesting as you, the instructor said. The expressions of Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi, who had been affected by the pressure, had turned pale, their bodies trembling and their consciousness hazy. After all, the instructor was a ninja from the Umbu, and his pressure carried an aura of terror. Yu raised his head and looked at the instructor, saying, "Teacher, I don't think you should use such bloody methods on a few ninja interns." Although Yu withstood the instructor's pressure, it didn't mean he was indifferent. Just moments ago, his mind had also been dazed for an instant. If it weren't for the reward from last night that boosted his mental and physical qualities several times, he would have long since collapsed like Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi. The instructor was taken aback by Yu's words. Just as he was about to say something, he helplessly waved his hand and said, all right, I said I'm not suited to be your teacher. If it were in the past, daring to speak to me like that would have earned you at least a beating. Kid, your name is Yu, right? It seems the evaluations from your previous teachers at the ninja school were quite inaccurate. You are not ordinary at all. The instructor smiled as he spoke. With the instructor's pressure gone, Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi felt a bit better, although they still looked at him with fear. They had never experienced such a terrifying thing. The two turned to look at Yu, who remained calm under that terrifying pressure. Yu was also very frightening. Previously, they thought Yu should be about the same as them, but they didn't expect the gap between them and Yu to be so large. The two were unaware that the instructor's pressure had primarily targeted Yu. If they knew, they would be even more shocked. Just the residual pressure had almost made them lose consciousness. Not to mention how strong Yu, who bore the main brunt of that pressure, must be. Yu did not deny the instructor's words, as explaining would feel somewhat forced. The instructor didn't dwell too much on this matter, and instead seemed quite pleased. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Maki Tomoya. You can call me Teacher Tomoya. What just happened was a little test for you, and you performed quite well, especially Yu. Maki Tomoya was very satisfied with Yu's performance, even pleasantly surprised. Now, you should introduce yourselves. After hearing Maki Tomoya's words, Yamada Shuki was the first to raise his hand, excitedly saying, Teacher, my name is Yamada Shuki. My favorite food is barbecue, and I hate green peppers. My dream is to become the strongest ninja in the world, and then become the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Yamada Shuki was very similar to Naruto, even sharing a similar dream. However, wanting to be Hokage was probably a dream for most children in Konoha. Maki Tomoya smiled and said, well, you'd better work hard. After all, there are many powerful ninjas in this world. To become the strongest ninja, you need to put in more effort than others. Maki Tomoya no longer had the intimidating aura from before. He seemed quite amiable. Ben Tianzi, on the other hand, still hadn't forgotten the fear that Maki Tomoya had instilled in her earlier. She spoke with a trembling voice, I am Ben Tianzi, and I am 12 years old. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Originally a cute and delicate girl, she now looked even more endearing. With waist-length golden hair, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Even Yu was momentarily stunned. Such a beautiful girl had never appeared before. It seemed like she might die on submission without anyone knowing. Yu frowned. Both Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki left a good impression on him. Although they had just met, Yu had already accepted them. I wonder if my presence will change their future fate? Yu pondered it. When it came to Yu's turn, he calmly said, my name is Jingwen Yu, and my dream is to become an excellent ninja. Yu stated a very ordinary dream. After all, he really didn't have any dreams. Before obtaining the system, he didn't have any. And there hadn't been much change after getting it either. Chapter 6, Death Examination. After the three introduced themselves, Maki Tomoya smiled and said, all right, that's it for today. Gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to receive your mission." After saying that, he disappeared without giving the three a chance to respond. Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi were dumbfounded, staring at the now empty space in confusion. Yu shook his head helplessly. "Looks like this teacher is also unreliable." "Yamada, Benyi, see you tomorrow." With Maki Tomoya gone, Yu naturally didn't want to stay. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Yamada Shuki. "Wait a minute, Yu. Today is our graduation day, and it's also our first day teaming up. Shouldn't we celebrate a bit?" Before Yu could respond, Ben Tianzi agreed. "Sure, let's go eat barbecue. I'll treat you, how about that?" "Yu, we haven't really gotten to know you yet." The now recovered Ben Tianzi blinked her beautiful eyes at Yu, making it hard for him to refuse. Then I guess I'll let Ben Yi treat us." Although he guessed that Ben Tianzi was a little rich girl, it still felt a bit awkward to let her treat them. After all, in Konoha, the price of a barbecue meal wasn't cheap. It couldn't be compared to ramen. Yamada Shuki smiled and said, "Yu, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Tianzi's father is a famous wealthy man in Konoha. Her monthly allowance is the reward for a B-rank mission. Shuki, if you keep talking like that, I'll make you pay for yourself." Ben Tianzi seemed to dislike others mentioning her wealth. Yamada Shimoka smiled and said, "All right, I won't say anything more. So Yu, do you want to go?" Yu was somewhat surprised by Ben Tianzi's family background. He had guessed that Ben Tianzi came from a good family, but he didn't expect it to be this good. It's known that the reward for a high-level mission is between 80,000 to 200,000 Rio. Even at the lowest standard of 80,000 Rio, Ben Tianzi's monthly allowance could afford over 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen. Meanwhile, Yu's monthly living expenses were only 5,000 Rio, and 5,000 Rio was already enough for Yu to live quite well. Ben Tianzi's allowance was at least 16 times Yu's living expenses. Yu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, the wealth gap is indeed significant. Since someone was treating him to barbecue, Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." They arrived at the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha, where ninjas often gather. As soon as they entered, a voice came from inside. "Yu-kun, over here." Yu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ino and a few others were also there. Yu glanced at Ben Tianzi, asking for her opinion. Ben Tianzi smiled and said, "It seems like Yu and Ino have a good relationship." Yu replied, "We just met today." Yu didn't understand the meaning behind Ben Tianzi's question. However, Yamada Shimoku felt a chill from the side. Could it be that this guy, Ben Tianzi, is getting jealous? Yu didn't know Ben Tianzi well, but Yamada Shimoku did. Although Ben Tianzi had a gentle personality, she often had a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing Yu's answer, Ben Tianzi smiled and said, "Then let's go over together." Yu didn't feel anything special, but Yamada Shimoku sensed trouble. He hoped this barbecue could be enjoyed peacefully, but it was hard to say. Yamada Shimoku could already imagine what might happen later. The three approached Ino's side. Sure enough, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and their instructor Suma were all there. When Yu sat next to Ino, Ben Tianzi took a seat between him and Ino. She smiled and said, "Ino, I didn't expect to see you here." Ino glanced at Ben Tianzi. They actually had a decent relationship. Back in ninja school, she was one of the few girls in class not infatuated with Sasuke, so there was no competition between them. Plus, although Ben Tianzi wasn't from a ninja family, she came from a wealthy family in Konoha. Therefore, their relationship was generally good. However, today Ino felt that Ben Tianzi seemed different from usual. Yamada Shimoku and Shikamaru both noticed this. Yu sat next to Yamada Shimoku. Shikamaru introduced, "Yu, this is our instructor, Sarutobi Asuma." Yu, Yamada Shimoku, and Ben Tianzi quickly stood up. "Asuma-sensei." The three knew Asuma's identity, even without considering him being the third Hokage's son. His status as an elite J-nin warranted their respect. Elite J-nin are very powerful figures in the ninja village, and in some smaller ninja villages. They can even be leaders. In Konoha, there aren't many ninjas with elite J-nin strength. They're among the top tier in any village. Seeing the three being so respectful, Asuma quickly waved his hand. No need to be polite. Sit down. After the three sat down, Asuma looked at Shikamaru and the others with a helpless expression. Look how well-behaved these students are. You should learn from them. However, Shikamaru and the others didn't take it to heart. After all, they all came from ninja families, and even if they respected Asuma, they wouldn't act overly polite. After all, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are no less than the Sarutobi clan. Ino completely ignored Asuma and instead looked intently at Yu. Yu, why did you finish so quickly? Didn't your teacher assess you? Ino spoke to Yu over Ben Yadianzi, which made Ben Yadianzi somewhat displeased, though she didn't show it. Everyone turned to Yu, as they were curious about what happened. Although they had graduated and successfully become ninjas, they still needed to pass the assessment from their guiding ninja, and if they failed, the guiding teacher had the authority to send them back to ninja school for retraining. Yu explained, our teacher's assessment was relatively simple, so it ended quickly. However, Yu didn't mention that Yamada Shimoku couldn't help but say, that's not true. Our teacher's assessment was terrifying. Taiko and I almost died. Just thinking about the assessment from Kimoto Tokai made Yamada Shimoku feel a lingering fear. It was too terrifying at that moment. He even felt that it would be better to die. Yamada Shimoku's words piqued the curiosity of Shikamaru and the others. Asuma frowned and asked, who is your teacher? Since Asuma entered the classroom before Kimoto Tokai, he missed him. It's Kimoto Tokai-sensei, Yamada Shimoku replied. Asuma was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. He couldn't recall any J-nin in Konoha by that name. Kimoto Tokai? I don't remember any ninja in Konoha with that name. Chapter 7 Asuma's attention Yamada Shimoku asked curiously. Even Asuma-sensei doesn't know? Is our teacher really unknown? Yamada Shimoku felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he thought Kimoto Tokai seemed to have strong abilities and should be a formidable ninja. Asuma noticed Yamada Shimoku's emotions and quickly said, that shouldn't be the case. To my knowledge, all teachers guiding a class of students are J-nin. Your teacher must be as well, but I don't know every ninja in Konoha. Hearing this, Yamada Shimoku felt less disappointed. Although he was afraid of Kimoto Tokai during the previous assessment, he was also glad that his teacher was a powerful ninja. Following a strong ninja would help him become a powerful ninja faster. This was Yamada Shimoku's belief. At this time, Shikamaru asked, what do you mean by saying your instructor's assessment almost made you die? Shikamaru was curious. It was just an assessment. Wasn't it too harsh? Asuma also looked at Yamada Shimoku. He didn't agree with using overly cruel methods on students. Even Kakashi wouldn't put his students in danger. Asuma was worried that Kimoto Tokai might be using cruel methods on his students. This kind of thing had happened before, but it was prohibited in Konoha. Yamada Shimoku looked at Yu and said, actually, it wasn't anything particularly special about the assessment. It just seemed like our teacher used some mental ninjutsu on us, almost causing our minds to collapse. If it weren't for Yu, Taiko and I might have really died. Now Yamada Shimoku realized that the pressure from Kimoto Tokai was mainly directed at Yu. Otherwise, Kimoto Tokai wouldn't have looked at Yu differently. It was likely that the pressure was primarily on Yu, and he and Ben Yadianzi only bore a small part of it. Yu was just putting a piece of grilled meat into his mouth when suddenly Asuma, Shikamaru, and Ino all turned to look at him at once. Yu was taken aback. What's wrong? When Yamada Shimoku was talking to Asuma and Shikamaru, Yu hadn't been paying attention. For him, the various grilled meats on the table were far more enticing. Having lived in this world for 12 years, he didn't have many friends. Usually, he spent his time training or enjoying various delicacies. Seeing the gazes of the others, Yu felt puzzled. Asuma was even more confused. He wondered why. According to the records he had seen, Yu hadn't performed exceptionally in ninja school. Why did he seem like a formidable person in Yamada Shimoku's words? Asuma thought for a moment and asked Yamada Shuki, how do you feel when your teacher uses mental ninjutsu on you? Yamada Shuki pondered for a while and replied, it feels like being in a sea of corpses and blood, with countless ninjas rushing towards me. It feels like I've been stabbed to death dozens of times. And I can't escape that environment at all. After Yamada Shuki finished speaking, Binya Taiko also shrank back, still feeling frightened. The pressure from Kabamachi was something that had left a shadow on her, and she probably wouldn't forget it for the rest of her life. Based on Yamada Shuki's description, Asma roughly guessed what kind of ninjutsu Kabamachi had used and also speculated about Kabamachi's identity. No wonder I haven't heard of his name before. He must have come from the Umbu. Umbu? The others, except for Yu, looked at Asma in confusion. Asma took a puff of his cigarette and slowly said, "Yeah, the Umbu. The Umbu is a department in our Konoha village, an organization that protects Konoha in the shadows, gathering many powerful ninjas." It was the first time the others had heard of this department. Even Shikamaru and the others, who came from prestigious families, had no knowledge of the Umbu, or rather, they didn't usually pay attention to this kind of information. Shikamaru glanced deeply at Yu. From Asma's description, he could sense the power of the Umbu. Yu had actually managed to withstand the mental pressure from such a ninja. Asma felt the same, looking at Yu, who was currently eating barbecue. The others weren't eating. Only Yu seemed fully focused on the food. The barbecue on the table seemed more appealing than the topic of conversation. He understood best what kind of power ninjas from the Umbu possessed, and this year's instructors were all Jonin. This meant that Yu's teacher was also a Jonin. Asma knew very well how strong the Jonin of the Umbu were. The fact that Yu could withstand such a ninja's mental pressure and afterward appeared as if nothing had happened was enough to show Yu's extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, Yamada Shuki was completely shocked by Asma's earlier words about the Umbu. It sounded like Teacher Kabamachi was quite powerful. No wonder he is a teacher. Yamada Shuki was concerned about whether Kabamachi could teach him powerful ninjutsu and help him become a strong ninja. To accomplish these two things, Kabamachi would need to be very strong. Shikamaru looked at Asma, who shook his head. Shikamaru initially wanted to ask Yu about the specifics, but Asma's attitude made him hold back. After that, Asma didn't ask Yamada Shuki and the others any more about their assessment. He just kept this matter in mind, thinking he would discuss it with Kakashi. It was quite bizarre that a student who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy could withstand the illusions of an Umbu Jonin. Moreover, Yu had performed quite ordinarily during his time at the Ninja Academy. How could he possess such strength? Could it be simply because his mental energy was exceptionally strong? All of this needed further investigation. Yu was unaware of Asma's thoughts. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. He didn't display anything too shocking. It was just a bit of extraordinary mental strength. After finishing the barbecue, Yu and the Ino Shikicho trio, along with Yamada, Shuki, and Benya Taiko, became more familiar with each other. On the way home at night, Yamada Shuki said to Yu, "My home ISNT on your way. You can take Taiko home." After saying that, he didn't give Yu a chance to refuse and ran off. Yu was left stunned. Meanwhile, Benya Taiko's fair face turned red. Yu frowned. "What's up with that kid?" Yu thought there might be something urgent at his house. Benya Taiko shyly lowered her head, her toes unconsciously kicking the ground, not saying anything. Yu turned to look at Benya Taiko and smiled. "I'll take you home. It's night after all. Although you've graduated from the Ninja Academy and are considered a ninja, you're still a girl, and from a wealthy family at that. Who knows if someone might try to kidnap you?" Benya Taiko shyly nodded. She had developed a good impression of Yu when she saw him withstand Kabamachi's pressure without fear during the training ground. Plus, Yu was quite good-looking. At this age, many kids start to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Yu, however, didn't see Benya Taiko as his peer, but viewed her as a child. After all, Yu's mental age was that of an adult. Even if he found Benya Taiko pretty for a moment, it was merely an appreciative gaze. He thought how nice it would be to have such a lovely little sister. The two walked side by side on the brightly lit street, and to outsiders, they truly looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Some passers-by even turned their heads to look at them. Both of them had high looks, and some pedestrians even mistook them for a couple. In this world, both boys and girls tend to mature early, and it's quite common for kids their age to be in relationships. Plus, with Benya Taiko's shy and slightly flushed face, it was hard not to misunderstand. Chapter 8. The Senju Clan? After walking for a while, Benya Taiko mustered her courage to talk to Yu. "Yu, what do you think of Ino?" Yu was taken aback for a moment, looking at Benya Taiko, curious about why she would ask this question. "What do you mean?" Benya Taiko's face turned as red as if she had a fever. But she still asked the question that weighed on her mind. "Do you think she is pretty?" "And she is from the Yamanaka clan. You boys must really like girls like that. In fact, Binya Taiko was more attractive than Ino and was very gentle, which generally appeals to boys. Yi didn't know the purpose behind Binya Taiko's question. He had always thought that Yamada Shuki and Binya Taiko had an unusual relationship. The reason he was taking Binya Taiko home today was that Yamada Shuki had something urgent to attend to. Yi thought for a moment and replied, Ino is indeed quite pretty. After hearing this, Binya Taiko became anxious and turned to look at Yu, asking, so, do you like her? Yu was taken aback again and said, we're friends, of course I like her. I'm not talking about the kind of liking between friends. Do you like her in a romantic way? Binya Taiko asked nervously. Definitely not. I just met her today. Why do you ask? Yu looked at Binya Taiko with curiosity. Upon hearing Yu's answer, Binya Taiko sighed in relief and smiled. Because I noticed she seems to pay more attention to you than to other boys. I can tell she seems to have a good impression of you. Yu Chakra. You're overthinking it. Ino treats all good-looking boys like that. Binya Taiko was taken aback. She didn't expect Yu to make a joke. Then she patted Yu on the shoulder and said, so you think you're very good-looking then? Yu laughed. Am I not good-looking? You're handsome. Binya Taiko laughed. The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Under the streetlights, their actions made it hard not to misunderstand. At that moment, their relationship indeed drew closer. For Yu, Binya Taiko was someone he could joke around with. For Binya Taiko, she saw another side of Yu. He was not as unapproachable as he seemed on the surface. As they joked, they quickly arrived at Binya Taiko's home. Looking at the tall gate and courtyard in front of them, Yu teased, wow, it really is a wealthy family. It seems Yamada was right. Taiko, your family is indeed quite rich. In the center of Konoha village, a place where every inch of land is precious, there is actually a large residence resembling a manor. It is no ordinary wealth. Besides ninjas, Konoha village also has many ordinary people. After all, ninjas do not engage in production. Other aspects of Konoha village still require ordinary people to maintain. At the same time, some wealthy individuals or nobles from the land of fire may choose to live in Konoha for safety reasons. This is also a source of many low-level mission hires in Konoha. Of course, the largest source of income for Konoha village is the military funding allocated by the land of fire. Hearing Yeyu's words, Benai Tianzi was somewhat worried that Yeyu would distance herself because of her family situation. Nervously, she even disregarded her shyness, grasping Yeyu's hand and saying, Yeyu, you won't dislike me because of my family, right? Yeyu looked at Benai Tianzi's hands, and her fair and smooth hands made Yeyu momentarily dazed. But soon, Yeyu replied, why would you think that? Having a rich friend like you is a good thing. Why would I dislike you for that? Upon hearing Yeyu's words, Benai Tianzi breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Yeyu, many people used to be reluctant to play with me when they heard I was from the Benai family. It became more pronounced as I grew up. They all worried about hurting me. Since entering ninja school, only Shumu has been willing to play with me. Speaking of this, Benai Tianzi's mood became quite low. Yeyu patted her shoulder and said, well, from today on, you have one more friend. After all, we will be fighting side by side in the future, and I hope I can trust you with my back. Feeling Yeyu's seriousness, Benai Tianzi nodded excitedly. Yeyu, I will definitely not hold you back in the future. Benai Tianzi was well aware that her talent was not high, but Yeyu seemed very strong. She just hoped to work harder in the future and not become a burden in the team. Yeyu smiled and said, you and Shumu are both very good. I will head back first, it's getting late, so hurry inside. Benai Tianzi nodded, already viewing Yeyu as an important person in her heart. Children's feelings are like this. It's easy to like someone, and also easy to hate someone. Up to now, Yeyu still saw Benai Tianzi as just a child. After Yeyu left, Benai Tianzi stood at the gate until she could no longer see Yeyu's figure. Is it your classmate? Just as she was staring blankly in the direction Yeyu had left, Benai Tianzi suddenly heard a voice beside her, startling her. Turning her head, she saw it was her mother. Mom, how come you walk without making a sound? You scare me to death. Benai Tianzi's mother was named Qin Shouming, and Benai Tianzi looked somewhat similar to her. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length golden hair tied in a ponytail. Although she was nearly 40, she looked like she was in her 20s. She had a dignified and elegant demeanor, and her appearance was exceptionally beautiful, with a very high level of attractiveness. Most importantly, She actually bore the surname Chinsho. If Yi were here, she would definitely be very surprised. In Yiyu's impression, he had never seen anyone with the surname Chinsho in Konoha. However, he did not think that the Chinsho clan had been exterminated. Such a powerful family, with such high prestige in the village, could not possibly be wiped out in just a few decades. Moreover, if they were exterminated, they would certainly be mentioned frequently, like the Uchiha clan. Yet, Yiyu had never heard anything about the Chinsho clan in Konoha. So Yiyu speculated that the Chinsho clan had merely integrated into Konoha village. After all, Tsunade didn't even carry the Chinsho surname, so many members of the Chinsho clan likely abandoned the surname. The facts aligned with Yiyu's thoughts. Many members of the Chinsho clan in Konoha had indeed abandoned the surname, but only a portion did so. After Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, it was true that the Chinsho clan had not produced many extraordinary talents like them. Apart from those who abandoned their surname to integrate into Konoha, there were still many who retained the surname. They existed in various important departments within Konoha. However, Yu had seldom interacted with others in Konoha, so he had not discovered this. This was quite normal. Yu had also rarely interacted with anyone from the Sarutobi clan, having only met Sarutobi Asuma and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, over the years. But during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan came out in droves. Typically, these families' ninjas would not appear unless necessary. The characters that appeared in the plot were mostly related to the storyline, and other ninjas were busy with their own affairs. So naturally, they would not be seen in the storyline. It should be noted that there were thousands of ninjas in Konoha village, and with the ordinary civilians, the number totaled several tens of thousands. The area of Konoha village was so large that it did not resemble a village at all. It was more like a large city. Just the training ground alone had a diameter of 20 kilometers, which shows how vast Konoha village actually is. Banai Tianzi's mother was a member of the Chinsho clan. Although she inherited the Chinsho surname, she was not a ninja. Chapter 9. He is a very mysterious person. Banai Tianzi looked at the already vanished Yiyu, feeling a bit reluctant to part. Chinsho Ming noticed her daughter's feelings and smiled. It seems you feel a bit differently about this companion. What kind of person is he? Hearing her mother's words, Banai Tianzi's face turned red. A little embarrassed, she said, "What do you mean differently, Mom?" Chinsho Ming smiled slightly and said, You were staring at that kid just now. I've never seen you look at Shuma like that." Banai Tianzi looked at the road where only the streetlights were still lit and said softly, "I don't really know him. After all, we just met." Chinsho Ming looked puzzled. "You just met? Isn't he in your class?" Chinsho Ming thought Yiyu was a transfer student. Konoha village indeed has students who transfer from other small ninja villages in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire does not only have Konoha village as a ninja village. Konoha village is just the largest and most powerful ninja village. Besides Konoha village, there are many small ninja villages. Banai Tianzi shook her head. "He is in our class, but I didn't notice him for the past 6 years. And I didn't know him. How is that possible? You all have been in the same class for 6 years and don't know each other? Haven't you talked at all? Is that kid very reclusive?" Chinsho Ming found it hard to believe. Even if they weren't familiar, they should have at least exchanged a few words in 6 years. Banai Tianzi turned to look at her mother and smiled. "No, you didn't have much of a presence in class, even lower than mine." Chinsho Ming was shocked. It was truly unbelievable. Had her daughter not said it, she would not have believed that someone's presence could be so low. Thinking of something, Chinsho Ming frowned slightly. Could that kid be hard to get along with? Chinsho Ming was somewhat worried about her daughter. In her perception, a student with such a low presence likely had a very reclusive personality and was even difficult to get along with. She was concerned that her daughter might be hurt. However, Banai Tianzi shook her head and said seriously, "No, Yiyu is quite easy to get along with. Although I don't know why he had so little presence before. His personality is really good." Seeing her daughter's eyes shine brighter than usual when talking about Yiyu, Chinsho Ming felt a bit of a headache. Could it be that her silly daughter was developing feelings? The children in the Naruto world mature relatively early. Although they had just graduated from ninja school, they already understood what feelings were. With the conditions of Banai Tianzi being so good, her father is a wealthy man from the Land of Fire, and her mother is a member of the Senju clan. Banai Tianzi is also very beautiful. Although she is still young, she has already grown to be very attractive. It is quite normal for some boys to have a crush on her. Senju carefully asked, "So how do you feel about him? Is it like with trees?" Benai Tianzi is not Naruto. She knows what her mother is really asking. However, she feels conflicted. She has only known Yu for a day. And while she has a crush on him, it's not at the point of certainty. It's simply a crush. After a moment of silence, she looked up, thought for a moment, and said, "It's not quite the same. I consider trees to be good friends, but I feel a bit different towards Yu. But I've only known him for a day, so I don't know why I feel differently." Senju frowned. Her concerns had come true. Maybe it's just curiosity. After all, you didn't know him before, which piqued your interest in him, right? Senju still hopes her daughter won't be easily deceived by boys. From Senju's perspective, such worries are normal. Her family is different from ordinary families. Although they're not a ninja clan, they're a wealthy family. And since she comes from the Senju clan, their family is not inferior to many ninja clans in Konoha. They're even part of the upper class. If Benai Tianzi simply wanted to make friends, whether it's Yamada Shimoku or others, Senju would be supportive. But if it's true feelings, then it's worth contemplating the other party's background and intentions. Seeing her mother's nervous expression, Benai Tianzi smiled and said, "Mom, are you worried that your daughter might fall for Yu?" Senju felt a bit embarrassed at being caught in her thoughts, but she nodded. "You know, our family is different from others. You are our only child, and you will inherit the Benai family in the future. You must choose your partner carefully to prevent any unexpected issues." Benai Tianzi sighed deeply upon hearing her mother's words. "Mom, why don't you and Dad have another son for me? I want things to be easier." This child, how could she say such things? Senju's face turned slightly red. She genuinely likes Benai Tianzi's father. They fell in love freely back in the day, and their relationship has always been good. Benai Tianzi smiled and said, "Although I'm not sure if I really like Yu, he does feel different from my other classmates. There's a bit of mystery, but I feel very safe when I'm with him." Senju sensed something was off and asked, "Mystery? Are you saying he has a reclusive personality?" "Not really. Yu always gives me the feeling that he is definitely more than what he seems on the surface." Senju frowned. This was her biggest concern. She hurriedly asked, "Do you think he has ulterior motives towards you?" Benai Tianzi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Hey, Mom, if that were the case, do you think I would still have a crush on him?" Although Benai Tianzi has a calm personality, similar to Hinata, she does not harbor goodwill towards everyone like Hinata does. She thinks for herself. If someone approaches her because of her family, she would absolutely dislike it, even feel very disgusted. Senju nodded. She still believes in this. Although her daughter seems weak and introverted, she has her own thoughts and ideas. But why? Why does he give you a mysterious feeling? He.S. just a newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. Benai Tianzi shook her head and said, "Mom, I think he should be much stronger than me and my classmates." "Oh, is he very outstanding? Why haven't I heard the third Hokage mention him?" Senju is aware of the top students in this cohort, and she certainly has her own impressions of them, but she doesn't remember anyone named Yu. As one of the top families in Konoha, Senju naturally has access to such information, especially since her precious daughter is among this year's students. Chapter 10. Exceptional Learning Ability. Benai Tianzi looked at her mother and said, "That is why I said he is mysterious. Before the class division, I didn't even know he existed, and no one paid attention to him." Senju asked, "You said he is strong. How did you notice?" Although she is not a ninja, as a member of the Senju clan, Senju can still make judgments based on some information. Benai Tianzi thought about today's assessment and said, "After the class division today, our instructor conducted an assessment on us. It was a kind of mental ninjutsu. I almost couldn't handle it. My mind was about to collapse. But Yu seemed unaffected. After the assessment, the instructor said that the mental ninjutsu he applied was primarily directed at Yu. We were only feeling the aftershocks of the jutsu. Even so, Yu still didn't feel any pressure. Even the instructor was shocked, and when we told Asuma-sensei about it, he found it hard to believe." Listening to her daughter's account, Senju's frown deepened. "This is significant news. If what you say is true, then this child indeed has exceptional mental strength. You should know that your instructor is 8J Nin from the Umbu, and ninjas from the Umbu usually possess strong mental abilities. If even he couldn't make that child feel pressure, it can only mean that the child has extraordinary mental strength. Often, those with such mental strength have very precise control over chakra and may even possess a vast amount of chakra. Upon thinking of this, Senju Mei's gaze sharpened. This is a big deal. Although Senju Mei is not a ninja, she possesses a lot of information about the Senju clan and understands the principles of ninjutsu very well. Coupled with the fact that Senju clan members usually have a large chakra reserve, she knows very well that someone with strong mental strength will also have strong chakra control and a large amount of chakra. To resist the mental ninjutsu applied by an Umbu Nin requires not only precise chakra control, but also a substantial chakra reserve to support the consumption. Otherwise, one would be like Sakura, who, despite having precise chakra control, cannot resist Jinjutsu if the opponent's chakra exceeds her own. How could someone with precise chakra control and a vast chakra reserve remain unnoticed for 6 years, even lacking any presence? This is very strange. Moreover, he is just a child, and he has not revealed himself for 6 years. This child's thoughts are somewhat unusual. Originally just curious about Yu Benai Tianzi, upon hearing her mother's analysis, also found it hard to believe. She looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, does that mean Yu is really strong?" Senju looked at her daughter seriously and said, "We can't be sure yet, but as long as nothing unexpected happens, his future should be quite extraordinary. Because even the most outstanding ninja graduates do not have the ability to remain calm when facing mental ninjutsu from an Umbu Nin. Tianzi, it seems that child is indeed very mysterious. Until you understand his background, it's best to keep your distance from him." Although Benai Tianzi was not very willing, she knew her mother was doing this for her own good. Moreover, hearing Senju Mei's analysis, she also felt that Yu's strength exceeded her understanding. Even if she liked Yu very much, she had to listen to her mother now. Meanwhile, Yu was unaware that the assessment had caused a distance between the mother and daughter, Senju Mei and Benai Tianzi, regarding him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't take care. He had already mentally prepared himself when his abilities were exposed during today's assessment. Back at his home, Yu didn't refine his chakra, as usual, before sleeping. Instead, he lay directly on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His consciousness had entered the consciousness space. You have been idle for a day. Your chakra has doubled, and your physical fitness has increased by double. You have gained exceptional learning ability. Any ninjutsu can be learned at the speed of the world's top genius, as long as your body and chakra are sufficient. Yu suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, so comfortable that he almost cried out. His mind also became clearer than before. It seemed that the ninjutsu knowledge that had previously confused him was now not only vividly remembered, but fully understood. It seemed that as long as someone taught him ninjutsu, he could learn it just by watching a demonstration, just like Uchiha Itachi. Exiting the consciousness space, Yu looked at the ceiling in shock. Closing his eyes, he felt his entire body filled with chakra, the rich and tangible chakra coursing through his body as meridians. That sensation was incredibly stimulating. With chakra doubled, my chakra level should be at the elite Nin level now. My physical fitness should also reach the level of a Nin in Taijutsu. This kind of power increase is already extremely terrifying. It's worth noting that very few ninjas specialize in Taijutsu. The level of a Nin in Taijutsu is already a rare achievement among Taijutsu ninjas. Unfortunately, I still don't know any ninjutsu. It's a bit awkward. Thinking about only knowing the body flicker technique in actual combat, I might not even be able to compete with a Nin. Yi now desperately wanted to acquire a ninjutsu of practical value. After all, he obtained the idle system, so he definitely needed to learn something before idling. How could he idle without having learned anything? Right now, he was only very skilled at the body flicker technique. But in actual combat, relying solely on the body flicker technique would make survival difficult. Not to mention that ninjas are specialized assassins who would use any despicable, shameless means. Only knowing the body flicker technique and thinking of dealing with professional ninjas will be looking for death. Yi wouldn't be so arrogant as to think he was strong enough to challenge a Nin. He didn't even have much confidence in winning against the Nin. However, the gains from tonight were already quite good. With exceptional learning ability and some basic ninjutsu, I should be able to learn them just by looking. After tomorrow's mission ends, I'll go to the training ground to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At least I want to learn some basic offensive ninjutsu, as combat means. I don't want to be just a taijutsu ninja. Although the 8 gates are very powerful. Not to mention whether Yu has the opportunity to learn them. Even if there is a chance, he wouldn't want to learn them. The consequences of the 8 gates are too terrifying, and he has no desire to learn. Moreover, that is Gaia's ultimate technique, which he wouldn't easily teach to others. Those who can learn the 8 gates are just Guy, Kakashi, and Lee. Kakashi is Gaia's close friend, and Lee is Gaia's direct disciple. What about Yu? Of course, you didn't think about learning it either. Chapter 11 Kakashi, Terrifying Chakra Amount. At this moment, in his home, Mamabuki Tohya suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the balcony. He coldly said, "Captain, it seems you know about that child." Just as Mamabuki finished speaking, a figure appeared on the balcony. "Tohya, I didn't expect you to be willing to come out of the umbu to be a guiding teacher," the visitor said calmly. Under the moonlight, the person's figure became visible. If Naruto and the others were here, they would definitely shout, "Kakashi-sensei." The person on the balcony was the instructor of Team 7, Hatake Kakashi. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mamabuki Tohya walked to the balcony, leaned against the railing, looked at the moonlight outside, and said softly, "Aren't you out here too? Staying in the dark for too long, it's indeed time to come out and get some sunlight." Kakashi looked at Mamabuki Tohya. "It seems you are quite satisfied with that child," Kakashi said. "I am indeed quite satisfied. He is a remarkable little guy." Thinking about Yu's performance earlier that day, Mamabuki Tohya rarely showed a smile. However, Kakashi's expression grew serious. "You should know he may not be as simple as you see him," Kakashi reminded. Mamabuki Tohya turned to look at Kakashi and took a long time to say, "In my view, he is just a kid who doesn't like to show off. It's not about being simple or complicated. If he really had other thoughts, I wouldn't be able to easily probe him. I think, Kakashi, you should be able to understand this." Kakashi was taken aback. Yes, if he really had any ill intentions, he wouldn't easily be probed by Mamabuki Tohya. Even so, there should still be some reservations about him. Mamabuki Tohya smiled. "Do you still not trust my abilities? I was in the interrogation department before. At first glance, I could tell that the child simply doesn't like to show off. He is different from you. Even you, at his age, would probably enjoy the praises of others." Kakashi felt a bit awkward. Don't be fooled by Kakashi's silence now. Before Noa-Rin's death, he wasn't like this. After a while, Kakashi asked regardless, "I will keep an eye on that child. If anything unexpected happens, I will intervene." Kakashi originally didn't want to say this. After all, Yu is Mamabuki Tohya's student. Kakashi's words clearly indicated he intended to intervene. Most people would be displeased to hear this. However, Mamabuki Tohya didn't get angry. He calmly said, "Do as you wish. If that child really poses a threat to the village, I will personally eliminate him. But until then, he is my student, and I have high hopes for him. I will cultivate him into a strong protector of the village." Although Mamabuki Tohya was very strict with Yu and the others during the day, he was very satisfied with Yu. He hadn't planned to lead the team well, but Yu's appearance made him want to cultivate Yu into a strong ninja. In Mamabuki Tohya's view, Yu is a genius and a very stable genius. After Kakashi understood Mamabuki Tohya's intentions, he didn't say anything more. He was very clear about Mamabuki Tohya's strength. Although he wasn't very strong in the umbu, after all, he was from the interrogation department, his thoughts were meticulous and cautious. Compared to ordinary ninjas, Mamabuki Tohya was the least likely person to let Yu become a threat to the village. However, he was also curious about Yu. After leaving Mamabuki Tohya, Kakashi came to Yu's home. For someone of Kakashi's status, investigating Yu's information was incredibly simple. He also appeared on the balcony of Yu's home. However, at this moment, Yu had already fallen asleep, and he was not able to sense Kakashi's presence. Although Yu's chakra amount was not much different from Kakashi's, it was just the amount of chakra. In terms of actual combat experience and ninjutsu, he had no resistance against Kakashi at all. The current Yu's strength was at most close to a nin level, stronger than an ordinary genin, able to hold his own against an average nin. At best. Therefore, He naturally couldn't sense Kakashi's presence. Standing on the balcony, looking at Yiyu sleeping in a room, Kakashi watched for a while before pulling up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three tomo began to spin in the blood-red eye. In an instant, Kakashi saw the chakra flowing in Yiyu's body. However, when he saw the chakra flowing in Yiyu's body, he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can this child's chakra be so terrifying? Kakashi almost lost his balance and fell off the balcony railing. The overwhelming amount of chakra emanating from Yiyu made Kakashi feel a sense of dread. Is this terrifying amount of chakra really what a 12-year-old child should possess? Although Naruto's chakra is much larger than Yiyu's, even hundreds of times more than Yiyu's chakra, it should be noted that Naruto carries the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, along with the chakra of the Nine Tails, which accounts for the hundreds of times more than Yiyu. Even though the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto is just a portion leaking out from the 8 trigram seal, it still allows Naruto's chakra to reach Kakashi's hundreds of times more. Naruto's situation is special. He has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which is why he has such a large amount of chakra. For a normal ninja whose parents are not from a ninja clan, it doesn't make sense for Yiyu to have such a large amount of chakra. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly serious. His chakra amount is already about 60 of mine, around 20 times that of Sasuke's. Kakashi thought of Sasuke because Sasuke's chakra amount is also unusual compared to ordinary ninjas. After all, Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan and is the reincarnation of Indra. The Uchiha clan inherently has a large amount of chakra, second only to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Being the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's chakra amount is much greater than that of ordinary ninjas of the same age. Now he can even release the fire style, Great Fireball technique, which requires a chakra amount that ordinary genin simply cannot provide. Yet even so, Yiyu's chakra amount is actually much greater than Sasuke's, approximately 20 times more. Before meeting Yiyu, Kakashi only thought that Yiyu might be a deep-thinking genius. Now, he feels that Yiyu is not just a genius. He is clearly a prodigy. His chakra amount is so excessive that it defies all logic. Kakashi couldn't fathom why his chakra amount would be so high. After taking a closer look, Kakashi was once again shocked. No, it's not just a massive amount of chakra. The quality of this chakra is also different. This chakra quality is quite unusual and differs from ordinary chakra. What Kakashi doesn't know is that the chakra within Yiyu is chakra condensed from natural energy. It is not ordinary chakra at all. If Jiraiya were here, he would immediately recognize it as Sage Mode chakra, because Yiyu's chakra is formed from the condensation of natural energy, and it naturally formed Sage Mode chakra within his body. Furthermore, after forming Sage Mode chakra, it did not cause his body to become strange. Instead, it nourished his body, making it healthier and closer to that of Sage. Chapter 12. Terrifying Reflexes. Yiyu's chakra is Sage Mode chakra. So even though the chakra amount is only at the level of an elite jonin, the quality has already surpassed that of an elite jonin. Kakashi frowned and suddenly recalled something. Why does this child's chakra resemble that of Lord Jiraiya? No, it resembles the chakra of Lord Jiraiya when he enters a certain state. Kakashi had seen Jiraiya enter Sage Mode before. Now, the chakra emanating from Yiyu gives Kakashi the same feeling as when Jiraiya enters Sage Mode. This child indeed hides many secrets. At this moment, Kakashi felt somewhat conflicted. Logically, he should report Yiyu's situation to the third Hokage. However, after experiencing many events and spending so many years in the Umbu, Kakashi understands that once he reports Yiyu's situation to the third Hokage, regardless of whether Yiyu poses a threat to the village, his future days would not be easy. He might even become a specimen in a laboratory. Thinking of this, Kakashi calmed down. I hope you won't pose any threat to Konoha. Ultimately, Kakashi decided to conceal Yiyu's situation. In Konoha, besides the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi can see through the special chakra on Yiyu. As long as he doesn't speak, even if Asuma and the third Hokage say something, the third Hokage won't understand the special chakra on Yiyu. After deciding not to say anything, Kakashi disappeared from the balcony of Yiyu's house. Yiyu was still unaware that he had almost been reported to the third Hokage by Kakashi. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, he had already lived a life. He didn't care how the future would unfold. He wouldn't even mind being treated as an experimental subject by the village. He would resist if he could, but if he couldn't, there was no need to care. Yi Yu's mindset was particularly calm at this moment. He had no great aspirations and wasn't feeling defeated. He simply lived very ordinarily. The next morning, he arrived early at the training ground and noticed that Benyi Tianzi seemed a bit different from yesterday. She appeared somewhat distant from Yi Yu now. Yamada Shuki, however, was just like yesterday. He leaned over to Yi Yu and quietly asked, "Yi Yu, did you say anything when you went back with Tianzi yesterday?" Yamada Shuki asked curiously. Yi Yu replied indifferently, "What do you want to hear?" Yamada Shuki had a strange smile and said playfully, "You should know what I want to hear." There's definitely nothing. Yi Yu thought it was somewhat ridiculous. He had just met Benyi Tianzi. How could they say anything intimate? Of course, even if they did, he wouldn't share it with Yamada Shuki. Yamada Shuki looked a bit disappointed. "Can't you tell that Tianzi has feelings for you? You missed such a good opportunity yesterday. You really let me down. You don't think Tianzi is unattractive, do you?" Yamada Shuki's words left Yi Yu speechless. "What are you talking about? Did something really happen at home yesterday?" Yi Yu was very suspicious that Yamada Shuki might have been doing it on purpose. Yamada Shuki looked at Yi Yu with disappointment. "Don't ask anymore. I'm very disappointed in you. You missed such a good opportunity. Although Tianzi is not from a ninja clan, she is still from a prominent family in the Land of Fire. She's beautiful, gentle, and has feelings for you. If I were you, I would have confessed yesterday." Yamada Shuki sighed, shaking his head, looking quite disappointed. Yi Yu, however, was left with a black line on his forehead. "What are you thinking? Are you really 12 years old? Although I know that children in this world mature early, it shouldn't be to this extent." Yi Yu suspected that Yamada Shuki was actually over 20. Otherwise, how could he think so much? Even Yi Yu hadn't considered so many things. Yamada Shuki raised his hand and made a gesture indicating he didn't want to talk. Disappointed, very disappointed. "Yi Yu, I'm too disappointed in you." Yamada Shuki acted like an adult, making Yi Yu's mouth twitch. "You should focus on your training. If you were this serious during training, you wouldn't still be at this level now." Yamada Shuki's strength was average among this year's graduates. Of course, Yi Yu was the same. But Yi Yu's current strength was far above Yamada Shuki's. Meanwhile, Benyi Tianzi stood aside, listening to their conversation, her face flushed as if she were bleeding. She couldn't say anything. After all, Yamada Shuki and Yi Yu were speaking very quietly, clearly not wanting her to hear. Whether Yi Yu had feelings for her, she didn't know, but last night she almost confessed to Yi Yu. She just didn't have the courage to say it. Now, although she was following her mother's advice to keep some distance from Yi Yu, she still had feelings for him. While the three were talking, Yi Yu suddenly sensed something. Buzzing, clanging, several sounds of metal clashing rang out. Yi Yu stood in front of Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko, holding a kunai in his hand. There were several kunai and shurikens stuck in the ground on both sides of him. Yi Yu frowned as he looked into the distance. "Teacher Mukamoto, you gone too far. We've just graduated as ninjas," Yi Yu said, a bit displeased. A normal genin would have had no chance to defend against the earlier attack. If Yi Yu hadn't acted, Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko would have been turned into porcupines given their abilities. The fact that the two were still in shock showed what would have happened had Yi Yu not intervened. Yi Yu was very unhappy that Mukamoto had nearly put Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko in danger, or even killed them. After Yi Yu spoke, Mukamoto emerged from behind a tree in the distance, clapping his hands. "Not bad, I guess, right? This level of attack poses no threat to you," Mukamoto said, ignoring Yi Yu's earlier criticism. At this moment, Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko finally realized they had been attacked by Mukamoto. Looking at the kunai and shurikens at their feet, they felt a chill in their hearts. If Yi Yu hadn't intervened, they might have died without even realizing what was happening. The two looked at Mukamoto, feeling a deep fear of him since yesterday. The aura he exuded, combined with the pressure from yesterday and today as surprise attack, made them acutely aware of Mukamoto's harsh methods. They looked at Yi Yu's back, feeling that it was so tall, like a mountain standing in front of them. However, Yi Yu's mood was not so good. In his view, Mukamoto's behavior showed a disregard for their lives. Seeing Yi Yu's furious expression, Mukamoto slowly approached. "Don't be so angry. I was just testing your reflexes. I wouldn't put my students in danger," he said. However, Yu did not accept this explanation. Since the three of them were fine now, he didn't say anything further. What Yu didn't know was that his actions in blocking Mukomoto's kunai and shurikens had shocked Mukomoto greatly. Chapter 13. The first mission. Although the technique of throwing ninja tools was taught in ninja school and was a basic skill, most ninjas lacked real combat ability when they first graduated. Only geniuses like Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi could possess practical skills with ninja tools at the age of 6 or 7. Mukomoto had just used all his strength to launch kunai and shurikens. Ordinary ninjas, especially those below the Chunin level, would find it hard to withstand. Yet Yu not only blocked them, but also reacted quickly, even able to clearly see the trajectory of the kunai and shurikens. This proved that Yu was not only physically strong and coordinated, but also had extraordinary perception and eyesight. At least Mukomoto was unable to reach this level at Yu's age. Yu was unaware of Mukomoto's thoughts and was simply dissatisfied. However, it was just dissatisfaction. He didn't plan to do anything. With his current strength, he couldn't do much. Mukomoto walked in front of the three and said, "Today, I will take you to receive a mission." Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko, who had just been startled, were suddenly excited at the prospect of taking on a mission, completely forgetting how scared they had been moments ago. "Really, teacher? Can we really take on a mission now?" Mukomoto nodded expressionlessly. "Of course, but during this time, you can only take on tasks below your level. While executing the mission, I will also train you. You need to be mentally prepared. My training can be quite harsh." Mukomoto said suddenly in a cold tone. He looked at Yu, his lips curling up slightly. "But I think you should be looking forward to it, right?" Yu frowned at Mukomoto. "Teacher Mukomoto, you're only taking 3 students who just graduated from ninja school. That kind of test was unnecessary." Mukomoto patted Yu on the shoulder. "You still care, huh? Maybe for those 2, the days ahead won't be easy, but for you, it should be a good thing." Yu understood what Mukomoto meant. He was indeed looking forward to what ninjutsu Mukomoto could teach him. However, it wasn't very friendly towards Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko. After all, their talent was rather average, and if Mukomoto was too harsh on them, they would indeed struggle. Seeing Yu silent, Mukomoto smiled and said, "Let us go to the Hokage building to receive the mission." Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko didn't notice the conversation between Mukomoto and Yu. They were still happy about officially taking on a mission. After the 4 of them left, on a tree in the training ground, Kakashi, who was supposed to take Team 7 to receive a mission, stood on the tree holding a novel, though his attention was no longer on the book. He had been paying attention to Mukomoto's test of Yu the whole time, and Yu's performance surprised him. Even after Yu and the others had left, Kakashi muttered to himself, "Not only does he have a huge amount of chakra, but his reflexes are also far more sensitive than an ordinary ninja, and his eyesight is comparable to mine when I have a Sharingan." Kakashi thought that even an average Chunin wouldn't be able to react to the kunai and shurikens Mukomoto had launched. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to perceive the trajectory of the ninja tools and wouldn't be able to block them. This kind of reflex and eyesight was beyond what ordinary ninjas could possess. Kakashi even doubted that Yu's eyesight was already comparable to his own when using the Sharingan. He wondered if this guy could learn my Chidori. Considering Yu's eyesight, which was comparable to the Sharingan, and his agile movements, he was indeed very suitable for Kakashi's Chidori. However, Chidori was a forbidden technique. Not to mention that Yu had no relation to him and was not his student. Even if Kakashi really wanted to teach Yu, he might not dare to do so. Forbidden techniques are not only powerful and destructive, but also pose a significant risk to the user. Therefore, even if Kakashi was willing to teach Yu, he had to weigh the dangers involved. The reason Kakashi taught Sasuke was not only because Sasuke was his student, but also because Sasuke had the Sharingan. Even with the Sharingan, it took a month of special training for him to learn it. Looking at Yu's receding figure, Kakashi murmured, "If you truly have no ill intentions toward the village, you are indeed someone worth cultivating. If trained well, you might be the next 4th Hokage." At this moment, Kakashi's vigilance toward Yu decreased significantly. This change was due to seeing Yu's genuine anger earlier, when Mukomoto had harmed his teammates. Kakashi felt that Yu was someone who valued his teammates, and at least such a person was someone he was willing to trust. Yi reminded him of his former self. No, he realized he hadn't been as good as Yi back then. After all, he had a long period of falling into despair. He felt a bit envious of Mukamoto, who was so lucky to have found such a good prospect. In Kakashi's view, as long as Yi didn't fall midway, his future achievements wouldn't be inferior to Kakashi himself. Thinking of his 3 troublesome students, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Although both Sasuke and Naruto had great potential, one was from the Uchiha clan and had awakened to Sharingan. One is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and also possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. However, these 2 are not easy to manage. Even the 3rd Hokage handed these 2 over to him with the intention of using Sasuke's Sharingan to restrain Naruto. But both Sasuke and Naruto have such peculiar personalities. In contrast, he feels that perhaps Yu might be easier to teach. At least Yu seems to have a much more mature mindset. Shaking his head, Kakashi disappeared from the training ground. Soon, Yu and his group arrived at the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage did not notice anything special about Yu. Neither Asuma, Kakashi, nor Mito Tomoya mentioned anything about Yu to the 3rd Hokage. After leaving the Hokage building, they encountered Team 7, who were also there to take on a mission. Seeing Yu, Naruto cheerfully greeted him. Hey Yu, what mission did you guys take? Naruto, being friendly, ran up to Yu and asked with a smile. Just a D-rank mission. After all, it's our first mission. It's impossible to get a difficult one, Yu replied. But Naruto didn't understand this. He smiled and said, a D-rank mission? Huh? This time we're definitely going to get a C-rank mission. Yu didn't say much, only wishing them good luck. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Yu. Yu's performance satisfied him greatly. In his view, Yu was definitely the student he desired most, mainly because their personalities matched quite well. Sasuke, standing next to Kakashi, looked at Yu with some confusion. He didn't have a deep impression of Yu, and didn't even remember that they were in the same class. Sakura felt the same way. However, upon seeing Yu, she was still taken aback. Externally calm, she thought to herself that he was not any less handsome than Sasuke. Who exactly is he? He seems to be quite familiar with Naruto. How could someone like that be so close to Naruto? Chapter 14. Practicing walking on water in Sakura's mind. Naruto didn't have a good reputation. Mito Tomoya merely glanced at Kakashi, nodded slightly as a greeting, and took the 3 away. Kakashi's gaze left Mito Tomoya speechless. He thought to himself, is Kakashi fixated on Yu? He initially assumed Kakashi was keeping an eye on Yu because he was hiding his strength. If he knew that Kakashi was envious of him, Mito Tomoya would likely become wary. After all, everyone wants good students. After Yu and his group left, Sakura looked at Kakashi with confusion. Kakashi-sensei, who was that person? Sakura noticed that Kakashi had been staring at Yu. She thought Kakashi was quite familiar with Yu. Kakashi turned back and said lightly, just an interesting guy. All right, let us go in. Kakashi was unwilling to explain too much to Sakura. Sasuke had felt a hint of pressure from Yu since earlier. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Previously, Sasuke had always been the top of his class in the Ninja Academy and had never considered others as rivals. There had never been a classmate who could pressure him. Unexpectedly, after just a brief encounter, he felt that Yu might become his rival in the future. Kakashi didn't say anything, but Naruto cheerfully said to Sakura, "That's Team 11, the one who is only slightly less good-looking than me, is named Yu. He is my friend." Although they had only just met, Naruto already considered Yu a friend. He didn't seem to notice Yu's distance from him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura rolled her eyes. Idiot Naruto, your skin is too thick. In Sakura's heart, Yu's appearance was on par with Sasuke's. If it weren't for Sasuke's special status in her heart, she might even think Yu was better looking than Sasuke. On the other side, Yu and his group arrived at the back mountains of Konoha. Looking at the large waterfall in front of them, Yamada Shuki and Mito Yatatsu frowned. Teacher, why do we get this kind of mission? And those trash are under the waterfall. How are we supposed to pick them up? Their mission was to clean up the litter in the lake behind Konoha. Since they were all newcomers, it was natural they wouldn't receive combat missions. However, the lake in front of them had a waterfall that was about 40 to 50 meters high, and the water flow was very swift, making it quite challenging. Just thinking about cleaning up the trash under the waterfall was a headache. Mito Tomoya said expressionlessly, "Today I will teach you how to use chakra, to walk on the surface of the lake without falling in. Upon hearing Mito Tomoya's words, Yamada Shuki and Mito Yatatsu instantly perked up. Really? Teacher, what ninjutsu are you going to teach us? Yu looked at Mito Tomoya, who was also looking at him. Walking on water? It was indeed a basic yet very useful ninjutsu. Although it was basic, Yu had never learned it before. His average talent had led him not to practice it. Now, Yu was quite looking forward to it. Seeing Yu show interest, Mito Tomoya smiled slightly. Come with me to the lakeside. I'll demonstrate for you. The group moved to the lakeside, where the water was calm, away from the waterfall. It was a good place to practice. Mito Tomoya extended his foot and slowly stepped onto the water surface. Watch closely. When your feet are on the water surface, control your chakra to attach it to the bottom of your feet. Pay attention to controlling the amount of chakra, just enough to support your body. Too much or too little won't work. You'll need to practice and master this amount yourself. Saying this, Mito Tomoya was already standing on the water surface. Steady as if he were on solid ground, he didn't fall in. This scene left Yamada Shuki and Mito Yatatsu in awe. Wow, teacher, you can actually stand on the water without falling. This was too impressive. Both of them were not from ninja clans and had never seen such ninjutsu before. Yi was also a bit surprised to see Mito Tomoya standing steadily on the water. Imagining it and actually seeing it felt different. Yamada Shuki couldn't help but be the first to try. He walked to the lakeside, cautiously gathering chakra under his feet. Although Mito Tomoya had just demonstrated and explained the principle, Yamada Shuki still felt a little nervous when trying it himself. He nervously placed his foot on the water surface. Just as he was about to apply force, he stepped into empty space and fell into the water. This is so hard. Teacher, how did you make it look so easy? Standing up from the water and wiping his hair, Yamada Shuki looked at Mito Tomoya with a face of embarrassment. Mito Yatatsu, who had originally wanted to try, also became fearful after seeing Yamada Shuki's expression. Is it really that hard? I thought the teacher made it look very simple. And the principle didn't seem difficult. Mito Yatatsu asked Yamada Shuki. Walking from the water to the shore, Yamada Shuki smiled wryly. It's impossible. The principle sounds simple, but mastering the right amount of chakra is extremely difficult. Mito Tomoya nodded, that's right. Although you haven't learned it, you now understand the true core of this ninjutsu. The most important thing is to master the appropriate amount of chakra, which requires precise control of chakra. I can't help you with this. You need to train and explore it yourselves. Yamada Shuki nodded. This is too difficult. I think it will take a long time for me to master it. Yamada Shuki felt that it was too hard to achieve. Just now, he didn't even feel like he could stand on the water for even a moment. Just like when he wasn't gathering chakra. Teacher, how long did it take you to master this ninjutsu? Yamada Shuki was curious about how long it took Mito Tomoya to master it. After all, Mito Tomoya was a jonin, and those who could become jonin were all geniuses from a young age. Being a jonin already meant being the top combat power of a village. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, it's the same. There aren't many upper ninjas in the 5 great ninja villages, and each one is a leader in their respective fields. Mukomoto Tohichi calmly said, 2 days. 2 days. Even you, teacher, need 2 days. Then we will probably need over 10 days, Yamada Shimoku replied. Although his ninja talent was average, Yamada Shimoku understood the theory of ninjutsu very well. He was also aware that his talent was far inferior to Mukomoto Tohichi's. Hinata Ko originally wanted to give it a try, but after hearing Yamada Shimoku's words, she withdrew her foot. Her talent was about the same as Yamada Shimoku's. Teacher, what about that trash? Hinata Ko pointed at the garbage under the waterfall. Looking at the terrifying impact of the waterfall, she felt a bit intimidated. The water flow from a drop of several dozen meters could crush a person. Mukomoto Tohichi shook his head and said, you'll have to think of a way for this. It's also the purpose of this mission. If you can't even handle something so simple, facing powerful enemies in the future could get you killed. Chapter 15. Terrifying talent. Mukomoto Tohichi's cold voice startled both Yamada Shimoku and Hinata Ko. Uraha looked at the two and shook his head. Teacher, don't scare them. Standing on the water surface, Mukomoto Tohichi looked at Uraha and smiled. What's wrong? Don't you want to give it a try? Mukomoto Tohichi wanted to know if Uraha had learned it. Yamada Shimoku and Hinata Ko also looked at Uraha. They both already knew that Uraha was slightly stronger than them. They were also looking forward to whether Uraha could learn this ninjutsu. Uraha was momentarily stunned. He had fully understood the principle when Mukomoto Tohichi finished explaining it. He had even calculated how much chakra would be needed. However, he wasn't sure if he could really do it. Uraha was also curious if he had truly mastered it. Mukomoto Tohichi said, "Give it a try." Uraha nodded. He walked to the edge of the water and circulated the chakra within his body. In an instant, the chakra flowed through the meridians in his body. His gaze slightly focused, Uraha stepped onto the water surface. Splash! The originally calm water surface dipped under Uraha's foot. Just when the three thought Uraha was about to fall into the water, the depression he created began to rise again, lifting his body above the surface. Then Uraha stood firmly on the water's surface, showing no signs of falling in. Wow, Uraha, you've learned this before, right? Yamada Shimoku looked at Uraha in shock. Uraha had actually succeeded on his first try, making him wonder if Uraha had learned it before. Hinata Ko's eyes were filled with an indescribable light. Mukomoto Tohichi was also stunned. You learned it? Uraha was a bit surprised as well. Although he knew his physical fitness had improved and his chakra capacity had increased significantly, he didn't expect to succeed on the first try. At that moment, Uraha finally realized how terrifying the excellent learning ability provided by the system was. It's worth noting that even a genius like Sasuke took a whole day to learn something similar, like tree climbing, and ended up bruised and battered. Although Uraha was surprised, he quickly regained his composure. I don't really know how I learned it. Hearing Uraha's words, along with his innocent expression, the three's mouths twitched. If it weren't inappropriate, they probably would have wanted to beat him into a pig's head. But what the three didn't know was that Uraha was telling the truth. The moment Mukomoto Tohichi finished explaining the principle, his brain had deconstructed all the details of this ninjutsu. All the variables were calculated precisely. The only thing left was to output chakra according to the results in his mind. And his chakra control was incredibly impressive. That is why he learned it so quickly. Mukomoto Tohichi came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he managed to calm himself down. He thought to himself that genius was something he couldn't comprehend. However, if Kakashi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, "No, this is not genius. This is a monster." Back in the day, Kakashi spent a whole day practicing water walking, even though he was only 6 years old at the time. It's important to note that Kakashi came from the Taki clan, had family teachings from a young age, and started training early. Uraha, on the other hand, just began his training now. Before, Uraha only knew the body replacement technique. Uraha's talent was incomprehensible, no matter how talented someone was. Mastering a technique that required precise chakra control like this in one go was absolutely impossible. Mukomoto Tohichi trembled and asked, "You really haven't learned this before?" Uraha shook his head. "I only learned the body replacement technique in school. It's the only ninjutsu I mastered." "Then it seems your previous experience in the ninja school hindered your development." Mukomoto Tohichi spoke sincerely. He genuinely believed that the years spent in the ninja school had delayed Uraha's growth. It's just that if you don't show your talent in ninja school, you can't discover your potential, you know? Mukomoto Tohichi smiled wryly. Yamada Shimoku and Hinata Ko nodded in agreement. Yeah, Uraha was too low-key in school. If you had shown your talent, even Sasuke wouldn't have been your opponent. Uraha waved his hand. "I don't want to cause trouble. Didn't you see how many people Sasuke has to deal with every day?" Hearing Uraha's words, Mukomoto Tohichi asked, "Is this the reason you didn't want to show your talent?" Uraha nodded. "Yeah, why create trouble for myself? I have to stay in the ninja school for 6 years." Of course, this was a lie. The real reason was that Uraha's talent was quite average, and he indeed had no remarkable abilities. However, even if his talent had been exceptional, he would still have said the same thing about not showing it in ninja school. It wasn't that he was worried about the third Hokage and Danzo taking action against him, but rather he didn't want to attract too much trouble. This was also Uraha's genuine thought, so he spoke particularly sincerely, making Mukomoto Tohichi believe him. He just didn't expect that the real reason Uraha hid his talent in ninja school was so simple. Yamada Shimoku and Hinata Ko found Uraha's reasoning absurd. If they had Uraha's talent, they would have already been little tyrants in ninja school. It's hard for kids to resist the urge to show off their uniqueness in front of their classmates. Mokomoto Tohichi shook his head, bitterly laughing at how he had speculated so much before, not realizing that the real reason Uraha hid his talent was so simple. He truly believed it, because Uraha was too sincere in what he said. He used to be responsible for interrogations in the Ambu, so he could tell that Uraha wasn't lying. Knowing Uraha's thoughts, Mokomoto Tohichi truly lowered his guard against Uraha and regarded him as his own student. All right, since you've learned it, go try if you can walk on the water where their essay flow. Mokomoto Tohichi wanted to know what Uraha's limits were. Yamada Shimoku and Hanyatako also looked at Uraha with anticipation. Although they hadn't learned it, they were happy to see Uraha get stronger, as it would be good to have a strong ally during missions in the future. Uraha nodded and slowly walked toward the flowing water. As Uraha approached the flowing water, various data appeared in his mind. These data were all calculated instantaneously by Uraha's brain regarding different positions. At the same time, his body was outputting the same chakra. The three standing on the shore watched as Uraha walked to the flowing water and remained standing steadily on the surface. They were all dumbfounded. Even Mokomoto Tohichi couldn't believe his eyes, staring at Uraha. This guy's a monster, right? Yamada Shimoku and Hanyatako, though unaware of how absurd Uraha was at that moment, could still feel his terror. Teacher, is it harder to stand on the water where their SA flow than where their ISNT? Mubendongi's mouth twitched slightly. Nonsense, think about it. Doesn't a place with flowing water require dynamic chakra? It's 10 times harder to stand on a water surface with currents than on a still water surface. Even I struggled for about 10 days back then just to stand on flowing water. This guy is simply a monster. Mubendongi's expression turned serious. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he couldn't teach Yeyu anymore. With how quickly Yeyu mastered such a difficult ninjutsu, learning other ninjutsu would only be easier, because walking on water requires extremely precise control over chakra. In fact, it's much harder than learning a jutsu of the same rank. One can only imagine how terrifying Yeyu is. Chapter 16. Complete 5 elements chakra. Yeyu didn't stop in the middle of the lake. Instead, he walked toward the bottom of the waterfall. He also wanted to test his limits. However, when Mubendongi saw Yeyu heading toward the bottom of the waterfall, he was startled and hurriedly tried to stop him. Yeyu, that's enough. Don't go any further. It's too dangerous. But Yeyu didn't stop. As he got closer to the waterfall, the sound of the waterfall crashing against the lake and the splashes of water quickened his heartbeat. Yet he still bravely wanted to find out where his limits lay. Seeing that Yeyu didn't stop and was getting closer to the waterfall, Mubendongi rushed over to him. However, he stopped a few meters away from Yeyu because he saw the serious look on Yeyu's face. He understood Yeyu's intention. Although he was very worried, he still respected Yeyu's will. Boom, boom. Listening to the thunderous sound of the waterfall hitting the water surface, the splashes had already soaked Yeyu's clothes. Yet he continued to walk toward the place where the waterfall crashed. At that moment, his body surged up and down with the turbulent waves. But he remained firmly on the water surface. Under his feet, chakra was tightly adhered to the water surface. When he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the place where the waterfall fell, Yeyu stopped. It wasn't that he fell into the water, but the splashes from the waterfall were too strong, making it difficult for him to advance any further. However, Yeyu had also tested his limits. Even if I walk into the center of the waterfall, I won't fall into the water, but I'll be smashed into it by the waterfall. Yeyu knew very well that while he could stand steady on the turbulent water surface, the terrifying water flow of the waterfall would completely smash him into the water. The power of the waterfall was too strong. Right now, he couldn't withstand it with just his physical body. After all, he was only testing his limits on walking on water, not risking his life. Yeyu didn't want to meet his end here. After stepping back a few paces, Yeyu turned to look at Mubendongi, who had a vigilant expression and was ready to rush over to save him at any moment. At this moment, Yeyu truly recognized his teacher. Although his personality was very cold, Yeyu could feel his concern for him. Yeyu smiled. Teacher, it seems I've mastered it. Mubendongi breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to Yeyu and looked at his already soaked clothes, patting him on the shoulder. You're too stubborn. Even if you want to test your limits, this is too risky. You're still a rookie, and the power of this waterfall is something you can't handle right now. Yu didn't say anything, just smiled. The two returned to the shore. Yamada Shuki and Binyatako were both stunned. At this moment, both of them still had the image of Yeyu walking toward the turbulent waterfall in their minds. At that moment, Yeyu was simply like a god. They didn't expect the gap between them and Yeyu to be so large. Mom, Yeyu is definitely not someone untrustworthy. At this moment, Binyatako had already dismissed her mother's advice to distance herself from Yeyu. Yamada Shuki looked at Yeyu with admiration. That scene was simply too shocking. He couldn't believe that Yeyu was just a rookie who had just graduated from the ninja school like him. Yeyu, how did you do that? You scared me to death just now. He didn't expect Yeyu to be able to stand steadily on the water surface under those circumstances. Yeyu didn't speak, just smiled faintly. Because Yeyu had already mastered the water walking technique, the task of cleaning up the lake's garbage became much simpler. Even the garbage next to the waterfall could be pulled out with kunai tied to wire. In a ninja school, apart from the body flicker technique, Yeyu was also very skilled in throwing ninja tools. After obtaining the ability to unlock chakra restrictions and gaining excellent learning capabilities, he became even more adept at using ninja tools. It was likely that even Mubin Dongi's proficiency in throwing ninja tools couldn't match Yeyu's. After a busy afternoon, they finally cleaned up the garbage in the lake. The three sat under a tree on the shore to rest. Yamada Shuki and Binyatako were sweating profusely from exhaustion, while Yeyu felt no fatigue apart from his wet clothes. He could have completed today's task even faster by himself. However, the task required all three of them to achieve their goal. Whether they completed the task wasn't very important. What mattered was that Yeyu and the others needed to gain experience. That was tiring, right? This task is considered relatively simple, with no real danger. You'll truly feel the difficulties of being a ninja when you receive combat missions. Alright, it's getting dark. After we hand in the task, I'll treat you to barbecue. Originally panting from exhaustion, Yamada Shuki jumped up upon hearing barbecue. Long live, teacher. Let's go eat barbecue. Eating barbecue is considered quite an expensive treat, even for ninjas. If one eats a lot, they could even drain 8J Nin's wallet. Of course, none of the three, including Yeyu, could eat as much as Choji. Yeyu stood up and smiled. Teacher, it's rare for you to be so generous. Binyatako also stood up with Yeyu. Yeah, I used to think the teacher was a difficult person to get along with. Mubin Dongi said nothing. He used to be a very difficult person to get along with. Very serious. However, since the three were his first batch of students, and he was especially satisfied with Yeyu, even wanting to take Yeyu as his direct disciple, he naturally treated them differently from others. After handing in the task and finishing the barbecue, Yeyu returned home to rest. Lying on his bed, Yeyu sank his consciousness into the conscious space. Your control over chakra has increased by double. You have obtained 5 elemental chakras today. Hearing the reward, Yeyu almost jumped out of bed. Wow, 5 elemental chakras. This reward is too generous. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I now have all elemental chakras? I'm just missing the Yin and Yang chakra attributes. But even without those two, having 5 elemental chakras is already very rare. In the entire ninja world, there are very few ninjas who possess all elemental chakras. Otherwise, Kagaya wouldn't have killed so many ninjas just to obtain 5 elemental chakras, right? To think I got them all at once. How could you not be excited? Previously, you didn't know what his chakra attributes were, but that didn't matter anymore. Now he had all 5 elemental chakras. This meant that in the future, apart from needing the Yin and Yang attributes for certain jutsu, he could learn everything else. At this moment, Yeyu was even more excited than when he obtained the ability to unlock chakra restrictions. After all, having all elemental chakras is a standard feature for the protagonists of the 4 Ninja World Wars. Although Naruto's chakra attribute is wind, in the end, both he and Sasuke ended up with all elemental chakras. At this rate, it might not be impossible to obtain the Yin and Yang chakra attributes in the future. This system is truly a bit terrifying. The feature called Unexpectedly offers more than just an idle function. Yeyu also didn't expect the idle system to provide him with so many abilities. Chapter 17. Kakashi wants to personally teach Yeyu at the home of the Mukamoto family. Kakashi appears again on the balcony of his house. Mukamoto looks at the figure appearing on the balcony and shakes his head. Kakashi, my house has a door. Kakashi ignores Mukomoto's complaints and looks at the moonlight outside, asking lightly, "It seems you're quite satisfied with that kid. I've never seen you participate in gatherings before." Mukomoto comes to the balcony. "It seems you're also quite concerned about that kid. But you should know he is my student." Mukomoto looks at Kakashi. Kakashi smiles. "Why are you so nervous? Are you worried I'll take him away?" "I am indeed concerned. After all, that kid is much more outstanding than I expected. I think the person in the woods today was you." Mukomoto had noticed Kakashi's presence that day. After all, Mukomoto was once an Umbu Jonin. Although he was from the interrogation department, his sensory abilities were his strong suit. Using shadow clones to take students, if your student finds out, he might be heartbroken. Moreover, none of your students are simple. Mukomoto's teasing did not bother Kakashi. "Ha, that kid has changed you a lot. The old you would never speak like this," Kakashi sighed. "Yes, that kid made me realize that if I don't teach him well, I'll regret it for a lifetime." Mukomoto did not deny it. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Mukomoto to admit it so straightforwardly, nor did he expect Yiyu's position in his heart to be so high. However, thinking of Yiyu walking fearlessly towards the waterfall today, not afraid of being hit into the water at any moment, Kakashi admitted he envied Mukomoto. "That guy's talent is even much stronger than mine," Kakashi said with a wry smile. Kakashi was once a super genius of Konoha. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12, and then made a name for himself in the ninja world as Kakashi of the Sharingan. He was undoubtedly a peerless genius in the ninja world, even surpassing Uchiha Itachi. Still not as good as you. When you were 12, you had already become a Jonin, and now he is still just a newcomer, Mukomoto said. "Come on. If he had my resources, he would probably be a Jonin by now, too. The 6 years in the ninja school held him back," Kakashi said. Kakashi always felt that Yiyu hiding his talents in the ninja school was unwise. However, thinking about how Yiyu could hide his talents so well at such a young age without vanity, even he could not achieve that. He did not need to do so back then. "What do you plan to teach him? Are you going to teach him ninjutsu now?" Kakashi looked at Mukomoto. Mukomoto was silent for a moment. "I haven't decided yet. Actually, I feel that my ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Most of my ninjutsu is related to interrogation. I don't want him to enter the Umbu in the future." Mukomoto sighed. Although he wanted to teach you many powerful combat ninjutsu, he indeed did not know any, except for some basic attribute ninjutsu. "I really don't know what else I can teach him after teaching him the basics." Seeing Mukomoto's troubled expression, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before saying, "If you're willing, I can help you." Mukomoto was surprised, looking at Kakashi with astonishment. "You help me? Aren't you afraid the Hokage will have an opinion?" After all, the third Hokage entrusted Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi for him to teach them well. If Kakashi is distracted by Yiyu, the third Hokage would definitely have an opinion. Then just don't let him know, right? For the time being, we will basically be performing missions in the village. With that kid's talent, before he can go out on missions, I'm confident I can help him reach Jonin-level ninjutsu strength. Mukomoto looked at Kakashi, somewhat in disbelief. Although he knew Kakashi might think highly of Yiyu, he did not expect him to go to such lengths for Yiyu. It is known that Kakashi also has a nickname called the Copy Ninja. With his Sharingan, Kakashi masters thousands of ninjutsu. However, he still hopes he can teach Yiyu ninjutsu. But thinking about how all his advanced ninjutsu is related to interrogation, it would be useless for Yiyu to learn it. Do you have any requirements? Mukomoto was very clear that there is no such thing as a free lunch. My requirements are simple. When we go out on missions in the future, I may need to borrow him sometimes. Mukomoto was taken aback. You don't want to take him out on dangerous missions, do you? Kakashi nodded. You should know very well that you can't raise strong warriors in a greenhouse. When I was 12, I was already going out on missions with the 4th Hokage. He is he, you are you. You were trained back then. No matter how talented he is still just a newcomer who just graduated from the ninja school. What missions have you executed that are below Jonin level? I really don't want my student to take risks with you, Mukomoto said excitedly. Kakashi's unreliability was too much. The missions Kakashi mentioned were certainly not the same as those missions with Naruto and the others. Instead, they were the missions Kakashi himself undertook. Kakashi is an elite Jonin of Konoha and one of the strongest. Even normal Jonin would face danger following him on those missions. Although Yi Yu's talent is strong, he currently doesn't know any ninjutsu and has never participated in a real battle. How could Mukomoto possibly agree to let him take risks with Kakashi? However, Kakashi also had his considerations. You should know very well that letting him experience real danger early on will benefit his growth in the future. You should have gone out a long time ago. It's even a bit late now. Mukomoto still refused. I won't agree to that. I hope to proceed step by step until he has enough strength before I can safely let him go out. Kakashi shook his head. You're wrong to think that. He is different from ordinary people. Proceeding step by step will only make him mediocre. Do you want him to become an ordinary ninja? But I don't want him to die in front of me, Mukomoto said, glaring. He truly regarded Yi Yu as his own student. And even if his approach might make Yi Yu mediocre in the future, he did not want Yi Yu to undertake life-threatening missions with Kakashi. Chapter 18. Encountering an attack. Mukomoto, calm down. With me here, I will ensure his safety, Kakashi said helplessly. It was the first time he had seen Mukomoto so emotionally agitated. He could understand. Mukomoto truly regarded Yi Yu as his disciple. You? How many colleagues have died with you? Although Umbu ninjas should have that awareness, I don't want him to enter Umbu. I just want him to become a ninja who protects the village, able to live freely in the sunlight. Kakashi fell silent. Mukomoto's words reminded him of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. This was his knot for many years. I'm bringing him to help him grow, not to treat him as a teammate for missions. If there's really a very dangerous mission, I wouldn't take him along. That should be enough, right? Kakashi had already taken a step back. Muben Tongi shook his head. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. I absolutely won't let him go out and take risks without the ability to protect himself. Tongi, you've really changed a lot. You weren't like this before. Muben Tongi looked at Kakashi. Haven't you changed? You're completely different now compared to when you were in the Umbu. After saying that, both fell silent. Yes, both had changed. Because of Yi Yu. Because both knew that with Yi Yu's talent, as long as he was taught well, he would definitely become a powerful force to protect the village in the future. It's just that their opinions on teaching methods didn't align. Yi Yu was completely unaware of all this. I certainly won't take him out to complete missions until he has enough self-defense capability. How about we make a deal? I'll take him out once he has the strength to defeat you, Kakashi said seriously, looking at Muben Tongi. Muben Tongi thought for a moment and nodded. The reason he agreed was that Muben Tongi was not a combat-type ninja. In terms of fighting, he was only at the level of an ordinary J-nin. But if Yi Yu could defeat him, it would at least prove that Yi Yu had the strength of a J-nin. If their conversation were overheard by others, they would definitely think that they were dreaming. After all, Muben Tongi was a J-nin, and Yi Yu was just a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school. Not to mention whether Yi Yu could defeat Muben Tongi. Even whether he could become a J-nin was an unknown. After all, in any ninja village, J-nin are the elite among ninjas. Not everyone can become one. Once someone becomes a J-nin, regardless of whether they are a combat-type ninja, they basically have the normal strength of a J-nin. And the ninjas who can become J-nin are truly rare. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, the number of J-nin is only a little over 100. This means that Kakashi's intention was for Yi Yu to have the strength to defeat a J-nin in less than a year. This is simply a fantasy. A normal person would think it was absurd. But Kakashi and Muben Tongi, who understood Yi Yu's talent, found it quite normal. Both believed that Yi Yu could have the strength of 8 J-nin by the time he could go out to complete missions. Generally, new teams in Konoha can go out on missions after completing 3 months of tasks in a village. The next day, after completing a C-rank mission, Yi Yu mastered the tree climbing technique. Due to the pressure Yi Yu exerted, Yamada Shimoku and Han Yi Tianzi worked very hard. However, both of their talents were average, so they couldn't master the several ninjutsu taught by Muben Tongi yet. While walking home at night, Yi Yu suddenly stopped on a street. With his strong sensing ability, he looked at the empty street with a serious expression. Even though he didn't see a single person, Yi Yu felt that it would be very dangerous if he walked over. Just as Yi Yu was about to turn around and take a detour, suddenly dozens of shuriken and kunai flew towards him. The sound of the kunai and shuriken slicing through the air made Yi Yu's heart sink. Buzz, clang, clang, clang. In an instant, just as dozens of kunai and shuriken were about to hit him, Yi Yu's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, His figure disappeared from the spot. Dozens of kunai and shuriken shot into empty space, hitting the wall several meters away. Sparks flew as the kunai and shuriken embedded themselves into the wall with tremendous force. Such terrifying power would instantly pierce through flesh if it hit a person. Now several meters away, Yu turned to see where the kunai and shuriken had struck and gasped. Hiss, if I had been hit, I would have been done for. Unbeknownst to Yu, the person who had thrown the kunai and shuriken from several dozen meters away was even more astonished. This speed has already reached the level of the body flicker technique. This kid's brain works quite well. Just now, Yu had concentrated chakra beneath his feet in an instant and had run several meters away in the blink of an eye. Exactly like the principle of the body flicker technique. Yet, Yu had never learned the body flicker technique. One can imagine how strong Yu's chakra control and physical strength must be. Coming back to his senses, Yu looked in the direction of the attacker. At this moment, there was no one around, and Yu drew out a kunai, taking a combat stance. He couldn't stay here long. He needed to find an opportunity to escape. From the previous attack, it was clear that this person's strength was far above his own. In an instant, Yu analyzed the enemy's strength compared to his own. However, Yu didn't dare to turn around. If he did, he would immediately be assassinated from behind. Yu had no intention of entangling with the attacker. Right now, he didn't know any ninjutsu, and his taijutsu wasn't even that good. Relying solely on the few basic ninjutsu he had learned, it was absolutely impossible to contend with the attacker. Yu was well aware of this from the beginning. The question was how to escape, so he needed to think about it. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence again. Only the evening wind blew by. There weren't even any streetlights in this place. The pitch-black surroundings sent chills down his spine. Yu's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the attacker. He had sensed the general position of the attacker and didn't dare to act recklessly. Suddenly, Yu felt a fluctuation of chakra behind him. So fast. Yu was stunned. In almost an instant, the attacker appeared behind him. He didn't even have time to react. In that brief moment, Yu came back to his senses. This time, he didn't teleport away again. He knew very well that the attacker's speed was above his own. Teleporting again would only be courting death. In that instant, Yu turned around and threw a whip kick. Bang! With a dull sound. The shadow behind him was instantly kicked apart, turning into a puff of white smoke. Oh no, it's a clone. Yu thought to himself. Earth release, mud swamp technique. Yu suddenly felt a softness under his feet. The street beneath him instantly turned into a swamp, and the swamp's adhesion was very strong, quickly pulling Yu down into it. At this moment, half of his body was already submerged in the swamp, and his body was continuing to sink. Chapter 19. What is Kakashi's purpose? In almost 3 seconds, only Yu's head remained above the ground. However, the attacker in the shadows did not appear. Sure enough, when the swamp submerged Yu's head, a puff of white smoke appeared. Yu in the swamp had turned into a piece of wood. Heh, a substitution technique? He truly applied the ninjutsu he learned to perfection. It turned out that just now, Yu had used the substitution technique to evade the attacker's earth release. Meanwhile, Yu's real body had already appeared several meters away. However, he wasn't relaxed at all. He looked seriously in the direction of the attacker. This guy is too strong. I'm not his match at all. Who is it? I shouldn't have any enemies. I don't even know many people in the village. Who wants to harm me? Yu was frustrated. The previous ninjutsu clearly seemed intent on forcing him to his death. What grudge or hatred? He couldn't remember having offended someone this powerful. Just as Yu was pondering who had attacked him, a figure walked out from the shadows of the trees. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've already acquired the strength of a nin. Upon seeing this person, Yu's expression became even tenser. It was too dark here, and the newcomer was masked, so he couldn't recognize who it was. But this person gave him an extremely strong feeling, several times more powerful than his teacher. If this guy really wanted to kill me, I probably wouldn't even be standing here right now. But what is his purpose? This is the village. Does he really dare to kill someone in the street? Although ninjas often carry out assassination missions, this is a village with order. Even a ninja wouldn't dare to harm others casually. Moreover, this person's strength is so formidable that it would be impossible for them to kill me without much trouble. Yu understands very well that this person could kill him in an instant. While Yu was pondering, The person had already approached him. I don't think I've offended you, have I? Yu still didn't make a move. He wanted to know who this person was. The attacker glanced at Yu and said coldly, "Come with me." Then he turned and walked away. In that moment, Yu had the urge to turn and run. But thinking about the gap between them, he gave up. He probably didn't want to kill me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived just now. But what could his purpose be? Unable to figure it out, Yu hesitated for a moment and then followed. There was no other choice. He wasn't a match for the other party, who could easily kill him. Resistance would be futile. Plus, Yu wanted to know who this person was and what his intentions were. In the darkness, the two walked about 10 meters apart, gradually making their way to the back mountain of Konoha. When they entered the back mountain, Yu initially didn't want to follow, but in the end he did. He could tell this person likely wouldn't kill him. They arrived at the lake that Yu and the others had cleaned up the day before. Under the moonlight, the person's white hair caught Yu's attention. Could this guy be Kakashi Hitaki? Yu scrutinized the person, and the more he looked, the more it seemed like him. No way, I don't think I've offended him. Could it be that I offended him when he was in the Ambu with my teacher? So now he wants to teach me a lesson to take revenge on my teacher? After speculating that this person was Kakashi, Yu concluded it must be because his teacher, Mokutan Kaido, had offended Kakashi in the Ambu, prompting Kakashi to retaliate against him as a warning to Mokutan Kaido. However, since this person might be Kakashi, Yu was certain he would not be in danger. And indeed, this person was Kakashi. During the day, he had been with Naruto and Sasuke on a mission. In reality, it was just Naruto and Sasuke completing the mission while he read novels nearby. Kakashi was a fan of Jiraiya's books. When they reached the lake, Kakashi took off his mask. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It really was Kakashi. Once he confirmed it was Kakashi, Yu remained silent, wanting to know what grievances Kakashi had with his teacher. Just now, Kakashi's several attacks would have killed any average Chunin. Yu didn't blame Kakashi. He knew that since it was Kakashi, and since Kakashi was retaliating for his teacher, he must have a rough idea of Yu's strength. Otherwise, given his personality, he wouldn't have attacked so casually. Kakashi wasn't a villain. Yu was a bit curious, wanting to know what grievances his teacher had with Kakashi in the Ambu. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere became quite awkward. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke up. "Jingwen Yu, your performance just now was quite good." Yu said nothing, quietly watching Kakashi standing by the lake, looking deep in thought. Kakashi, not receiving the response he wanted, felt a bit awkward. However, being an elite jonin, he quickly adjusted his emotions. "Are you wondering why I attacked you?" Yu nodded. "I don't think Kakashi-sensei would just be bored and teasing me." Kakashi felt a bit awkward. Yu didn't seem curious about his intentions at all. On the contrary, he was very calm, unlike the panic he had shown during Kakashi's attacks. He was even calmer than Kakashi. Even Sasuke wouldn't be like this. Sasuke's usual depth was entirely due to his pride. But Yu's calmness seemed genuine, as if he felt he had everything under control. In reality, Yu knew nothing. His calmness stemmed from the fact that this person was Kakashi, so he was sure he wouldn't be in danger. His understanding of Kakashi made Yu feel very reassured at this moment. Moreover, he believed that Kakashi's actions against him must be related to his teacher. After all, Yu had no prior interactions with Kakashi, but his teacher had been a ninja in the Ambu, and there must have been some past grievances between Kakashi and Mokutan Kaido. Not seeing what he wanted, Kakashi felt a bit disappointed. However, he didn't forget his purpose. Kakashi turned around, and under the moonlight, his silver hair was very striking. "Just now, my attacks could easily overwhelm an average Chunin, which shows your strength is already above that of a typical Chunin. But that's about it. If I increase the intensity, you would be defeated." Yu nodded. "That's right. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. I can feel that you could have defeated me from the very beginning. In front of you, I have no power to resist at all. I'm very clear about this." Yu had no doubts. He even understood that if Kakashi really wanted to capture him, he wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. Although there's only one rank difference between Chunin and Jonin, the gap in strength is truly vast. During the mission in the Land of Waves, two Chunins in front of Kakashi were nothing more than clowns, easily killed after being used. You wouldn't think that just because Kakashi complimented his Chunin level strength, he could challenge Kakashi. Chapter 20 Me. Become a Jonin in half a year? Kakashi smiled slightly and nodded. Good. You have a clear self-awareness. Then, Kakashi looked at Yu, his expression becoming serious. I was once a colleague of your teacher. Do you know that? Yu said nothing, but he could guess. Kakashi didn't continue to question Yu, but instead told him about the decision regarding him and Mokutan Kaido. So what do you think? Although the two could decide Yu's future, Kakashi still wanted to ask for Yu's opinion. Yu thought for a moment. I suppose I don't have the option to refuse, do I? No. I want to know your thoughts. Your opinion is very important. Kakashi said, I don't have much of an opinion. Having one more teacher is fine. Yu replied calmly. Kakashi was a bit puzzled. Don't you feel happy? After all, you know your teacher's background and how rare it is to have a Jonin from the Umbu as your teacher. I know, but having one more teacher doesn't make me particularly happy, Yu said, leaving Kakashi confused. He thought Yu didn't like him. I believe my strength can teach you many things. Yu nodded. I believe that. After all, it's Kakashi-sensei. From many rumors, I can tell how powerful you are. Yu truly didn't rely on memories from his past life for this. Kakashi was indeed very famous in Konoha, except for people like Naruto, who were a bit slow. Any normal ninja would have heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi was even more puzzled. Since Yu knew how powerful he was, why was he acting so indifferent? Kakashi-sensei. For me, being able to live steadily as a ninja is the most important thing. I don't have a strong desire to become a powerful person. This was Yu's heartfelt truth, as well as a lie. He truly thought that way. He didn't have much ambition, and his efforts were only to live steadily in this world. The lie was because he had a system. He knew that even without anyone teaching him, he could become powerful. It would just take more time and be more troublesome. Kakashi was somewhat speechless. Yu's thoughts seemed too lacking in ambition. But thinking about himself, what right did he have to criticize Yu? Don't you have any dreams? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Yu smiled. My dream is to have a stable ninja career. You should know how short the career lifespan of a ninja is. Night Feather's words left Kakashi speechless. While it was the truth, Night Feather was different, in Kakashi's eyes at least. He was a genius that Kakashi valued. Someone he wanted to cultivate into one of the most important forces to protect Konoha. How could he lack ambition like this? Don't you have anything you want to protect? Kakashi still didn't give up. He wanted Night Feather to at least have some goals to strive for. A ninja without their own ideals could hardly achieve anything. And Kakashi believed this based on his own experience. Night Feather thought for a moment and said, of course I do. With enough strength. I naturally want to protect my precious things. Kakashi finally smiled. Then why did you just say such pessimistic things? Night Feather shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I don't think what I said was pessimistic. I said I want to live a stable ninja life, but I never said I don't want to work hard. To live a stable life, you need to become stronger, but as long as I can protect the most precious things, that's enough. There's no need to endlessly strive to become stronger. As for whether I can do it, I don't care. Just doing it is enough. Kakashi smiled helplessly. At your young age, how can you say such mature words? Fine, I don't want to introduce myself anymore. I think you already know some things about me. After all, you're not like Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Naruto indeed didn't know much about Kakashi. Naruto was one thing, but Kakashi used to be a colleague of Itachi, Uchiha, and it was surprising that Sasuke was also unfamiliar with him. Kakashi felt quite helpless. Sometimes he wondered if Itachi had never mentioned him to Sasuke. Kakashi was right. Itachi indeed hadn't told Sasuke about him. After all, Itachi rarely discussed Umbu matters and certainly wouldn't reveal anything about Kakashi. Kakashi walked in front of Night Feather, and under the moonlight, the 8-meter-tall Kakashi was only a head taller than Night Feather, who was already about 6 meters at the age of 12. Among the group of kids under 5 meters, he was relatively tall. Unlike his cold demeanor in front of outsiders, Kakashi didn't act aloof in front of Night Feather. He patted Night Feather's shoulder and said seriously, from today on, I am also your teacher, and I hope that within a year or even half a year, you can possess Jonin-level strength. Once you have that strength, I will take you on some missions. Night Feather, who had been expressionless, was momentarily stunned. Take me on missions? Jonin-level strength? In half a year? Night Feather's mouth twitched. How much do you overestimate me? Who can achieve Jonin-level strength in half a year? And you should know what kind of ninja you are. The tasks you undertake are not something ordinary ninjas can handle. Although Night Feather felt that his strength would improve rapidly with the system, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could reach Jonin level in half a year. It's important to note that while the difference between Chunin and Jonin is just one level, the gap in combat power is like heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a Jonin can crush a group of Chunins. And unless one has a cheat, a Chunin facing a Jonin is essentially facing slaughter. Moreover, it's not enough just to have the ninjutsu strength to reach Jonin. Relevant combat experience is also necessary. This was something Night Feather valued greatly. Ninjutsu can be practiced, but combat experience must be accumulated through actual battles. Night Feather was very clear about how Kaguya Otsutsuki was ultimately sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. Essentially, it was because Kaguya's combat experience was too poor. Although she was undoubtedly stronger than Naruto and Sasuke in terms of power, being sealed for 1,000 years left her dazed, and being sealed a second time was a huge embarrassment. In fact, the Otsutsuki clan has this flaw. They mostly rely on sheer strength to overpower their opponents. Meeting opponents several levels lower is manageable. Direct crushing is indeed satisfying. However, if they encounter an opponent who is only one level lower or even at the same level but with rich combat experience, they are very likely to be defeated. Night Feather knew that his practical combat experience was currently 0. To possess Jonin-level strength would require a long time. In fact, Night Feather was being too hard on himself. He had already demonstrated strength far beyond that of an ordinary Chunin when facing Kakashi's attack. His feeling of a huge gap between himself and Kakashi stemmed not from combat experience, but from a significant difference in pure strength. Night Feather mistakenly believed that this gap was due to their differences in practical experience. After gaining the extraordinary talent to learn ninjutsu, Night Feather's practical combat level was actually much stronger than average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve strength surpassing that of an ordinary Chunin with just a few basic ninjutsu he had just learned. Chapter 21, Kakashi's Shock. Seeing Night Feather's reaction, Kakashi was somewhat surprised. You really are different from others. Most kids hearing these words would just feel proud, thinking I have high hopes for them. But you don't seem to show any pride at all. Kakashi didn't expect Night Feather to behave so maturely. Night Feather frowned. Feeling proud of oneself is wrong, right? I know my own abilities. Achieving Jonin-level strength in half a year is impossible, and going out on missions with you is even more so. I still want to live well. Kakashi smiled. But both I and Shinobi believe you have that capability. Night Feather shook his head. That's just you overestimating me. I don't have that kind of ability. All right, whether you have that ability or not, we'll have to test it to find out. Kakashi didn't dwell on the issue. He genuinely believed Night Feather had the potential to become a Jonin in half a year. After saying that, Kakashi took out a piece of white paper from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Night Feather. This is Chakra test paper. It can test the nature of your chakra. Night Feather hesitated for a moment, but then took the Chakra test paper from Kakashi. However, Kakashi didn't notice that Night Feather didn't want him to know that he possessed 5 chakra natures. In the ninja world, having 5 chakra natures was quite rare, even extremely rare. In Konoha, the only ones Night Feather knew of who had it were Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage. Just channel your chakra into it, and you'll find out. Give it a try. Night Feather's gaze sharpened, and chakra surged into the test paper in his hand. Kakashi watched intently as the chakra test paper reacted. He was eager to know how many chakra natures Night Feather possessed. Generally, people had only 1, and having 2 was already quite rare. Many Jonin originally had only 1 chakra nature, with the additional 1 being developed through training. However, chakra natures developed through training were naturally much weaker than those that were innate. Kakashi hoped Night Feather would possess lightning chakra so that he could teach him Chidori. Just as Night Feather channeled his chakra into the test paper, it was instantly split in half. One half became wet with water stains while the other crumpled up and was ignited by flames, burning a hole in one part and turning the rest into powder. Kakashi was stunned, unable to speak. Night Feather was also somewhat surprised, although he had known for a long time that he possessed 5 chakra natures. This was the first time he had actually verified it. After realizing it, Kakashi looked at Yeyu in shock, saying, You actually possess chakra of 5 different attributes. This is truly unexpected. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since Konoha had a ninja with 5 chakra attributes? Yu, you are truly destined to become a great ninja like the 4th Hokage. Yu looked at Kakashi's excited expression and was somewhat speechless. Although having 5 chakra attributes was indeed shocking, Kakashi himself also possessed 5 chakra attributes, so what was there to be excited about? Moreover, Kakashi actually compared himself to the 4th Hokage. Although Ieyasu believed he would eventually be stronger than the 4th Hokage, for now, the 4th Hokage was still someone he found difficult to reach. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you being a bit exaggerated? Is my chakra attribute really that rare? Ieyasu did not show any understanding of chakra attributes. Such knowledge was not something a genin could grasp. Although he had learned about chakra attributes in the Ninja Academy, he had never learned about chakra testing papers, let alone used them. Ieyu's words brought Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi smiled and said, "You don't understand. Having 5 chakra attributes means you have chakra of all attributes. Just think about it. Shouldn't that be something to be excited about?" At that moment, Kakashi still didn't know much about the Yin and Yang attributes. He thought Ieyasu would be as excited as he was upon hearing he had chakra of all attributes. Ieyasu didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. He simply nodded calmly and said, "That's pretty good. Does that mean I can learn all attribute jutsu?" Kakashi was speechless. "You don't seem surprised at all?" Ieyu's expression was calm, showing no sign of excitement. "What is there to be surprised about? I'm just concerned about whether I can learn all attribute jutsu." Kakashi shook his head. "You really are different from kids your age. But anyway, you are correct. Having 5 chakra attributes means you can learn jutsu of 5 chakra attributes. Do you know how few people have 5 chakra attributes?" From your earlier excitement, it's clear that it's rare. Kakashi nodded. "That's right, very few, which is why I was so excited earlier. Currently in Konoha, as far as I know, besides you and me, only the 3rd Hokage has 5 chakra attributes." Ieyasu smiled. "So you also have 5 chakra attributes, huh? But thinking about it, that makes sense, considering you have the title of Copy Ninja. Without the corresponding chakra attributes, it will be difficult to copy an opponent's jutsu." Kakashi nodded, yes. While having the Sharingan allows the copying of many jutsu, not every jutsu can be copied. If the user doesn't have the corresponding chakra attributes, it can't be copied. Moreover, some forbidden techniques and bloodline limits cannot be copied either. Taijutsu is also very difficult to copy. At this moment, Kakashi placed great importance on Ieyasu, even explaining the characteristics of the Sharingan to him. Although this wasn't exactly a secret, most ninjas wouldn't know it, and a genin like Ieyasu definitely wouldn't know. One can imagine how much Kakashi trusted Ieyasu at this moment. Ieyasu was aware of everything Kakashi said, so he wasn't surprised. Kakashi patted Ieyu's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "Starting today, I will train you rigorously so that you can master the necessary jutsu in the shortest time possible. You need to be mentally prepared." Ieyasu nodded. "I don't mind, but I can only do my best." Kakashi smiled. He was very happy. Ieyu's innate conditions were truly excellent, like an incredibly precious raw gem, the kind that could become a beautiful jade with just a little polishing. Chapter 22. Chakra Growth. Double. Kakashi was very happy, but Ieyasu asked him, "Kakashi-sensei, do you really have time to teach me? You're still Naruto's instructor, after all." Kakashi waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll try to coordinate the time for both." Ieyasu didn't want to think about how Kakashi would manage that. "That's good. Today, we agreed that starting tomorrow, you will come here every evening. I will wait for you here, unless I have something else to do. Otherwise, you must come every day. Can you guarantee that?" Kakashi looked at Ieyasu. Ieyasu nodded. "I have no problem with that. After all, I don't have anything else to do every day." Plus, he didn't have any friends. The two chatted a bit more before parting ways. On his way back, Ieyasu felt somewhat magical, thinking, Kakashi is actually going to teach me. Does this mean I'm benefiting from the connection with Yamato-sensei? Ieyasu felt that if it weren't for Yamato and Kakashi being colleagues, he wouldn't have a chance to be taught by him. However, he guessed wrong. He didn't realize the shock his talent had caused Kakashi. The reason Kakashi was willing to take on Team 7 was primarily due to the 3rd Hokage's request. After all, Kakashi had been a disciple of the 4th Hokage and had even served as the captain of the 4th's ANBU. In fact, when Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was pregnant with him, Kakashi was also her bodyguard. Additionally, Naruto had the 9 tails sealed within him, making Kakashi, who is currently the strongest Jonin in Konoha, the best choice to look after him. Furthermore, there was also Sasuke Uchiha on the team. Although the third Hokage had been indecisive regarding the Uchiha clan's destruction, which led to the clan's massacre, he still wanted to nurture Sasuke, and Kakashi was adept at developing the Sharingan. Thus, while Kakashi did not reject taking on Team 7, it was not entirely his choice. However, he genuinely liked Yu. Yu's talent was very similar to his own back in the day, and even stronger. What set Yu apart from him was that Yu was more peaceful. Kakashi, during his time, although outwardly humble, was inwardly very proud. After all, he was indeed much stronger than his peers, graduating from a ninja academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and reaching Jounin at 12 was an extremely rare experience in the entire ninja world. He felt Yu's talent was even above his own. One can imagine how high his expectations for Yu were. The more talented a ninja is, the more serious problems can arise if they are not properly guided. After parting with Yu, Kakashi went to see Yamato. Yamato looked at Kakashi appearing on his balcony and shook his head helplessly. "Can't you just use the door?" Kakashi leaned against the balcony. "We've already agreed. His talent is far stronger than what we initially saw." Yamato was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief. "I'm not too surprised." Kakashi smiled as well. "I think you wouldn't expect this." "Oh." Yamato looked at Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the trees outside and said, "I tested his current strength. His performance surprised me. I fear that an average Chunin is no longer his opponent. Today, during the day, he just learned to utilize Chakra with you, and when he fought me, he was very skilled and outstanding in its use. He already possesses the strength of a Chunin, and a fairly strong one at that. Now he just lacks offensive jutsu. Once he masters offensive jutsu, his strength might catch up to you very quickly." Kakashi sighed. Even now, he still felt a bit dazed. Night Feather's talent was so high that it exceeded his expectations. Mugen Ichi smiled. This kid, although it was unexpected, Mugen Ichi still felt very gratified. After all, he truly regarded Night Feather as his own disciple. If it weren't for his lack of combat skills, he definitely wouldn't have entrusted Night Feather to Kakashi for teaching. Kakashi then said, "There's one more thing you absolutely wouldn't expect. Night Feather possesses Chakra of all 5 attributes." The smile on Mugen Ichi's face froze. "What? He has Chakra of all attributes?" Mugen Ichi was shocked. When Kakashi mentioned that Night Feather had the strength of a CH Nin, he was surprised but not unable to imagine it. However, possessing Chakra of all attributes was far too special. Generally speaking, having Chakra of all attributes is something that comes from a natural bloodline. The rarity of having Chakra of all attributes is even less than that of some bloodline limit ninja. Currently, in Konoha, only Kakashi and the third Hokage have it. It could even be said that possessing Chakra of all attributes is itself a kind of bloodline limit. Mugen Ichi's gaze sharpened. "You didn't tell anyone else about this, did you?" Kakashi shook his head. "I know how sensitive this is, so I naturally wouldn't spread it. Having Chakra of all attributes is a good thing, but because it's so rare, it can easily attract attention." Both Kakashi and Mugen Ichi had been in the Anbu before, and they knew that Konoha had not only the sunlight seen on the surface, but also the darkness buried beneath the roots. Plus, Night Feather was just a commoner, with no family to protect him. Who knows if someone might capture him for human experimentation? Mugen Ichi sighed in relief. "When you teach him, you need to be careful. You should ideally only use techniques of 2 attributes for now." Kakashi nodded. "I'll remind him." On this issue, Kakashi and Mugen Ichi shared the same thought. That is, until Night Feather has the ability to protect himself, no one should know he has Chakra of all attributes. After returning home, Night Feather lay in bed and sank his consciousness into his inner space. Soon, a voice appeared in his mind. "You have been offline for a day. Your Chakra has doubled, your physical strength has increased by 1%, and your speed has doubled." Coming back to his senses, Night Feather felt very comfortable all over. Reflecting on it, Night Feather smiled slightly. The growth of Chakra is terrifying. It's so abundant now that it's even comparable to Kakashi's. Is the doubling of speed due to my rough learning of the body flicker technique? Generally, the body flicker technique is very easy to learn, and its principle is quite simple. It attaches chakra to the soles of the feet to increase the speed of movement. Therefore, the difficulty of learning the basic body flicker technique is low, meaning any genin can learn it. Chapter 23, Kakashi Treats. The most surprising thing for Night Feather was still the growth of chakra. His chakra amount was now close to Kakashi's. It should be noted that Kakashi's chakra level is already very high among Jonin. The reason he seems to have a shortage of chakra during battles is that he does not possess the Uchiha clan's bloodline, which leads to incompatibility between his body and the Sharingan. The Sharingan cannot be turned off, consuming a lot of chakra. Without the consumption from the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would definitely not be inferior to that of typical Kaga-level ninjas. At the age of 12, he could casually use the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, a J-Nin-level technique with a range of several dozen meters. One can imagine how much chakra he would have without the Sharingan's consumption. Now, Night Feather unexpectedly had chakra close to Kakashi's level. The increase in chakra also meant that Night Feather's mental energy and physical strength had significantly enhanced. After all, other people's chakra is extracted from within their bodies, while Night Feather's chakra is drawn from nature. Thus, the more chakra he has, the better his body is nourished. After all, the chakra within Night Feather is transformed from natural energy. To withstand such a large amount of chakra requires a body that can keep up with it. I don't know if it's just the beginning, so the chakra is increasing rapidly. Later on, with so much chakra, the growth rate shouldn't be this fast. Night Feather thought that the current rapid growth of chakra was because his foundation was too weak, resulting in a small base of chakra. But Night Feather also didn't think that his current chakra amount was already comparable to that of Kakashi in his 20s, and he was only 12 years old. It's worth noting that even Naruto, without considering the Nine Tails chakra, is only comparable to Kakashi. And this is also because the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal continuously converts the chakra leak from the Nine Tails into Naruto's own chakra. One can imagine how terrifying Night Feather's chakra amount has become. The next day, after Night Feather and Mugen T. Ichi completed a C-rank mission, Kakashi was already waiting for him early at the training ground. When he saw Kakashi standing on a tree with a book, Mugen T. Ichi was speechless. "I say, you are too anxious, aren't you? Do you think I won't let Night Feather go?" Although he already knew that Kakashi would teach Night Feather in the future, he didn't expect Kakashi to be so eager. They had just completed a mission and were already waiting at the training ground. At this time, Yamada J. Key and Hongo Yaitako had already gone home. Mugen T. Ichi had kept Night Feather back, originally wanting to teach him some ninjutsu. Although he was not good at combat, learning some interrogation ninjutsu would still be useful. Who knew Kakashi wouldn't give him that chance at all? Standing next to Mugen T. Ichi, Night Feather looked at Kakashi in the tree and felt a bit awkward. Although he knew Mugen T. Ichi had agreed before, seeing both teachers appear at the same time still made him feel like he was betraying Mugen T. Ichi. Kakashi put away the novel in his hand and jumped down from the tree. "I just didn't take any missions today. I have time. Come on, Night Feather." Kakashi walked up to Night Feather. Night Feather glanced at Mugen T. Ichi. Kakashi said lightly, "Your teacher agreed, so don't worry." Although Mugen T. Ichi felt a bit helpless, wanting to teach Night Feather a ninjutsu, he could only let Night Feather go since Kakashi had come. He patted Night Feather on the shoulder. "Study well. This guy may seem lazy, but his strength is indeed very strong. In Konoha, aside from the third Hokage, he is already the strongest ninja. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in Konoha, what Mugen T. Ichi said was not without merit." After speaking, Mugen T. Ichi turned and disappeared from the spot. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would be unable to help but keep Night Feather. Watching the place where Mugen T. Ichi vanished, Night Feather sighed. Teacher T. Ichi really admires Teacher Kakashi. Kakashi smiled faintly. He hopes you can have strong strength soon and grow into a pillar that protects the village. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi began to give a bit of a lecture. Night Feather didn't mind and nodded. "I shouldn't let him down." "Kakashi-sensei, didn't you guys take any missions today?" Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, we just completed a mission, so I let them rest for a while." "All right, before we train, let me take you to eat. It's not good to train on an empty stomach." Night Feather looked at Kakashi in surprise. "Kakashi-sensei, you don't want me to treat you to a meal, do you?" Night Feather was very clear that Kakashi was stingy. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. Looking at Night Feather's surprised expression, feeling a bit awkward. It seemed that his stingy habit had been discovered by Night Feather. However, he indeed hadn't thought of making Night Feather treat him. Why would you think that? Come on, of course, I'm treating you. Night Feather's mouth twitched slightly. I hope so. Treating is not a problem, but Night Feather also lived off the inheritance left by his parents. He has just completed a level task and doesn't have much money. However, since Kakashi is going to teach him ninjutsu, it is only right for him to treat. Kakashi helplessly asked, "Is that how you see me?" Yu smiled without sincerity and left. Soon, the two arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. When the owner, Hondai, saw Kakashi, he smiled and said, "Oh, Kakashi." Kakashi is quite famous in Konoha. However, Hondai was a bit surprised to see Yu, as they had no prior interactions. "Yu, what do you want to eat today?" Shobu asked casually as he leaned on the counter after seeing Yu come in. Yu replied with a smile, "Give me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Kakashi sat next to Yu and asked, "Is one bowl enough?" Yu nodded. Since Yu does not extract chakra from his body, he does not need to supplement his energy with food. Kakashi was a bit skeptical, knowing there would be a brutal training session later, and one bowl might not be enough. No, one bowl is enough. Yu was very clear about his situation. However, Kakashi still told Hondai, "Add 2 more bowls for him, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and give me 3 bowls of beef ramen." Kakashi was well aware of the energy consumption during training and felt that Yu might not understand. Yu, although helpless, could only acquiesce. After all, he couldn't say that he didn't rely on extracting energy from his body to maintain his chakra. This interaction between Kakashi and Yu left Hondai in shock. He could see that Kakashi treated Yu differently, almost like a father to his child. Yet, the two had no prior interactions, which he couldn't comprehend. However, Hondai also understood that ninja matters should not be questioned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to run this place for decades without going out of business. Chapter 24. 2 planned soon. 6 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Yu turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, puzzled, asked, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and eat." Yu didn't say anything. Kakashi quickly realized what Yu was thinking. He sighed, "You're bored too, huh?" He knew Yu wanted to see his true face under the mask. Yu smiled, curious. Although Kakashi was definitely handsome, Yu wanted to know just how handsome, since Hondai and Shobu had stars in their eyes after seeing him. Kakashi shook his head and slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. Upon seeing Kakashi's true appearance, Yu was taken aback. "Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi, no wonder you wear a mask. Otherwise, those girls in Konoha would definitely be blocking your door." Kakashi was indeed very handsome, and Yu understood the impact his looks had on girls. Sure enough, after seeing Kakashi's true face, Hondai and Shobu were already starry-eyed. Kakashi shook his head and began to eat ramen. "Hurry up and eat." Yu didn't waste any more time and started eating. Just as he was halfway through, a few more people came in. At first, Yu didn't pay attention, but when the newcomers saw Kakashi, one of them shouted, startling Yu, who almost reached for a kunai to prepare for battle. "Oh, Kakashi, I didn't expect to see you here." Yu looked at the newcomers and felt a headache coming on. Kakashi felt the same, looking at the person dressed in a tight green outfit, flashing a bright white smile as he spoke. "Guy," Kakashi said helplessly. The newcomer was Mike Guy. Behind him were his 3 students, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Ten. As soon as they entered, Niji's eyes were glued to Yu. What Yu didn't know was that Niji had noticed him the moment he walked in because Yu gave him a strong sense of threat. He felt that this person in front of him posed a threat, something he had never experienced among his peers. Guy, being friendly, sat down next to Kakashi, and Niji and the others sat next to Yu. Once seated, Guy noticed Yu's presence. Looking at Kakashi, Guy was somewhat surprised. "Kakashi, is this your student?" Since Guy had been out on missions, he didn't know who Kakashi's student was. Kakashi paused for a moment and nodded. Yes. Guy didn't notice Kakashi's expression and, upon hearing that Yu was Kakashi's student, immediately laughed. "Kakashi, your student looks very energetic. How about learning some taijutsu from me?" Kakashi's mouth twitched. "No need. I'll teach him myself." Guy laughed heartily, knowing he was just joking. Of course, if Yu really wanted to learn from him, he would teach. In the ninja world, there are very few taijutsu ninjas, so he would be more than happy to have another one, especially if it was Kakashi's student. If he learned from Guy, it would mean that he had beaten Kakashi in that area, which Guy would be very pleased about. Sitting next to Yu, Ten curiously looked at him. Hello, I'm Ten. You're Kakashi Sensei's student, right? Hello, I'm Yu. Seeing Ten greet Yu, Lee and Niji also walked over. I'm Rock Lee, a student of Guy Sensei, determined to defeat genius ninjas. After saying this, Lee flashed a bright smile. This look was identical to Guy's, which made Yu feel a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Niji said indifferently, I'm Hyuga Niji. I think you're a bit different. Niji spoke bluntly. Yu gave him a very unusual feeling. Yu didn't say anything but just chuckled. Is that so? Seeing Niji's serious expression, Kakashi quickly said, Guy, stop chatting and order something. The owner has been standing there for a long time. Guy didn't think much and began to order. Kakashi looked at Yu. Hurry up and eat. Yu knew what Kakashi was worried about. Niji had Byakugan. If he used it to probe Yu's body, he would definitely discover the unusually large amount of chakra inside Yu. Yu nodded and quickly finished 3 bowls of ramen. After finishing, Kakashi pulled Yu out of Ichiraka ramen. Guy didn't notice, but Niji became interested in Yu. Yu gave him a feeling completely different from other peers. That palpable sense of threat was unmistakable. After leaving Ichiraka ramen, Kakashi and Yu walked down the street. Kakashi said, just now, Niji noticed you. Did you feel it? Yu nodded. His attention has been on me. It's a bit strange. Kakashi sighed. Niji was the top of the last ninja class and has Byakugan. Over the past year, his strength has reached the level of a chunin. He already has a ninja's intuition. Yu nodded. I've certainly heard of him. He was quite famous when we were in ninja school. Yu had attended the same school as Niji for 5 years, as Niji was 1 year older than him. The ninja school is a 6-year program. However, Yu had previously been quite mediocre, plus he had deliberately kept a low profile. Therefore, Niji hadn't paid much attention to him. Kakashi looked at Yu. If he finds out you have a vast amount of chakra in your body, it will be troublesome. Guy has a big mouth. There is no way to hide things from him. This was also the reason why Guy wanted to join the Umbu. But the 3rd Hokage refused. He was suited for straightforward missions, and generally wouldn't assign him to tasks involving secrecy. Yu nodded. I can feel that. But you were so eager to leave just now. Niji would find it hard not to notice. Kakashi said helplessly, there's no way around it. If I stayed any longer, I was worried Niji would really activate his Byakugan. Yu smiled and said, actually, even if he knows, it doesn't matter. I think with Niji's personality, he wouldn't casually say anything. Kakashi nodded. It's true that he probably wouldn't, but just in case, it's better to be cautious. Soon, the two arrived at the back mountain of Konoha by the lake near the waterfall. Kakashi stood in front of Yu and said seriously, I have 2 plans, and I want you to choose which one you prefer. Yu looked at Kakashi and said, go ahead. The first plan is that I will directly teach you a high-level ninjutsu, which will greatly enhance your current strength. The second plan is that I will start by teaching you basic ninjutsu and then gradually increase the difficulty. After saying this, Kakashi silently looked at Yu. Yu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and calmly said, I choose the first plan. Yu thought Kakashi would be unhappy. To his surprise, Kakashi was not angry, but instead smiled and said, as expected, you would choose the first one. I actually hope you would choose the first plan too. After all, you are different from ordinary people. If you were like them, it would be disadvantageous for you. Chapter 25. Understanding after one listen. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder and turned to the lakeside. Do you think I could have some reputation in the ninja world just by relying on my Sharingan? Yu walked beside Kakashi and looked at the lake, saying, besides the Sharingan, there should be a highly destructive ninjutsu to back it up, right? After all, you are AJ Nin. You can't possibly not have any secret techniques. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. That's right. I've developed a ninjutsu that, without the Sharingan, is quite dangerous, but with the Sharingan, it becomes a highly destructive technique. Thinking back to when he first developed Chidori without the Sharingan, it was indeed a very dangerous ninjutsu, because a slight mistake could lead to being counterkilled by the opponent. Kakashi sighed. If it weren't for a former friend who transplanted this Sharingan for me, I wouldn't have reached this point today. Although the Sharingan does consume a lot of my chakra, it has indeed raised my upper limit. Kakashi's combat talent compensates for the chakra consumption of the Sharingan, as long as he carefully calculates chakra usage. The Sharingan provides a significant enhancement. Yi looked at Kakashi. Kakashi thought Yi was curious about who transplanted the Sharingan for him. So he explained, "Do you want to know who gave me this eye?" Kakashi smiled. He wouldn't casually share such information with others. But since Yi is someone he intends to take as a disciple, he naturally wouldn't hide anything from him. In a sense, Kakashi values Yi even more than Sasuke and Naruto. Yi was taken aback for a moment. He'd just been lost in thought. But since Kakashi misunderstood, he didn't clarify and nodded. "I'm indeed a bit curious." Kakashi sat by the lake and patted the spot next to him, indicating for Yi to sit beside him. After Yi sat down, Kakashi said, "After I graduated from the Ninja Academy, my young age made it difficult for me to get along with my teammates. I had to wait until the classmates I entered with graduated before I could successfully form a team. In a sense, I actually didn't graduate early." Saying this, Kakashi smiled. Yi understood what Kakashi meant. He initially thought Kakashi would directly teach him ninjutsu, but unexpectedly, they ended up talking about the past. However, this also showed that Kakashi trusted him a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't share these things. "And this I was transplanted to me by my friend Uchiha Obito." Kakashi began to recount the events involving Obito and Rin to Yi. Although Yi had already heard of it, it was the first time he was hearing the specific details. "This eye is a relic of Obito and has been of great help to me." Yi maintained a neutral expression, but thought to himself that if Kakashi knew what Obito was doing now, he would probably feel embarrassed about what he just said. Kakashi looked at Yi and said, "I hope you will take good care of your precious friends in the future and don't end up like me." Losing friends is extremely painful. Kakashi spoke these words sincerely. He truly did not want Yi to go through the same experiences he had. Yi remained silent, just nodding. Kakashi stood up. "All right, let's not talk about sad things anymore. Do you know why I plan to teach you Chidori? You don't have Sharingan. This ninjutsu is clearly very dangerous." Kakashi looked at Yi, wanting to know if he understood his purpose. Yi thought for a moment and said, "Do you think my dynamic vision is strong? Strong enough to rival the Sharingan?" Kakashi smiled and patted Yi's shoulder. "That's right. When I tested you last night, I found your dynamic vision to be extremely sharp, even stronger than that of a typical Sharingan. Chidori requires high-speed movement and very strong dynamic vision. You can do it." Yi nodded, "But I think this ninjutsu is quite difficult to master." "That's correct. The difficulty of learning this ninjutsu is high. If you don't have powerful dynamic vision, the difficulty would be even higher. Before learning this ninjutsu, you need to train your body's movement to a very high level. Moreover, this ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. But this won't be a problem for you. Your chakra amount has already reached the level of 8J Nin, so you can use it about 10 times a day. I can use it 20 times a day. Your chakra amount is already half of mine." Kakashi was unaware that Yi's chakra had increased again. However, the chakra consumption of Chidori is still lower than that of Raikiri. The difficulty levels are also different. Chidori is level B, while Raikiri is level A, currently. Kakashi can only use Raikiri 4 times a day. This shows just how much chakra Raikiri consumes. Yi did not interrupt Kakashi, listening attentively. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with Yi's attitude towards learning. Although the learning requirements for Chidori are high, Yi already possesses all the necessary conditions: dynamic vision, physical fitness, and chakra volume. He is strong enough and does not need to train further in these areas. I can teach you Chidori directly. I will explain the principles of Chidori now. Once you learn Chidori, I will teach you its advanced version, Raikiri." Kakashi had high expectations for Yi. He did not think it would take Yi a long time to learn Chidori, so he directly told him that the ninjutsu following Chidori would be Raikiri. After Kakashi finished speaking, he explained the principles of Chidori to Yi. Compared to ordinary ninjutsu, Chidori is indeed very complex. It truly deserves to be a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. Most people wouldn't understand it, let alone master it. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Kakashi looked at Yi. He couldn't guarantee that Yi would understand it in one go. "If you don't understand, I can explain it again. This ninjutsu is very complex. It's normal not to understand it the first time." Yi nodded, "I understand." To prevent Kakashi from doubting him, Yi broke down the principles of Chidori, explaining the specifics very clearly. If someone didn't know better, they would think he had mastered this ninjutsu for a long time. Yi indeed understood it after listening just once. His thinking ability had increased countless times compared to before, especially regarding ninjutsu. Kakashi was stunned after hearing Yi Yu's explanation. If I hadn't taught you this before, I would have thought you had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. You're incredibly proficient. Chapter 26, The Terrifying Chidori. Ieyu smiled and said, I might be more interested in this ninjutsu, so my understanding ability is a bit better. Kakashi certainly didn't believe it. After all, Chidori was a ninjutsu of high difficulty, not just any high level. Lightning release techniques were inherently harder to learn than other elemental techniques, and he developed Chidori at a young age. Thus, many of the theories were quite complex. Even for him, it wasn't easy to understand at first. Yet Ieyu seemed to grasp it after just one explanation, not only understanding it, but also becoming very familiar with the details of the technique. He even simplified many steps, a capability Kakashi felt could not be explained by just having a slightly better understanding. However, Kakashi was also very pleased. Ieyu was like an endless treasure trove, always bringing him surprises. Coming back to reality, Kakashi said, let me demonstrate how to execute this ninjutsu. Watch closely. This technique is extremely dangerous, and making even one mistake can lead to severe consequences. Ieyu nodded, fully aware of the danger of this high-level ninjutsu. Kakashi walked up to a giant rock over 2 meters high. The rocks by the lake were very hard, not easily shattered. Standing in front of the rock, Kakashi focused his gaze and transformed his hand into a claw. Chakra instantly gathered in his palm. In an instant, several blue arcs of electricity appeared in Kakashi's hand. The chakra had even condensed into a physical form, and more blue arcs gathered. Suddenly, they transformed into serpentine bolts of lightning that roared ominously. The terrifying arcs turned the leaves around Kakashi to ashes. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to be engulfed in thunder, with the arcs of electricity constantly quivering like snakes restrained by their bodies. Ieyu, standing aside, was stunned by this scene. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying ninjutsu. The horror of Chidori far exceeded his expectations. The dense lightning illuminated the area for dozens of meters around. Even standing over 10 meters away from Kakashi, he could feel the hair on his body standing on end, and his heart raced. Watching this terrifying scene, Ieyu swallowed hard. It was the first time he experienced the true terror of an elite Genin. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Kakashi instantly gathered the lightning. It screamed like thousands of birds, even more terrifying. Lightning release, Chidori, crack, boom. With a low chant from Kakashi, he transformed into an afterimage, and a flash passed by. Kakashi appeared dozens of meters away. While the giant rock in front of him had been reduced to rubble, countless stones flying everywhere, the explosion echoing through the canyon, and waves rippling across the once calm lake. Ieyu stood frozen, having jumped back dozens of meters. Even so, he still felt the terrifying power of the ninjutsu. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of high-level ninjutsu? It was unbelievable that this was developed by a 12-year-old boy. Ieyu fully understood the value of Kakashi being a genius. Developing such a terrifying ninjutsu at 12 years old was truly deserving of the title genius. After unleashing Chidori, Kakashi stood up and shook his hand, looking at Ieyu standing several dozen meters away. He smiled and said, "You're quite fast. So, did you understand it? Do you want me to demonstrate it again?" Kakashi had already grown accustomed to the power of this ninjutsu. Ieyu, however, was still shocked, as the power was far greater than he had imagined. It could be said that the destructive force of Chidori would affect everything within dozens of meters of the explosion center. Moreover, that was just the residual power. One could only imagine how desperate it would be to be directly hit by the main attack. Ordinary people would likely be torn to pieces if struck. Coming back to reality, Ieyu jumped down from the tree. Earlier, worried about being caught in the blast, he had used body flicker technique to move to a tree dozens of meters away at the moment Kakashi attacked. Looking at the giant rock that had been shattered, Ieyu sighed. The power of this ninjutsu is just too terrifying. It must consume a lot of chakra. A regular Nin would probably exhaust their chakra after using it once. Kakashi explained. Ieyu nodded. Kakashi asked, "So, did you gain any insight?" Ieyu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a flash of light passed through his gaze. Although this ninjutsu was complex, Yu still knew how to release it. He looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Well, perhaps this ninjutsu is very difficult for others, but maybe it's not so hard for you. Practice this ninjutsu today, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Kakashi moved to the side, leaning against a tree to watch Yu practice. Yu walked up to another giant rock. There were plenty of such stones by the lake. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on Yu. He wanted to know if Yu could learn it tonight. Yu wasn't sure if he could, but he felt he had fully grasped the key points of this ninjutsu. In fact, he had a sense of familiarity as if he had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. However, Yu didn't say it out loud, thinking it might be an illusion. Standing in front of the giant rock, Yu began to gather chakra into his right hand. In just an instant, the chakra within him condensed in his right hand. Suddenly, a crack sounded. Zzz. Dozens of lightning bolts, as thick as arms, suddenly gathered around Yu, much thicker than the lightning Kakashi had just conjured. While Kakashi's lightning was the thickness of chopsticks, Yu's lightning was actually the size of an adult's arm. Moreover, the color of the lightning was completely different. The lightning Yu gathered was actually golden. This left Kakashi, who was standing not far away, dumbfounded. What's going on? How could Yu gather this kind of chakra? Yu's chakra was completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. If ordinary ninjas condensed their chakra into a physical form, it would be blue. However, the chakra Yu gathered was actually golden, causing those chakras to turn into lightning of the same color. Even more terrifying, the lightning Yu produced only made a faint zapping sound, completely lacking the sharp screeching sound typical of Chidori. Moreover, what was even more bizarre was that the golden arcs of electricity Yu generated seemed to have a life of their own, swiftly moving around him like a giant python. Zzz. Yu didn't notice that his Chidori was different from Kakashi's. His gaze was entirely focused on the giant rock a few meters away. Chapter 27 Yu's Golden Lightning. Once he completed the ninjutsu's gathering, a glimmer passed through Yu's eyes. Lightning release. Chidori. Crack. Boom. At the moment Yu launched his attack, the surroundings shook violently, as if a meteorite had struck the planet, causing tremors for hundreds of meters around. The dazzling light at the center of the explosion illuminated the area for thousands of meters, making it as bright as day. Countless golden lightning bolts connected heaven and earth, and within hundreds of meters around Yu, it resembled a thunder swamp. The terrifying energy was as frightening as the apocalypse. The terrifying lightning lasted a full 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, the back mountains of Konoha felt as if they had been struck by a high-concentration tailed beast bomb. The ground shook, mountains crumbled, and everything within hundreds of meters of where Yu unleashed the ninjutsu was utterly destroyed. It was too terrifying. When the thunder finally subsided, only a deep pit hundreds of meters wide and several dozen meters deep remained, and at the center of the pit, Yu lay within it. After more than 10 seconds, Kakashi appeared beside him, embracing him and disappearing from spot. If they didn't leave soon, Yu would end up in prison. Sure enough, a minute later, several ninjas wearing animal masks appeared around the giant pit. These were undoubtedly members of the Umbu. Such a big commotion was no less than the explosion of the tailed beast bomb back in the day. The Umbu ninjas looked at the deep pit before them, all gasping in shock. Who could have done this? Could it be that the Nine Tails broke the seal? The level of destruction was so terrifying that, in the minds of the Umbu ninjas, only a tailed beast could cause it. Even the third Hokage wouldn't be able to create such horrifying destruction. Could it be an invasion by an external enemy? However, this theory was quickly dismissed. The barrier showed no signs of disturbance. Even the strongest ninja couldn't break through without causing a commotion. It must have been someone from the village, and it should have been the Nine Tails. Perhaps the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. The Umbu ninjas instantly locked their target onto Naruto. After all, in Konoha, he was the only one capable of such a feat. Or rather, only the Nine Tails within him could cause such destruction. They decided to report to the Hokage. The Umbu ninjas vanished beside the deep pit in an instant. Meanwhile, it was already late at night, and ninjas were leaping across the rooftops of the village. The commotion created by Yu was simply too great. akin to the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails rampage. On the other side, after dropping Yu off at home, Kakashi immediately headed to the Hokage building for a meeting. As an elite jonin of Konoha, if he weren't present, he would be the first one suspected. On his way to the Hokage building, Kakashi's expression was serious. What kind of power was that within Yu? It was terrifying, perhaps even more so than the Nine-Tails within Naruto. Kakashi was very worried about Yu. He still hadn't woken up yet. He was more concerned about what exactly that power was. It didn't seem like a tail beast, but the arcs of electricity Yu released truly seemed alive. Moreover, the power was extremely frightening. Yu's chakra was clearly not that abundant. Yet he released such a terrifying amount of chakra. Kakashi understood that the power Yu had just unleashed could only match the destructive force of a tail beast bomb. That was a force capable of altering the terrain. Kakashi was still unaware of the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The strength of these two had surpassed the imagination of current ninjas. Even Kakashi didn't fully grasp the terror of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, even if those two were present and witnessed the power Yu unleashed, they would be very shocked. After all, Yu is only 12 years old. Furthermore, the power Yu released was high-concentration natural energy. Indeed, the power Yu had just unleashed was high-concentration natural energy. The reason it caused such destructive power was that natural energy is extremely volatile when it hasn't been converted into Sage Chakra. Moreover, it is uncontrollable. However, the natural energy Yu released was not only high concentration, but also controllable. If it were truly uncontrollable at the moment Yu unleashed it, his body would have been reduced to ashes by that natural energy. It was precisely because he released the thunder that an equally powerful natural energy formed a shield to protect him. And those energy shields were indeed conscious. Their intention was to protect Yu from the harm of the thunder. But even with the protection of natural energy, Yu still fainted due to having all his power drained. Yu had actually failed. He didn't control his chakra properly, which led to all the natural energy within him being extracted and caused the surrounding natural energy to go into chaos. The amount of chakra Yu had within him was absolutely insufficient to cause such terrifying destruction. The trigger was his excessive output of natural energy, which affected the natural energy around him. Kakashi was simply unaware of this. He thought Yu was hiding some kind of power. He also knew that the chakra within Yu was Sage Chakra, similar to Jiraiya's when he entered Sage mode. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Yu probably has a natural talent for Sage Chakra. The power of Sage Chakra is much greater than ordinary chakra. Perhaps it was because his chakra is Sage Chakra that when he output the same amount of chakra, it led to such results. Kakashi found a reason. However, he didn't know that even if all of Yu's chakra were Sage Chakra, it would still be impossible to unleash such terrifying power. Let alone Yu. Even Jiraiya couldn't do it. Yu himself actually couldn't do it either. Soon, Kakashi arrived at the top of the Hokage building. Dozens of ninjas were already standing there, all at least special Jonin level. Upon seeing Kakashi, Guy walked over. At this moment, his expression was serious, clearly. Even he was worried about the terrifying power they had just witnessed. It was power that was no less than that of a tailed beast. Kakashi, what do you think it is? Guy asked as soon as he saw Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated, unsure whether to tell the third Hokage about Yu. He didn't know if the power within Yu posed a threat to the village. Just thinking about Yu's demeanor during their conversation that night, he chose to conceal the matter from the third Hokage. After all, if he could keep an eye on someone like Naruto, who was a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he felt he could also keep an eye on Yu. Not to mention, Yu was much more stable compared to Naruto. It was highly possible that it was some powerful intruder into Konoha. Guy shook his head. I don't think so, because there hasn't been any disturbance in the village's barrier. Moreover, why hasn't this powerful intruder attacked the village? Chapter 28. Who did this? Kakashi looked at Guy. Then what do you think it is? Guy, with a serious expression, said, I think it might be the Nine Tails. Guy still didn't know that Naruto was Kakashi's student. Kakashi fell silent. He naturally knew it wasn't Naruto. Kakashi, I think it's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki going berserk. Kakashi shook his head. I don't think so. Guy looked puzzled. aside from the Nine Tails? Who else could cause such massive destruction? That explosion just now changed the terrain of the back mountains of Konoha. Besides the tailed beast bomb, no one else could do that. If Guy knew about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he certainly wouldn't say that. Just as the two were conversing, the third Hokage walked over. Kakashi, how is Naruto doing? The third Hokage also suspected that it might be Naruto going berserk. Such events often occurred in the 5 great ninja villages. It was common for Jinchuriki to go berserk. Not every Jinchuriki could become a perfect Jinchuriki. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Hokage-sama, I don't think it's Naruto. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage frowned. He felt that Kakashi was shielding Naruto. However, he didn't blame Kakashi. He had high hopes for Naruto. It was evident from the fact that he placed Naruto in Team 7. According to the third Hokage's thoughts, one of the future members of Kakashi's Team 7 would definitely become Hokage. Although Naruto was a Jinchuriki, it was clear that the third Hokage valued him highly. In fact, in the third Hokage's mind, he had already selected a candidate for the next Hokage when he assigned Kakashi to train Naruto and his team. It was basically going to be a choice between Naruto and Sasuke, because the previous Hokages were mostly chosen in this manner. The reason the third Hokage valued Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, was that the Uchiha clan no longer existed. Even if Sasuke became Hokage, he wouldn't be influenced by the Uchiha clan. So in fact, despite Sasuke and Naruto's awkward identities in Konoha at this moment, both of them are candidates for the next Hokage under the third Hokage. Naturally, the third Hokage does not want Naruto to do anything that poses a threat to the village. However, that terrifying explosion in the back mountain of Konoha could only have been caused by a Jinchuriki, even if he does not wish it to be Naruto. Much evidence points to him. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi seriously. Kakashi, I hope you understand the seriousness of this matter. Kakashi shook his head. Hokage-sama, if it was Naruto, then who could have stopped him? Right now, besides you, there is no one in Konoha who can stop a rampaging Naruto. Not to mention that the release of such a terrifying technique indicates that Naruto was completely out of control at that time. The Nine Tails is also about to break free. But in fact, apart from that explosion, there has been no trace of him. The third Hokage paused for a moment. Kakashi's analysis was indeed correct. If it really was Naruto, who could have stopped him? Moreover, Kakashi also provided a good excuse for the third Hokage. The third Hokage had not intended for people to associate this incident with Naruto. Now he could use it as an excuse to clear Naruto's responsibility. I will have the Umbu investigate this matter thoroughly, and the village's vigilance should be strengthened, the third Hokage said after agreeing with Kakashi's analysis. After saying that, the third Hokage led the elite Jonin of Konoha to the back mountain. Upon seeing the massive crater in the back mountain, even the third Hokage gasped. Such a level of destruction could only be achieved by a tailed beast bomb, and perhaps only those two could do it. The third Hokage thought of something and frowned. He actually agreed with Kakashi's analysis. Now that he was here, he did not sense the chakra of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, being a tailed beast, always leaves behind a strong chakra at the scene whenever it rampages. However, there was none here at all. He completely agreed with Kakashi's analysis. But if it wasn't Naruto, it would be even more terrifying. It is understandable for a tailed beast to cause such destruction, but for an ordinary ninja to do this, it could only be someone of the caliber of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. But could Konoha handle such a level of monster? Thinking of this, the third Hokage's expression became extremely serious. The massive crater before him also left the Jonin who followed the third Hokage in a daze. They could not imagine what kind of terrifying technique could cause such destruction. Even Guy's expression was incredibly serious. Even if I opened the seventh gate, I couldn't cause such destruction. It's truly terrifying. Kakashi looked at the massive crater, and even after seeing it a second time, he still felt a lingering fear. Yao was able to survive in such a technique. It is conceivable that he must be hiding some powerful strength within himself. It's just that he doesn't even know it. If he knew, Yao would not have released it. Asuma, Kurenai, and the others looked at the massive crater with serious expressions, remaining silent. The scene before them left them at a loss for words. The third Hokage shook his head. I don't know if it was someone from outside the village or someone from within. I hope it's someone from within. If it's someone from outside with such terrifying power, I'm afraid the ninja world will see another ninja that can rival those two. Although a ninja from within the village causing such a level of destruction also indicates that this ninja is definitely a threat. The third Hokage still hoped that such a powerful ninja was not from outside the village. If it's a ninja from within, at least they could still be brought to their side. If it's a ninja from outside the village who can unleash such destruction on Konoha, one can imagine that this person has absolutely no goodwill towards Konoha. After watching for a while, the third Hokage turned around with a blank expression and said to the Umbu ninja beside him, "For the time being, keep a close watch on the situation in the back mountain, and keep today's incident a secret from the outside. We will say it was the Umbu experimenting with a certain jutsu." The several Umbu ninjas standing beside the third Hokage nodded. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, come with me." Kakashi nodded. Soon, the two disappeared from the back mountain of Konoha. Many villagers waiting for news late at night felt relieved and went back to rest when they learned that it was the Umbu experimenting with a certain jutsu. They thought someone had attacked the village. However, this excuse could deceive ordinary villagers and regular ninjas, but it could not fool Danzo. Headquarters of Root. Leaning on his cane, with one eye bandaged, Danzo looked at the ninja kneeling in front of him. Was it the Nine Tails Jinchuriki rampaging? Danzo's voice came. The Root ninja said there was no chakra from the Nine Tails sensed at the scene. However, the level of destruction could only be caused by a tail beast bomb. Danzo was somewhat surprised. Not the Nine Tails? Since there was no chakra from a Nine Tails sensed at the scene, it should not be. Danzo stood up, his expression extremely grave. If it's not the Nine Tails, then who is it? Does this person pose a threat to Konoha? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't sit still. What is that guy Hiruzen doing? Could it be that he has developed some secret weapon? Danzo was worried that the third Hokage might create some powerful weapon that would threaten him. Chapter 29, Genius. Danzo had always had his eyes on the position of Hokage. The reason he felt he had a chance to become Hokage was that he controlled the roots of Konoha. In Konoha, his power was only beneath the third Hokage. If the third Hokage developed some powerful weapon, his influence in Konoha would drop significantly. Of course, Danzo's thoughts stemmed from the fact that the third Hokage had been too indecisive in the past. In fact, with the third Hokage's prestige and strength, as long as he made up his mind to eliminate Danzo, Danzo would have little power to resist. On the other side, the third Hokage and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's home. Naruto was not awakened by the commotion of the night. He was sleeping soundly in bed. Looking at Naruto's appearance, the third Hokage was completely certain that tonight's incident had absolutely nothing to do with Naruto. After quietly leaving Naruto's house, the third Hokage and Kakashi went to the back of Hokage Rock. Standing behind Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Konoha, the third Hokage's voice came softly. "Kakashi, that person is related to you, right?" The third Hokage spoke very calmly, but Kakashi felt the certainty in his words. Kakashi's heart sank. The third Hokage's certainty made Kakashi even more convinced. In fact, just now he realized that Kakashi was somewhat different from his usual self tonight. He was too calm. Typically, when such incidents occurred, Kakashi would not be so composed. So the third Hokage guessed that it might be related to Kakashi. "Kakashi, it seems you do not trust me," the third Hokage said in a low voice. Kakashi did not speak. However, thinking about how Kakashi used to be an Umbu ninja, the third Hokage could understand. Previously, Kakashi had indeed learned too many of his secrets. The third Hokage continued. "Kakashi, you should know that since I've already guessed, you won't be able to hide it for long. If it's someone who poses no threat to the village, I will definitely protect them, even though I do not wish for internal strife in the village. But that does not mean I will compromise without limits. As long as that person does not pose a threat to the village, I can guarantee their safety, and I will not compromise even in the face of Danzo." The third Hokage turned to look at Kakashi, speaking in a serious tone. Kakashi still did not want to tell the third Hokage, but thinking of the third Hokage's words, he realized that he was already being watched. It was only a matter of time before the matter concerning Yuya was exposed. Kakashi sighed. "You really figured it out." The third Hokage's gaze sharpened. "So it really is someone from our village?" Kakashi raised his head and nodded. That's right. I was worried about his safety. Currently, he does not have the ability to protect himself. The third Hokage was taken aback. Are you saying that someone who has released such a powerful ninjutsu doesn't have the ability to protect themselves? The third thought he had misheard. After all, the ninjutsu he just used was something even he couldn't achieve. Kakashi nodded seriously. That's right. The ninjutsu he just released was actually the Chidori I taught him. I don't know why, but the effect he produced was so terrifying. The third was stunned. You mean that ninjutsu just now was the Chidori? If it weren't for Kakashi saying it himself, the third would never have believed it. Although the Chidori is a highly destructive ninjutsu, it couldn't possibly have such immense destructive power. At most, it could penetrate a massive boulder several meters thick. However, the ninjutsu just now was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. That was on the level of a tailed beast bomb, not something the Chidori could compare to. Even if the third didn't believe it, Kakashi still nodded. It is the Chidori. The third fell silent for a long time, struggling to digest such bizarre information. After a while, he finally asked, Are you saying that you're teaching that person ninjutsu? Who exactly is it? The Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. How could you easily teach it to someone else? Currently, only Kakashi in the entire Konoha had mastered the Chidori. It was a technique developed by Kakashi himself, and he couldn't be forced to teach it. The fact that Kakashi taught that person this technique indicated how important that person was to him. More importantly, since Kakashi was teaching that person ninjutsu, it also meant that this person was definitely not very old. A genius. The word instantly appeared in the third's mind. Such a powerful individual, yet still very young. The third knew that only a genius could be like this. Moreover, the fact that this person could receive Kakashi's secret technique was enough to show that this person's character could be trusted. After all, even if Kakashi didn't fully trust him, the third recognized Kakashi's loyalty to the village. The third was somewhat excited. Currently, Konoha was at a transitional period. If there was someone capable of taking over his position, he would retire early. Originally, Kakashi was the candidate he emphasized training as the next Hokage. It was precisely because of this that Kakashi became the guiding J-Nin of Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke were candidates for the next Hokage after the third. The succession of the Hokage position basically followed this pattern. It was something of a not-so-secret secret. The higher-ups were generally aware of this. And that was why Danzo was so hostile toward Naruto and Sasuke. Aside from the fact that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sasuke was from the Uchiha clan, the most concerning issue for him was that the third regarded these two as candidates for Hokage. Even if he was training two kids, the third had never considered himself. So Danzo naturally looked down on Naruto and Sasuke. However, whether it was Kakashi, Naruto, or Sasuke, the third wasn't entirely satisfied. Kakashi's strength was very strong. He could generally hold his own against typical Kage-level opponents, but his deterrent power was too low, far from reaching Kage-level standards. Naruto and Sasuke were ones he valued, but both had their issues. If Naruto couldn't control the Nine Tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki in the future, he would also be destined to have nothing to do with the Hokage position. If Sasuke ended up going crazy like other Uchiha ninjas after growing up, he also wouldn't be able to become Hokage. After all, the likelihood of these two scenarios occurring as they grew up was quite high. The third was well aware of the Nine Tails' power. It was not so easy to control. Sasuke also had some character issues. If he grew up to have a personality similar to that of Madara Uchiha, he definitely wouldn't be suitable to be Hokage. But these two were already the most outstanding among their generation. Although Naruto was at the bottom of his class in the Ninja Academy, the third knew that only by becoming a ninja could he unleash his true potential. However, if there was someone even more outstanding, the third would definitely consider them. Kakashi looked at the third's serious expression and thought for a moment before saying, It's the same student. The originally serious third was taken aback. What did you say? The same student? Which one? Yamada Moku or Hanya Taiko? It can't be Hanya Taiko, right? The third was so certain because, although Hanya Taiko didn't come from a ninja family, her mother was a pure-blooded member of the Senju clan. It was very normal for Hanya Taiko to inherit genes from the Senju clan. After all, Minato Namikaze, a commoner and Kushina Uzumaki's son, Naruto, also inherited the genes of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, that level of ninjutsu required an extremely large amount of chakra, and the Senju clan had a vast amount of chakra, which perfectly fit the conditions. Chapter 30. He has all attributes of chakra. However, the third mentioned two people and actually overlooked Yayu. It is easy to imagine how inconspicuous Yayu usually was. Even the third, who paid a lot of attention to the younger generation, wasn't familiar with him. Kakashi shook his head. Neither. The third frowned. Not Hanya Taiko? Then could it be the third child? The third couldn't even think of Yayu's name, and could only refer to him as the third child. Kakashi nodded. It's Yayu. Yayu? I really don't have any impression of this child, the third said helplessly. Kakashi wasn't surprised and smiled wryly. It's understandable that you don't have any impression of him, as even his classmates who have been with him for 6 years in the Ninja Academy aren't very familiar with him. The third frowned and said, "Come with me to the office." After speaking, the third disappeared. Kakashi followed him. Soon, the two appeared in the office. The third took out the information on this generation of students. In fact, there weren't many student records. There were only about 30 students in this generation, and only 12 passed the assessment to become genin. Originally, only 9 people were supposed to pass the assessment, but Yayu's appearance allowed Team 11 to pass the assessment. This meant that, in the original world, if it weren't for Yayu, Yamada Moku, and Hanya Taiko wouldn't have been able to become ninjas. The reason why so few students graduate from the Ninja Academy each year is that many ninjas don't become ninjas through the academy. Many family ninjas are like this. As long as they pass the village's assessment, they can become ninjas without spending 6 years in the Ninja Academy. The third quickly found the information on Team 11. When Yayu's information was presented in front of the third, he thought he had misread it. The information was so sparse and ordinary. Are you sure this is the child you're talking about? The third looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi nodded. It is him. He has been hiding his talent throughout his 6 years in the Ninja Academy, which led to no one discovering it. Why would he hide his talent? How could such a small child have such thoughts? The third questioned. Kakashi explained, this child is quite precocious in thought, and his personality is somewhat, how should I put it, a bit lazy. The third's mind instantly conjured an image of Shikamaru. Lazy? Kakashi nodded. This child doesn't want to be disturbed by other classmates at school. He doesn't like the feeling of being in the spotlight. I have tested him, and he was telling the truth. Same goes for others who have tested him. The third, who had originally had some doubts, now dispelled his inner concerns. Another problematic child? The third felt a bit of a headache. Why do gifted ninjas always have various little quirks? It's really not easy to have a Minato Namikaze after so many years. Only one has appeared. Minato Namikaze was the most normal and talented ninja the third had ever seen. Others, more or less, had some problems. Where is he now? The third asked Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, he's at home now. After releasing that ninjutsu, he fainted. Oh, what happened? The third inquired. The jutsu released by Yayu was likely an accident, which instantly drained all his chakra. Now he is still unconscious. The third Hokage was somewhat worried. Why didn't you take him to the hospital to check? I checked, and he fainted simply due to excessive chakra consumption. He has no injuries, replied Kakashi. The third furrowed his brow and asked, how can a 12-year-old child have such a vast amount of chakra? This was what the third wanted to ask. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, his chakra amount is indeed enormous. But the jutsu he released tonight should not have been supported by his own chakra. With his current chakra level, while substantial, it only reaches the level of a Nin. Clearly, it cannot sustain the kind of jutsu he used tonight. I think there might be a powerful force hidden within him that he himself is unaware of. Moreover, his chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It is similar to the chakra Jiraiya Sensei has when he enters Sage mode. The third was taken aback. Could it be the Sage body? The third was somewhat shocked. He had seen Hashirama Senju and had even been a student, so he knew very well that Hashirama was a Sage body. This is a physique even more terrifying than the Sharingan. If he truly possesses the Sage body, then our Konoha has a chance to revive. The third understood that even among the Senju clan, only Hashirama had the Sage body. Kakashi, however, was completely unaware of the Sage body. Lord Hokage, what is the Sage body? The third thought for a moment and explained to Kakashi what the sage body is. The sage body is a physique that possesses the qualities of a sage from birth. Such ninjas often have chakra much larger than that of ordinary ninjas, and their life force far exceeds that of normal people. Moreover, they can use sage arts naturally. The first Hokage was a sage body, and he was known as the god of ninjas in his time. The first Hokage's jutsu had terrifying destructive power, and many jutsu could alter the terrain. Back then, only the Uchiha clan's ninjas could compare with him. Their battles would shake the mountains and fill the seas, terrifying beyond measure. Kakashi was stunned. Are there really such people? Kakashi found it hard to believe, as he had never encountered such a person. No, the jutsu Yu released tonight had already achieved such an effect. The third side, of course there are. Back then, the power of these two made the entire ninja world feel oppressed. If Konoha were to have another first Hokage, it could ensure peace for decades. The third looked at Kakashi. How long have you been in contact with him? What do you think of his talent? To what extent has he developed? The third was somewhat eager. The reason the third did not regard Yu with much apprehension was that Yu came from a civilian background and did not have the pathological clansmen like the Uchiha clan behind him. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, I've only been in contact with him for a few days. Previously, he didn't learn many jutsu at the ninja school and was no different from other graduates. Before I taught him Chidori, he could only use the body flicker technique and some ninja tools. After that, I taught him to walk on water and climb trees, and he learned very quickly, mastering them after just one demonstration. Tonight was the first day I officially taught him ninjutsu. If it weren't for this unexpected incident, he would have indeed learned it. Moreover, he possesses chakra of all attributes. The third was taken aback. He is chakra of all attributes. Kakashi nodded. Chapter 31. Conscious Thunder the Third was somewhat shocked. To possess chakra of all attributes is an outrageous talent. Moreover, being able to learn a jutsu like Chidori in one go shows strong learning ability. His chakra volume is also very large, indicating he might really catch up to the shadow of the first Hokage. Kakashi, although not clear on how powerful the first Hokage was, could tell from the third's high regard that he must have been extremely strong, perhaps even much stronger than the third. After all, the third mentioned that the first Hokage's jutsu could alter terrain, a capability that in Kakashi's impression was only possessed by tailed beasts. In fact, the third was the most shocked. He had the highest hopes for Naruto and Sasuke, which was why he made Kakashi their guiding genin. He didn't expect that Konoha might be hiding a ninja who could reach the level of the first Hokage. To the third, the revival of Konoha might be approaching. Seeing the third's calm expression, Kakashi felt worried. Lord Hokage, I think we shouldn't expose Yu to the public until he has the ability to protect himself. Kakashi was concerned that other villages, or even people within the village, might take action against Yu. Even though the ninja world is generally at peace now, Kakashi, having experienced the third great ninja war, knew that other ninja villages would definitely not want a ninja who could threaten them to emerge from Konoha. Not to mention, in Kakashi's mind, Yu could potentially reach the level of the fourth Hokage in the future. Back then, the fourth Hokage alone was enough to deter other ninja villages. If they learned of Yu's existence, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. This was something Kakashi did not want to see. Moreover, there would be people within the village who would want to eliminate Yu, such as Danzo, who would absolutely not allow someone who might threaten the village to exist. In Kakashi's view, Danzo merely did not want the village to have someone who could compete with him for the position of Hokage. The third naturally understood this. So he nodded. I understand your concerns. I will leave Yu in your care. I hope you can help him become a pillar to support Konoha in the future. Also, find out what that power within him really is. Help him control that power. The third did not intend to teach Yu personally. If he did, it would be almost equivalent to telling others about Yu's uniqueness. Hearing the third's arrangement, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the third would pull Yu closer to him. If that happened, Yu's situation would be very dangerous. Even if the third did not harm him, Danzo would not let him off easily. All right, go check on him and see how he is doing. I need to deal with the aftermath of this matter. After Kakashi left the Hokage building, he headed straight to Yu's home. After Kakashi left, the third stood by the window, looking at the night of Konoha. He thought back to 12 years ago. He wondered what kind of person the child would grow into, the first Hokage or Uchiha. If he became Uchiha, there would be no first Hokage to balance him in this era. Although the third placed great importance on Ieyaeu's talent. If he truly possessed the strength of Hashirama Senju in the future, there would be no one in Konoha who could balance him. If Ieyaeu were to become someone like Uchiha, Konoha would also be in great danger. This truly is a gamble. The third's expression was solemn. After all, he was uncertain of what Ieyaeu's future would hold. Whether it would be good or bad often hinges on a single thought. Kakashi, I hope your judgment is not wrong. Naruto, Sasuke, will you be able to match him in the future? The third held high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke. In the future, when Naruto fully mastered the Nine Tails and became the perfect Jinchuriki, and Sasuke awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, possessing that godlike power, perhaps the two of them could balance Ieyaeu. Or, when the two of them encounter problems, Ieyaeu could balance them. Originally worried about Ieyaeu's future, the third felt more at ease when he thought of Naruto and Sasuke afterward. In his view, both Naruto and Sasuke had great potential. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke will form a powerful combination that may balance the strength of Ieyaeu. The third Hokage understands very well how great the potential of the Nine Tails and the Sharingan is. Kakashi arrived at Ieyaeu's house. At this moment, Ieyaeu was still unconscious, but his vital signs were normal. Kakashi stood by the bed, looking at the sleeping Ieyaeu, and sighed, I told the third Hokage about you. I hope you won't blame me when you wake up. The third Hokage had already noticed, and if I continue to hide it, he would only suspect even more whether your existence would threaten Konoha. Kakashi felt helpless. He had originally wanted to keep Ieyaeu's situation a secret. Who would have thought that tonight's events would occur? Just thinking about the commotion caused by Ieyaeu today made Kakashi still feel apprehensive. Looking at Ieyaeu's slightly youthful face, he couldn't help but wonder how someone of his age could possess such a terrifying amount of chakra. That jutsu was already comparable to a tailed beast bomb. Chidori couldn't cause such destruction. However, in the end, it resembled a lightning release technique like Chidori, although that lightning had far surpassed natural lightning. It might be the energy that sage techniques should possess. Kakashi believed that the thunder caused by Ieyaeu was likely due to the chakra he used being sage chakra. Sage chakra is inherently more powerful than ordinary chakra. Kakashi stood by the bed, guarding Ieyaeu. At this time, Ieyaeu's consciousness was completely immersed in the consciousness space. Regarding the situation created tonight, Ieyaeu himself was also puzzled. Your chakra amount has doubled, and your speed has also increased by double. In a consciousness space, Ieyaeu only heard that his chakra and speed had increased. There was no explanation for why the previous situation had occurred. Ieyaeu thought for a moment. Could it be because of my chakra? I output too much chakra. After all, my chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It is pure natural energy, completely controllable within my body, but when it overflows, it will go berserk. Ieyaeu speculated. He had actually guessed correctly. The reason Ieyaeu caused tonight's commotion was entirely due to him outputting excessive chakra, triggering the natural energy in the surrounding environment to go berserk. The natural energy within Ieyaeu had a self-protection mechanism. When it sensed a danger threatening Ieyaeu's life, it instantly absorbed the surrounding natural energy to create an energy shield for him, protecting him from the lightning strikes. Moreover, all those lightning bolts were created by Ieyaeu himself, which inherently had a certain consciousness. When the energy erupted, most of it did not strike Ieyaeu. It was precisely because of this that everything around Ieyaeu was unfortunate. The energy of the thunder was mostly released towards the ground surrounding Ieyaeu. Chapter 32. I want to control that power. What Ieyaeu did not know was that the chakra within him was entirely natural energy bound to his consciousness. His chakra possessed consciousness. However, he was currently unaware of this and could not control it freely. Nevertheless, the increase in chakra and speed tonight made Ieyaeu quite happy. Now, my chakra has reached Kakashi's level, and my speed is a bit lacking, but I estimate it won't be long before I can match it. The chakra within me is different from ordinary chakra, so I need to figure out what is going on with my chakra. If I cannot control the surging chakra, it would be useless no matter how much it increases. Ieyaeu did not want tonight's events to happen again. He also wondered how the village would react to such a huge commotion. I hope I'm not in a cell in Konoha right now. Yu thought to himself. He was still in a coma, and his consciousness was unclear about the external situation. After a long time, Yu's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. He slept until early the next morning. The moment his consciousness returned, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kakashi leaning against the windowsill, reading a novel. Yu sat up and looked at Kakashi, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, did the village's ninjas find out about last night?" This was Yu's biggest concern. Kakashi glanced at Yu and smiled. "How did you wake up so quickly? I thought you would lie down for a few days." Kakashi was somewhat surprised. Yu had exhausted his chakra last night. For a ninja, this situation was very dangerous. Those in better condition might lie down for several days, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. Yu rubbed his head and said, "I feel a bit dizzy." "What exactly happened last night?" "You don't remember what happened last night?" Kakashi asked in confusion. Yu shook his head. "I only remember that I was about to condense chakra, and just as I was about to form Chidori, my chakra went out of control, and then I lost consciousness." Kakashi furrowed his brows. "You don't even remember?" "Last night, you released a jutsu with power comparable to a tailed beast bomb." Yu was stunned. "A tailed beast bomb?" Seeing Yu in a daze, Kakashi thought Yu didn't know what a tailed beast bomb was, and explained, "A tailed beast bomb is a ball of chakra condensed by a tailed beast. Its power is extremely strong. One shot can blow up a high mountain. The jutsu you released last night had a power similar to a tailed beast bomb. Fortunately, we were practicing in the back mountain yesterday. If you had released that jutsu in the residential area of the village, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me now." Yu was shocked. "Is it that exaggerated? My chakra shouldn't be enough to release such a terrifying jutsu, right?" Although Yu knew he had caused a shocking commotion, he didn't think it was comparable to a tailed beast bomb. After all, a tailed beast bomb was a real area of effect attack. Yu felt that with his chakra still inferior to Kakashi's, there was absolutely no way he could release such a powerful jutsu. Kakashi walked in front of Yu, looked at him for a moment, and said, "You likely have a hidden power within you that even you are unaware of. The jutsu you released yesterday should have activated that hidden power." Yu was taken aback. There was a power hidden within him. How could he not know? Perhaps it was because my chakra is different from ordinary people's. This time, Kakashi was somewhat surprised. "You know your chakra is different from others?" He knew Yu's chakra was special because he had the Sharingan. But how did Yu know his chakra was different from others? Yu looked up at Kakashi and calmly said, "I have always known. My chakra quality is much stronger than ordinary people. I just couldn't experience the specific differences because I didn't know jutsu before." Kakashi sighed. "I thought you didn't know." Yu smiled. "My perception of chakra is also stronger than average, so I can feel the differences. I previously used the Sharingan to look at your chakra. Your chakra should be Sage Chakra. I have seen Jiraiya-sama's chakra before. When he enters Sage mode, his chakra becomes like yours. That is Sage Chakra. What surprises me is that you probably haven't learned Sage techniques and are even less likely to enter Sage mode. I told the third Hokage about you yesterday, and he told me that your physique might be similar to the first Hokage's, a natural sage body." Hearing that Kakashi actually told the third Hokage about his situation, Yu frowned and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. He initially thought Kakashi was a trustworthy person. He didn't expect to be disappointed. Seeing Yu misunderstand, Kakashi explained some of the situation from yesterday to him. "In that situation, if I didn't reveal you, you would have been even more dangerous. Fortunately, Lord Hokage does not see you as a threat and has even asked me to teach you in the future." Yu's expression was serious. However, thinking that he had no ambitions to begin with, no matter what the third Hokage did, he would not be easily subdued. With these thoughts, Yu stopped dwelling on matter. Kakashi had been watching Yu closely. Initially, when Yu's face was serious and showed distrust towards him, Kakashi felt ashamed. But Yu quickly regained his composure, which made Kakashi admire him. He knew that Yu had figured things out. At his age, there was no way he could have come to terms with such an important matter in an instant, at least in terms of temperament. Kakashi felt he was not as good as Yu. After coming to a realization, Yu looked at Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, you should go rest. You must not have slept well last night." Yu still felt grateful. Kakashi had kept watch over him all night. Knowing that Yu did not blame him made Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief. It's fine. For a ninja, Staying up one night is not a big deal. However, Yu insisted you should still get some rest. I have no missions today, and I want to figure out what's going on with the chakra in my body. Kakashi walked over and asked, the power within you might be very strong. It could be difficult to control. Yu nodded, I can understand that. It went out of control last night. I had already gathered Chidori, but when I was about to attack, the chakra went berserk. However, I believe I can control that power. Last night, it was just that I didn't have enough control over that chakra, which caused it to go wild. Chapter 33, What? It was Yu who did it. Kakashi wanted to talk to Yu a bit more, but knowing that Yu needed rest, he said, then take a good rest. You can train when you feel better. Yu nodded. Kakashi said nothing more and disappeared from the room. Once he could no longer sense Kakashi's chakra, Yu sighed with relief. Looking at his hands, Yu furrowed his brow. What is going on? Under such precise control. It still went out of control. This chakra in my body is indeed a bit strange. After a while, Yu slowly gathered chakra in his hands. Soon, the chakra materialized in Yu's hands. Unlike the blue color before, Yu's chakra was now golden. This discovery surprised Yu even more. My chakra is indeed different from others. Could this be the sage chakra that Kakashi mentioned? But sage chakra seems to be blue as well. Moreover, this heavy feeling seems to be much stronger than ordinary chakra. Yu felt a bit unfamiliar with the chakra in his body. And my control over chakra should be very good. Why did it go berserk last night? Yu couldn't understand. My system is just too mechanical. I can't ask questions. It seems I'll have to figure it out on my own. After leaving Yu's house, Kakashi went to find Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi heard that Yu was responsible for the commotion last night, he was stunned. It was really Yu? Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. Although he knew Yu's talent was outstanding, the noise last night was something even he could not achieve. No matter how strong Yu was, he couldn't have created destruction comparable to a tailed beast bomb explosion. Kakashi nodded, confirming the matter. Uchiha Itachi's heart could not be calm. What on earth is going on with Yu? This situation was indeed beyond Uchiha Itachi's imagination. He thought the commotion last night was caused by Naruto going berserk. Although the third Hokage said last night it was the Umbu experimenting with ninjutsu, the high-ranking ninjas of Konoha basically knew the general situation from last night. However, almost all of them believed it was the Nine Tails going berserk. The third Hokage blocked the news just to protect Naruto. After all, the Jinchuriki was already hated by the villagers. If the villagers knew that the commotion last night was caused by Naruto going berserk, they might do something unfavorable to him. Such things had happened to every Jinchuriki. For example, Killer Bee was even assassinated by people from his own village. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment was actually much better. After all, no one threw eggs at Naruto, nor did anyone try to assassinate him. At most, they just distanced themselves from him. It's important to know that during the Nine Tails incident, many villagers lost their loved ones to the Nine Tails. And Naruto, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was in some sense the Nine Tails itself, which made him their enemy. Even under such circumstances, Naruto still had friends like Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba, who were the kind of friends that would skip class with Naruto. Even the staff at Ichiraka Ramen, including Ayam, had no hostility towards Naruto. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment was almost like that of a normal person. However, if the villagers found out that Naruto had gone berserk, no matter how much the third Hokage favored Naruto, the villagers probably wouldn't be able to accept him. With a bomb that could explode at any moment by their side, who would be willing to approach him? They would probably ask the third Hokage to imprison Naruto. Even if the villagers found out that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, it would be useless. Minato Namikaze had only been Hokage for a few years, and his status in the villagers' hearts was not very high, even though he was the hero who saved the village. But no matter how heroic he was, if his son was a terrifying weapon that could go berserk and kill countless people any day, no one would be willing to gamble their own life. In such a situation, even if Naruto was the son of a hero, no one would want to risk their life for him. Therefore, the high-ranking ninjas of Konoha believed that the third Hokage deliberately blocked the news to prevent the villagers from getting restless. Who would have thought that the one who caused such a commotion last night was his own disciple? Uchiha Itachi's brain couldn't process it for a moment. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was very flustered. Who else knows this news? Uchiha Itachi was most worried about Yiyu being discovered by others. If that were to happen, Yiyu's treatment would definitely not be much better than Naruto's. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and said, "This matter is known only to the third Hokage and me." Uchiha Itachi looked up, glaring at Kakashi. "You told the third Hokage?" Uchiha Itachi was furious. He knew very well what would happen to Yiyu now that the third Hokage knew. Uchiha Itachi almost wanted to attack Kakashi. Kakashi quickly explained, "Don't worry. The third Hokage didn't take him away, and he has a good opinion of him. You don't need to be so anxious." However, Uchiha Itachi was not so easily persuaded. You know very well how unreliable the third Hokage's promises are. Uchiha Itachi was part of the Umbu and had been exposed to many dark aspects of Konoha. Kakashi said helplessly, "In that situation yesterday, do you think it would have been good or bad for Yiyu if I continue to hide it? If I hadn't said anything at that time? When the third Hokage found out on his own, Yiyu would probably have to live under Umbu surveillance for the rest of his life. Now, we can only let Yiyu master the power within him as soon as possible, so he has the ability to protect himself. Only by showing his value to the third Hokage can he live in the sunlight." Kakashi's emotions were also a bit agitated, usually very calm. He became very emotional when it came to Yiyu. Uchiha Itachi fell silent. He knew that Kakashi was right. If the third Hokage investigated the truth, it would be easy for Yiyu to be discovered. At that time, Yiyu would be viewed as a threat to Konoha. Even if he wasn't imprisoned, he would probably be constantly monitored by the Umbu. If Yiyu showed any signs of abnormality, the Umbu would take action. After a long time, Mubon Tohichi raised his head and asked, "What kind of power is inside Yiyu? How could it be so terrifying?" He had witnessed the commotion yesterday. That terrifying power was comparable to the destructive force of the tailed beast balls released during the Nine Tails chaos. Fortunately, it happened in the back mountain. If it had been in Konoha village, the main residential area would likely have been leveled. This is not an exaggeration. The explosion caused by Yiyu left a deep pit several hundred meters wide. The impact reached several kilometers away. Within several kilometers surrounding the deep pit, many trees, flowers, and soil were reduced to ashes. Such terrifying power could only be achieved by a tailed beast ball. Because of this, when the explosion occurred yesterday, many Nin believed it was the Nine Tails going berserk, and the explosion was caused by a tailed beast ball. Chapter 34. Did you see that explosion? Kakashi said. The power within Yiyu should be Sage Chakra. When Lord Jiraiya enters Sage mode, he also possesses that kind of chakra. Sage Chakra is much more powerful than ordinary chakra. However, Yiyu has not learned Sage techniques. The third Hokage mentioned that Yiyu might be a natural sage, with chakra that is inherently Sage Chakra. Plus, Yiyu has a massive amount of chakra, so with the enhancement of Sage Chakra, if he drained all of it from his body, he could probably produce ninjutsu of that large scale. Actually, Kakashi thought this was quite absurd. He had witnessed Jiraiya's Sage mode. Although it was indeed powerful, no ninjutsu had a range as vast as what Yiyu unleashed last night. Not to mention, Yiyu's ninjutsu directly destroyed everything within several kilometers of the explosion center. It was clear that the destruction Yiyu caused last night far surpassed Jiraiya's. However, aside from this explanation, Kakashi didn't know how to explain the terrifying power Yiyu released last night. Mubon Tohichi, who had not witnessed Yiyu unleashing ninjutsu firsthand, believed Kakashi's words. That kind of power was already akin to that of a tailed beast. If Yiyu could master that power, he would possess strength comparable to a tailed beast, right? Mubon Tohichi looked at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned and said, "It's probably not that simple. Yiyu still cannot control that power, and he doesn't even fully understand its specifics. However, the fortunate thing is that although Yiyu's power may go berserk, he is always conscious. He won't completely lose awareness and be entirely controlled by the tailed beast like a Jinchuriki. So I believe that the power within Yiyu is just a massive chakra hidden in his body. As long as Yiyu continues to train, he will definitely be able to master that chakra. It just may not be something he can achieve in a short time. I will help him." At the end, Kakashi said seriously. Mubon Tohichi sighed with relief after hearing this. As long as that power was different from tailed beasts, He was worried that the power within Yu would take over his body like a tailed beast. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's just that Yu cannot control that power, leading to its berserk state. Moreover, what is hard to believe is that Yu, who was at the center of the explosion, survived unscathed, not even suffering a scratch. Even after exhausting his chakra, he only needed to sleep for one night to fully recover. Such a strong recovery ability is already comparable to Naruto's. No, even Naruto probably doesn't have such a strong recovery ability, Kakashi lamented. After guarding Yu all night, he thought of many things. These were all his thoughts from last night. So I believe that the power within Yu may be what the third Hokage referred to as the natural sage body. The third Hokage also mentioned that the first Hokage, who had a natural sage body, had a very strong recovery ability. It was even powerful enough that if his body were pierced through, he could recover to normal in a short time. Mubanto Hichi listened to all this as if he were hearing a myth. This was no longer human. It sounded like divine power. Kakashi sighed. I was also very shocked when I heard it at the time. But the third Hokage experienced the era of the first Hokage. The way he described the first Hokage was indeed almost godlike. The chakra amount of the first Hokage was also enormous, often releasing ninjutsu comparable to tailed beast balls during wars. It's unimaginable what other ninjas felt during the era of the first Hokage. The third Hokage said that Yu might one day possess the same power as the first Hokage. Mubanto Hichi's expression became serious. With such potential, doesn't the third Hokage feel threatened by Yu? This was what Mubanto Hichi was most concerned about. The stronger Yu became, the greater the destruction he could cause if he ever posed a threat to Konoha. Didn't the third Hokage have any concerns? Kakashi shook his head. We can only hope that the third Hokage does not have such thoughts and that Yu will always remain loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teacher, it is our responsibility to prevent him from going down the path of opposing Konoha. However, I think you can rest assured about this. Yu is different from others. He is very calm and will not be easily deceived. Mubanto Hichi smiled. That's true. It's basically impossible for that kid to be fooled by others. Moreover, he is very rational and won't develop a negative impression of Konoha just because he sees one or two dark things. Ninja World ninjas are too emotional. Very few look at problems calmly and rationally. Many ninjas will develop doubts about the village because they see some dark things. But Yu won't. He is very rational. And even Mubanto Hichi and Kakashi have discussed these matters with Yu. Yu has shown a lot of maturity. He even understands the existence of such things. Actually, as a military organization, a ninja village cannot have only things that are in the light. There are bound to be many dark and dirty matters. But often, those dark and dirty things are necessary to maintain the peaceful and stable lives of the majority. Mubanto Hichi said, after all, his teachers are two former Umbu ninjas. Kakashi nodded. Of course, for Naruto and the others, Kakashi wouldn't let them get in touch with the dark side. After all, their thinking was still too immature. If they learned about it in advance, it would be easy for them to collapse. Similarly, Mubanto Hichi would not let Yamada Shuki and Honey Tianzi get in touch with those things. After spending some time at Mubanto Hichi's place, Kakashi left. Today he was going to take Naruto and the others to receive a mission. Soon, the four of them gathered in front of the Hokage building. Kakashi arrived late in front of the Hokage building, and Naruto and the others criticized him. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Seeing Naruto brought him back to reality. He realized he was teaching 3 students who had just graduated from a ninja school. Yu usually acted too maturely, making him overlook Yu's age and forget the age gap between himself and Yu. Kakashi casually explained, I'm sorry, I met an old lady crossing the street. Watching Kakashi ramble on, as usual, the 3 of them twitched their mouths. Naruto said speechlessly, Kakashi-sensei, you really have a lot of excuses. Kakashi waved his hand. All right, anyway, let's go receive the mission. The 4 of them walked towards the Hokage building. Sakura walked over to Sasuke and smiled, saying, Sasuke, did you see it last night? That explosion. Chapter 35. Leaving the village for a mission, Kakashi's concerns. After Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke frowned, his expression serious as he nodded. On the other side, Naruto approached with a confused look and asked, What? What explosion? Naruto slept soundly last night and wasn't awakened by any explosion at all. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, then looked at Sasuke with anticipation. Although Sasuke usually had a cold demeanor, he didn't notice the explosion from last night. It was unusual. He had never seen such a terrifying explosion before, and he almost thought it was an attack from another village. It was unclear, but even a Jonin couldn't have caused such an explosion. Sakura paused for a moment, knowing only that the explosion was very loud last night. She never considered these details. Could a Jonin really not do it? Could Kakashi-sensei not do it either? Sakura looked at Kakashi. Naruto was beside her, scratching his head, wanting to interject, but he had no idea what happened last night. Sasuke also looked at Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to ignore them and stayed silent. Kakashi-sensei, you must have known about last night, right? You can't do it either, can you? Under the gaze of Sasuke and the others, Kakashi shook his head. I can't do it either. But the explosion last night was caused by the village's relevant departments testing a new ninjutsu, so there's no need for wild guesses. After hearing this, Sasuke fell into thought. He didn't say anything more. He could sense that Kakashi's words probably weren't the whole truth. But since it was a matter concerning the higher-ups of the village, he didn't want to pry further. Seeing that Sasuke wasn't asking, Sakura also chose not to say anything more. Naruto still looked completely lost. He had no idea what was going on. The four of them arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Kakashi's team, the third Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly. Both knew what that meant. As soon as Naruto entered the Hokage's office, he ran up to the third Hokage and complained, Old man Hokage, stop giving us those troublesome and low-level missions. The third Hokage sighed as he looked at Naruto. You are still just a newly graduated genin. You should start gaining experience slowly from low-level missions. Besides, you have only just become a genin, so you can only take on D-rank missions at most. Naruto shook his head, but those D-rank missions are too boring. I want to do higher-level missions. Although the third Hokage was right, Naruto really didn't want to do D-rank missions anymore and could only act stubborn. On the other side, although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, their thoughts were actually the same as Naruto's. They also didn't want to do low-level missions anymore. Kakashi thought helplessly. I knew he would act stubborn. At this moment, he thought of Yaiba. He wondered how that kid was doing now. His chakra was drained just yesterday, and he woke up after only one night's rest. He didn't know if there would be any side effects. In that instant, Kakashi's thoughts drifted away. Watching Naruto whine, the third Hokage had no choice but to compromise. All right, I understand. I will assign you a C-rank mission. Naruto, who was sitting on the floor with his back to the third Hokage, jumped up upon hearing this. Really? What mission? Looking at Naruto's eager expression, the third Hokage smiled. You will be protecting someone. As soon as he heard it was a bodyguard mission, Naruto instantly fantasized. Protecting who? Is it a feudal lord or a princess? Kakashi looked at Naruto's expectant face, feeling somewhat speechless. How could protecting a feudal lord possibly just be a C-rank mission? Although Sasuke and Sakura wouldn't fantasize like Naruto, they were also looking forward to it. They didn't want to do those tasks of finding cats or chasing dogs anymore. The third Hokage did not answer Naruto's question, but instead called out toward the door. Please come in. In an instant, the four of them turned to look at the doorway. After a while, the door opened. An old man holding a bottle of alcohol walked in, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at the few people in front of him. He took a sip of alcohol and said disdainfully, Why are there only a bunch of kids? Especially that short one. He looks super dumb. Are you really a ninja? Hearing the old man's words, Naruto laughed and said, Haha, who are you talking about? The shortest one looks the dumbest. As he spoke, Sakura and Sasuke quietly moved behind Naruto. Compared side by side, Naruto's smile instantly froze. You bastard, who are you talking about? Who do you think looks the dumbest? You old man? I'm going to kill you, bastard. Naruto bared his teeth and was about to pounce, but Kakashi held him back. Are you going to kill the person we are supposed to protect? Idiot. Ignoring Naruto's shouting, the old man said, I'm the super famous bridge builder, Tazuna. While I build the bridge, you must protect me well. Naruto disliked Tazuna very much and sulkily crossed his arms and turned away from him. Upon hearing it was a bodyguard mission and that it was also an out-of-village mission, both Sakura and Sasuke felt a bit excited. This was their first real mission as ninjas. However, Kakashi frowned. Is it an out-of-village mission? He felt a bit worried. Not because he was concerned about the dangers of going out on a mission, but because he was worried that while he was out of the village, Yaiba would be in danger. After all, who knew if the third Hokage would really keep his promise from last night? What if the third Hokage used this mission to draw him out of the village and then made a move against Yaiba? Could Mikoto stop it? It was obviously impossible. Although Mikoto was also a jonin from the Umbu, her status in Konoha couldn't be compared to Kakashi's. The third Hokage still valued Kakashi highly. Moreover, Kakashi was indeed the strongest jonin in Konoha at the moment. Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in the village. Under normal circumstances, Guy was definitely not Kakashi's opponent. Therefore, among the jonin in Konoha, Kakashi was the only one valued by the third Hokage. With Kakashi protecting Yaiba, the third Hokage would keep his word. But if Kakashi were not there, would the third Hokage be pressured by Danzo and others to abandon Yaiba? That was hard to say. Seeing Kakashi's complex expression, the third Hokage knew what he was thinking and said, Kakashi, this mission will allow Naruto and the others to see the outside world while they are outside the village. You are their teacher. This is your responsibility. Kakashi frowned. The third Hokage was warning him, telling him not to forget his current responsibilities. But the more the third Hokage said this, the more worried he became. Naruto, hearing the third Hokage's words, laughed and said, Haha, old man. I will definitely complete this mission perfectly and show you how amazing I am. Kakashi remained silent. Just as they were about to leave, Kakashi couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at the third Hokage and said, Lord Hokage, since this mission requires going out of the village, I want to take Keijuin Yaiba with me on this mission. Jonin Mikoto asked me to take his student with me when going out on a mission. Chapter 36. Dare to challenge the third Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's request, the third Hokage's expression tightened, and he remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the entire office became extremely cold. However, apart from Kakashi and the third Hokage, no one knew what was happening, and they didn't dare to speak. Even Naruto felt the oppressive atmosphere at this moment. Sasuke looked thoughtfully at Kakashi. After a long time, the third Hokage took a puff of smoke and slowly said, In that case, your team will have 4 members. Just one more person. Kakashi did not back down at all. Kakashi, if anything happens to him, it will be your responsibility, the third Hokage said sternly. Kakashi did not give up. I will take responsibility. Unexpectedly, the normally serious third Hokage smiled and said, It seems that this child, Yu, is very lucky. In fact, just now, the third was testing the relationship between Kakashi and Yu. To his surprise, the usually reclusive Kakashi was willing to go to such lengths to protect Yu, almost confronting him directly. He did not feel threatened. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. He knew Kakashi well, and since Kakashi valued Yu so much, there would definitely be no problem. Kakashi looked at the third, who nodded. It seems you'll have one more person to share the mission reward. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The third nodded. Go call him up. Kakashi nodded to the third and left with Naruto and the others. After Kakashi and the others left, Iruka finally dared to ask, Lord Hokage, the Jinwen Yu that Kakashi just mentioned, could it be this year's graduate Yu? The third nodded. Iruka was puzzled. Yu shouldn't have been able to create the tense atmosphere between the two earlier. It was the first time Iruka had encountered such an atmosphere. Moreover, one was the strongest jonin in the village, and the other was the Hokage, the highest authority in Konoha. Kakashi had always given him the impression of being mature and rational. How could he clash with the third to such an extent? What had Yu done to provoke such a confrontation between Kakashi and the third? Lord Hokage, what exactly did Yu do? You seem somewhat dissatisfied with him. The third glanced at Iruka. I have no dissatisfaction with him. Iruka remained silent, but his eyes expressed disbelief. The third did not continue to explain. Seeing that the third did not elaborate, Iruka tentatively asked, Isn't Yu being guided by Jonin Motoko? Why did Jonin Kakashi request to take him along? The third replied lightly, You don't need to delve into this matter, Iruka. Seeing the third's expression, Iruka dared not ask further. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto couldn't hold back any longer. Kakashi-sensei, why were you and the old Hokage almost about to fight just now. Naruto's question was met with agreement from Sakura and Sasuke. They all wanted to know. In that tense atmosphere, they didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Sasuke felt that Yu might not be so simple. Kakashi looked at Naruto, not intending to tell him. He simply said, "You misread the situation." Naruto pouted. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm stupid? In that atmosphere, you're about to fight, and you say I misread it. Besides, why did you take Yu with you? You're our class teacher." Naruto was somewhat unhappy. After all, Yu was not in their class. Kakashi specifically brought Yu over, making it seem as if he didn't trust their abilities. However, Sasuke thought differently. He believed Yu was probably not so mediocre. And Kakashi knew Yu's background. Most importantly, Kakashi might have an unusual relationship with Yu. Otherwise, how could he confront the third for Yu? It made him somewhat jealous. After all, Kakashi was there guiding Jonin, and he actually confronted the third for a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that he and the others might not even rank as high as Yu in Kakashi's eyes. When Sasuke wasn't thinking about revenge, he was just a somewhat proud boy. After hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "Yu has also become my disciple. He is considered my student." Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others were stunned. "What? Yu became your disciple?" They all found it hard to believe, although they had some disdain for Kakashi. It was merely on the surface. In fact, during the exercises testing them, they had already acknowledged Kakashi's strength. Moreover, after hearing introductions from Shikamaru and others these days, they were well aware that Kakashi was one of the strongest Jonin in Konoha. For this reason, although they did not say it, they actually felt quite proud. But now Kakashi actually said that Yu had also become his disciple. And judging by Kakashi's regard for Yu, he might have taught Yu many jutsu. At this thought, all three felt somewhat unbalanced. Naruto even shouted directly, "Ah, that guy Yu is too cunning. Kakashi-sensei, you must have taught him a lot of jutsu, right? You haven't taught us anything yet. How annoying." Although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, their expressions were somewhat displeased. Kakashi, however, remained calm and said lightly, "I didn't teach him any jutsu. I've known him for much less time than you." But the three didn't believe him. Naruto snorted, "Humph, Kakashi-sensei, you're lying to us again." Kakashi didn't want to explain, simply saying, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." As they spoke, they arrived at Yu's home. This was the first time Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had come to Yu's house. At this moment, Yu was at home studying his chakra. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and the others puzzled Yu. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder. "We received an A-rank mission that requires us to leave the village. I applied to Lord Hokage to take you along for some training." Yu frowned. "Leave the village?" Kakashi nodded. Naruto walked over and smiled. "This time we received a bodyguard mission." Sakura was taking a serious look at Yu for the first time. She was quite surprised. This guy is really not inferior to Sasuke in looks. Why didn't I pay attention to him before? Of course, Sakura's thoughts were merely an appreciation for good-looking boys and not that she liked Yu or anything. After all, her feelings for Sasuke were something that no one could change. If it weren't for Shikamaru and the others' encouragement, Sakura wouldn't have confessed to Naruto. Sakura had always made it clear that she liked Sasuke, so it was nearly impossible for her to like anyone else. Sasuke was also sizing up Yu. He wanted to see what made Yu different. However, after observing for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Aside from being as handsome as he was, there was nothing particularly special about him. Chapter 37. His strength is already comparable to a Jonin. Yu had not yet answered when Naruto pulled him outside. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and go. This is an A-rank mission. How long do you think you'll have to stay in the village before you get an A-rank mission?" Although Kakashi's emphasis on Yu made Naruto somewhat jealous, he didn't dislike Yu. After all, Yu was one of the few who hadn't shown any disdain for him before. When Yu was pulled out of his house, he turned to look at Kakashi. He was puzzled as to why Kakashi suddenly wanted him to join the mission. After all, Kakashi had said that he would take him out once he had the strength of a Jonin. He didn't believe Kakashi would break his promise for no reason. Yu wanted to know what was going on, and Naruto directly told him. After hearing about the events in the Hokage building, Yu understood why Kakashi wanted to bring him along. Knowing the reason, Yu had no doubts he naturally wouldn't refuse Kakashi's kindness. Upon reaching the gate of Konoha, Tazuna saw Yeyu and smiled. Now that I say ninja, how unlike this silly boy. The boy Tazuna referred to as Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and glared at Tazuna. But remembering that Tazuna was their target for protection, he didn't react as he had in the Hokage's office. The group was quiet along the way, with only Naruto chattering away. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on Yeyu, and Sakura was also quite curious about him. Sasuke wanted to know how strong Yeyu really was. He was very clear about Kakashi's strength. The fact that Kakashi valued Yeyu so much meant that Yeyu's strength couldn't be weak. But he wanted to know just how strong he was. After walking for a long time, they passed through a grove of trees. Seeing 2 puddles ahead, Yeyu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head, signaling him not to act recklessly. Yeyu had actually long forgotten the plot of the Land of Waves. He just sensed that there were chakra fluctuations in the 2 puddles, indicating that 2 ninjas were hidden there. Moreover, it was a sunny day with intense sunlight, and the surrounding ground was dry, yet the water in the 2 puddles showed no signs of evaporating. It was quite conspicuous. Kakashi and Yeyu noticed this, but they acted as if nothing had happened and calmly walked past the puddles. After walking a dozen steps away from the puddles, suddenly, the 2 ninjas jumped out from the puddles. With a clang, the sound of chains colliding rang out, and several chain blades ensnared Kakashi. By the time Yeyu and the others turned around, Kakashi's body had already been sliced into pieces, countless chunks of flesh scattered on the ground, blood staining the earth. This horrifying scene left the inexperienced group dumbfounded. Even Yeyu, seeing such a bloody sight for the first time, felt a jolt in his heart. Despite knowing that Kakashi had used a substitution technique to escape, the terrifying image still made Yeyu feel very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have thrown up. Almost simultaneously, the 2 ninjas, believing they had successfully killed Kakashi, turned to attack Yeyu and the others. Naruto was completely shocked by the earlier scene. Sasuke, however, reacted quickly. As soon as the 2 ninjas swung their chain blades, he threw out several shuriken. One shuriken pinned a chain blade to a nearby tree. But this attack was merely a feint. The 2 ninjas' real target was Tazuna. Their speed was also very fast, and they instantly appeared in front of Tazuna. Realizing he had been tricked, Sasuke immediately shouted, "Sakura, be careful." He wanted to rush to help, but it was too far, and he couldn't make it in time. Sakura's quality was not bad either. Although she didn't yet know any ninjutsu, she wasn't stunned by the previous scene. She drew out a kunai and stood protectively in front of Tazuna, overestimating her abilities. The 2 ninjas, seeing Sakura blocking Tazuna, sneered at her for being overconfident. It was clear they both realized that Sakura's strength could not withstand them. Just as the 2 appeared in front of Sakura, they suddenly felt a terrifying force strike their chests. Boom, boom, rumble. In an instant, their bodies shot backward like cannonballs. The terrifying force even caused them to crash through 2 rows of trees before finally stopping. Sakura, holding the kunai, looked at Yeyu, who stood in front of her. At this moment, Yeyu's expression was calm. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Sakura finally spoke to Yeyu, her voice trembling. Thank you. Although she couldn't see Yeyu's movements clearly, it was evident that the 2 ninjas had been sent flying by him. Tazuna, who had almost thought he was going to die, came back to his senses and looked at Yeyu standing in front of him. Even just his back gave him an immense sense of security. He muttered to himself, "I told you this guy is reliable." Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had always wanted to know Yeyu's strength, stared at him with a dazed expression. He was incredibly shocked. Even a Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. This guy must be a monster. Sasuke was proud, but even with his Sharingan activated, he still couldn't see Yeyu's movements clearly. Even though his Sharingan only had 1 tomo, he should have been able to see most ninjas' movements. But this guy's speed was just too terrifying. He could even evade the Sharingan's perception. And Kakashi, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, was also shocked. Although he knew Yeyu was highly talented and had the strength of CH Nin, the power Yeyu had just displayed was not at the CH Nin level. Even if Yeyu had only kicked twice and used only Taijutsu, Kakashi could clearly feel that Yeyu's Taijutsu had improved several times since their last encounter. Approaching the 2 ninjas who had been kicked dozens of meters away, Kakashi murmured, how much strength did this kid use to kick them to such a state? The two ninjas showed no signs of life. They were both Nin, and this kid's strength was already capable of instantly killing two Nin. Kakashi found it hard to believe. His strength had increased too rapidly. When Kakashi had tested Yu before, Yu had only possessed Nin level strength. Even among Nin, he was strong, but he was still just a Nin. However, the strength Yu had just displayed was already that of someone capable of easily defeating Nin. This meant Yu had already achieved Nin level strength, and this was still under the condition that he had only used Taijutsu. It's worth noting that Yu had learned Chidori. Although it seemed that Yu had failed to unleash Chidori that night, Kakashi had seen that Yu had succeeded. It was just that his chakra had gone berserk, enhancing the technique's power significantly. Even if Yu couldn't control his chakra now, just based on Taijutsu, his strength was not inferior to that of Nin. Chapter 38. Testing Yu's combat level. Yu's strength had increased too quickly. Even though Kakashi had previously thought Yu's talent was exceptional and that he had the potential to catch up to the fourth Hokage in the future, he never expected Yu's strength to rise so rapidly. Now, Yu was only a few powerful ninjutsu away from becoming Nin, and his talent for learning ninjutsu was extremely high. It wouldn't be long before Yu truly possessed the strength of Nin, or even an elite Nin. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall technique. Instantly, several earthen walls appeared around the two ninjas' corpses, burying them inside. After handling the situation here, Kakashi walked out from the grove. Along the way, he looked at the broken trees. Even Kakashi was shocked. How strong must this kid be to break these big trees? Just the residual force alone was enough to break so many trees. It was likely that ordinary ninjutsu couldn't do that. Approaching Yu and the others, he saw Yu standing there with a calm expression. Upon seeing Kakashi, Yu asked, what happened to those two ninjas? Kakashi sighed, they're all dead. Do you know who they were? Although Yu knew the two were ninjas from the Mist Village, he still asked. Two Nin from the Mist Village. Their target should be Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi scrutinized Tazuna. He knew Tazuna must have concealed the difficulty of this mission from them. They were ninjas, and not just one, but two Nin. This was definitely not a D-rank mission, but rather a C-rank mission. Kakashi even felt that these two Nin were not the strongest ninjas they would encounter on this mission. It was obvious that these two Nin had been sent to scout. This mission might even involve Nin, making it a B-rank mission. The difference between B-rank and C-rank missions was significant. Just the hiring fees varied greatly. A C-rank mission might only cost 50,000 Rio, while a B-rank mission would require at least 150,000 Rio. Yu also looked at Tazuna. With two pairs of eyes fixed on him, Tazuna felt very nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Although he was very nervous, Tazuna still pretended to be calm and asked. Kakashi said coldly, Mr. Dazna, those two ninjas are after you. Dazna denied it vehemently. How is that possible? They are clearly after you. Kakashi frowned. Seeing that Kakashi was a bit unhappy, Yu reminded him, Mr. Dazna, if you don't clarify the specifics of this mission, we cannot guarantee that we will continue to carry it out. You don't need to hide anything. I believe these two ninjas are definitely not the last batch. What will happen to you if we abandon this mission? Yu felt that if he didn't force Dazna to clarify, Kakashi might really give up on this mission. Dazna originally wanted to conceal the truth, but after seeing Yu's serious gaze, he sighed and decided to tell the truth. After Dazna finished speaking, he looked at Yu and Kakashi. Our land of waves really needs that bridge. I know, I have hidden the difficulty of this mission, but our land of waves is very poor. We don't even have ninjas. We can't afford the commission for a high-level mission. Please, can you help our land of waves? I'm begging you. With that, Dazna knelt down. Yu looked at Kakashi. He didn't say anything. He was waiting for Kakashi to make a decision, since he was the one who could decide whether to continue the mission. After helping Dazna up, Kakashi asked Yu and the others, what do you think? Should we continue this mission or give up and return to the village? Kakashi still left the decision to Yu and the others. Yu did not express an opinion. Sasuke kept his eyes on Yu, still shocked by the impact he had just received. Sakura, seeing that Sasuke was silent, also remained quiet. Naruto was stunned, still standing there in a daze. No one spoke, and Dazna was very nervous. If Kakashi and the others were unwilling to protect him, then the bridge in the land of waves could never be built. Kato had hired a Jonin, and only someone like Kakashi could possibly protect him. Moreover, the strength Yu had just displayed had already made Dazna trust him enough. In his view, as long as Kakashi and Yu were there, the Jonin hired by Kato should not be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, shaking his head. The three of them were still inexperienced and had been completely frightened by the earlier situation. He could only turn his gaze to Yu. Yu was also a bit speechless. He originally didn't want to say anything. After all, he was not a member of Team 7. This mission was Team 7's mission, not his. However, Yu felt that if he didn't say something soon, Kakashi would really lead the team back. Kakashi-sensei, I think we should continue with this mission. I am willing to believe what Mr. Dazna has said. Kakashi nodded. Since you have said so, then let's continue with this mission. However, Mr. Dazna, you must tell us what ninjas you have hired to kill you, so that we can prepare ourselves. Kakashi was willing to continue with the mission, and Dazna was naturally very happy. He quickly informed them about Kato's situation and added, Kato has hired a Jonin from the Mist Village, and it seems he is quite a powerful Jonin. Kakashi muttered to himself. As expected, there really is a Jonin. Kakashi's expression became serious. This time he had brought 4 genin. It would be fine if he was alone. He wasn't worried about Ieyu, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were genuine genin. In the face of a Jonin, they had no chance of survival. Kakashi looked at Ieyu and said, Ieyu, Mr. Dazna is in your hands now. No matter what happens, you must ensure his safety. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, you 3 must stay close to Ieyu. If you get separated, it will be easy for the enemy to take you out one by one. Although Sasuke was unwilling, Kakashi's implication was that Ieyu was stronger than them. However, recalling the strength Ieyu had just shown, Sasuke, though reluctant, nodded begrudgingly. Sakura naturally had no objections. If it weren't for Ieyu, she would have been killed. Ieyu saved her life, and since Sasuke nodded, she wouldn't refuse either. Naruto was still staring blankly at the others. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Naruto, what about you? Kakashi's words brought Naruto back to his senses. I have no objections. At that moment, he felt the gap between himself, Ieyu, and Sasuke. Although Sasuke's performance was not as good as Ieyu's, he was definitely the best among the 3 in Team 7. As for him, he had done nothing and had just stood there. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling ashamed of his earlier cowardice. Next time, I will definitely stand in front of Sasuke and Ieyu. I will surpass them. After saying that, Naruto pulled out a kunai and stabbed it into his palm. Everyone was stunned. Naruto's act of self-harm caught everyone off guard. Soon, Kakashi nodded. Although your performance just now was not ideal, it's good that you recognize your shame. In fact, Kakashi was not very satisfied with Naruto's performance earlier. However, this was his first time leaving the village for a mission and his first encounter with a killing scene, so it was understandable that he performed poorly. Now that Naruto was able to reflect on himself, it was not entirely hopeless. Ieyu actually didn't want to intervene in this crisis, because this was Team 7's mission, and the purpose was to train Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. If he intervened, it would defeat the purpose of training them. But when those 2 ninjas were about to kill Sakura, and Kakashi was still hiding in the woods and not showing himself, he could only step in helplessly. Ieyu knew that Kakashi definitely wanted him to take action to test his combat level. Chapter 39. Ieyu's reminder to Sasuke Naruto's actions made Kakashi very pleased. He walked over to him and said, If you don't stop the bleeding, you might die. Naruto, who had originally looked determined, panicked when he heard he might die. I don't want to die. Kakashi sighed, preparing to bandage his wound. However, when he took hold of Naruto's hand, he was surprised to find that the wound was already healing. Kakashi was taken aback. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? The healing ability is indeed very strong. While bandaging Naruto, he kept asking, Kakashi-sensei, am I really going to die? Kakashi shook his head. All right. After finishing the bandaging, Kakashi came in front of everyone. The upcoming mission will be very dangerous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you want to return to Konoha or continue with this mission? Sasuke glanced at Yu and said, as if to compete, "Of course, we will continue with this mission." Although Sakura was reluctant, having been nearly killed by those two ninjas. She was scared, but since Sasuke said so, even if she was afraid, she bravely said, "Whatever Sasuke decides, I will do." Naruto, who walked over, also said firmly, "Next time, I will definitely not act like I did just now." Kakashi nodded. "Well then, let's continue with this mission." The group set off again. Along the way, Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Ieyu. Ieyu's performance had far surpassed his. Despite Sasuke's performance being the best among the three in Team 7 during his first real battle, the gap between him and Ieyu was still too large. This guy clearly didn't have the Sharingan, yet he was so fast that he could take out two Chunin in an instant. He was clearly the same age as me. Yet I am far inferior to him. If this continues, how could I possibly defeat that guy? Remembering Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's ambition grew even stronger. The impact Ieyu had just given him was too great. Perhaps if I can defeat Ieyu, I could defeat that man as well. In Sasuke's eyes, Ieyu possessed the same talent as his brother from years ago. At the time when Uchiha Itachi wiped out his clan, he was only 13 years old. At 13, he already possessed the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan. At 13, he had the power of a Kage. If Yura knew that Sasuke regarded himself as having the same talent as Uchiha Itachi, he would certainly not think so. He had no confidence in advancing to the level of a Kage within a year. After all, strictly speaking, he had not yet learned any highly destructive ninjutsu. The first time he released Chidori, it seemed successful, but in Yoru's eyes, it was a complete failure because he couldn't control it. Sakura had been watching Yoru with curiosity. She was intrigued by him. During their time in the Ninja Academy, she had no idea Yoru was so capable. In fact, she didn't even know of Yoru's existence back then. At that time, Yoru had very little presence. Now, the strength he displayed indicated that he had completely hidden his abilities while in the Ninja Academy. What kind of mindset could allow someone so young to restrain the desire to showcase their talent in front of their peers? Sakura couldn't understand. Walking beside Yoru, she curiously asked, "Yoru, why didn't I have any impression of you during the Ninja Academy?" Yoru replied nonchalantly, "Maybe I was too mediocre." Sakura shot him a glance. "Were you mediocre? I think your strength might even be on par with Kakashi-sensei now." In Sakura's eyes, Yoru and Kakashi were already comparable. After all, Yoru's act of taking down two Chunin in an instant was too shocking. Yoru waved his hand. "You don't understand Kakashi-sensei's strength. He is the strongest Jonin in our Hidden Leaf Village. Don't be fooled by his seemingly lazy demeanor. In reality, he has a formidable reputation in the ninja world and became a Jonin at our age. Moreover, he has already made significant achievements in battle. Back then, his teacher was the fourth Hokage." Sakura was stunned by Yoru's words. Although she had learned about Kakashi from Ino, she only knew that he was strong. Ino never mentioned that Kakashi was the strongest Jonin in the Leaf Village. Sasuke was also surprised that Kakashi was this strong. Naruto, however, looked skeptical. No way. Kakashi-sensei is a Jonin, but how can he be that powerful? And his teacher is actually the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage was Naruto's idol. Although he didn't know that the fourth Hokage was his father, he admired him as the hero of the Leaf Village for sealing the Nine Tails and saving it. Hearing stories about the fourth Hokage inspired Naruto to dream of becoming Hokage himself, just like the fourth, so that the whole village would accept him. Thus, when he learned that Kakashi was actually the fourth Hokage's disciple, he was shocked. Yura looked at Naruto and said, "This information isn't a secret. Kakashi-sensei became a Jonin at the age of 12, just like us, due to his achievements. He is known as the copy ninja in the ninja world and has a strong deterrent presence. And indeed, the fourth Hokage was Kakashi-sensei's teacher. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei was already quite famous on the battlefield. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. As Yuru recounted these accomplishments, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stared blankly at Kakashi. This seemingly lazy guy was actually so powerful, they couldn't believe it. However, the trio knew that Yoru had no reason to lie to them. Even the protected Tazuna looked at Kakashi with a face that said he hit the jackpot. After all, having such a powerful ninja as his bodyguard, while only paying for a C-rank mission, was an incredible deal. With Kakashi around, he felt that the Jonin hire by Kato wouldn't be able to harm him. Kakashi, however, felt a bit of a headache. All right, let's not dwell on the past. Yura laughed, just chatting. In truth, Yura mainly said this for Sasuke's benefit. Sasuke had always sought power. For revenge, he was even willing to join Orochimaru's ranks, risking being taken over just to gain strength. Yura wanted Sasuke to know that he could also become strong by following Kakashi. In Yura's view, what Sasuke needed most was not some cursed seal, but the development of his Sharingan. If the Sharingan wasn't properly developed, even the most powerful cursed seal would only allow him to reach the level of a Kage at most. While that was already very strong for an ordinary ninja, it would clearly be insufficient for the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 40, Enemy Attack. Sasuke was indeed swayed by Yoru's words. At this moment, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with a thirst for power. He believed that Kakashi could truly make him incredibly strong. Sakura was also curious about Yoru, wondering how he knew so much about Kakashi. How good was Kakashi to Yoru? Kakashi-sensei, did you tell Yoru all this? Sakura looked at Kakashi with a hint of jealousy. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Looking at Yoru's smirk, he felt helpless. Not entirely. A lot of the information he found out himself. Sakura huffed. It must be Kakashi who told him. Clearly, in Kakashi-sensei's heart, Yoru is more important than us. Naruto also reacted, looking at Kakashi with disdain. Yeah, Sakura is right. Kakashi-sensei is too biased, only telling Yoru and not us. Sasuke didn't say much, but he felt a bit unhappy. After all, Kakashi was their teacher, and logically, they should be more important than Yoru. He didn't expect Kakashi to share so much information with Yoru without telling them. Kakashi felt a headache. He knew Yoru was doing it on purpose. Tazuna, on the side, fanned the flames, saying, Kakashi, it seems being a teacher is tough. Kakashi could only explain, that's because we didn't have enough time to get to know each other well. Most of the information was researched by Yoru himself, not me telling him. However, Sasuke and the others didn't believe Kakashi's explanation. Naruto shouted, no way. Kakashi-sensei, you can't be biased. You have to teach us ninjutsu too. I want to learn the technique Yoru used to take down those two ninjas. Sakura nodded in agreement. Right, Naruto is right. Sasuke felt a bit speechless. He knew that Yoru hadn't actually used any ninjutsu just now. Kakashi smiled wryly. What ninjutsu did Yoru use? He used Taijutsu, and I haven't taught him Taijutsu. But Naruto and Sakura wouldn't believe it. How is that possible? If Kakashi-sensei didn't teach him, how could he be so strong? Kakashi looked at Yoru, feeling quite helpless. Yoru remained silent. Kakashi could only say, when we have time, I'll take you all to train together. Upon hearing Kakashi's promise, Naruto and Sakura were very happy. Sasuke was also looking forward to it. After all, Kakashi's talent was already comparable to Uchiha Itachi's back then, and he might even be slightly stronger than Itachi. After walking for a long time, they finally entered the Land of Waves. This was a small country on the edge of the Land of Fire, with a small population and even a lack of ninjas, which showed just how poor this country was. However, the environment of this country was quite nice, with many lakes and forests, making it a good place for developing tourism. Additionally, due to its coastal location, developing the fishing industry was also a good option. After all, the Land of Waves is small, and its tourism and fishing industries can support its survival. Mr. Dazna, your country has quite good conditions, Night Feather praised. Dazna was taken aback. He thought Night Feather was being sarcastic. The Land of Waves is indeed weak and poor. Night Feather shook his head. I'm serious. Your country is small with a low population, but it has abundant tourism resources. Coupled with fishing, it can make the country prosperous. Currently, the ninja world is generally in a period of peace, and tourism can develop well during such times. Dazna was puzzled. How could anyone want to travel to such a poor place? He didn't believe it. Night Feather shook his head. There are many such people. As long as people from other countries know that such a place exists and proper promotion is done, it will be fine. There are still many rich people in the world. Dazna thought for a moment. Although he didn't believe what Night Feather said, he realized there was some practicality to it. Everything relies on first building the bridge. Otherwise, no matter how good the tourism resources are, no one would come. Night Feather nodded. That's true. Kakashi, who was watching Night Feather, was quite satisfied. Ninjas belong to the military department of a country and are part of a professional organization. Economic issues generally don't require their consideration. Aside from the commissions for hiring ninjas, the country also allocates military funds. They don't need to worry about money at all. Of course, if they offend a daimyo, that would be a different matter, like the Sand Village. Generally, the relationship between ninja villages and daimyo is mutually beneficial. Daimyos also hope for the strength of ninja villages to protect the interests of the entire country. The Sand Village is weak because of its poor relationship with the daimyo, resulting in very little military funding each year, making it unable to compare with the other 4 great ninja villages in terms of strength and number of ninjas. Ordinary ninjas don't need to consider economic issues, but high-level figures like Hokage do. After all, ninjas require a lot of money and resources to train. Without an economy, ninja villages will only grow weaker. Many small ninja villages are unable to provide sufficient economic support because their national strength is too weak. Knight Feather's ability to consider economic issues and his insights please Kakashi greatly. However, aside from Knight Feather and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura showed little interest in this topic. They were more focused on ninjutsu and ninja matters. Throughout the journey, Naruto was quite nervous. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he felt he had performed poorly before. So, he hoped to find a ninja and defeat him personally to redeem himself. Just as they passed a lake, Naruto noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Excited as if he had discovered treasure, he threw a few kunai at the bushes. With a swish, it seemed he hit his target. Overjoyed, Naruto rushed into the bushes despite Kakashi's warning. Haha, I hit something. Naruto was about to show off to his companions when he saw a few kunai embedded in a rabbit, blood flowing from it, making him embarrassed. Sakura came over and, seeing the scene, got angry. She punched Naruto on the head. Idiot Naruto, what have you done? Clearly, for a girl like Sakura, the sight of kunai piercing a rabbit was too shocking. Naruto felt very awkward. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought it was an enemy. Sasuke, Knight Feather, and Kakashi did not approach, standing next to Dasna. Kakashi sighed in exasperation at Naruto's actions. This kid really hasn't changed at all. Sasuke smirked, idiot. Knight Feather just smiled. He wasn't too surprised by Naruto's behavior. After all, if he didn't act like this, he wouldn't be Naruto. Chapter 41. Sharingan. Just as Sakura was scolding Naruto, a large sword flew in from a distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword came slicing through the air at high speed. Realizing the sword was coming their way, Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down." Although everyone was confused about why, they all lay down. The large blade passed over their heads and struck a big tree. The next moment, a ninja wearing the headband of the Mist Village stood on the sword. Facing away from them, everyone looked at the ninja who suddenly appeared on the sword with confusion and panic. Kakashi stood in front of everyone, looking at the ninja in the tree with a serious expression. So, it's Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. It seems we're in for a lot of trouble. Naruto, standing behind Kakashi, drew a kunai and shouted as he rushed towards Zabuza. Finally, here he is. This time I won't lose to Sasuke and Knight Feather. Previously, Naruto had been very dissatisfied with his performance. Now, seeing Zabuza, he felt it was his chance to shine, and he charged forward. However, Kakashi stopped him, speaking sternly, "Don't be reckless. He is not a ninja you can handle." Naruto frowned, dissatisfied. "Kakashi-sensei, this time I definitely won TB like before." Kakashi frowned. Zabuza is an elite J-nin, not just 2 ordinary CH-nin. Even he must be cautious. One misstep could lead to his death. Zabuza, standing on the tree, also narrowed his eyes upon seeing Kakashi. It was the Sharingan user, Kakashi Hitaki. No wonder those 2 brothers failed. Hearing Zabuza's words, Sasuke was stunned. Sharingan? Kakashi has Sharingan? Since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke thought he was the only remaining Uchiha in Konoha. Sakura didn't know what Sharingan was because Sasuke had never shown it in front of her. Sharingan. What is Sharingan? Naruto also asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, what is Sharingan?" Kakashi remained silent, while Sasuke explained, Sharingan is a type of eye technique that can see through ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Zabuza glanced at Sasuke and added, "That's right, Sharingan is such an eye, and it can also copy the opponent's jutsu." Kakashi Hitaki. I have your information in the ninja handbook that was distributed while I was in the Mist Village. Copy Ninja Kakashi, a dangerous person who can copy thousands of jutsus. Hearing Zabuza's words, both Sakura and Naruto were stunned. Although Night Feather had mentioned that Kakashi was strong, they still didn't have an intuitive understanding. Now, Zabuza's words made them deeply aware of Kakashi's strength. Sakura was dumbfounded. So Kakashi-sensei is really that strong. Naruto also looked at Kakashi in disbelief. So Kakashi-sensei is really that powerful, over 1,000 jutsus that's terrifying. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. He wasn't concerned about Kakashi being able to use thousands of jutsus. He was more focused on the fact that Kakashi actually possessed Sharingan, a unique eye of the Uchiha clan. However, since Kakashi had not yet revealed his Sharingan, Sasuke was still somewhat skeptical. Kakashi looked at Zabuza, his expression serious. It seems this will be a tough battle. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura form a protective formation and protect Mr. Dazna. Night Feather, today is our first collaboration. Night Feather, standing aside, slowly walked to Kakashi's side. At this point, he had already drawn a kunai. Although Sasuke and the others were reluctant, they knew their strength was not as good as Night Feather's. They could only form a protective formation, enclosing Dazna in the middle. Zabuza looked at Night Feather. He couldn't see anything special about you. It seems you really trust this little ghost. Could he be your disciple? Kakashi didn't speak and slowly lifted his forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been staring at Kakashi, now focused intently on his actions. When Kakashi raised his forehead protector, his left eye, which had been covered, was revealed. When a three-tomo Sharingan appeared, Sasuke was stunned. It really is the Sharingan, and a three-tomo Sharingan at that. Even among the Uchiha clan, only a few can awaken it. Could Kakashi be from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke thought Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan. After all, in Sasuke's eyes, the only people in Konoha with the Sharingan were from the Uchiha clan. Sakura and Naruto were also surprised when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan. This is such a strange eye. Why does it emit such a terrifying aura? Naruto and Sakura felt the murderous intent emanating from Kakashi. Moreover, Naruto felt an inexplicable discomfort towards the Sharingan. Kakashi didn't respond to Zabuza. Zabuza spoke to himself. I know your information very well from the ninja handbook, so do you think I would fight you on a battlefield that is advantageous for you? As he spoke, mist suddenly rose around them. The strange scene startled Sasuke and the others. The three quickly drew their kunai, ready for battle. Yi remained calm, even as the mist gradually covered the surroundings. Reducing visibility, Yi could still sense Zabuza's chakra. This was one of the functions of the chakra within him. Kakashi frowned. Using the hidden mist technique to obscure my vision? As expected of Zabuza Momochi, if I hadn't been cautious, I might have really died here. Kakashi was somewhat worried about Yu. Yu, don't leave my side. This is the hidden mist technique from the Mist Village. This ninjutsu is a silent killing technique. Be careful of the movements around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza, who was stealthily approaching them. Although the mist enveloped the area, Zabuza's movements were completely within his perception. Yi did not speak, and Kakashi thought that something had happened to him. Kakashi urgently unleashed his chakra. Boom! The terrifying chakra instantly dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing Yu's figure. Seeing that Yu was unharmed, Kakashi sighed in relief. Why didn't Yu respond? Yu glanced at Kakashi and smiled. I thought Kakashi-sensei could sense my presence. Kakashi shook his head, feeling speechless. Focus on dealing with the opponent. After all, he is an elite Jonin, so don't let your guard down. Meanwhile, as Kakashi unleashed his chakra, Sasuke and the others looked at Kakashi's back with fear. Is this the murderous intent emitted during a battle between Jonin? In such an environment, it would be better to die. The confrontation of momentum between Kakashi and Zabuza left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stunned. The terrifying murderous intent affected their minds. Sasuke even raised his kunai, about to stab himself in the abdomen. His mind was influenced by the murderous intent from Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto showed fear at this moment, completely losing his will to survive. Chapter 42. 1 against 2? Just as Sasuke was about to stab himself, Yu's gaze sharpened. He erupted with the chakra within him. Boom! A golden chakra exploded from Yu. The terrifying power instantly dispersed the murderous intent from both Zabuza and Kakashi. The three, who had just looked terrified, now felt as if they had encountered warm sunlight in the middle of winter. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly became warm. Sasuke, who was gripping his kunai, stopped his actions. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Yu, who was calm at that moment. This is Yu's chakra. His chakra is so strong. Previously, Yu only displayed his physical techniques. But now, the chakra he released was so terrifying that Sasuke was shocked. Naruto and Sakura also regained their composure. But they didn't realize that it was Yu who had driven away the chilling, murderous intent. At this moment, within Naruto's body, in a dim prison, a gigantic red fox slowly opened its eyes. This familiar yet unfamiliar chakra. Is it that annoying guy? This fox is the nine tails sealed within Naruto. The moment Yu released his chakra, it sensed a familiar chakra, but it felt somewhat different. Being very sensitive to chakra, it felt a bit serious. If it really is that man, what does he want? Remembering when he was sealed by Hashirama Senju, the nine tails expression grew grave. Yu's chakra felt too much like Hashirama Senju. Although somewhat different, it was filled with rich vitality. This kind of chakra is extremely rare. It has only appeared in Hashirama Senju, the sage of six paths, and his two sons. The nine tails still harbored resentment over being sealed by the first Hokage. However, looking at the seal that was currently sealing it, the nine tails shook its head and closed its eyes, continuing to sleep. The chakra that Yu just unleashed left Zabuza, who was hiding in the shadows, stunned. The moment of chakra he sensed brought an immense pressure. This was the first time he encountered such chakra. Most importantly, Yu's chakra was so terrifying that it could instantly dispel the murderous intent from both him and Kakashi. Both of their murderous intents were condensed from chakra. To simultaneously disperse the chakra of two elite genin, how strong must Yu's chakra be? This little ghost is really not simple. It seems Kakashi recognized his strength by letting him join the fight. Kakashi glanced at Yu, understanding why Yu had unleashed his chakra. The clash of chakra between him and Zabuza had already put a lot of pressure on Sasuke and the others. If it weren't for Yu, Sasuke might have really stabbed himself. Kakashi just didn't expect that Yu's chakra had increased significantly. This guy is really a monster. Could be due to what happened that night. Kakashi thought perhaps Yu's chakra had strengthened because of that night's explosion. However, the speed of this growth exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Yu looked at Zabuza, who was hiding in the distant mist, and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you take the lead. I'll assist you from the side." Kakashi turned to look at Yu. "Can you see his position?" Yu nodded. "I can sense his chakra." Kakashi was stunned. Sensory ability. To sense Zabuza's chakra. This is the ability of a sensory-type ninja. Yu actually has sensory abilities and can accurately sense Zabuza's position. This indicates that Yu's sensory ability is very strong. Zabuza was unaware that Yu had already discovered his position. But since there were no more concerns, Kakashi naturally began to fight without holding back. On the surface of the lake, Yu said calmly. Kakashi gathered chakra and used his Sharingan to look at the surface of the lake. In an instant, he saw Zabuza standing on the lake surface. At this moment, Zabuza was still unaware that he had been discovered and had even created a water clone. However, Kakashi did not see this. Just as Kakashi was about to launch an attack on Zabuza on the lake surface, Zabuza suddenly appeared in front of Tazuna. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were momentarily caught off guard. Just as Zabuza swung his executioner's blade towards Tazuna, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura wanted to stop him, but their bodies couldn't move in time. The murderous intent of the elite Nin Zabuza was too overwhelming. The three were completely stunned. Bang! With a flash of lightning, Zabuza stopped his movements. Dazna was also pushed away by a force, and Zabuza's hand holding the decapitation sword froze in midair. Everyone focused their eyes and saw Yu appearing in front of Zabuza, with a kunai already stabbed into Zabuza's chest. However, there was no hint of joy on Yu's face for killing Zabuza. His expression was calm. After a moment, a large amount of water dripped from Zabuza's chest, but not a single drop of blood. Yu looked at Zabuza without any surprise because it was Zabuza's water clone. The next moment, Zabuza's water clone transformed into a puddle of clear water. Sasuke and the others, sitting on the ground, stared blankly at the scene before them. Meanwhile, Kakashi, charging towards the lake, witnessed Yiyu's actions and smirked. Well done, Yiyu. Although it was Zabuza's water clone that attacked Dazna, if they didn't intervene, Sasuke and the others would have been no match for this water clone. If left unchecked, the water clone would have really killed Dazna. Dazna, lying on the ground, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, when Zabuza swung his sword, he thought he was doomed. Looking at Yiyu, who calmly put away his kunai, Sasuke wore a serious expression. How could the gap between me and him be so large? If I can't even surpass Yiyu, how can I possibly kill that bastard? I need to get stronger. I have to become stronger. Naruto was in shock. He couldn't believe the gap between him and Yiyu could be so vast. Clearly, Yiyu had no presence at all during their time at the ninja school. They had all just graduated not long ago. But how could the difference grow so large all of a sudden? Naruto couldn't accept it in his heart. Same age, just graduated from the ninja school. Why was Yiyu so much stronger than him? Sakura, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Seeing Zabuza's water clone being instantly killed by Yiyu shocked Zabuza a bit. How could that kid be so powerful? He should just be a Jonin, right? The combat experience and speed he displayed earlier were already at the level of a Jonin. Who exactly is that guy? A genius trained by Konoha? Zabuza was stunned by Yiyu's strength. Originally, he only needed to face Kakashi and 3 Jonin. But now he had to contend with Kakashi, an elite Jonin, and Yiyu, a ninja who absolutely possessed Jonin-level strength. It was essentially 1 against 2. Chapter 43. The first ninjutsu, water-style, water dragon jutsu. After dealing with Zabuza's water clone, Yiyu shouted to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, focus on that guy's real body. You don't need to worry about this side." Kakashi smirked. Bringing you along was indeed a wise choice. Yiyu's earlier display of strength made him very pleased. From previously taking out 2 Chunin to now defeating Zabuza's water clone, Yiyu hadn't used any ninjutsu, yet his displayed strength had already reached the level of a Jonin. Moreover, he could feel that Yiyu's Taijutsu level was clearly much stronger than when he had tested him before. If Yiyu's Taijutsu level had been like this that night he tested him, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated. And this was under the premise that Yiyu had never formally learned Taijutsu. From the beginning to now, Yiyu had basically relied purely on his physical instincts to fight, not knowing any Taijutsu at all. One could only imagine how powerful he would be if he formally learned Taijutsu. Zabuza looked at Yiyu, his expression serious. This annoying little brat is really tough to deal with. Zabuza knew that if he didn't eliminate Yiyu, he would never be able to kill Dazna. He felt no significant pressure facing Kakashi one-on-one, despite Kakashi's formidable reputation. But with Yiyu added into the mix, it would be very difficult for him to kill Dazna. After all, the purpose of this mission was not to compare strengths with Kakashi, but to kill Dazna. As Kakashi attacked Zabuza, Zabuza grimly swung his decapitation sword. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the two were on the lake's surface, one swinging the decapitation sword, the other wielding a kunai, their weapons clashing, sparks flying. The pure Taijutsu battle between the 2 elite Jonin left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura utterly shocked. Sasuke felt his own insignificance for the first time. Is this what a Jonin is? Yiyu was right. Kakashi really is strong. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, why am I so weak? I can't help it all. Sakura stood by Dazna, determined to protect him. She was the weakest here, unable to participate in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. And naturally, she couldn't join in either. She could only look at Yiyu, who had given her an immense shock, from previously taking out 2 Chunin to saving her, and now eliminating a Jonin's water clone. He had saved all 4 of them. Yiyu's strength had surpassed them by too much. Clearly, he had no presence at all during their time at the ninja school. Yiyu's attention was entirely on the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. This battle was a significant boost for him. After all, it was a fight between 2 elite Jonin. Even if it was purely a taijutsu competition, it could provide Yiyu with plenty of insights. In fact, by watching this battle, Yiyu even learned some taijutsu techniques. Previously, he had no knowledge of taijutsu and fought purely based on physical prowess. Zabuza watched as Kakashi became more aggressive, knowing that if this continued, regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't be able to kill Dazna. So he swung his decapitation sword heavily, sending Kakashi flying. Zabuza jumped back, quickly forming hand seals in the air. And in the blink of an eye, he completed the hand sign for a ninjutsu. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A roar of a dragon echoed from the water surface. Several water pillars shot up from the lake, instantly condensing into a water dragon over 10 meters long in midair. The water dragon flew towards Yu at an incredible speed. When Kakashi, who had been knocked back, realized this, he was alarmed. Oh no, Yu still doesn't know any ninjutsu. However, the water dragon was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yu and the others. After releasing the ninjutsu, Zabuza smirked. Even if your taijutsu is strong, it will be hard to block this ninjutsu, haha. The water dragon roared, terrifyingly fast. It looked like it was about to engulf Yu and the others. Kakashi wanted to help, but was too late. Yu looked at the roaring water dragon charging towards him, frowning. That is quite a powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, Yu's hands moved rapidly. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Just as Zabuza's water dragon was about to strike Yu and the others, Yu quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, droplets of water began to gather around Yu. These droplets spun rapidly around him. In the blink of an eye, a giant water dragon measuring several dozen meters was formed. It was larger than the water dragon Zabuza had conjured. The enormous water dragon leapt out from above Yu, like a terrifying giant dragon flying out from the sea, roaring as it charged towards Zabuza's water dragon. Boom! The two water dragons collided instantly. The impact caused a violent tremor, with countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the ground within dozens of meters. In an instant of collision, Yu's giant water dragon smashed Zabuza's water dragon into a spray of water, while Yu's giant water dragon remained completely undamaged. The giant dragon seemed alive as it roared towards Zabuza. In an instant, the dragon's massive head opened its jaws and lunged at Zabuza. Zabuza was stunned. Impossible. How could he use this jutsu? At his age, he shouldn't have so much chakra. Moreover, his water dragon jutsu was created out of nothing, without drawing from the water of the lake at all. Where did this kid get such terrifying chakra? Why is my water dragon jutsu not as good as that of a kid? Why is this so much stronger than mine? Is this guy even human? In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Zabuza's mind. But as he saw the giant water dragon opening its massive mouth towards him, he could only use body flicker technique to evade. Boom! The giant water dragon missed Zabuza and instead dove into the lake where he had just been standing. Roar! Zabuza instantly retreated several dozen meters, watching the water dragon create waves several meters high in the lake. Even he, coming from the blood mist, felt a lingering fear. What a terrifying water dragon jutsu. Its power is far greater than mine. This guy is truly a monster. If I were hit, my body would probably turn to pieces. At that moment, Kakashi, who had come over to Sasuke and Naruto's side, looked at Yu with disbelief. Kakashi murmured, "Could this water dragon jutsu be one he learned from Zabuza?" The moment that thought crossed Kakashi's mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. This ability to learn is too terrifying. What is even more frightening is that after Yu learned it, the jutsu he released was so much stronger than Zabuza's. If he couldn't guarantee he could release a water dragon jutsu of that level. Chapter 44. What? Only 1/10 of Chakra. The water dragon released by Yu plunged into the lake, and for several seconds, the entire body of the dragon was over 100 meters long. The terrifying roar echoed for hundreds of meters around, as if a real dragon had appeared. The originally calm surface of the lake was tossed about by the impact of the water dragon, creating waves several meters high that spread out for hundreds of meters. The shore of the lake was flooded by the overflowing water, even causing the ground within several hundred meters to shake. This demonstrated just how powerful this jutsu was. After releasing the jutsu, Yu felt that 1/10 of his chakra had been drained. As he lowered his hands, he sighed. As expected of an advanced jutsu, the chakra consumption is indeed enormous. Kakashi and Zabuza didn't hear this. If they had, they would have been furious. The water dragon jutsu Yu had just released did not rely on the lake's water. It was entirely created from chakra. The sheer amount of water consumed probably could drain the chakra of an ordinary jonin. When the second Hokage and third Hokage fought, when the former created a water barrier on the rooftop, it astonished the Umbu jonin. But Yeyu's water dragon jutsu just now surpassed the difficulty, scale, and power of the second Hokage's, and it was completely formed from chakra. The reason the second Hokage used chakra to create water was that he was in an environment without water. Yet Yeyu had a lake in front of him. He relied solely on chakra because it was his first time using this jutsu and he lacked experience. Even so, the power of the water dragon jutsu Yeyu released was far above Zabuza's. If it weren't for the fact that Yeyu's chakra was all natural energy, which required much less than using ordinary chakra, he would have consumed far more than just 1/10 of his chakra. Yet even so, Yeyu felt that this jutsu consumed a lot of chakra. It really is frustrating how people can be so different. While Yeyu was muttering to himself, Sakura was dumbfounded. Yeyu, your jutsu is so much stronger than Zabuza's. When Yeyu released his jutsu, Sakura and Tazuna were surrounded by a water wall. Those walls were the body of the water dragon, so Sakura saw everything clearly. Zabuza, an elite jonin, couldn't he even surpass the water dragon jutsu released by Yeyu. Sakura didn't know what to say. Just moments ago, she thought Yeyu was only much stronger in Taijutsu. Now, in terms of Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra amount, he was far beyond them. Even though Sakura didn't know much about the water dragon jutsu, the overwhelming pressure from Yeyu's water dragon jutsu indicated that it required a large amount of chakra. That was a giant water dragon over 100 meters long. Moreover, the water dragon Yeyu released seemed alive, completely different from Zabuza's. Yeyu was making her increasingly curious. How could someone so strong have been so inconspicuous in ninja school? It would have been one thing to be unnoticed, but she hadn't even realized there was a classmate named Jingwen Yeyu before graduation. Yeyu shook his head. It's just that it was my first time using this jutsu, and I didn't grasp it fully. Sakura was stunned. This answer left her bewildered. You used this jutsu for the first time? Yeyu nodded. How is that possible? You were so fast and skilled with the hand seals. How could it be your first time? Yeyu didn't say anything more. He didn't need to explain to Sakura. She wouldn't understand yet. Seeing that Yeyu didn't elaborate, Sakura became even more shocked. She realized that Yeyu couldn't possibly be lying to her. After all, given Yeyu's personality, he had no reason to lie. He had always been so low-key in ninja school. It was impossible for him to suddenly be so high-profile now. But the more she thought about it, the more amazed she became. To have such incredible power on the first try. And Yeyu actually said he hadn't mastered it yet. If he could use it so proficiently without mastering it, what would happen if he did? Would he be able to unleash it without hand seals? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. They were the same age, yet she couldn't even see Yeyu's back anymore. Their gap had grown to such an extent. Kakashi came over to Yeyu and sighed. Your control has improved a lot. At least the power isn't so immense and uncontrollable now. It seems you're progressing quickly. Yeyu nodded. It might be because this jutsu is easier and the control required isn't is high. Yeyu understood what Kakashi meant. Although the water dragon jutsu Yeyu had just released was incredibly powerful and shocked Kakashi. It didn't compare to the shock of when Yeyu had released Chidori that one night. If the Chidori Yeyu had released that night had been used just now, no one here besides Yeyu would have survived. That was a power that could instantly engulf everything within hundreds of meters. That night, if Kakashi hadn't run away quickly when he saw the danger, he would have been gravely injured or worse. While the water dragon jutsu Yeyu had just released was also very powerful, it was now completely controllable, making it highly practical. Yet Yeyu actually claimed that the water dragon jutsu was easy. That was an advanced jutsu, typically only mastered by jonin. An ordinary chunin would probably exhaust all their chakra after using it once. In battle, only jonin would dare to use it a few times with the advantage of terrain. After all, they needed to ensure their chakra was sufficient to continue fighting. The water dragon jutsu consumed too much chakra. Yet Yeyu's water dragon jutsu not only had tremendous power, far exceeding that of a normal water dragon jutsu, but it was also entirely formed from his own chakra. Such a water dragon jutsu, even Kakashi could only use 2 or 3 times. Kakashi has a large amount of chakra, but is constantly being consumed by his Sharingan. Without the drain from the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would definitely be at the level of a Hokage. This was evident after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Without the burden of a Sharingan, he can use various large-scale ninjutsu with ease. Moreover, the Water Dragon Jutsu is not simple at all. Its difficulty level is quite high, even for CH Nin. However, Yu was able to learn it on the spot and used it very skillfully for the first time. But when thinking about how Yu learned the Chidori, he also mastered it on his first try. If it weren't for Yu's chakra going berserk that night, he would have learned it then. Kakashi looked at Yu and said with a smile, "That took a lot of chakra, didn't it?" Yu nodded seriously. It really consumed a lot of chakra, about 1/10 of it. Kakashi was taken aback. Only 1/10? Yu asked in confusion, "Isn't 1/10 a lot?" This response left Kakashi speechless. He smirked and said, "I thought it would at least take 1/3 of your chakra. If that were the case, it would be terrifying." Yu couldn't understand. He thought that taking away 1/10 of his chakra was a lot, but Kakashi said he thought it would take 1/3. After all, it was just a B-rank ninjutsu. If it were an A-rank or S-rank ninjutsu, he could accept that much chakra being drained. Chapter 45, Zabuza Flees. Kakashi looked at Yu's puzzled expression and was somewhat speechless. However, thinking about Yu's chakra being Sage Chakra, he understood. Sage Chakra is indeed of higher quality than ordinary chakra, so he could understand that the same ninjutsu would consume less Sage Chakra. The Water Dragon Jutsu was learned on the spot, right? Kakashi asked. Yu nodded. When I saw him forming the seals, I could feel his chakra flowing. Since the difficulty of this ninjutsu isn't that high, I gave it a try and unexpectedly succeeded. Hearing this, Kakashi was at a loss for words. This ninjutsu is not easy. B-rank ninjutsu can only be mastered by Jonin. Although Kakashi said this, Yu didn't care. He didn't think copying the Water Dragon Jutsu on the spot was a difficult task. In fact, for him, the Water Dragon Jutsu posed no challenge. He could clearly sense the chakra flowing within Zabuza. In a sense, Yu was not much different from someone with Sharingan or Byakugan. In the distance, Zabuza looked at Yu with a heavy expression. This kid is really hard to deal with. If he teams up with Kakashi, this mission will be difficult to complete. To kill Tazuna, he must deal with Yu. Even if he could defeat Yu, Kakashi would not just stand by. Thinking of this, Zabuza decisively abandoned the assassination attempt. "Kid, next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." Before leaving, Zabuza threw a harsh remark at Yu. After saying that, he vanished across the surface of the lake. Yu watched the surface of the lake where Zabuza had disappeared and murmured, "Next time we meet, maybe it won't be you killing me." Yu dislikes being threatened by others. Moreover, through this battle, he already knew Zabuza's approximate strength. He indeed possesses the strength of an elite Jonin. If Yu were to fight him one-on-one, the one who might end up dead could be Yu. However, with Kakashi's presence, in a 2-on-1 situation, Yu was confident that Zabuza would be the one to die. After Zabuza left, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, among the students he brought, apart from Sakura, all were individuals that Konoha absolutely could not afford to lose. Naruto goes without saying, being the son of the 4th Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, being the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, was also highly regarded by the 3rd Hokage, who hoped he would grow up to develop his Sharingan and be able to control the Nine Tails within Naruto. Yu is the one Kakashi valued the most, treating him as his own disciple. However, if Zabuza hadn't left, he probably wouldn't have been able to successfully kill Tazuna. Although Yu's strength might not be as good as Zabuza's, with him around, Zabuza's strength would definitely not surpass the combined efforts of Yu and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto walked over. The way they looked at Yu was completely different from before. Yu's performance in this battle was far stronger than they could imagine. They weren't even on the same level anymore. "Kakashi-sensei, did you teach Yu a lot of ninjutsu? He's already way stronger than us," Naruto pouted. Naruto felt that Yu's strength was due to Kakashi secretly tutoring him. However, Sasuke didn't think so. He could sense that Yu's fighting style was completely different from Kakashi's. Moreover, the Water Dragon Jutsu, just now, he estimated that Kakashi wouldn't even be able to use it. Coming from the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that the ninjutsu Yu had just used had already exceeded the power of the water dragon jutsu itself. Yu, like him and Naruto, definitely had some special qualities. Kakashi looked at Naruto's disgruntled expression and explained, "I didn't teach him that ninjutsu." Of course, Naruto didn't believe it impossible. That ninjutsu seals were very complicated. Could Yu have developed it himself? Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Isn't it possible that he imitated Zabuza's technique?" "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm an idiot? How could that be possible? If you could learn just by watching, I would have learned a lot of ninjutsu by now." In the Ninja Academy, Naruto really hadn't learned much. If it weren't for the third Hokage's support, based on his grades at the academy, he would have been expelled long ago. He often scored 0 in various subjects, and by the time of graduation, he hadn't even learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the most basic ninjutsu that every ninja school student could master. Being selected for the Ninja Academy meant that the students were all very outstanding. Konoha only has one Ninja Academy, and each year only a few dozen are selected to attend. From a fourth Great Ninja War, it was evident that Konoha had at least over 10,000 ninjas. Clearly, not all of them came from the Ninja Academy. Most ninjas in the ninja world did not emerge from the academy, but were chosen through selection, just like the CH Nin exams. Not all CH Nin had to participate in the CH Nin exams to be promoted. Most were recognized by their villages. And as long as the village deemed their ability sufficient, they would be promoted to CH Nin. Those who can participate in the CH Nin exams are basically the elites of their villages. The CH Nin exams are not ordinary tests, but a competition to showcase the outstanding juniors of each village. Similarly, the Ninja Academy is also the same. Common people simply do not have the qualifications to enter. However, Naruto not only got into the Ninja Academy, but also had very poor grades and was still allowed to stay, which shows how much of a backdoor the third Hokage opened for him. However, it was evident that Naruto did not know these things. He really hadn't learned anything at the Ninja Academy, not to mention ninjutsu. He didn't even know the most basic theoretical knowledge. In contrast, Sakura was the real genius at the academy. In terms of theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, she was even better than Sasuke. During the CH Nin exams, many questions were similar for Sasuke and Naruto, and they couldn't solve them at all. But Sakura managed to answer all of them. Of course, that exam tested the ability to gather intelligence as a ninja. Sakura passed solely based on her solid theoretical knowledge. Therefore, Naruto thought that learning ninjutsu just by looking at it was impossible. It was too far-fetched. Sasuke, however, understood very well and even had seen it. That person was his brother, the one he had always wanted to kill, Uchiha Itachi. At first, Itachi Uchiha was able to release the same ninjutsu after seeing his father demonstrate it just once, while Sasuke still needed a long time to master it. As Sasuke looked at Yoru, he seemed to see the Itachi of the past. Was Yoru's talent the same as that man's? No. Perhaps Yoru's talent was even stronger than that man's. After all, Yoru learned a high-level ninjutsu in battle, and the power he unleashed was already greater than that of his learning target. As long as I can defeat Yoru, I will definitely be able to defeat that man. Sasuke clenched his fist. He had initially felt some jealousy towards Yoru, but now he had set Yoru as his target to surpass. Chapter 46. Are you confident in defeating Zabuza? Kakashi saw that Naruto was completely unconvinced, so he stopped explaining. After all, Yoru's situation was indeed special. Turning to Dazna, Kakashi asked, "Mr. Dazna, how many Jonin has Gato hired, aside from Zabuza?" Dazna thought for a moment and said, "I'm not too sure about that. I only heard that Gato hired some Jonin, but I don't even know which Jonin he hired." Kakashi fell silent for a while, contemplating whether to continue with the mission. One Zabuza was already troublesome enough. If another Jonin showed up, it would be very challenging. Kakashi looked at Yoru, wanting to ask for his opinion. Yoru nodded. "Since it has come to this, we can only continue with the mission. During this time, I will do my best. At least I can hold off one Jonin. With your strength, Kakashi-sensei, as long as I can hold off one Jonin, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If they only have Zabuza as the Jonin, we can team up, and Zabuza won't stand a chance." Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's continue with the mission." During the time we protect Mr. Dazna, I will make sure to teach you some ninjutsu. You already possess the strength of a jonin, and your practical experience is good. If you learn a few more lethal ninjutsu, you'll truly be a jonin. Kakashi did not exaggerate Yoru's strength. I will. Yoru agreed with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto chimed in, Kakashi-sensei. Don't forget about us. We are your students too. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, I know that, but you guys are not yet ready to learn ninjutsu directly. You need to build a solid foundation first. Naruto looked confused. What foundation? Kakashi-sensei, are you unwilling to teach us? Naruto felt that Kakashi must not want to teach them and was just making excuses. Kakashi was somewhat helpless. They needed to build a solid foundation first. They hadn't even learned chakra control, let alone ninjutsu. Yoru had already controlled his chakra very well, so he didn't need to continue learning how to manage it. Naruto still felt that Kakashi was biased. Sasuke, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. Unlike Naruto, he agreed with Kakashi's perspective. Sakura looked at Yoru with admiration. Yoru was so strong, yet he remained so calm. She glanced at Naruto, who had turned his head away, pouting and looking angry. Kakashi felt quite helpless. He really wasn't biased, although he valued Yoru more. Naruto was still the son of the 4th Hokage, and someone the 3rd Hokage personally entrusted him to cultivate. Kakashi had no bias in any aspect. It was just that Naruto's foundation was practically non-existent. What could he teach him? Even if he did teach him, Naruto probably wouldn't be able to learn it. After all, Naruto struggled with the shadow clone technique. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow clone technique suited his physique, he might not have been able to learn it at all. The 3rd Hokage had gone to great lengths to ensure Naruto learned the shadow clone technique. The important ninjutsu scroll, the Book of Seals, was easily stolen by him. A large number of ninjas were mobilized to search for him, but they couldn't find him. One can only imagine how much effort the 3rd Hokage put into that. The ninjas sent out to find Naruto were probably worried that if they accidentally caught Naruto, they would be punished themselves. Kakashi felt helpless, but he knew Naruto wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to explain further. The group continued on their journey. Finally, they arrived at Dazna's home. There were 3 people at Dazna's house, his daughter Tsunami and his grandson Inari. Inari looked at Kakashi, Yoru, and the others with suspicion. During dinner, Dazna talked about the events of the journey with Tsunami and Inari. Inari, who had initially been skeptical of Kakashi and the others, now looked at Kakashi and Yoru with sparkling eyes. You can really defeat Gado's ninjas? Inari couldn't help but ask Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and replied, we should be able to. Seeing that Kakashi didn't seem confident, Inari's rising hope shattered again. Was it really impossible? Those ninjas were so powerful. How could they defeat them? Upon hearing this, Naruto became unhappy. Don't be so down. I'm going to become a Hokage ninja. No matter how strong Zabuza is, I will definitely defeat him. However, Inari showed no interest in Naruto's passionate declaration and even mocked him. Your teacher doesn't even seem confident. How could you possibly do it? Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, it's just Zabuza. I can defeat him too. Sakura and Sasuke, who were sitting nearby, looked at Naruto's excited demeanor with exasperation. Naruto hadn't performed as heroically in previous battles as he was now portraying. Inari completely did not believe him, disdainfully saying, Gado is far stronger than you think. Anyone who opposes him will surely die. Inari seemed to recall some painful memory, shouting excitedly. Naruto was momentarily stunned by Inari's outburst. He didn't understand why Inari, who they were there to help, had such an attitude. After finishing his words, Inari ran outside. Dazna sighed. Kakashi asked, that child must have gone through something painful, and it probably has to do with Gado. Dazna replied, his father was killed by Gado while trying to resist him. Ever since he saw his father killed by Gado, Inari has never believed anyone could defeat Gado. He thinks those who want to be heroes are foolish. In fact, Inari had always regarded his father with pride, but that incident dealt a severe blow to him. After hearing Dazna's explanation, Naruto, who had originally wanted to confront Inari, fell silent. Tsunami, sitting next to Dazna, sighed. That child also hopes someone can stand up and defeat Gado, but unfortunately, no one has done so all these years. In fact, it wasn't just Inari. The entire land of waves hoped someone could defeat Gado. Naruto looked at Dazna and said seriously, I will definitely defeat Gato and change Inari's mind. However, after Naruto finished speaking, Dazna did not look at him, but instead turned to Kakashi and Yuru. Kakashi, Yuru, do you really have confidence in defeating that Zabuza? Naruto was furious. However, he also knew that Kakashi and Yoru had indeed demonstrated great strength in previous battles. He hadn't performed very well. Yoru remained silent, feeling it wasn't his place to speak. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, if it's just Zabuza, I have confidence in defeating him myself. Moreover, with Yoru here, as long as it's truly just Zabuza, he wouldn't stand a chance against Yoru and me. But if Gato hires another Jonin, the outcome becomes uncertain. After hearing Kakashi's words, Dazna looked worried. It would be extremely rare to hire Kakashi and Yoru, especially with just the reward of C-rank mission. He couldn't ask for more. Chapter 47. Let by deal with Yu. After chatting with Dazna for a while, Kakashi gathered Yu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura for a meeting. In the room, Kakashi sat in front of the four and said, regarding this escort mission, I need to make some arrangements. Since we need to protect Mr. Dazna while also focusing on training, I plan to divide you into two groups. One group will protect Mr. Dazna while the other group trains with me. Upon hearing Kakashi's arrangement, Naruto immediately raised his hand and said, Kakashi-sensei, I want to be in a group with Sakura. Sakura's lips twitched, and she disdainfully replied, I don't want to. Sakura's straightforward rejection made Naruto very sad. Sakura, we should be in a group together, Naruto said. Although Sakura had clearly expressed her dislike for Naruto and her affection for Sasuke each time, Naruto still did not give up. At this moment, Sakura was the goddess in Naruto's heart. Naruto's behavior even showed some traits of being a sycophant. However, the more Naruto acted intimately, the less Sakura liked him. So she continued to express her disdain, saying, I don't want to. Sakura quickly added, I want to be in a group with Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, did not express any opinion. He was indifferent to which group he was in. Yu felt the same way. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura, feeling a headache. All right, Sasuke and Naruto will be in one group, and Yu and Sakura will be in the other group. That's settled. Naruto jumped up in anger upon hearing this arrangement. Why? I don't want to be in a group with Sasuke. Naruto's face was filled with fury. He hated Sasuke the most. Sakura was also taken aback. She didn't team mind Yu. She just wanted to be in a group with Sasuke. So she was somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, she glanced at Yu, who looked calm, and said nothing. Sasuke, seeing Naruto pointing at him with a disgusted expression, also said unhappily, who wants to be in a group with the tail of the crane? Naruto clenched his fists and angrily looked at Sasuke, saying, Bastard Sasuke, we're not in the ninja school anymore. Do you think you're still stronger than me? Sasuke wanted to retort, but thought about Naruto's personality and ultimately remained silent. It wasn't that he was afraid of Naruto, but rather that he found it annoying to continue arguing with him. Seeing that Sasuke had stopped talking, Naruto turned his attention to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're being biased. Why did you let Yu be in a group with Sakura? Sakura isn't even in the same squad as Yu. Yu's expression remained calm. He didn't care which group he was in. In fact, he preferred to be in a group with Sakura. Kakashi looked at Naruto and explained, this arrangement is because Yu's strength is enough to protect Sakura, while Yu and Sasuke, although not particularly strong, can still protect yourselves when working together. Naruto was taken aback. He looked at Sasuke. I don't want to team up with Sasuke. However, he was still very pleased because Kakashi acknowledged his strength. Sasuke nodded in agreement with this grouping. Sakura, however, felt somewhat helpless. Kakashi-sensei, does that mean you think I'm the weakest? Although this was a fact, during the previous battle with Zabuza, even though Naruto didn't perform well, he was still stronger than Sakura. Sakura was very clear about this. In terms of combat, she was the weakest in the team. In fact, at this moment, Sakura had very little combat ability. She only knew the body flicker technique and some ninjutsu. Her combat power was much lower than Naruto's. Kakashi didn't answer Sakura's question, which was tantamount to admitting it. After the groups were decided, they went to rest. On the other side, after Zabuza fled, he returned to the residence in the forest. In the room, after putting down his beheading sword, Zabuza sat in deep thought. After a long while, the door opened. and a beautiful person walked in from outside. Upon seeing this person, Zabuza said, "Next time, you must take action as well. You should have seen the entire battle." The person nodded, looking calm. This person was Bai, Zabuza's assistant. Bai was very beautiful, and at first glance, one might think he was a beautiful woman. However, Bai was actually a boy, a ninja from a Yuki clan of Kirigakure, possessing the bloodline limit of ice release. His strength was definitely at the level of a jonin. If it weren't for his personality, he would be considered strong among jonin. Bai walked in and stood next to Zabuza, saying, "I saw it. That person's strength is very strong and definitely not weaker than mine." Zabuza's expression turned serious. "Yes, his strength is on par with yours. To complete this mission, we must hold that kid back. As long as we can hold him off, I will have the confidence to kill Kakashi and complete this mission." Bai recalled Yiyu's various performances during the battle and said, "He seems to be in his first real combat. Although he shows strong power, he clearly lacks experience." Zabuza nodded. "That kid should be Kakashi's student, and he just graduated from the ninja school as a genin. If that kid survives, Konoha will have a powerful ninja. But that has nothing to do with us. To complete this mission, that kid must die." Bai fell silent. He didn't want to kill, especially since he had no grudge against Yiyu. Zabuza looked at Bai, knowing his nature. "Bai, you must understand, if that kid doesn't die, we will not be able to complete the mission. We must finish this task. Your mercy should not be wasted on him." Bai said nothing. That said, he still was unwilling to take action to kill. However, he was also very clear that, as Zabuza said, they had to complete this mission. They had been chased by the Umbu of Kirigakure and found it hard to stabilize and take on missions in one place. To survive, they had to complete Kato's mission. Bai knew that in the end, he would have no choice. Just then, while Bai and Zabuza were talking, the main door was kicked open. Two samurai holding long swords appeared at the doorway. Zabuza frowned. He was not pleased that the door had been kicked open. The two samurai felt Zabuza's cold gaze and trembled all over. They knew how powerful Zabuza was and quickly stepped aside, revealing Kato behind them. He was not afraid of Zabuza at all. As soon as he entered, he shouted angrily, "Zabuza, why didn't you kill that old man Dazna? Aren't you a jonin from Kirigakure? I paid you such a high reward. Why didn't you complete the mission?" Zabuza coldly glanced at Kato. The icy aura made Kato take a step back, but his identity as the employer made him stop, glaring back. "I hired you because I heard you were strong. You've really disappointed me," Kato said coldly. Just as Kato was about to say something else, he suddenly felt a cut on his neck. Looking at the beheading sword resting against his neck, Kato panicked. Trembling all over, he said, What do you want? You want to kill your employer? If you dare to kill me, your reputation will be ruined. You won't be able to take on any more missions in the ninja world," Kato said. Zabuza said coldly, "If you dare to keep chattering, I will let your head fall right now." Feeling Zabuza's intense killing intent, Kato swallowed hard. He was truly scared. He felt that Zabuza would really kill him. Chapter 48. Kakashi's provocation. He didn't want to die here. Bai intervened, seeing the killing intent in Zabuza's eyes. "Lord Zabuza, after all, he is the employer." Zabuza glanced at Bai and said nothing more, lowering the beheading sword in his hand. The bone-chilling cold on his body made Kaido truly experience the terror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kaido took a few steps back and said, "If you don't kill that Dazna before he finishes the bridge, don't even think about the remaining reward." After throwing out a harsh remark, Kaido hurriedly ran out of Zabuza's hideout. Although Kaido was also a big villain, he was still far inferior compared to Zabuza, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and killed all his classmates. After Kaido ran out, Zabuza looked at Haku and asked, "Why do you want to stop me from killing that guy?" Haku walked over to Zabuza and explained, "Killing him will definitely cause chaos, and then we'll be hunted by the Umbu of the Mist Village." Zabuza didn't say anything further. At this moment, in the forest behind Dazna's house, Kakashi stood in front of Nightshade, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, looking at the 4 of them, and said, "Next, you will start training. A good way to train Chakra is to climb trees." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto laughed and said, "Kakashi-sensei, who can't climb a tree? Is this really training?" Kakashi ignored Naruto and walked to the base of a large tree, stepping on it with one foot. Slowly, the other foot also stepped onto the trunk. At this moment, Kakashi was vertical to the tree trunk, as if he was standing on the tree. This scene stunned Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Kakashi-sensei was actually stuck to the big tree. Naruto said in disbelief. Sasuke seemed to be pondering. Kakashi slowly walked to the top of the tree, and he even hung upside down from the trunk. This scene amazed Naruto and the others. Kakashi explained to them, while hanging upside down, you need to concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet, and you have to master the amount of chakra. Too little or too much will cause you to fall. If you could do it like me, your control over chakra will enhance to another level. After saying that, Kakashi walked down from the tree. You all go try it, Kakashi said, looking at Sasuke and the others. Naruto couldn't wait any longer and shouted as he ran towards a big tree. Sasuke also walked toward the big tree. Sakura chose a tree that was in between the two. Nightshade, on the other hand, stood still. He already knew how to do it. Kakashi didn't say anything. He was only teaching Sasuke and the others this method, and he naturally knew that Nightshade had mastered it long ago. Naruto had just taken his first step when he fell from the tree, hitting his head and causing a big bump. It hurts so much. Naruto rolled on the ground, holding his head. Sasuke managed to climb up for a few steps, but lost control of his chakra midway and fell from the tree, though not as embarrassingly as Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded on her first try. She was now sitting on the trunk, greeting the others below. Kakashi-sensei, I made it up. Naruto, lying on the ground and writhing, looked at Sakura, sitting on the tree with envy. However, he still shouted, Sakura is amazing, truly worthy of being the girl I like. But deep down, he still felt a bit unhappy. Even though Sakura was the girl he liked, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Sasuke looked at Sakura and frowned. He wasn't jealous of her. He already knew that Sakura had good chakra control. Now, he just wanted to ask her what her secret was. But he felt too shy to ask, as Sasuke usually kept a cool demeanor. He was always the best in the Ninja Academy. Now, asking Sakura for tips was a bit hard for him to swallow. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and smiled. I didn't expect it to be Sakura who succeeded first. It seems that in terms of chakra control, Sakura is indeed the strongest. Didn't someone always say they wanted to become Hokage? Looks like it's not that impressive after all. He then glanced at Sasuke. It seems the Uchiha clan isn't that outstanding either. Kakashi immediately pointed at Naruto and Sasuke. He certainly didn't mean to belittle them, but rather to motivate them. Both Naruto and Sasuke had strong pride, and this method was the most effective for them. Sure enough, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto got excited first. Kakashi-sensei, I just made a mistake earlier. Next time I'll definitely do it. Sasuke said nothing and silently walked back under the tree, preparing to try again. When Naruto got to the tree, he noticed Nightshade, who had been standing next to Kakashi without moving. Confused, he asked Nightshade, aren't you going to train? Nightshade didn't say anything, and Kakashi answered for him. Nightshade has already mastered it. He also succeeded on his first try. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have asked. He knew very well that Nightshade was much stronger than them, and he must have practiced this long ago. Sasuke continued climbing the tree without saying a word. Sakura was sitting on the tree, watching the two below. She also noticed Nightshade. Nightshade should have learned this long ago, right? He must have, after all, he's so strong. What a strange person, clearly so outstanding. Yet I have no impression of him from the Ninja Academy. Remembering the times Nightshade appeared to save her, Sakura had a good impression of him. Of course, it was the kind of affection between friends. After all, Nightshade was almost like her lifesaver. She was now very curious about Nightshade. Despite being classmates with him for 6 years, she knew nothing about him. While Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training, Kakashi looked at Nightshade and said, they are training their way, and I will teach you to train too. Nightshade nodded. The two didn't train there, but went to a lake a few hundred meters away. Standing by the lake, Kakashi reminisced, I remember that night. We were also by the lake. If it weren't for your chakra going out of control at that time, you would have succeeded. Nightshade nodded. It's surprising, but I think I should be able to master it now. Oh, you mastered it? Nightshade looked at Kakashi and smiled. Shall I give it a try? Kakashi stepped back a few paces. If your chakra goes out of control again, the impact will be too great. Nightshade shook his head. It won't happen. I'm confident I can succeed this time. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Give it a try. I'll keep an eye on you. After saying that, Kakashi stepped back several dozen meters. The range of Nightshade's outbursts that night was too large. Kakashi didn't dare to stay too close to him. Chapter 49. Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Books. After Kakashi had retreated about 100 meters, Nightshade walked to the edge of the lake. If Nightshade were to go out of control again here, the water in the lake could help lessen the impact of the explosion. Standing on the lake's surface, Nightshade began to gather chakra throughout his body. Chakra began to gather in his hands. Instantly, a large amount of chakra coalesced in Nightshade's palms. This chakra quickly transformed into lightning. Crackle, crackle. Countless golden arcs of electricity instantly erupted from Nightshade's hands. These arcs of electricity danced wildly around Nightshade's hands. Within a radius of several meters around Nightshade, countless bolts of lightning manifested. These bolts of lightning slithered through the air like serpents. With Nightshade at the center of it all, even though it was daytime, the numerous thunderbolts triggered by Nightshade made his position emit a brilliant golden light, akin to the blazing sun. At this moment, standing 100 meters away, Kakashi swallowed hard. This dazzling scene, even though I've seen it before, is still shocking. This is no longer just Chidori. In terms of the form of lightning and the energy of chakra, it has far surpassed the ordinary Chidori. I wonder how powerful it is. Kakashi even revealed his Sharingan. Nightshade's Chidori was clearly completely different from his own. The power was vastly stronger. The noise was quite loud, but the sound itself was not. The piercing thunderclaps only traveled a few dozen meters before fading away. After all, Chidori is a surprise attack ninjutsu. If the noise is too great, it loses its greatest advantage. Yu watched as the arcs of lightning around him converged into the palm of his hand. The lightning snakes that had been swirling around him all merged into his palm. Gradually, all the lightning coalesced in Yu's palm. The golden lightning trembled violently. At this moment, the golden light surrounding him had vanished, revealing Yu's figure. All the lightning was now concentrated in his palm. Kakashi was stunned. Did he concentrate all the dissipated chakra into his hand? This terrifying chakra control is something even I can't achieve. This kid really surprises me at every turn. Although the lightning gathered in Yu's hand was much smaller than at the beginning, it was now concentrated with the terrifying energy of the previous bolts. The Chidori in Yu's hand was definitely stronger than before. It could not be weaker. Yu looked at the thunder gathered in his hand and turned to glance at Kakashi in the distance. Upon seeing Yu looking at him, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. What does this kid want to do? Kakashi couldn't figure out what Yu's gaze meant. Soon he would know. Yu smirked slightly and pushed off with his feet. His entire body shot up into the sky like a cannonball, instantly reaching dozens of meters above the lake surface. The ground where Yu had jumped from had collapsed, creating a spiderweb-like crack spreading over a dozen meters. Yu, now tens of meters above the lake, hurled the Chidori in his hand towards the lake surface. Lightning release, Chidori. With a roar from Yu, his figure transformed into a bolt of golden lightning shooting towards the lake surface. Crack, sizzle, boom. In an instant, the surrounding area shook violently for hundreds of meters. The several hundred-meter-wide lake erupted with a violent explosion. The water in the lake was instantly vaporized into mist by the terrifying thunder. A flash of light appeared, and a massive pit, 100 meters wide, formed at the center of the lake. All the water in the pit was blown away. It took several seconds for the displaced lake water to slowly flow back into the large pit created. By this time, Yu had already jumped to the lakeshore, with faint golden arcs still lingering on his hand. Watching the water flow towards the center, Yu smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei, how's that? Pretty powerful, right?" Kakashi had already arrived beside Yu. He looked at Yu's right hand, which was occasionally flashing with arcs of electricity, and then at the water flowing towards the lake center. Kakashi's mouth twitched. "Is this the Chidori I taught you?" Kakashi looked at Yu with a face full of doubt. Yu smiled, of course. The power should be good, right? Kakashi looked at Yu, his mouth twitching again. Good? It's beyond that. Even if I used Raikiri, I couldn't achieve this level of power. Plus, your attack speed is faster than mine. This ninjutsu's lethality is definitely on a different level. Yu paused for a moment. Is it on a level? He wasn't quite sure. While he knew his Chidori was powerful, lethality being on a level was a standard for Kaga-level techniques. Kakashi nodded seriously, absolutely on a level. My Raikiri is strong and also on a level, but it doesn't have the destructive capability of your technique. Yu thought for a moment and said, actually, when I was releasing Chidori just now, I was thinking that if this ninjutsu were slightly modified, it could be used as a long-range technique. Kakashi was taken aback. A long-range technique? Yu nodded, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Go ahead. Kakashi didn't think Yu was being unrealistic. He knew that Yu had a strong understanding of ninjutsu. Yu quickly explained Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, not bad. This idea is completely feasible, but doing so will weaken the power of Chidori. Kakashi was indeed sharp. He immediately understood the issues with the two techniques upon hearing Yu's thoughts. Yu laughed. Sacrificing power for increased range is still worth it. Kakashi nodded. These two improvements don't provide much benefit for me, but they would be very beneficial for you. Yes, because I have a larger chakra reserve, and my ninjutsu is powerful. Sacrificing some power still keeps it strong. Yu added. After exchanging ideas for a while, Yu decided to try his modifications. He wasn't sure how Sasuke had done in the first place, but Yu had his own method of improvement based on Chidori. He didn't care whether his modifications were the same as Sasuke's. This time, Kakashi didn't move away from Yu. Based on Yu's control over Chidori earlier, he had already mastered that power within him. Although Yu's control speed exceeded his expectations, Kakashi could accept it. Since Yu could manage the power within him, there was no need for Kakashi to distance himself. Standing by the lake, Yu raised his right hand. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity coalesced in his hand. This was the first time Kakashi had seen Yu's lightning up close. The power emanating from the golden lightning made even an elite jonin like Kakashi feel a bit intimidated. Watching Yu's serious demeanor, Kakashi felt an immense sense of pride. Yu is growing rapidly. I feel like there's not much left for me to teach him. After all, Yu had already mastered Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu. The only thing Kakashi had left to offer was his Sharingan. He couldn't very well take out his Sharingan to give to Yu, could he? So he felt he had nothing more to teach Yu, at least in terms of ninjutsu. However, in terms of ninja experience, he knew Yu still had much to learn. Chapter 50. You've already surpassed your teacher. Yu was oblivious to Kakashi's proud expression. Once he gathered his chakra, he followed his vision, concentrating it into a point and firing it off. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sizzle. Whoosh. Boom. A golden beam shot out from Yu's hand in an instant. In a moment, the golden lightning pierced through the forest hundreds of meters away, creating a gap several dozen meters wide on the opposite side of the lake. The trees at the gap were all severed by the lightning. Dozens of large trees fell to the ground, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. Kakashi was dumbfounded. This ninjutsu is unexpectedly powerful. Kakashi truly hadn't anticipated the strength of this technique. Not only was the range impressive, but the end power actually created a vacuum several dozen meters wide in the forest. Kakashi had initially thought that the range of Chidori Sharp Spear would be good if it reached 10 meters, but Yu had achieved a range of several hundred meters, with the end speed still possessing Kaga-level lethality. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it could even compare to natural lightning. The lightning released by ninjas using Chakra cannot match the speed of natural lightning. Yet the lightning Yu had just unleashed could definitely compete with natural speeds. It could be said that in terms of lethality, Yu's modified Chidori Sharp Spear had already reached the level of a Kaga-level ninjutsu. Furthermore, it was an extremely practical Kaga-level ninjutsu. The attack range was simply too far, hundreds of meters away, and it was instantaneous. From the looks of Yu, it seemed he did not consume much chakra either. Yu himself had not expected this ninjutsu to be so strong. He even felt that the practicality of this technique far surpassed that of Chidori. After all, who would prefer close combat when they can attack from a distance? The power is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Nightwing frowned and said. Kakashi smiled and asked, You don't seem very happy? Nightwing shook his head. I am happy. It's just that it feels very unreal. My control over my power is still too poor. I can't even tell how powerful the ninjutsu I release is. In battle, such a flaw can be fatal. Kakashi was taken aback. Seeing Nightwing's troubled expression, He didn't know what to say. If it were any other ninja with such powerful abilities, they would probably be flaunting it. But Nightwing was not arrogant and immediately recognized his weaknesses. No wonder you were so quiet during your 6 years at the ninja school. Mastery of power isn't achieved in just a day or two. You still have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. Nightwing nodded. He knew he was overthinking it. How could he expect to master all his powers at once? And what about chakra? The ninjutsu to come would also consume a lot of chakra. Kakashi asked worriedly. Nightwing had already released 2 high-power ninjutsu in succession, and the power was so great that if it were him, just one would deplete his chakra. But Nightwing seemed to show no signs of fatigue. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at Nightwing's terrifying chakra. Your chakra amount must be comparable to Naruto's now, Kakashi remarked. Nightwing replied while gathering chakra, that's not the case. After all, Naruto has the 9 tails sealed inside him. Only a few people in the village knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. But everyone basically knew that he was the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. This was also the reason why Naruto was ostracized. Generally, every Jinchuriki in each village would face such treatment. Until the Jinchuriki fully mastered the tailed beast inside them, the villagers would not dare approach. After all, if the Jinchuriki were careless, they could go berserk, causing devastation. A Jinchuriki who hasn't fully mastered the tailed beast is like a bomb that could explode at any time. No one would be willing to gamble their life. Hearing Nightwing actually consider Naruto's 9 tails as part of his chakra made him feel somewhat helpless. After all, it's the 9 tails in Naruto. Who could have more chakra than it? No one in the entire ninja world does. Kakashi didn't know how much chakra the 1st Hokage had, but he didn't think it would surpass that of the 9 tails. In fact, the 1st Hokage's chakra was indeed more than that of the 9 tails. Just as Nightwing finished speaking, lightning gathered in his hand. Lightning release, Chidori Senbon. Crackle, snap, fizz, fizz, fizz. The lightning in Nightwing's hand instantly formed hundreds of lightning needles in front of him. Under Nightwing's urging, these needles shot out in an instant. Hundreds of lightning needles pierced through hundreds of meters, disappearing into the forest on the other side of the lake like raindrops. The main lethality of Chidori Senbon does not rely on explosions, but on penetration. Nightwing said, "Let's go over and take a look." Saying this, he ran across the lake. Kakashi followed closely, wanting to see how this ninjutsu differed from the previous Chidori. The two arrived at the forest on the opposite side of the lake. Looking at the several small black holes punched into the tree trunks, Nightwing was quite satisfied with the condition of the small holes. The penetration was impressive. Being able to pierce such thick trunks over hundreds of meters meant that if it were a human body, it wouldn't be much different from this big tree. Having previously witnessed the power of Chidori, Kakashi was not as surprised by the damage caused by Chidori Senbon. After looking at more than a dozen large trees, Nightwing finally understood the power limit of Chidori Senbon. It could pierce about 15 trees. The penetration was decent. Nightwing nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi smiled wryly. Decent? You should know that this is lightning Senbon that flew hundreds of meters and could pierce through more than a dozen large trees. The power is absolutely terrifying. As long as you can flexibly use these 2 ninjutsu in actual combat, even Elite J-Nin won't be your match. A 12-year-old Elite J-Nin. Just thinking about it is astonishing. I wasn't wrong before. Your talent is far greater than mine, and your strength has definitely surpassed that of Uchiha Itachi. Nightwing shook his head. This is just ninjutsu. I don't think my combat experience can compare to that of Teacher Itachi. Although I have mastered 3 high-damage ninjutsu, I am very clear that Uchiha Itachi is an Umbu J-Nin. His combat experience is far stronger than mine. Kakashi looked at Nightwing's calm expression and was speechless. Your biggest problem is that you are too cautious. With your current strength, even if your combat experience is not as good as Itachi's, your hard power is already far superior to his. The gap in hard power has grown so large that combat experience cannot make up for it. I wouldn't be surprised if you surpassed me before long, Kakashi sighed. However, he was not jealous of Nightwing. He felt more gratified. After all, Kakashi was nurturing Nightwing as his personal disciple. He hoped he could become a powerful and great ninja like the 4th Hokage. He believed that with Nightwing's character, he could definitely achieve it. Chapter 51. Am I going to learn Sage techniques? Not to mention anything else, just the 3 ninjutsu that Nightwing has mastered, any of which can be used as a trump card by an elite J-nin. Moreover, the power he wields from these 3 ninjutsu is far stronger than that of an ordinary J-nin. Especially the lethality of Chidori and Chidori Sunban is truly terrifying. The 3 advantages of long range, high speed, and terrifying penetration have made these 2 ninjutsu the standard for high-level ninjutsu. In fact, among high-level ninjutsu, they belong to the powerful category. Ordinary high-level ninjutsu simply cannot compare to his. Kakashi sighed, "It's only you, for other ninjas. Even elite J-nin wouldn't have enough chakra to use just one. They definitely couldn't achieve the effect you have. I couldn't either." Kakashi wasn't lying. The ninjutsu that Nightwing used was derived from natural energy. However, it was different from Sage Chakra in that Nightwing's chakra was imbued with consciousness. Therefore, the substances formed by his chakra were all alive, similar to the wood release of the first Hokage. Only Nightwing himself didn't know this, and Kakashi was also unaware. Nightwing shook his head. "The pressure I feel using these 2 ninjutsu is quite large. With my current chakra amount, I can only use them 2 more times at most. So, your current chakra amount allows you to use 5 times of high-level ninjutsu?" Kakashi thought Nightwing's chakra had already been exhausted. After all, he had released 3 high-level ninjutsu in succession, and judging by the power of these 3 ninjutsu, they definitely consumed more chakra than ordinary high-level ninjutsu. Despite this, he was still able to release chakra again. This terrifying amount of chakra had far surpassed him. Thinking of this, Kakashi asked, "So you're saying your chakra has already surpassed mine?" Kakashi remembered very clearly that just a few days ago, Nightwing's chakra was still less than his. Even if the chakra within Nightwing was Sage Chakra, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Nightwing sensed it and said, "My chakra should be a little more than yours, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. "How did your chakra grow so fast?" Nightwing thought for a moment. "Maybe it's because there's more chakra hidden within me." Kakashi thought about it and agreed. There was indeed a mysterious power hidden within Nightwing. "Can I use my Sharingan to take a look at the chakra within you?" Kakashi asked. He was a bit worried that Yeyu's chakra growth was abnormal. He didn't know if it was good or bad. If the chakra increased too quickly, the body might not be able to handle it. Kakashi was concerned that Yeyu's body wouldn't be able to withstand such a massive amount of chakra. Yeyu nodded. His body had no secrets. His chakra had indeed increased several times over the past few days. Even if he disagreed at that moment, there was no one to stop Kakashi from wanting to see it. After all, he had the Sharingan. After getting Yeyu's consent, Kakashi activated the Sharingan. In an instant, Kakashi saw the enormous amount of chakra within Yeyu. This was terrifying and incomprehensible. The amount of chakra in his body was already very close to Naruto's chakra. It is known that besides his own chakra, Naruto also had the chakra of the Nine Tails. Even though most of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed by the 4th Hokage, the Force 8 trigram seal could convert the chakra that the Nine Tails released into Naruto's chakra. Over the years, Naruto's chakra had increased significantly due to this released chakra. At this time, Naruto was only 12 years old, and his chakra was already more than twice that of Kakashi. If you added the Nine Tails chakra, it would probably be hundreds of times more. Yet, Yeyu's chakra at this moment was already very close to Naruto's. This meant that Yeyu's chakra was about twice that of Kakashi's. Just a few days ago, Yeyu's chakra was still less than Kakashi's, only at the level of an ordinary J-nin. It had only been a few days. Moreover, this was after Yeyu had just released 3 high-level ninjutsu. It should be noted that the power of the 3 ninjutsu Yeyu released far exceeded that of his Raikiri. This meant that if Yeyu hadn't released those 3 ninjutsu, his chakra would have already surpassed that of Naruto without counting the Nine Tails chakra. What level was this? This was definitely at the level of a Kage. Yet Yeyu was only 12 years old. However, the more this was the case, the more Kakashi worried. According to Kakashi's understanding, chakra needed the body to support it. Could Yeyu's body handle such rapid chakra expansion in a short time? Kakashi looked at Yeyu and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell at all? Increasing so much chakra in such a short time must be tough on your body, right?" Seeing Kakashi's worried expression, Yeyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. It should be because my physical quality improved a lot after my chakra went berserk that night, and my chakra surged that night. Yu knew that if he didn't provide a suitable reason, Kakashi would definitely be suspicious. Kakashi thought for a moment, and Yu's explanation indeed had no issues. Kakashi had always felt that there was a powerful force hidden within Yu, and that night's outburst might have been that force being activated. Such things were not uncommon in the ninja world. There were all kinds of strange physiques, but someone as strong as Yu was indeed extremely rare. But Kakashi could understand. Still, I can't help but worry. If your chakra continues to grow, your body might not be able to handle it. I'll find Jiraiya-sama when I get the chance. Maybe he can help you train in sage techniques. Using sage techniques might allow you to completely control the power within you. Yu was taken aback. Jiraiya-sama? Seeing Yu's puzzled expression, Kakashi thought he didn't know who Jiraiya was. Although he had often mentioned him in front of Yu, it was normal for someone from Yu's generation not to know the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. In fact, Yu was just curious why Kakashi thought Jiraiya would be willing to take him to learn sage techniques. Yu had no familial ties to Jiraiya, and sage techniques weren't something just anyone could learn. He didn't think Jiraiya would be willing to take him to learn sage techniques. Jiraiya took Naruto to train because Naruto was the son of his disciple. It was reasonable for him to take Naruto to train, but Yu had no such relationship with Jiraiya. Kakashi explained, Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world. During the Second Great Ninja War, he, Orochimaru, and Tsunade-sama were known as the legendary three ninjas. All three of them are at the level of Hokage and are very powerful. Jiraiya-sama is the disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth Hokage. He possesses very powerful sage techniques. The third Hokage once said that your physique might be a natural sage body. The chakra within you should be sage chakra. I think if you learn sage techniques, you can control the chakra within you and prevent it from harming you. Chapter 52. Not wanting to become a rogue ninja, Yu looked at Kakashi, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although he thought Kakashi's idea was Navi and wondered how Jiraiya could possibly take him to learn sage techniques, he could feel that Kakashi's words were sincere. He truly hoped that Yu could master the power within him and was genuinely concerned for his safety. In that moment, Kakashi was treating Yu as a personal disciple. Yu fell silent. Kakashi thought Yu hadn't understood, so he repeated himself. Yu waved his hand and said, Kakashi-sensei, I understand what you mean. I just don't think Jiraiya-sama would be willing to take me to learn sage techniques. Since you say sage techniques are a powerful force, and that few people learn them, do you really think Jiraiya-sama would take me to learn? I have no ties to him. Seeing Yu's skeptical expression, Kakashi smiled and said, Jiraiya-sama is quite enthusiastic. He knows you have great potential, and for the future of the village, he wouldn't refuse. Yu turned to Kakashi, half smiling, and asked, what if he thinks my power could threaten the village and doesn't want me to master sage techniques? I think the third Hokage wouldn't be so calm if he knew about my current strength. Kakashi was taken aback. He had been too focused on the chakra within Yu to remember the third Hokage. Moreover, based on his understanding of Jiraiya, it was indeed possible that Jiraiya would think, as Yu imagined, that Yu's rapid strength growth posed a threat to the village. Kakashi remained silent for a long time. But the CHNIN exams are coming up soon, and the third Hokage will definitely learn about your situation. Yu shrugged and nonchalantly said, then it's up to fate. Yu couldn't think of any good solutions. Konoha had too many means to investigate the power within Yu. The Hyuga clan, the Yamenka clan, and sensory-type ninjas could all detect the abnormality in Yu's chakra. There was no way to hide. So Yu wasn't thinking about hiding. He was actually quite open-minded about it. He wouldn't become a rogue ninja unless he was pushed into a corner. After all, he didn't want to wander the ninja world. Seeing Yu's indifferent expression, Kakashi was very worried. It seems we can't let the third Hokage know that you have mastered those ninjutsu. Although I trust the third Hokage, I don't think he would be completely at ease with you, even though your chakra amount is enormous. As long as you let the third Hokage know that you haven't mastered those powerful ninjutsu, he shouldn't do anything to you. Don't worry, in Konoha, I and the others will help you. If the third Hokage is against you, I and the others won't allow it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yu just smiled. He knew that Kakashi was completely prioritizing the village. He didn't think Kakashi would betray the village for him. However, Yu didn't mind. If he really couldn't stay in Konoha, even if he didn't want to become a rogue ninja, he would have no choice but to do so. Although he didn't have any grand ambitions, he also didn't want to die before his life was even halfway through. Kakashi, who had just made detailed plans for Yuyu's future, completely lost his ambition. Now, he only wanted to know how to protect Yuyu. He didn't want Yuyu to end up like Yamato, spending the rest of his life in the Umbu, or like the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, living a life of constant surveillance. If we talk about the misfortune of the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it wasn't Naruto who had it the worst, but his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. As someone from a foreign village, Kushina was monitored by the Umbu before marrying Minato Namikaze. Most of the time, the place where she lived was covered by barriers, preventing her from going out freely. One can imagine how miserable her life was. At least Naruto was completely free in Konoha, even to the point of graffitiing the Hokage rock. For an ordinary person, even if they weren't executed on the spot, they would have long been locked up in a cell. It was only because of the third Hokage's deliberate indulgence that he was so unrestrained. In terms of loneliness, which Jinchuriki is not lonely. But to say that someone could be as free as Naruto, there really aren't many. The most absurd part was that during the Nine Tails rampage, so many villagers lost their loved ones to the Nine Tails. Yet the villagers of Konoha were rational enough not to assassinate Naruto. It's worth noting that Killer Bee is often targeted for assassination by people in his village because of the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki's rampage that caused casualties among villagers. The villagers of Konoha merely rejected Naruto, which is truly hard to imagine. Being monitored by the Umbu is certainly not pleasant. Kakashi, who had spent a long time in the Umbu, was well aware of this. After all, it was the fourth Hokage who sent him to protect Kushina Uzumaki. While it was called protection, there was also an element of surveillance. Of course, Minato had no harmful intentions towards Kushina. He was just worried that she might go out of control due to her pregnancy. But regardless, being watched by the Umbu is undoubtedly very uncomfortable. Kakashi didn't want Yuyu to live that kind of life in the future. However, Kakashi truly couldn't think of any way to help Yuyu. The only thing he could do was to help Yuyu hide from the third Hokage, not letting him know that Yuyu had already mastered 3 high-level ninjutsu. But Yuyu wasn't too worried. After all, he was a ninja from Konoha, as long as he didn't express any intention to oppose the village. The third Hokage wouldn't do anything to him. If a genius really appeared in the village and the third Hokage eliminated him, Konoha would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Yuyu smiled and said, "There's no need to worry so much. I don't think the third Hokage would do that." Kakashi had a complex expression. He didn't have as much confidence in the third Hokage as Yuyu did. He had been in the Umbu for too long and was well aware of the other side of the third Hokage. However, Yuyu was also right. After all, he was a ninja from Konoha. Aside from the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage really didn't take extreme measures against other ninjas from Konoha. At least he wasn't as extreme as Danzo. However, Danzo was only extremely hostile towards the Uchiha clan. As long as others didn't affect his position as Hokage, he wouldn't bother with them. Even if someone didn't align with his ideology, no matter how powerful they were, he wouldn't recruit them into Root. For example, Guy had sought Danzo to join Root, but Danzo refused. The third Hokage and Danzo's treatment of the Uchiha clan stemmed from inheriting the second Hokage's philosophy, believing that the Uchiha clan were all extreme and potential psychopaths. Besides the Uchiha clan, these two really hadn't done anything extreme to other ninja clans in Konoha. Even the targeting of the Uchiha clan was because of the Nine Tails incident. After all, when the Nine Tails was unleashed, the pair of large eyes with 2 Sharingan stared at them. Even if the third Hokage didn't want to target the Uchiha clan, he had no choice. After all, almost all the villagers saw it that night. It was impossible not to suspect the Uchiha clan. But Yuyu was different. He came from common background, with no family influence behind him. At most, he could become a figure like the 4th Hokage in the future. This was also why Yuyu wasn't too worried. Although the 3rd Hokage could be a bit sinister at times, he wasn't insane enough to eliminate anyone with high talent. Chapter 53. Combination Ninjutsu. Kakashi originally wanted to wait for Jiraiya to return to the village and ask him to take Yu to Mayaboka Mountain to learn sage art. But after his conversation with Yu just now, he decided against it. Perhaps in the future, when they went out on missions, he could look for the locations of the 3 great sage places. There should be people in the ninja world who know the locations of the 3 great sage places. Although asking Jiraiya was unlikely now, Kakashi still hadn't given up on finding a place for Yu to practice sage art. He was worried that if Yu's chakra continued to grow, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Yu walked to the lakeside and calmly said, "Actually, I think you're overthinking it. I don't feel any discomfort right now. With my current physical condition, carrying this amount of chakra shouldn't be a problem." Yu was very clear about the situation of the chakra in his body. If his body couldn't handle so much chakra, there wouldn't be so much chakra present in him. When the day comes that his body can no longer accommodate more chakra, it would mean that the growth of chakra in his body has stopped. At least right now. The chakra in Yu's body was still increasing at a rate of doubling every day. However, Yu could also sense that in a few days, the growth of his chakra would stop, at least not at the current speed of doubling every day. Kakashi walked over to Yu's side and said seriously, "You can't be careless. Chakra is not something to be taken lightly. There are many ninjas in the ninja world who have been seriously injured because their physical condition couldn't keep up with the chakra in their bodies. By the way, speaking of the 3 great sage places, you should have your own summoning beast by now." Yu looked at Kakashi and said, "I don't think I need one yet." Kakashi sighed. "Unfortunately, my summoning beast is more suited for reconnaissance and not very suitable for you." As soon as Yu thought about having a bunch of ninja dogs as his future summoning beast, he immediately felt uncomfortable all over. "How about you sign a summoning contract with my summoning beast first? There's no limit to summoning beasts. For example, Sasuke has 2 types of summoning beasts. It just depends on whether your chakra can summon them." Yu awkwardly smiled. "Let's skip that. Your summoning beast might not be suitable for me." Kakashi thought about it and agreed. "Once we find the 3 great sage places, you can sign a summoning contract with them when there's a chance." The 4th Hokage's summoning contract was with Mayaboka Mountain. So was Lord Jiraiya's. Yu was a bit confused and looked at Kakashi, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, logically speaking, you are the 4th Hokage's disciple, so your summoning beast should be the same as his, right?" Lord Jiraiya is the 4th Hokage's teacher, and the 4th Hokage's summoning beast is the same as Lord Jiraiya's. "Why didn't you inherit that?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Because my summoning beast is very suitable for me, and I don't need another type of summoning beast. You must know what my summoning beast is, right?" After Kakashi said that, he looked at Yu with a smile. He just realized that when Yu said that his summoning beast wasn't suitable for him, he seemed to have known what Kakashi's summoning beast was. Yu didn't hide it and generously admitted, "Yeah, I found out when I was checking your information. In the Konoha library, a lot of information about well-known ninjas is accessible. It's just that it's all common knowledge." Therefore, after hearing this, Kakashi didn't find it strange. It just seemed that Yu was quite disdainful of his summoning beast. "So you don't like my summoning beast?" Kakashi looked at Yu, his gaze carrying a chill. Yu felt a bit awkward and turned to look at the surface of the lake. "Kakashi-sensei, please teach me a few more water release techniques. You must know a lot of them, right?" What a clumsy way to change the topic. Kakashi chuckled. "You're still too young. Do you think using ninja dogs as summoning beasts is not cool?" Yu quickly denied. "No, I think it's pretty good." Yu really didn't like Kakashi's ninja dogs that much. Not because he had anything against them, but because they really lacked lethality and didn't enhance his combat power. He figured that during a battle, he would still need to protect them. Kakashi naturally didn't believe him and snorted, "You're just being insincere, but never mind, you'll understand later. What water release technique do you want to learn?" Yu thought for a moment and said, "I want to learn a few defensive water release techniques." "Defensive water release techniques? Let me think. Got it. I'll teach you the water barrier technique. This technique is a mid-level technique, and there should be no difficulty for you to learn it. Listen closely. I'll explain the principles of this technique." After Kakashi explained it to Yu, he grasped it. Kakashi didn't demonstrate it for Yu, but asked, "If I don't demonstrate it for you, can you figure out on your own?" "I think with your abilities, it should be no problem." Kakashi wanted to know just how strong Yu's talent was. After all, Yu had learned the water dragon bullet technique on the spot with Zabuza before. Yu didn't refuse, nodded, and walked to the lakeside. Standing by the lake, Yu focused and gathered the chakra within him. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and quickly formed seals. Bang! Water release, water barrier. As Yu activated his chakra, the lake water seemed to be sucked up and surged towards him. Boom! The lake water surrounded Yu, swirling around him wildly. Splash! Soon, the swirling water formed a massive water vortex around Yu. The vortex had even triggered a small storm, blowing the grass by the lakeside flat against the ground. The ground where the water flowed was eroded and created a trench. A water vortex over 10 meters wide had formed around Yu. Kakashi, watching from a distance, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this really the water barrier? This looks more like a combined technique. There are signs of wind release in it. Moreover, the scale of this technique is truly enormous. However, Kakashi wasn't very surprised by this technique. After all, compared to the 3 techniques Yu released before, this water barrier was already considered quite small in power, although it was stronger than a normal water barrier. In the center of the water vortex, Yu pressed his palms together, focusing his gaze. He began to gather chakra again. The water that had been swirling around Yu quickly stopped. Then, the lake water formed a gigantic water curtain in front of Yu, over 10 meters tall and several dozen meters wide. Kakashi smiled. Now that's the water barrier. The technique Yu just used clearly incorporated some wind release form changes. The gigantic water curtain Yu created this time is the true water barrier. The one you released earlier was obviously offensive in nature. Kakashi knew that the previous technique was definitely Yu's spontaneous idea to mix in wind release. Such things are very dangerous for ordinary ninjas. Casually altering a technique can lead to backlash. But Yu didn't have such problems. His control over chakra was already very precise. Kakashi had some concerns before, but since Yu could manipulate the dangerous lightning release technique so freely, he wasn't surprised that he had created a combined water and wind release technique. Chapter 54. Uchiha Itachi. The gigantic water curtain remained in front of Yu for a few seconds before he withdrew his chakra. Splash! Without Yu's chakra sustaining it. The massive water curtain instantly collapsed, turning the area into a small lake. Such a large volume of water required a vast amount of chakra to maintain. To sustain such a gigantic water curtain, at least the chakra level of a Jonin would be necessary. Very strong, much stronger than I expected. And you also incorporated wind release into that water barrier, right? Kakashi said as he walked over. Yu looked at the flowing water beneath him and nodded. I feel like this technique won't be very useful in combat. Kakashi laughed. It's a defensive technique, and it's very useful for blocking fire release. Many ninjas in the ninja world have very powerful fire release techniques, like the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage is proficient in all 5 natures, he is best at fire and earth release. The temperature of the third Hokage's fire release techniques is much higher than that of the Uchiha clan. Its lethality is even more formidable. Ordinary water release techniques simply can't withstand his fire release techniques. However, I think your water barrier can hold up against it. Thinking about the third Hokage's fire release, Kakashi had to admit how strong it was. The third Hokage's fire release can really break through attribute restraints and completely overpower water release. One can only imagine how powerful his fire release is. Yu recalled how powerful the third Hokage's fire release was. When he fought against the reanimated first and second Hokage, his fire release could even counter the second Hokage's water release. It's worth noting that the second Hokage was the most proficient in water release techniques. Yet he could evenly match the second Hokage's water release, even under circumstances where his chakra attributes were restrained. Kakashi-sensei, is the Uchiha clan very good at fire release? Yu asked knowingly. Kakashi, unaware that Yu understood the Uchiha clan, introduced. The Uchiha clan is the strongest ninja family in Konoha when it comes to fire release. They have many original fire release techniques that are much stronger than those of other ninjas. Original fire release techniques? Kakashi nodded. Yes, for example, the Great Fireball technique, which the Uchiha clan improved into the Fireball technique. It's essentially the same technique, but the Fireball technique's power is far greater than that of the Great Fireball technique. I once saw Uchiha Itachi use it. Yu was taken aback. Uchiha Itachi? When Uchiha Itachi was mentioned, Kakashi's expression became serious, lost in thought. Yes, Uchiha Itachi was once my colleague in the ANBU. He was a ninja with very high talent, but unfortunately, in the end, he committed acts of betrayal against the village and his family. Kakashi didn't know why the Uchiha clan had to massacre their own family. Although he knew that the truth was definitely not as simple as what the village's higher-ups said. He wasn't from the Uchiha clan, so he didn't delve into it. He just felt it was a shame. After all, the Uchiha clan was Obito's family, and Uchiha Itachi was also a ninja he had high hopes for. If Kakashi knew that it was Obito and Uchiha Itachi who teamed up to massacre the Uchiha clan, he would probably regret saying it was a shame. Yi thought for a moment and said, I don't understand why Uchiha Itachi would leave Sasuke behind. At that time, Sasuke shouldn't have had any ability to resist, right? Kakashi looked at Yu, because Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and it is precisely because of this that Sasuke has a deep hatred for Uchiha Itachi. When I asked him what his dream was, he said his dream was to personally kill Uchiha Itachi. Yu fell silent. He didn't know what to say. It must be said that Sasuke's situation was indeed tragic. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan being massacred, Sasuke would definitely not have the personality he is now. Before the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke's personality was actually very cheerful and sunny. Although he was aloof in school, he was completely different from now. Previously, his aloofness was feigned, stemming from being the most outstanding and excellent student in the class, a proud aloofness. However, ever since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, his aloofness became a way to avoid external matters. He only wanted to become stronger, to kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge his clan. He buried his emotions and had to hide them. In fact, Sasuke has always been a very kind person at heart. In a sense, Naruto's situation is indeed much better than his. At least Naruto has always had the third Hokage looking after him, as well as friends like Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba who are willing to skip classes with him. He has never received the love of family and doesn't even know what it feels like. Even when he is sad, it doesn't affect his resolve. But Sasuke originally had an incredibly happy family, a strict father, a loving mother, and an older brother he admired greatly. Yet, in the end, it was his most admired brother who slaughtered his family, sparing not even his own parents. And when leaving, he replayed for Sasuke how the members of the Uchiha clan were killed one by one. The kind of pain forced Sasuke to want to become stronger. In fact, you can see that Sasuke has feelings for Sakura. When they were attacked before, Sasuke immediately stood in front of Sakura. This was Sasuke's first real combat experience. Real combat is a completely different concept from regular practice. But he hardly thought before standing in front of Sakura. This already proves that although Sasuke has never expressed any feelings for Sakura, he surely has feelings for her in his heart. You can also understand Sasuke's pain. He can't even imagine if he would go crazy if he experienced the same things as Sasuke. He fears he would be even more extreme than Sasuke. When Yu first came to this world, he thought it would be exciting to grow up alongside Naruto. After all, in his previous life, he was indeed moved by Naruto's passion. However, after spending 6 years in this world with Naruto, he found himself less interested in him. Initially, Yu thought it was impressive that Naruto didn't go to extremes in such a dark environment. But after witnessing many of Naruto's actions and the friends around him, Yu found it hard to empathize, because he had seen too many cases like Naruto's in his previous life, and many of them didn't even have it as good as Naruto. After all, Naruto has always had the third Hokage watching over him. As a Jinchuriki, he could roam freely in the village and even pull off big pranks. He even dared to vandalize the Hokage rock. Yu had previously admired Naruto for not turning dark. But after being his classmate for 6 years, Yu realized that it was actually quite normal for Naruto not to turn dark. He has friends, isn't lacking in money, often skips classes, gets zeros on every exam, and still hasn't been expelled. This treatment is that of the Leaf's prince, so why would he turn dark? There are many children in Konoha without parents or family. Konoha has many war orphans, and their circumstances are far worse than Naruto's, with many of them having been killed during the Nine Tails incident. Chapter 55. Yuyu's perception ability, dealing with the Sharingan. Moreover, many don't even qualify for the Ninja Academy. The academy only enrolls 30 students each year, so you can imagine how many people don't qualify at all. Yet Naruto not only got in, but also didn't get expelled despite his exam scores. You thought, if it were him, he wouldn't just turn dark. He would be living it up. Sasuke, on the other hand, witnessed Itachi Uchiha kill his parents. Itachi even replayed for him how the members of the Uchiha clan were killed one by one. The fear, despair, and confusion of those clan members before their deaths could have caused 6-year-old Sasuke to break down countless times. Naruto didn't see his parents killed by the Nine Tails, but Sasuke saw Itachi kill the people who cared for him one by one. On that bloody night, if it were Yu, he would have likely gone to extremes long ago. Kindness? After experiencing such things, Yu believes that as long as he can gain power to kill Itachi, it doesn't matter how many people die. After going through such experiences, a person cannot be rational. At least Yu knows he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain his inner kindness. But Sasuke managed to do it. He loved his family and his clan deeply. That's why he desperately sought power, even risking being taken over by Orochimaru. Yet, during his time with Orochimaru, Sasuke never killed innocents indiscriminately. Even when it came to ninjas unrelated to him, he never committed random killings. Most importantly, he was trained by Orochimaru, and being able to maintain such a mindset shows how kind his heart is. It's just that there was no mature person to guide him on his life path. Kakashi's thoughts are quite mature, but he isn't strong enough. Before coming to this world, Yu admired Naruto. After arriving in this world, he found himself admiring Sasuke the most. Of course, Yu also didn't want to meddle. He wouldn't change Sasuke's future path just because he admired him. Life only has meaning through personal experiences. The insights one gains from their own understanding are what one never forgets. Seeing Yu like this, Kakashi patted his shoulder. Now you understand why Sasuke turned out that way, right? But I still hope you can change him. Yu was taken aback, looking up at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Me? Kakashi nodded. That's right. When I fell into despair, it was my comrades who pulled me out. I hope you can do the same, and you're strong enough. Sasuke is a proud person. The same words you say to Naruto would definitely have a different effect. Yu shook his head. I would be willing to do so, but I don't think interfering with Sasuke's choices is a good idea. Especially at this age, the more you interfere, the more rebellious they become. At most, I can only guide him. The more you interfere, the more he will move in the opposite direction. Kakashi sighed. How could I not know that? I just don't want him to go down the wrong path. In pursuit of power, he will likely do many things that violate village rules. Yu remained silent. Sasuke would indeed betray Konoha in the future. Yu just didn't expect Kakashi to have such thoughts. It seems he really understands Sasuke well. Compared to Naruto, Kakashi does pay more attention to Sasuke. Yu can understand this, as Kakashi's fighting style and ninjutsu style are more suited to Sasuke. Plus, influenced by Obito Uchiha. It's normal for Kakashi to focus more on Sasuke, and Kakashi really couldn't teach Naruto anything. Soon, during the Chunin exams, Jiraiya returned to the village. Yu didn't think Jiraiya's return was a coincidence. It wouldn't be because of a few casual words from Naruto that Jiraiya would decide to personally train him. If another ninja went to find Jiraiya and said they wanted to learn ninjutsu from him, considering Jiraiya's personality, would he tell them to get lost? So, Jiraiya returning for the Chunin exams actually meant he knew Naruto had graduated from the Ninja Academy and wanted to personally train him. Would Kakashi dare to hold him back? Yu looked at Kakashi's worried expression and smiled. Kakashi-sensei, you're just overthinking it. With Sasuke's personality, even if he does something against Konoha's rules in the future, he won't do anything heinous. His character is still quite normal. Kakashi said helplessly, I wish that were true. Speaking of Sasuke, I still need to teach you how to deal with the Sharingan. Besides copying jutsu, the most important thing about the Sharingan is its ability to cast Jinjutsu. This is very important. Even if your ninjutsu skills are strong, if you don't know how to deal with Jinjutsu, you can easily end up in a predicament. Yu nodded, fully agreeing with Kakashi's words. Indeed, that's true, but Jinjutsu is really difficult to defend against, especially those released by the Sharingan. Jinjutsu released by the Sharingan is different from ordinary Jinjutsu. He clearly remembers how Yuhi Kurenai, a master Jinjutsu, was instantaneously countered by Uchiha Itachi. Don't be fooled by Kurenai's poor performance during the Jinjutsu battle against Itachi. She is already the strongest in Jinjutsu among Jounin. After all, She is a jounin who leveled up through Jinjutsu. Moreover, she is not just a special jounin, but a regular jounin like Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy. It is easy to imagine that her strength is definitely not weak, especially since she primarily fights with Jinjutsu. Even such a master of Jinjutsu was turned around in an instant by Uchiha Itachi. This battle not only showcased Uchiha Itachi's mastery of Jinjutsu, but more importantly, the power of the Sharingan is incredibly overwhelming. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but the Sharingan has always been a headache for ninjas in the ninja world, forcing many ninja villages to specifically research methods to deal with it. It is evident how wary ninjas are of the Sharingan and how powerful it is. Yiyu's chakra is immense, and he has already mastered 3 levels of powerful combat ninjutsu. However, if it comes to a direct confrontation, Yiyu is not afraid of most jounin, but the Sharingan can easily nullify all of Yiyu's combat power with just a glance. Just one look. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it must be able to be released and hit the target. Kakashi said, "Actually, it's not that there is no way." Over the years, the ninja world has developed many methods to deal with the Sharingan. However, many of them are not very practical. But you have a natural advantage, which is your strong sensory ability. Yi was taken aback. "You mean I should close my eyes when facing the Sharingan and rely on my sensory ability to fight?" Kakashi nodded. "Exactly. For other ninjas, it might be difficult to master. But I know your sensory ability is extremely strong enough to replace vision. Just like when you use Chidori, you can move at such a fast speed and still accurately hit your target. This ability is unique to you. Even I can't do it." Chapter 56. Yiyu's Powerful Chakra Recovery. Yiyu thought for a moment. His sensory ability has indeed become incredibly strong. However, he has gotten used to it and doesn't consider it anything special. Relying on sensory ability to fight feels a bit unfamiliar. Although Yiyu's sensory ability is strong, he has never fought mainly relying on it. He only uses it as an auxiliary ability when using Chidori. Moreover, after verifying Chidori Sharp Spear on Chidori Sanban, Chidori has already ceased to be his main attack method. After all, Chidori requires close combat, which is not very efficient and can easily be countered by the opponent. Kakashi said, "Then train. Your sensory ability is strong and should not be wasted. Thinking about possibly facing the Manjikyu Sharingan or even the Rinnegan in the future, I think it's better to practice. After all, the Sharingan is the most important bloodline limit in this world." The Fourth Great Ninja War was instigated by several people who possessed the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rinne Sharingan. Yi does not possess the Sharingan, so he cannot take the path of enhancing his eyes. The path he can take is Naruto's path, relying on powerful chakra and ninjutsu to face the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although Yiyu himself does not have the power of the 6 paths, he feels that in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he may not be weaker than Naruto. He believes in the system's abilities. Yiyu nodded and said, "I will, Kakashi-sensei. Please continue to teach me some elemental ninjutsu." Seeing that Yiyu was receptive, Kakashi was very pleased. This is Yiyu's good point. He does not have the strange quirks that Naruto and Sasuke have. Yiyu's personality is very normal, and he does not have any peculiar thoughts. The two practiced by the lake for several hours, ending their training only when it got dark. During those few hours, Kakashi's chakra was almost depleted because he needed to demonstrate some ninjutsu to Yiyu. Yiyu learned quickly. For each ninjutsu, Kakashi explained the principles and demonstrated it at most once, and Yiyu would grasp it. So in just a few hours, Yiyu had already mastered more than a dozen elemental ninjutsu. Fortunately, not every ninjutsu required Kakashi to demonstrate. Otherwise, even if Kakashi were drained, he would not be able to provide enough chakra to release more than a dozen high-level ninjutsu in just a few hours. However, while Kakashi's chakra was almost exhausted, Yiyu had not even consumed 1/3 of his chakra. On the way back, Kakashi looked at Yiyu, who seemed completely unaffected, and was speechless. "Aren't you tired at all?" Yiyu smiled. "Not tired at all. You just released more than a dozen high-level ninjutsu. That must have consumed a lot of chakra, right?" Kakashi speculated. Yiyu shook his head, saying he had not consumed much chakra, and that his chakra replenishes quite quickly. This is one of Yiyu's strengths. His chakra recovery is extremely fast. because his chakra is not drawn from within his body but absorbed from the surrounding natural energy. Although the natural energy around him is not endless, it is clear that it provides Yu with shadow-level chakra without any pressure. It should be noted that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto absorbed enough natural energy to match the chakra of Sasuke, who had drawn from eight-tailed beasts. In comparison, Yu's chakra seems trivial. Moreover, natural energy can continuously regenerate. As long as the energy of this planet is not exhausted, natural energy will keep replenishing. The reason Yu's chakra is only at the shadow level is not that he can only absorb shadow-level chakra, but that his body can currently only withstand shadow-level chakra. More than that, his body would not be able to handle it. After all, Yu's body was not special at the beginning. It only started to slowly strengthen after obtaining the system. Now, his chakra amount is already quite good, comparable to Naruto's. However, due to the nature of natural energy, Yu consumes significantly less chakra than ordinary ninjas for the same ninjutsu. Kakashi was unaware of Yu's ability and was somewhat curious. You replenish particularly fast? Yes. After I released 3 lightning-style ninjutsu, my chakra was almost depleted, but it quickly recovered in no time, Yu replied. Kakashi was skeptical. He immediately activated his Sharingan and found that Yu's chakra had already recovered to 80%. Kakashi's mouth twitched. You just released more than a dozen large-scale ninjutsu. How come it seems like your chakra hasn't been consumed at all? Yu smiled. I don't know. My chakra recovers particularly fast. Kakashi shook his head. It's really infuriating how people can be so different. Not only do you have more chakra than I do now, but you also recover faster than I do. The key is, your ninjutsu power is even stronger than mine. Who exactly is the teacher here? Yu looked at Kakashi seriously and said, if a student cannot surpass their teacher in the end, then what's the point of being a student? Kakashi was taken aback. Looking at Yu's serious expression, Kakashi smiled knowingly. Yes, if a student cannot surpass their teacher, then I must be a failed teacher. But only you can say such things. Not everyone can surpass me. This isn't Kakashi being arrogant. He is a genius. If it weren't for the period he fell into despair earlier, his strength would definitely be much greater than it is now. Of course, even at his strongest, he would only reach the level of a Hokage. But how many Hokage-level ninjas are there in the ninja world? Not to mention Hokage-level ninjas, even elite Jonin. Most ninjas in their lifetime may never reach that level. For the vast majority of ninjas, becoming a Chunin is the pinnacle of their ninja career. However, Yu is different. In Kakashi's eyes, Yu's talent has already surpassed his own. Kakashi even feels that Yu now only lacks practical combat experience. As long as he makes up for this shortcoming, his strength will be enough to surpass Kakashi. But Kakashi only feels gratified. Yu naturally knows that Kakashi is not being arrogant, and he nodded, saying, of course, after all, Teacher Kakashi's strength is very strong. There are not many ninjas who can achieve your level of strength. Yu gave a little flattery, although Kakashi doesn't care about others' praise. He appreciates the flattery from his own student. Let's go see how Naruto and Sasuke are doing in their training, Kakashi said. Yu smiled and replied, these two have strong talent, and they both contain immense power within them. Kakashi nodded. Yes. Although Sakura is much stronger than them in chakra control, she has less chakra, while Naruto and Sasuke have a huge amount of chakra within them. As long as they can master the chakra in their bodies, their strength will improve rapidly. Kakashi knows exactly how to teach them. It's just a pity that in the end, one is following Jiraiya and the other is following Orochimaru. Chapter 57. Did I actually question him? Kakashi already had his own methods of education for the two. It's just that Jiraiya's appearance and Sasuke's thirst for power exceeded his expectations. The two arrived at the place where Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training. Although it was already dark, they saw that the two were now panting and standing on top of a tree. Sakura was standing below, watching the two, when Yu and Kakashi appeared. Sakura came over, especially eyeing Yu with curiosity, asking, Yu, have you really been training? How come I can't tell? Oh, how can you tell I haven't been training? Sakura circled around Yu and said, your clothes aren't even wrinkled. How could you have trained? You didn't slack off with Teacher Kakashi all afternoon, did you? That won't do. Even though you're strong, if you don't work hard in training, You'll stagnate and be surpassed by Sasuke or even Naruto. Yu just smiled and said nothing. Kakashi interrupted Sakura, asking, "How are they doing?" Kakashi inquired about Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura smiled and replied, "They've both mastered it. Even Naruto is working hard in his training." While saying this, Sakura was looking at Yu, clearly saying it on purpose for him to hear. She didn't have any malice toward Yu, but was worried that he would slack off and fall behind. Yu knew her intentions, but didn't say anything. There was no need to. Kakashi looked up at the panting Sasuke and Naruto, who were staring at each other on the tree. They were clearly competing. Wow, that's fast. Sasuke is one thing, but Naruto has also grasped it so quickly, Kakashi remarked. Sakura looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, you guys weren't slacking off and resting somewhere, were you?" Although Sakura suspected that Yu would slack off, she didn't dare to confirm it. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "Do you think he would? Even if I wanted to rest, he wouldn't let me." Sakura looked at Yu, puzzled. But why does Yu not show any signs of training? Kakashi also looked at Yu and just noticed. Even Kakashi's own clothes had several holes in them. Kakashi was speechless. Indeed, there are no signs of training at all. This is the gap. Kakashi muttered some things that Sakura couldn't understand. At this moment, she looked at Kakashi and Yu in confusion. Chakra can actually be controlled to such a precise degree, even stronger than me, Kakashi said, while looking at Yu with a smile. Yu said nothing, just smiled faintly. Sakura walked over to Yu and whispered, "What is Teacher Kakashi talking about?" Yu replied, "Teacher Kakashi just talks about things that are hard to understand." Sakura looked at Yu and then at Kakashi, feeling that there was something they were hiding from her. Seeing that they didn't speak, Sakura decided not to dwell on the issue. She leaned closer to Yu and said, "Yu, where did you guys train just now? There were several earthquakes that suddenly occurred. I almost thought that Zabuza had come back. If it weren't for the noise being so loud, I would have thought it was him." Yu was taken aback. "Earthquakes?" Sakura nodded. "Yes, it was quite loud." Since the place where Yu and Kakashi trained was far from Sakura, and there was a forest in between, she didn't know that the earthquakes were caused by Yu's release of techniques. Yu glanced at Kakashi and then said, "Maybe this place is in an earthquake zone. After all, it's normal for earthquakes to occur in a land of waves." Sakura didn't delve deeper. She believed Yu's words. The several earthquakes she mentioned were actually the Chidori Yu released at the beginning and the subsequent earth release techniques. Although earth release is primarily a defensive technique, it does create a lot of noise when activated, and it consumes a lot of chakra. This is also why Kakashi's chakra was depleted so quickly. The several earth release techniques consumed too much chakra. Sasuke and Naruto, standing on the tree, noticed the appearance of Kakashi and Yu and wanted to come down from the tree. However, both of them forgot that their chakra was already exhausted. As they tried to step down from the tree, they found that they couldn't move after just a few steps due to insufficient chakra. "Sasuke, Naruto!" Sakura shouted in surprise when she saw the two jumping down from the tree. Kakashi looked at Yu, who nodded. Just as Sasuke and Naruto felt their brains going blank, almost fainting, Kakashi and Yu vanished from their spots. The next moment, Yu appeared beside Naruto, and Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke. They caught the two in midair. Instantly, Kakashi transformed into a blue lightning bolt and landed on the ground, while Yu became a golden lightning bolt and also landed on the ground. After placing Sasuke and Naruto down, Kakashi smiled and said, "Your speed is even faster than mine." Only then did Naruto and Sasuke realize what had just happened. Remembering how Kakashi and Yu had saved them, they exchanged glances, both feeling embarrassed. Initially, they wanted to show off their training results from the afternoon in front of Yu and Kakashi, but they didn't expect to mess up. Naruto looked at Yu, realizing that he had only felt a flash before finding himself on the ground. This was the first time Naruto personally experienced Yu's strength. Even Sasuke looked at Yu in shock. Just now, when he saw Yu appear next to Naruto in an instant, that golden lightning was so fast that he had never seen Yu display such a state before. Sasuke had already known that he was not Yu's opponent, but now it seemed that the gap between them was insurmountable. The difference was just too great. Sakura was also stunned. She could understand Kakashi. After all, he was an elite Jonin. But Yu had just transformed into a golden lightning bolt in an instant. His speed even slightly faster than Kakashi's. It was so fast that she could only see the afterimage of the golden lightning. Sakura muttered to herself. Could it be that the jutsu he learned from Kakashi-sensei just now was this? That was a lightning release jutsu, right? He has never shown it before. I actually said he hasn't trained. How could he be lazy? Sakura, you're so foolish. If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't be so much stronger than us. Sakura felt that her earlier doubts about Yayu were very stupid. Thinking about how Yayu had just smiled, she felt like a clown, and it was embarrassing to think about it now. For a moment, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all fell silent. Neither Yayu nor Kakashi noticed the trio's state. Kakashi looked at the two and said, "You both consumed too much chakra. That move was really dangerous." Chapter 58. What jutsu did Kakashi-sensei teach you? Kakashi's reproach made Sasuke and Naruto lower their heads in shame. Originally, they wanted to show off to Kakashi and Yayu. They didn't expect it to backfire and let Yayu see them in such an embarrassing state. But soon, Naruto stood up and pointed at Yayu, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, did you just teach Yayu some powerful jutsu? The jutsu he used to save me was something I've never seen before." Sasuke also stood up, but he only brushed off the dust on his clothes, his attention fully on Yayu. He wanted to know what was going on, and more importantly, if Kakashi really had some powerful jutsu, could he learn in the future? Naruto, however, had a different thought than Sasuke. He just felt that Kakashi was being biased. He was a student, yet Kakashi only taught Yayu and not him. Seeing Naruto's angry expression, Kakashi said, "You haven't even mastered chakra control. How can I teach you jutsu? Once you have a solid foundation, I will naturally teach you." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke secretly nodded. It seems that Yayu's jutsu was indeed taught by Kakashi. Naruto, not thinking too much, proudly said, "I've completely mastered chakra control. Kakashi-sensei, please start teaching me jutsu tomorrow." Kakashi shook his head. "You still have a lot to learn. This is just the beginning. Why can Yayu learn it then? We are your students." Naruto protested. Kakashi frowned. "I said, your foundation is still weak. There's much more to grasp. Also, Yayu is my student too." In fact, Kakashi wanted to say that Yayu was his most important student. If it weren't for Sasuke and Naruto's special status to Konoha, he definitely wouldn't have brought them along. Realizing Kakashi's serious tone, even Naruto didn't say anything more. He just looked at Yayu with envy and jealousy. Although Naruto wouldn't hold a grudge against Yayu because of Kakashi's words, he was definitely jealous of him. After all, Yayu wasn't originally part of their team. Kakashi insisted on bringing him along for the mission. Kakashi had done many things that, from Naruto's perspective, clearly showed favoritism towards Yayu. Naruto was already sensitive about his emotions, and he was even more sensitive about this matter. He even thought in his heart that Kakashi treated him differently because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He just forgot that Sasuke and Sakura were treated the same way. The two didn't feel that Kakashi was treating them differently because they both understood how strong Yayu was, as evidenced by the earlier battle against Zabuza. Yayu was much stronger than them. Both of them knew that Yayu, at the same age, could be so much stronger than them, meaning either Yayu worked harder than them, or he was more talented. Sasuke felt that Yayu must be working harder than him. He wouldn't admit that Yayu was more talented. Sakura believed that Yayu's talent was very high and that he also worked hard. Naruto simply thought that Kakashi was biased. Kakashi was one of the few high-ranking ninjas who didn't reject him and was also his teacher, so Naruto had high expectations of Kakashi. He cared more about Kakashi's feelings towards him, while he didn't care much about strength. Yayu felt a headache when he heard Kakashi say that seriously. He knew Kakashi just wanted to protect him, but such words would only make Naruto feel more that Kakashi was biased and might even hold a grudge against Yayu. Although helpless, Yayu didn't want to say anything. At this moment, it was best for him to remain silent and not say anything. The more he spoke, the more it would provoke Naruto, who was already sensitive. After seeing no one was speaking, Kakashi finally said, "All right, everyone is tired from training today. Let's go back and rest." After saying this, he disappeared first. Yayu looked at the now empty place, his mouth twitching. He thought, is it just leave the killing to me? But leave the burying to you? Am I left to deal with this alone? Yayu was speechless. Kakashi clearly realized that the emotions of the few were not quite right at that moment. He left Yayu behind, probably wanting him to spend some time alone with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to foster their relationship. But in the current situation, Yaoyu didn't want to stay here at all. How irresponsible. After cursing Kakashi a few times in his heart, he could only say to the three, "Let's go, too." Although he really wanted to use body flicker technique to leave. If he did so, it would probably make Sasuke and Naruto feel even more unbalanced. Sakura, sensing the atmosphere was off, quickly responded, "Yeah, let's go. We're all tired today." In the whole team, Sakura and Yaoyu had no entanglements. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto both regarded Yaoyu as a target to surpass. Especially Naruto, who was thinking that he needed to keep getting stronger and then defeat Yaoyu, so Kakashi would know that he was his best student and earn Kakashi's recognition. Because he was too young, Naruto felt that Kakashi's favoritism towards Yaoyu was because Yaoyu was stronger than him. Once he worked hard to surpass Yaoyu, Kakashi would recognize him. It was a very real thought. Boys of this age generally have similar ideas. The four walked through the forest in silence, the atmosphere very calm. Only the occasional calls of birds and beasts could be heard. After walking for a while, Sakura, feeling the tension in the atmosphere, took the lead and said, "This afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto were very serious. They mastered chakra control in just one afternoon. Yaoyu, what jutsu did you learn with Kakashi-sensei this afternoon? It must be some powerful jutsu, right?" Sasuke and Naruto, each lost in their own thoughts, perked up their ears to listen when they heard Sakura's words, though they didn't speak. Yaoyu casually replied, "Just a few water release jutsu." "Very powerful jutsu?" Sakura asked curiously. Yaoyu looked at the two who seemed interested but were pretending to be indifferent and said lightly, "How strong can water release jutsu be?" Hearing this, Sakura's mouth twitched. "Isn't water release jutsu strong? The one you used to attack Zabuza that day was very powerful. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been dead. It's not like he wasn't hit. Zabuza is an elite jonin just like Kakashi-sensei. It's not that easy to defeat him. You only saw that he almost got hit, but in reality, defeating him was still a long way off. If elite jonins were so easy to defeat, a village wouldn't have only a dozen or so." What Yaoyu said was also the truth. Elite jonins are a village's strategic strength and can participate in the pursuit of the village's Hokage. The village's Hokage is chosen from among the elite jonins. However, it was evident that Sakura and the others didn't understand. Sakura said, "But that day, you really were close to winning. Zabuza ran away because he was afraid of you." Chapter 59. The reason you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Yaoyu smiled and said, "That's because he thinks that one person can't deal with Kakashi-sensei and me. If it were just me alone, he wouldn't be able to escape." Sakura nodded, somewhat understanding. On the side, Sasuke didn't seem to feel much. After all, he had mastered several fire release techniques himself, all learned from the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu materials. Sasuke didn't think Yaoyu's water release was much stronger than fire release. In Sasuke's view, whether it was water release, fire release, or earth release, none were decisive techniques. However, Naruto was quite unhappy, because right now, other than the shadow clone technique, he didn't know any ninjutsu at all. He had learned the shadow clone technique from a forbidden jutsu book he stole during graduation, not from Kakashi. At present, Naruto had not mastered a single combat ninjutsu. So he pouted and said, "Kakashi-sensei is really biased. It's like we're not his students." Yaoyu looked at Naruto and understood him. After all, he was just a 12-year-old child. Jealousy and competition were especially intense at this age. Actually, Kakashi-sensei hopes you can build a solid foundation before learning ninjutsu. He is your guiding jounin, and since you have passed his tests, he truly sees you as his disciples. As a teacher, he certainly doesn't want you to be too impetuous. Ask Sasuke if he mastered many basic ninjutsu when he was learning. Sasuke was taken aback. He didn't expect Yaoyu to point him out. Naruto raised his head to look at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't want to say anything, but since it was Yaoyu's request, he, despite viewing Yaoyu as a goal to surpass, still listened to him because Yaoyu was much stronger than him now. So Sasuke nodded. It is indeed necessary to grasp many foundational concepts. However, even that explanation was just a single statement. Naturally, Naruto didn't take it in. What foundational concepts? I learned the shadow clone technique in just one night. Yaoyu smiled. That's because the shadow clone technique is very suitable for you, or rather, it was tailor-made for you. Back in ninja school, you couldn't even master the clone technique after 6 years. How did you suddenly learn the shadow clone technique in one night? You know the shadow clone technique. Alright, why does the multi-shadow clone technique belong to forbidden jutsu? Naruto looked confused. He had just learned it when he saw the first ninjutsu book, not knowing anything about forbidden techniques, let alone what restrictions this ninjutsu had. Sakura and Sasuke also looked at Yu, especially Sasuke. He actually wasn't clear on how Naruto suddenly mastered the shadow clone technique. After all, Naruto couldn't even master the clone technique before. The shadow clone technique was much more advanced than the clone technique. Yu said, that's because the shadow clone technique requires splitting your chakra equally from the main body, and after dispelling the shadow clones, the physical stamina consumed will return to the main body. For ninjas with low chakra or poor physique, using the shadow clone technique can be very dangerous, let alone the multi-shadow clone technique. And you are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki with a massive amount of chakra and a good physique thanks to the Nine Tails, so you can withstand the downsides of the multi-shadow clone technique. However, if you want to learn other release techniques without mastering the foundational knowledge, recklessness can easily lead to self-harm. Ninjutsu backlash can really kill, especially when your theoretical knowledge is a mess. Why do some people take a long time to learn ninjutsu while others only need a few days? Besides the gap in talent, there's also the issue of their own foundation. Think about what you learned during your 6 years in ninja school. Do you think your foundation is solid? Sakura understood and laughed. Not just weak. He didn't learn at all. He always scored 0 on exams, and I don't know how he managed that. Just looking at a book a little wouldn't hurt. Sasuke looked at Naruto, thinking, so he learned the shadow clone technique because of the Nine Tails. However, Sasuke didn't know much about the Nine Tails. After all, he was just born shortly after the Nine Tails attack, after his family was slaughtered by Itachi. There was no one to tell him what the Nine Tails were. Naruto touched his stomach. His expression darkened. He believed Yu's words. In fact, Naruto had once gone berserk as a child, but he was suppressed right away, and it didn't affect the village much, which led to not many people knowing. But Naruto knew. That power Naruto was very clear about. Although it was very evil, it was indeed very strong. Naruto looked at Yu and asked, why was the Nine Tails sealed in me? If it weren't for the Nine Tails, the villagers wouldn't treat me like this at all. Because of his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto had been ostracized since he was a child. Although it wasn't as tragic as the treatment of Killer Bee, due to being an orphan, his emotions were very sensitive. Even if no one tried to assassinate him or threw eggs at him, just being distanced from him made Naruto feel very uncomfortable. At his age, Naruto couldn't understand why the villagers rejected him so much. He could only attribute everything to the Nine Tails inside him, blaming it on the villagers not liking him. Yu patted Naruto's shoulder and explained, the Nine Tails is a strategic weapon for our Konoha village. In other words, you are very important for Konoha. Naruto swatted Yu's hand away and said angrily, but I don't want that. If I'm so important, why do the villagers reject me so much? You don't know what I've endured over the years. The villagers treat me like a monster. No one likes me. No one acknowledges me. Perhaps Yu's words triggered Naruto's emotions, and he vented all the grievances he had suffered over the years. He even cried. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, and at that moment, they finally understood the pressure Naruto had been under. Even Sakura, who often teased Naruto, looked at him with sympathy. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt some empathy. Although he wasn't ostracized by the villagers and was actually quite popular among them due to his Uchiha clan identity. The massacre of his clan and the death of his parents at the hands of his beloved brother caused him even greater harm than Naruto's experiences. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto shared the same emotions. Sakura quietly said, Naruto, you don't have no friends. Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba are all your friends, right? I used to think you were just a bad-tempered person because you got along so well with Shikamaru and the others. I didn't expect you to have gone through so much. Chapter 60. Did the fourth Hokage really think so? Sakura's words left Naruto stunned. Now that he thought about it, he did have so many friends. It seemed he wasn't that miserable after all. He realized he'd been too stubborn. The villagers rejected him. But as long as his friends didn't reject him, wasn't that enough? Seeing that Naruto's emotions had calmed down, Yu said, "Is it possible that the reason the villagers dislike you is mainly not because you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but because you often play pranks and cause chaos in the village? They are annoyed with you, which is why they ostracize you." Naruto was taken aback. Yu's guess was not without basis. Although the villagers feared him because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and distanced themselves from him, their dislike stemmed from Naruto's own behavior. Naruto thought his pranks could attract the villagers' attention, but in reality, he was only reinforcing their stereotypes about him. The villagers are more inclined to believe that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and therefore very evil. This was evident during the Chunin exams. As long as Naruto showcased his abilities without pulling pranks, the villagers would fully accept and recognize him. Other ninja villages might really despise Jinchuriki, even going so far as to assassinate them. However, Konoha would clearly not do that. The previous generations of Jinchuriki in Konoha rarely faced attacks from fellow villagers. After all, the first Jinchuriki was the wife of the first Hokage and didn't often go out. The second Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had a worse experience than her son Naruto. Before marrying Minato Namikaze, she was constantly monitored by the Umbu, and a defensive barrier was set up around her. Yet, she never encountered assassination attempts from fellow villagers. In contrast, Naruto had a much better situation. He never faced restrictions like only being able to operate within barriers. Throughout his childhood, Naruto could move freely in the village. And even when he defaced the Hokage rock, he was only punished to clean it up. This punishment was definitely a cover-up by the third Hokage. The Hokage rock represents the memorial statues of all the Hokages of Konoha. Naruto's actions were akin to dancing on someone's grave. And that grave has extremely significant symbolic meaning. Yet, the punishment for Naruto was very light. If it were anyone else, they would either be killed on the spot or spend a long time in prison. Therefore, in Yaoyu's view, the reason Naruto is rejected by the villagers is mainly because his way of attracting attention is too extreme, or it completely exacerbates the villagers' stereotypes about him. For a moment, Naruto didn't know what to say. Just think about it. Originally, because you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the villagers are afraid you might go berserk. Isn't it normal for them to distance themselves from you? But as long as you don't act so outlandishly and prank all the time, wouldn't the villagers feel that you're not that bad after all? Consider Shikamu, Irika-sensei, and Sakura and Sasuke. Don't they know your identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? But why can they accept you? Because they have spent time with you and know that you won't harm others. However, the villagers haven't spent much time with you, so their impression of you in a moment becomes their entire impression of you. And the things you do in that moment only deepen the image they have of you in their minds. It is very normal for them to distance themselves from you. In fact, I think it's kind-hearted of the villagers not to hit or scold you. Listening to Yaoyu's words, Naruto fell silent. Yaoyu continued. So as long as you master the nine tails within you and turn that power into a force to protect Konoha, who would still reject you? Naruto was stunned. Master the nine tails within me? But that is the nine-tailed fox. How could it be controlled by a human? I don't want anything to do with such an evil monster. Yaoyu was somewhat speechless. After all, it was the nine tails, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts. Naruto actually looked down on it this much. Do you know how powerful that nine-tails fox inside you is? Naruto nodded. I know. After saying that, Naruto's expression became complex. I remember when I was a child, there was a time when the nine-tails fox's power erupted. I can still recall that evil and powerful force. Yaoyu didn't expect that Naruto could remember the feeling after going berserk. Tailed beasts are strategic weapons for every ninja village, and Jinchuriki are very important ninjas for each village. However, there is always the possibility that Jinchuriki may lose their consciousness to the tailed beast, which is why villagers in various villages tend to worry that Jinchuriki might go berserk, naturally distancing themselves. Other villages, Jinchuriki actually have it tough too. You can move freely. That is already much better than other Jinchuriki. The villagers are just distancing themselves out of fear. In other villages, some Jinchuriki are even assassinated by their fellow ninjas because when a Jinchuriki goes berserk and loses consciousness, it can cause many deaths and injuries. People will attribute the destruction caused by the tailed beast to the Jinchuriki, so naturally, they won't be welcomed. You should know that the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails to save Konoha, right? Naruto nodded, with a respectful expression. The fourth Hokage has always been my most admired hero. I also want to become a hero like him in the future. Yaoyu said, the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails in you by sacrificing his life. Why do you admire him? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had never thought about this question, but soon he replied, because he did it for the village. Yaoyu laughed. Actually, the fourth Hokage must have had expectations for you when he sealed the Nine Tails in you. He might hope that you will master the Nine Tails in the future. By mastering the power of the Nine Tails, you will become incredibly powerful, and then you will have the same strength as the fourth Hokage, able to protect the village and become the hero of the village. Naruto looked at Yaoyu, bewildered. Really? Did the fourth Hokage really think so? This was the first time Naruto heard about his connection to the fourth Hokage, so he was very happy. After all, he has always admired the fourth Hokage. Yaoyu nodded. If he didn't think so, do you think the sealing technique he placed on you would convert the Nine Tails leaked chakra into yours? Have you never thought about why your chakra is so much more than others? Compared to your peers, your chakra is quite vast, even much greater than Sasuke's. Sasuke, who had been listening intently nearby, was taken aback when he heard Yaoyu mention him. He looked at Naruto with some confusion. He didn't know that Naruto had more chakra than him. Naruto himself also didn't know. Really? Do I really have more chakra than Sasuke? Naruto was very happy because he had always regarded Sasuke as a rival. Hearing that his chakra amount was actually greater than Sasuke's, Naruto was naturally very pleased. Chapter 61. Mastering the Power of the Nine Tails. Sakura was also curious, but she was somewhat skeptical. Are you kidding? Naruto's chakra could be more than Sasuke's? In Sakura's view, Sasuke was very strong, and besides Yaoyu, he was the strongest in this generation. In Sakura's perception, Sasuke was much stronger than Naruto, which meant that Sasuke's chakra amount was much greater than Naruto's. Yaoyu seriously nodded. There's no doubt about this. Naruto's chakra amount is even greater than that of Kakashi-sensei. That is one of the benefits of being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand is already healed, right? There aren't even any scars. Naruto was puzzled as to why Yaoyu asked this. However, he still raised his hand and curiously asked, why are you asking this? Sakura and Sasuke were surprised to see that Naruto's previously injured hand had completely healed. It should be noted that only a few days had passed since Naruto pierced his palm. Such a severe injury healed completely in just a few days, and there was even a scar left. Naruto was not surprised because he had always healed very quickly from injuries since childhood. He thought others were the same. Yaoyu said, this is the change in your physique brought by the Nine Tails. Your recovery ability is very strong. A normal person with such a severe injury would take months for the wound to heal. Even after healing, there would be scars. But look at your palm. Is there a scar? Naruto took a look and said, there really isn't one. Aren't others like this? Before Yaoyu could speak, Sakura chimed in. Of course not. How could such a severe injury heal in just a few days without leaving a scar? I really envy you, Naruto. Sakura said this sincerely. She is a girl. Truly envies that such a serious wound can heal without leaving a scar. Girls love beauty, not to mention someone like Sakura, who is so mature for her age. Sasuke's eyes were also fixed on Naruto's hand, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to have such an ability. This idiot actually has such powerful strength. Sasuke himself didn't possess such terrifying abilities. This kind of power is very frightening, especially for ninjas who walk on the edge of a blade. On the battlefield, it is almost equivalent to having a few extra lives. Being looked at like this by Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto felt a sense of pride and inexplicably became happy. Really? Sakura envies me too? Am I that amazing? Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto's silly smile, Sakura, who was originally envious, suddenly felt relieved. After all, this was something gained through intelligence. So she wasn't jealous. Yuin shook his head in disbelief. This guy's emotions change so quickly. He was just sad a moment ago, and now he's all cheerful. After laughing for a while, Naruto looked at Yuin and asked, so how can I master the power of the Nine Tails? Once I master the Nine Tails, will my strength really be as strong as the fourth Hokage's? Sasuke and Sakura also looked at Yuen. They were concerned as well. After all, Naruto was originally the weakest in the team. Now he was slightly stronger than Sakura, but still weaker than Sasuke. Sasuke didn't want to be surpassed by someone like Naruto. Yuen waved his hand. How would I know? Don't get it wrong. I'm just like you guys. I'm also a ninja who just graduated from the Ninja Academy. I know this from what Kakashi-sensei told me. As for how to control the Nine Tails, even Kakashi-sensei doesn't know. If he did, the third Hokage would have taught you long ago, instead of waiting until now. But I heard that the previous generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki controlled the Nine Tails power through sealing techniques. The previous generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the wife of the fourth Hokage. And like you, she was from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto was momentarily stunned. And he thought of something. Am I from the Uzumaki clan? Although Naruto's last name was Uzumaki, he had no idea that there was an entire Uzumaki clan. He always thought Uzumaki was just his surname. Yuen nodded. That's right, the Uzumaki clan was once an ally of Konoha. However, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out long ago. Otherwise, they would still be very powerful. At this moment, Naruto was stunned. Isn't the Uzumaki clan a family of Konoha? Sakura and Sasuke were also curious. Initially, they didn't know that there was an Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Like Naruto, they had always thought Uzumaki was just Naruto's surname. Even after hearing that the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed, Sasuke looked at Naruto with some sympathy. He thought Naruto was like him, an orphan of the clan. Naruto believed he had a family and a sense of belonging. But just when he thought he had a sense of belonging, Yuen said the Uzumaki clan was wiped out and wasn't even a family of Konoha. Yuen thought for a moment and said, No. The Uzumaki clan is a ninja family from the land of whirlpools, very skilled in sealing techniques, especially suitable for being a Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. Because of this, they were attacked by several major countries, leading to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan and the theft of their sealing techniques. Besides a portion that was slaughtered, some members of the clan are scattered around the world. For example, we have people from the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. I remember that the wife of the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan, and the wife of the fourth Hokage was also from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, they both served as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This isn't Yuen leaking secrets. This information is available in Konoha's public library. It's just that no one pays attention to it. After all, people are most concerned about the Hokage. Who would care about the Hokage's wife? However, because they are important figures, they're also introduced in Konoha's history books. Yuen looked at Naruto and said, So I think that if you master the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you can control the Nine Tails within you. Just like the previous Hokage's wives. Naruto was silent for a moment and asked, But I don't know where the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are. Didn't you say that the Uzumaki clan was wiped out? Where can I get the sealing techniques? Then I'm of no help. After all, I'm not much stronger than you. Besides, I suspect the sealing techniques are village secrets that ordinary people can't touch. However, I do think that the sealing technique the fourth Hokage placed on you is already very strong and beneficial to you. You just need to become stronger and make good use of the fourth Hokage's sealing technique. Sooner or later, you will definitely be able to master the power of the Nine Tails. You must understand that the Nine Tails is very powerful. When the Nine Tails rampaged, it caused great destruction to our village. But it also shows that the power of the Nine Tails is very strong, and once mastered, it could instantly elevate your strength to the level of Hokage. After all, the Nine Tails is a powerful beast that the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal. And just the chakra released by the Nine Tails can give you more chakra than Kakashi-sensei. Just think if you completely master the chakra of the Nine Tails. Your chakra amount might be several times greater than that of the Hokage. Moreover, considering that the previous two Nine Tails Jinchuriki were from the Uzumaki clan, your Uzumaki clan's physique should be very suitable for being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and you should naturally possess the power to suppress tailed beasts. You just haven't mastered that power yet. Naruto's eyes lit up. He now wanted to become stronger, defeat Yuen, and gain Kakashi's recognition. Hearing Yuen say that once he mastered the Nine Tails, he could have power equal to, or even surpassing the fourth Hokage, Naruto was excited. Chapter 62. You must know about the Uchiha clan, right? Sasuke, Watching Naruto's proud expression, frowned. If Naruto masters the power of the Nine Tails, he will surely be much stronger than me. All this time, Naruto had been at the bottom of the Ninja Academy. But if he were to surpass him in the future, Sasuke found it hard to accept. He was proud and couldn't accept being surpassed by Naruto. Sasuke looked at Yuin. Did you just use the jutsu that Kakashi taught you? Yuin was taken aback for a moment. Soon he realized that Sasuke couldn't accept the possibility of Naruto surpassing him, so he wanted to know if Kakashi could make him stronger. Naruto also realized this and looked at Yuin curiously. Sakura felt the same way. Since earlier, they had been very interested in what jutsu Kakashi had taught Yuin. Yuin thought for a moment and said, "Body flicker technique. This technique, as long as you learn to precisely control your chakra, you'll figure it out yourself. There's no need for teaching." The three frowned, not understanding what Yuin meant. The principle of the body flicker technique is actually very simple, similar to the tree climbing practice. It involves concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet to achieve rapid movement. Sasuke thought for a moment. The principle is indeed not difficult, but might be very hard to reach the speed you just demonstrated. Sasuke was right. Yuin's technique used lightning release chakra, which needed to be incorporated. Currently, Yuin's body flicker technique could reach speeds close to lightning, faster than Kakashi's. However, Yuin certainly wouldn't admit it and said, "As long as you practice more, you can definitely do it." Sasuke, however, did not agree and scrutinized Yuin. "Your speed just now was slightly faster than Kakashi's. Also, the lightning generated by you two using the body flicker technique is completely different colors." Sakura nodded in agreement. "That's true. Yuin's speed is slightly faster than Kakashi-sensei's, and the lightning accompanying him has two different colors. Kakashi-sensei is like a blue lightning bolt, while Yuin is like a golden lightning bolt." Naruto smiled and said, "Are you trying to trick us?" "I don't need to trick you. The different colors are just because our chakra is different. You'll understand later," replied Yu. Sasuke asked, "How does Kakashi-sensei have Sharingan? Is he also from the Uchiha clan?" "If Kakashi-sensei is from the Uchiha clan, then you and Sasuke are from the same clan, right?" Naruto also looked at Yu. Yu felt a bit of a headache. He had only wanted the three of them to forget about Kakashi teaching him ninjutsu. Who would have thought that Sasuke would ask such a sensitive question now? The Uzumaki clan was something he had read about in the library before, so it wasn't strange for him to mention it. But regarding the Uchiha clan, it had always been a village secret, and Yu didn't want to talk about it. Sasuke looked at Yu with anticipation. He actually hoped Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan, so he wouldn't feel so lonely, being the only Uchiha in Konoha. Seeing that Yu seemed troubled, Naruto asked, "Is there something you can't say?" "It's not that. It's just that I don't know much about the Uchiha clan. However, I can tell you that Kakashi-sensei is not from the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, who was originally excited, suddenly became very disappointed. Sakura was puzzled. If Kakashi-sensei is not from the Uchiha clan, why does he have Sharingan? Are there other families in Konoha with Sharingan? "I don't know about that," Yu replied. Sasuke answered for him. "Only the Uchiha clan has a Sharingan in Konoha, and among the Uchiha, only a few can awaken it. So why does Kakashi-sensei have it?" Naruto asked curiously. Sasuke could probably guess. It must have been transplanted. He just felt uncomfortable. After all, it was his clan's eye, and now it was taken by Kakashi. Who knows how Kakashi got that Sharingan? Yu looked at Sasuke and knew he must have misunderstood Kakashi. Although Yu didn't want to talk about the Uchiha clan, he also didn't want Sasuke to misunderstand Kakashi. After some hesitation, Yu decided to explain it to Kakashi. That Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi-sensei by his teammate during the Third Shinobi World War when Kakashi's team was ambushed, leading to one of Kakashi's eyes being injured. Kakashi's teammate was a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and that Uchiha's opponent had his body severely damaged by the enemy's earth-style ninjutsu. Before dying, that teammate asked the medical ninja in the team to transplant the other healthy eye to Kakashi-sensei. It was at that moment that Kakashi-sensei got the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan teammate who transplanted the eye to Kakashi-sensei was a close friend of his. I think you guys must have often accompanied Kakashi-sensei to commemorate his friend. That person is the one who transplanted the Sharingan to Kakashi-sensei. Hearing Yu explain the backstory, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura fell silent. What shocked the three of them was not that Kakashi got the Sharingan, but that during the war, Kakashi's teammate was willing to transplant the Sharingan to Kakashi. It shows how deep their friendship was. Sasuke also felt that his previous guess was somewhat inappropriate. Kakashi-sensei was able to make a name for himself in the ninja world with a transplanted Sharingan. You were right. Kakashi-sensei is indeed a very powerful ninja, Naruto sighed. Yu smiled and said, "Of course, Kakashi-sensei has been a genius ninja since he was young. At our age, he was already AJ Nin, and he became 8J Nin during the war, so you can imagine how strong he is." Sasuke didn't speak, but he had more expectations for Kakashi now. He wondered what powerful ninjutsu Kakashi would teach him in the future. Most importantly, Kakashi had experience using Sharingan, so maybe he would teach him how to develop it. Sasuke looked at Yu and asked, "Yu, do you know about the Uchiha clan? You must know a lot, after all. You know so much about Kakashi-sensei and even the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. You must know a lot about the Uchiha clan, right?" Sasuke asked this because he didn't know much about the Uchiha clan. He didn't even know how to develop Sharingan. Chapter 63. You Will Die. Sakura and Naruto also looked at Yu. They were very curious about the Uchiha clan. They had always heard that the Uchiha clan was very prominent in Konoha, and Sasuke was quite popular in Konoha because he was a survivor of the Uchiha clan. At least Naruto often heard others mention the Uchiha clan when they talked about Sasuke. From those people, it seemed that the Uchiha clan was a very powerful family. Yu felt a bit speechless and looked at Sasuke, saying, "You don't even know you're from the Uchiha clan. How would I know?" But Sasuke wouldn't let Yu off that easily. "You don't even know about the Uzumaki clan. Before this, I hadn't even heard of the Uzumaki clan. I don't believe you don't know about the Uchiha clan." Sakura and Naruto nodded. Sasuke is right, since you know about the Uzumaki clan. How could you not know about the Uchiha clan? What I know is basically the same as what you know, and I might not know as much as you do. Yu said. Sasuke, not giving up, asked, "Then do you know how powerful Sharingan really is? If I continue to develop Sharingan, what level can I reach?" This was what Sasuke wanted to ask the most. He wouldn't ask anyone else, but he had already recognized Yu's strength. He felt no shame in asking Yu. Naruto and Sakura were also very interested, especially Sasuke. After realizing his immense potential for the future, he had already thought about defeating Naruto when he became stronger than him and impressing Sakura to make her like him. He always thought that Sakura liked Sasuke because he was stronger than him. Yu waved his hand. "I don't know about that. However, since the ninja world is so wary of Sharingan, it must be very powerful. Moreover, the Uchiha clan used to have great power in Konoha and was very prominent. With such strength and status, Sharingan must be extremely strong." However, Yu's words did not satisfy Sasuke. But just how strong is it? Yu smiled wryly and said, "I really don't know. The strongest Sharingan I've seen is Kakashi-sensei's." This was the truth. Since coming to this world, Yu had only seen Kakashi's Sharingan. He hadn't even seen Sasuke's Sharingan. Although Sasuke was not satisfied with Yu's answer, he felt that if he continued to ask, Yu probably wouldn't answer. He didn't know if Yu really didn't know, or if there was something secretive he didn't want him to know. After they returned to Tizuna's house, Yu looked at Kakashi, who was already sitting at the dining table with a black line on his forehead. "Kakashi-sensei, you really are a good teacher," Yu said sarcastically upon seeing Kakashi. Kakashi naturally knew what Yu meant. It was a complaint about leaving Yu to deal with Sasuke and the others' questions. Fortunately, Kakashi had a mask covering his face, so his expression couldn't be seen. Kakashi greeted the four of them, saying, "Oh, you're back. Hurry up and come eat. Tsunami has prepared a rich dinner for you." Tsunami, who was standing next to Kakashi, said shyly, "Just some simple food. Sorry for the poor hospitality." Although Night Feather was quite dissatisfied with Kakashi's behavior, he still exchanged a few pleasantries with Tsunami. When Dazna saw Night Feather, he smiled and said, "Little brother Night Feather, you're really working hard, practicing until this late." After the previous battle, in Dazna's mind, only Kakashi and Night Feather were reliable. He felt that as long as Kakashi and Night Feather were there, even if Zabuza appeared again, he wouldn't be able to assassinate him. As for Sasuke and the others, he thought they were complete novices, unable to protect themselves, let alone others. Therefore, he was particularly warm towards Night Feather. After Night Feather, and the others sat down, Inari, who was hiding behind Tsunami, peeked out to look at Night Feather and the others, his eyes full of mockery. A few idiots, they will definitely meet the same fate as that person. Night Feather could naturally hear him, but he didn't want to say anything or think about who that person Inari was referring to. Although Night Feather had some memories of this mission, he couldn't remember the specific details. He naturally didn't know why Inari would say that. Kakashi also heard it and pondered. He wasn't angry. He was just thinking about why Inari would say such a thing and who that person was. Kakashi glanced at Night Feather and saw that he was calmly eating, seemingly not having heard Inari's words. He thought to himself, this kid is really calm, but he must be wondering who that person is. Kakashi only took a glance at Night Feather and made no further moves, continuing to eat as usual. However, Night Feather and Kakashi didn't say anything. Naruto, on the other hand, heard it. Although Inari spoke softly, Naruto still caught it. He instantly became unhappy, stood on his chair, and raised his fist at Inari. Who are you calling an idiot? Speak clearly. Sasuke and Sakura didn't say anything, but their expressions weren't good either. After all, they were continuing this mission out of kindness, but unexpectedly, Inari insulted them. Although Sakura appeared calm on the surface, her heart was already exploding. Naruto's words also angered Inari. He even jumped out from behind his mother, shouting at Naruto, I'm talking about you. Who do you think your opponents are? Those people can easily kill a whole bunch of ninjas. You think a few of you can defeat them? That's just foolish. What you if not idiots? Especially you blonde idiot. Tsunami was taken aback and quickly pulled Inari back. Inari, that's very rude. Apologize to the ninjas. Inari, with tears streaming down his face, stubbornly said, I want to apologize. I'm speaking the truth. How can these people defeat those ninjas? They're just more souls to be taken by the blade. Idiots, a bunch of idiots, woo woo woo. The more Inari spoke, the more agitated he became, and he finally ran out. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, angrily wanting to confront Inari. That brat, how can he say such things? I'm going to find him and make it clear. Saying this, Naruto chased after him. Tsunami and Dazna quickly apologized to Kakashi and the others. I'm sorry, mister. Kakashi, Inari didn't mean to say that. Please forgive his rude behavior. I apologize on his behalf. When Dazna and Tsunami were about to kneel, Kakashi hurriedly helped them up. You don't need to do that. Children speak without thinking. We're not going to hold it against a child. However, it seemed there was some hidden truth in this. Chapter 64. Mastering the most powerful power. Will I change? Dazna sighed and said that the child's father was killed because he tried to stop Gato. He had always admired his father, but unexpectedly. After Dazna finished talking about Inari and his father's situation, Kakashi and the others understood. Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting the land is really very important. If it can't be repaired, the Land of Waves will forever be ruled by Gato, and the people of the Land of Waves will never be able to escape Gato's cruel rule. Saying this, Dazna couldn't help but shed tears. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others here, we will definitely be able to repair the bridge. Tsunami comforted her father from the side. Looking at Dazna, Night Feather had a complicated expression. The sorrow of a small person. Having power can shake the ninja world, but those without power are like ants, and this is still peacetime. How desperate must ordinary people be in times of war? Night Feather deeply felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. To Night Feather, Gato was merely a pest that could be killed easily, but to the people of the Land of Waves, he was a mountain that could crush them effortlessly. The Land of Waves was too poor, lacking even its own ninja village. It probably didn't need a Jonin. Just a few Chunin, or even Jinin, could dominate this country. Night Feather also understood why Dazna wanted to name the bridge connecting the land the Naruto Bridge. Perhaps for others, Naruto was just a Genin. But for the people of the Land of Waves, Naruto was the hero who saved their entire country. Kakashi looked at Night Feather. Seeing his thoughtful expression, he nodded secretly. This was also what he wanted Night Feather to feel. Many people in this world live very humbly, and the power Night Feather currently possesses has already placed him above many. Whether the power he possesses is used to bully the weak or to help the weak and protect order is entirely up to him. Sasuke and Sakura, however, didn't have any special feelings and couldn't empathize with Dazna. Although Sasuke experienced the destruction of his family because of Itachi Uchiha's existence. The third Hokage took special care of Sasuke, and he had never experienced the feeling of powerlessness from oppression, at least not in the village. Sakura was even more so. After all, Konoha village still had order, and no one dared to bully Sakura, who could attend the ninja school. After Kakashi and Dazna chatted for a while, they all went to rest. At night, Night Feather sat on the second-floor balcony, the pale moonlight spilling onto the balcony like sand. In the distance, the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, seeming noisy yet oddly calming. Night Feather stared blankly into the distance, which was somewhat dark. Yet he couldn't take his eyes off it, clearly seeing nothing. After a long time, he felt someone sit down beside him. Night Feather didn't turn around and said faintly, "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think I will become when I become the most powerful person in the world?" Kakashi, sitting beside Night Feather, was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head to think before saying, "I believe in you." He didn't mock Night Feather for thinking he would become the most powerful person in the world, nor did he answer Night Feather's question. But Kakashi's words made Night Feather smile. "Kakashi-sensei, do you trust me that much?" Honestly, over these days, the power he had mastered had already made him feel somewhat empty. He really didn't know what he would become when he became strong, perhaps stronger than everyone else. Human desires are endless. Why do you think there haven't been those who can suppress an entire era in the ninja world? If there were, what kind of mindset would they have? Night Feather felt a bit lost. He knew he possessed a system, and he understood that perhaps one day he would become the strongest ninja in this world. The possibility was very high. But when he achieved that, could he truly maintain his original intention? Or did he really have no desire for power? After you can control a world, can you really keep the mindset of your youth? Ultimate martial power brings about ultimate authority, the ability to easily decide the life and death of others. To have the power of life and death over everyone in this world is something that is intoxicating to think about. Yi wanted to know if, after reaching a certain level, he could still maintain the same carefree attitude as now. Everyone has different mindsets depending on the resources they possess at different stages. Perhaps when he gains ultimate power, he might find today's laid-back mindset foolish. After all, he is still too weak now to appreciate the beauty of controlling everything. Naturally, he also believes he will continue this way in the future. But is it really so? Can he truly maintain this mindset forever? Yu felt uncertain. Kakashi glanced at Yu, sighed, and, like him, looked towards the distant mountains and forests. Although I don't know what you will become in the future, I know you will never become someone driven by greed. I trust my judgment of people. Yu turned to look at Kakashi and smiled. How can you be so sure? Because I believe in you, Kakashi said earnestly. Yu didn't say anything more, not knowing what he was thinking at that moment. Kakashi continued, "That night, the third Hokage told me about the era of the first Hokage. Do you want to hear it?" Yu nodded. Although he had some memories, it had been 12 years, and he had already forgotten the details. In the era of the first Hokage, his power was so great that people revered him as the god of shinobi. Kakashi slowly recounted the stories of the first Hokage's time to Yu. Yu listened attentively. After a long while, Kakashi finished and turned to Yu, saying, "Yu, I believe you'll be like the first Hokage in the future. I used to worry that the power within you might harm the village. But I'm even more willing to believe that you will use your power well and become a hero who protects the village, not a demon that destroys it. So I will teach you everything I've learned. I'm betting everything on you." Yu smiled. "If I become the latter, Kakashi-sensei, you'll be in trouble." "Well, there is nothing I can do. I know one day you will become incredibly strong, and on that day, even if I am no longer your match, I will do everything in my power to stop you. But I am even more confident that you will be a source of pride for your teacher in the future, not someone who makes your teacher a historic villain." After finishing, Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. Watching Kakashi return to the room, Yu smiled. "Whatever. I'll deal with the future when it comes. At least I won change for now." Yu didn't know what his future would be like. Perhaps he would grow stronger with the power he gained, and his desires would also grow, changing his carefree nature. But living well in the present is the most important thing. Fantasizing about things that haven't happened is meaningless and only adds to worries. Chapter 65. Sakura is kidnapped in the following days. Yu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura paired up to take turns protecting Tazuna while he built the bridge. For these few days, Zabuza had not shown up again. Kakashi was always with the group protecting Tazuna. After all, Tazuna was the target of this mission, and Kakashi didn't feel secure without personally watching over him. In just a few days, Yu had mastered dozens of jutsu, even completely mastering Raikiri. He was now learning sealing techniques with Kakashi. Yu's learning speed amazed Kakashi, even though he had already demonstrated a terrifying learning speed before. Now Yu had mastered enough jutsu to meet the criteria for becoming an elite jonin. His hard power was sufficient to become an elite jonin. He just lacked practical experience. Yu placed great importance on practical experience. However, Kakashi didn't think so. He believed that Yu already possessed the strength of an elite jonin, even if he lacked practical experience. When facing an elite jonin, it would still be very difficult to defeat Yu. After several weeks of peace, on this day, Yu had just returned from training in the back mountains. As soon as he stepped into Tazuna's house, he sensed that something was off. Yu paused at the door, his hand hovering in the air, about to open it. "It's so quiet," he murmured. Yu took a step back. Whoosh! He vanished from the spot like a ghost. Almost simultaneously, Yu appeared in the room where they had been staying on the second floor. Entering through the balcony, he gathered Chakra under his feet. He walked on the wooden boards without making a sound. Looking at the room, which was tidy as usual, Yu turned to head downstairs. It was quiet, a different kind of quiet. There was no tsunami bustling in the kitchen, nor was there Inari running around in the hallway. Sakura was also nowhere to be found. From the second floor to the first, he didn't see Tsunami, Inari, or Sakura. At the dining table, Yu found a letter. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered Chakra in both hands, and golden Chakra wrapped around his hands like gloves. Opening the envelope, Yu's expression turned serious. Something really has happened. It seems they set a trap for me. Indeed, the letter was a kidnapping note. It stated that Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari had been captured and instructed him to meet in the back mountains. If he didn't show up by sunset, they would kill Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari. After a moment's thought, Yu hurried to the back mountains. He didn't go to inform Kakashi. There wasn't enough time. As Yu rushed along the road, his expression was grave. He thought, they actually know when I returned from training. They must have been waiting for a long time. The purpose of kidnapping Sakura and the others is to delay me. Their real goal was to assassinate old man Tazuna, and Zabuza had probably already appeared on Kakashi's side. Yu pondered. He was well aware that after the previous battle with Zabuza, Zabuza must know that he and Kakashi together were not something he could defeat. So, by kidnapping Sakura and the others, he aimed to delay Yu. Zabuza would then go to assassinate Tazuna, and facing just Kakashi, he had a good chance of killing Tazuna. If he had help, it would be even easier. Even knowing this, Yu had no choice but to follow the other party's lead, unless he didn't care about Sakura and the others' safety. But in fact, Yu couldn't do that. Soon, Yu arrived at the location mentioned in the letter. Deep in the forest, there was a small wooden house. At that moment, inside the wooden house, Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari were tied to wooden stakes with numerous explosive tags stuck to their bodies. In front of them sat 3 rogue ninjas from a mist village. The leader was a ninja with green hair and sharp teeth, known as Kurochi Reiga, a rogue ninja from the mist village and once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 2 people standing behind him were 2 chunin from the mist village. Since learning about Yu's strength being comparable to a jonin, Zabuza found Kurochi Reiga, who was also a rogue ninja from the mist village. Kato also paid an extra high-level mission commission for this. Though it hurt to kill Tazuna and stop the construction of the cross-sea bridge, Kato still paid. Kurochi Reiga looked at the 3 people tied in front of him with a cold expression. "Don't worry when that kid arrives. I'll send you all to die together. After you die, I'll hold a grand funeral for you." Ha ha ha. Kurochi Reiga laughed maniacally. Sakura struggled and retorted angrily. "You green-haired freak, 1T succeed. When Kakashi-sensei and Yu arrive, they will definitely defeat you." Ha ha ha. Ignorant little girl, Kakashi has probably been killed by Zabuza by now. As for that kid named Yu, I admit he does have some strength. But I have all 3 of you. That foolish bond among your Konoha companions will prevent him from disregarding your safety. right? No matter how fast he is, he can't outrun the explosion speed of the explosive tags on you, right? What a pity. That little Brad is indeed a genius. And he's going to die just to save such a foolish little girl like you. What a shame. Over the past few days, Haishulia has been observing Yiyu with his two subordinates for a long time. He naturally knows the results of Yiyu's training during this time. If it weren't for the fact that he had Sakura captured, Haishulia wouldn't have been confident in killing Yiyu. But now, with 3 hostages in hand, and from his observations over the past few days, the relationship between Yiyu and Sakura seems pretty good. Haishulia doesn't believe that Yiyu would not save Sakura. This is his confidence. Plus, he has 2 Thunderblade knives in hand. He is a Genin, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. An enhancement from the Thunderblade makes his strength not weaker than an average elite Genin, and even stronger than an ordinary Genin. With the assistance of 2 Chunin by his side, Haishulia cannot think of how he could lose. After hearing Haishulia's words, Inari thought of his father. Didn't he die like this before? Thinking of what Naruto said to him that day, Inari fell into despair. Indeed, there are no heroes in this world. Everyone who wants to be a hero is a fool and will die. People are always so overconfident. Inari said to himself, tears streaming down his face. Originally that day, after talking to Naruto, he had a glimmer of hope. But now, hope is shattered and Inari completely broke down. Tsunami's face turned pale. She understood the meaning of Haishulia's words. She knew that she and the others were doomed. To her, Yiyu and Sasuke were just kids. How strong could they become? Kakashi was probably also entangled with another wave of ninjas. Her father might have already been killed by the ninjas sent by the enemy. After losing her husband and father in succession, Tsunami broke down, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 66. Is Yiyu dead? Haishulia's words also made Sakura despair. She already knew Zabuza's strength from before. At that time, if it weren't for Yiyu assisting Kakashi, Kakashi might not have been able to defeat Zabuza. If Yiyu were delayed here, Kakashi might not be able to defeat Zabuza, and Dazna will be killed. Yiyu might also die here trying to save her. Even if he doesn't die here, after Zabuza kills Dazna, facing 2 Genin, Sakura doesn't think Yiyu could still win. It's a dead-end situation, and Sakura felt uncomfortable. Yiyu would definitely not fall for the trap. He would surely see through your schemes. Sakura didn't want to believe that Yiyu would obediently come over. He must know that this is Haishulia's plot. Haishulia laughed heartily. Little girl, even if he knows this is my plan, does he have a choice? His words left Sakura speechless. Yes, even if Yiyu knew, did he really have a choice? Could he really disregard his own life to go to Kakashi? Seeing Sakura silent, Haishulia smiled and said that he would choose to complete the mission or save his companion. Based on my observations of that kid these days, he would probably choose to save you. No, Yiyu wouldn't choose that. He definitely would go to Kakashi-sensei. Sakura shook her head, hoping Yiyu wouldn't come. This was a certain death trap. Coming here would only mean dying with them. Sakura hoped even more that Yiyu wouldn't come. Normally, Sakura would hope that her position in Yiyu's heart was a bit higher. Even as friends, she would hope that Yiyu could see her as a closer friend. But when it comes to life and death, she hoped Yiyu could live and didn't want him to die with her. Sakura didn't want Yiyu to walk into this trap without any cover. Thinking of the possibility that Yiyu might show up, she imagined he would definitely be blown to smithereens with her. Sakura cried. Even though she was the only ninja among the 3, she couldn't help but cry. She didn't want Yiyu to come to his death. Yiyu, you definitely won't come, right? You're an excellent ninja. You'll prioritize completing the mission, right? We're just temporary teammates. How could I be that important to you? Sakura cried. Seeing Sakura crying uncontrollably, Haishulia mocked. Isn't it a good thing to have a talented companion on the way to hell? Why are you crying? Sakura didn't listen. Her gaze fixed outside the window, praying that Yiyu wouldn't come. She even hoped that Yiyu wouldn't see that letter. Sakura, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said when he tested you? Just as Haishulia finished speaking, Yiyu's voice came from outside the small cabin. Kid, you really came. As soon as Haishulia heard Yiyu's words, he appeared behind Sakura. 2 Thunderblades were pressed against Sakura's neck. 2 Chunin also appeared behind Tsunami and Inari, kunai pressed against their necks. Hearing Yiyu's voice, Sakura was momentarily surprised, but then she broke down and shouted, "Yiyu, why did you come? You must know this is a trap. Why did you come?" Yiyu slowly walked into the small cabin. He calmly scanned the room and said lightly, "I know this is a trap," but just as that guy said, "I don't have a choice." Yiyu shrugged. At that moment, he seemed very calm. But to the two Chunin from the Mist Village, he felt extremely dangerous, as if he could take their lives at any moment. And he was just a genin. However, thinking of their observations over the past few days, the two swallowed hard, looking at Yiyu in fear, worried that one wrong move from him would lead to their deaths. They certainly wouldn't treat Yiyu as just a genin. This kid in front of them was very dangerous, possessing the strength to kill them in an instant. Haishalia also didn't dare to be careless. Sakura, with tears in her eyes, looked at Yiyu. She didn't want him to come. Yiyu looked at Haishalia and said, "Your strength isn't much worse than that Zabuza. Huh. You're a Nin, right? There are quite a few rogue ninjas from your Mist Village, and they're all powerful characters." Yiyu seemed oblivious to the current situation, joking with Haishalia. Haishalia's expression became serious. "Kid, now you can only die with this foolish girl. What a pity." Yiyu smiled. "How do you know I will die?" "Ha ha ha, little brat. Haven't you noticed that something is off around here?" Haishalia laughed. "I've observed you for so long. Do you think I wouldn't know your strength? I wouldn't be foolish enough to confront you directly. Even if I win, it would take a lot of effort. Within 100 meters around this small cabin, I've deployed a large number of explosive tags, especially in this small cabin. Hundreds of explosive tags are enough to leave you and this little girl with nothing left." After hearing Haishulia's words, Yiyu felt no surprise at all because he sensed it when he came in. Within 100 meters around this small cabin, there were explosive tags tied with steel wires everywhere. If these explosive tags were detonated, they would be enough to destroy all living beings within hundreds of meters. But with Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari here, what could he do? Could he just leave them alone? He couldn't do that. There are explosive tags all around. If they explode, you won't be able to escape either, Yiyu said. "Hee, kid, do you think I would be foolish enough to enter the trap with my real body?" Yiyu clapped his hands and said, Not bad, not bad. It seems you've studied me thoroughly. You set up a trap that I can't circumvent. Enough of your nonsense. Kid, take your foolish decision and go to hell." Black Ho Thunder Fong didn't want to waste words with Yiyu anymore, worried that delaying would cause changes. At the same time, Yiyu's gaze slightly condensed, and his entire body S chakra suddenly flowed rapidly. Lightning release, thundernet, wind release, air explosion, water release, water barrier. With a series of sounds, crackle, buzz, whoosh, rumble, along with the detonation initiated by Black Ho Thunder Fong, all the explosive tags detonated in an instant. The violent explosion almost completely destroyed the wooden house, creating a mushroom cloud several dozen meters high within a radius of hundreds of meters. The explosion stirred up a fierce storm that uprooted trees hundreds of meters away, and for a moment, smoke and dust filled the sky, with the ground shaking violently as if a massive earthquake had struck. After a long time, the dust settled, revealing the ground that had been cratered by the explosion. Hundreds of meters away, Black Ho Thunder Fong and 2CH Nin walked out from behind a tree. Black Ho Thunder Fong smiled and remarked that it was indeed a beautiful explosion, but regretted the fall of a genius. "All right, let me hold a grand funeral for you, so you can leave this world with dignity." Chapter 67. How could she not be dead? Black Ho Thunder Fong led the 2CH Nin to the center of the explosion, where a massive pit several dozen meters wide had been created. However, when Black Ho Thunder Fong reached the edge of the pit, he saw 3 glowing water orbs at the center. "What is this?" the 2CH Nin asked in confusion. Black Ho Thunder Fong had a bad premonition. "Be careful. That kid isn't so easy to deal with." His expression turned serious. He felt that the recent explosion might not have killed Yiyu. How is that possible? With such an explosion, even a Kaga-level ninja wouldn't survive, right? The 2CH Nin looked shocked, unable to believe it. They had set up thousands of explosive tags around. Even for Kaga-level powerhouse, it would be difficult to survive such an explosion. Black Ho Thunder Fong drew out his lightning blade. Without answering the 2CH Nin, he fixed his gaze on the 3 glowing water orbs in the pit. After a while, seeing that the 3 water orbs showed no signs of movement, Black Ho Thunder Fong could no longer hold back and immediately attacked the orbs. Lightning release. Thunderstrike. Crack. ZZZZ. Black Ho Thunder Fong crossed his two lightning blades, instantly causing blue arcs of electricity to surge forth. As Black Ho Thunder Fong channeled Chakra, the arcs expanded rapidly, transforming into a thick bolt of lightning that struck one of the water orbs. The lightning, powerful enough to shatter a boulder, was completely absorbed by the orb as soon as it made contact. The golden water orb acted like a black hole, absorbing the lightning bolt entirely, as if it had never been released. This bizarre scene left Black Ho Thunder Fong and the 2CH Nin dumbfounded. What is this thing? A monster? Black Ho Thunder Fong's brother's lightning release was actually absorbed. What on earth was that? The 2CH Nin said in panic. Black Ho Thunder Fong's expression grew grave. He seemed to understand what was happening. Looking around, he shouted angrily, "Kid, stop hiding. I know what you're doing. Come out." Black Ho Thunder Fong was certain that Yi Yu was behind this. He was both shocked and furious. Yi Yu had not died, and his carefully laid trap had failed to kill him. Not only had he survived, but he had also left behind such things to toy with him. Black Ho Thunder Fong could no longer tolerate it. The desolate scorched earth was eerily quiet. Black Ho Thunder Fong's expression became extremely serious. The feeling of being watched was terrible. In the past, he was the one lurking in the shadows. Damn it, that troublesome kid. Even my sure kill trap couldn't take you down. What kind of monster are you? Black Ho Thunder Fong said with a serious tone. Big brother, you don't really think that kid is still alive after such an explosion, do you? Don't joke around. The 2CH Nin's hearts raced at the thought that Yi Yu might still be alive. If he had survived such a violent explosion, just how terrifying a monster would he be? They were only 2CH Nin, and together they had no confidence in defeating Yi Yu. For days, they had been following Black Ho Thunder Fong, keeping an eye on Yi Yu. They knew very well how formidable Yi Yu's strength was. Black Ho Thunder Fong ignored the 2CH Nin and continued to stare at the three water orbs in the pit. If you don't come out, I'll force you out. Saying this, Black Ho Thunder Fong unleashed another lightning release technique. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. As he finished the technique, a massive amount of lightning gathered in the sky. The lightning instantly formed dozens of blue arcs that struck outwards. Crack, rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless arcs of lightning instantly obliterated everything around them. The power was terrifying. This was the power of the lightning blade, which could enhance the user's lightning release techniques several times over. This is the power of the lightning blade. Haha, Big Brother Black Ho Thunder Fong is finally going all out. That kid who didn't die earlier is definitely going to be killed by Big Brother Black Ho Thunder Fong now. The 2CH Nin exclaimed excitedly as they watched the apocalyptic scene. Just moments ago, they had been slightly afraid that Yi Yu was not dead. Now, seeing Black Ho Thunder Fong unleash his lightning release technique, they felt that even if Yi Yu was still alive, he would surely be taken down by Black Ho Thunder Fong. After all, Black Ho Thunder Fong was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite jonin. They did not believe that a mere child could defeat him. Lightning ravaged the surroundings, with a continuous stream of electricity erupting from the lightning blade. The scene was extremely shocking. Yet, Yi Yu still did not appear. Instead, the 3 water orbs in the center of the pit began to shed their outer layers. Crack! The sound of glass shattering made Black Ho Thunder Fong stop his actions. His eyes were fixated on the 3 glowing water orbs in the pit. At that moment, the golden substance on the water orbs slowly fell away, revealing their true form. When Black Ho Thunder Fong saw the face emerging from the water orb, he was stunned. She didn't die? That girl didn't die? What kind of joke is this? The fact that the little brat had survived was one thing. But why didn't that girl died either? He had clearly placed over 20 explosive tags on her, enough to blow her to smithereens. Damn it, what is going on? Black Ho Thunder Fong had never expected that the person beneath the water orbs would be Sakura. Even more surprising was that Sakura had actually survived. After all the glass-like material on her body fell away, her entire body was revealed. There were indeed no visible injuries on her. It was simply unbelievable. Black Ho Thunder Fong couldn't believe it, especially since he had placed so many explosive tags on Sakura. How could she possibly still be alive? He refused to believe it. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion. This must be that kid's illusion. Black Hole Thunder Fong trembled, unable to accept that such a bizarre thing could exist in the world. Those explosive tags were tightly affixed to that girl. There was no way she could have removed them all in such a short time. Black Hole Thunder Fong's worldview was being severely challenged. Crack! As the water orb around Sakura completely fell away, the two nearby orbs also began to shed their layers. At this moment, Sakura was also in a daze. Just a moment ago, she had thought she was dead, regretting that she had dragged Yu down with her. Sakura shook her hands. An intense pain brought her back to reality. It wasn't a dream. I'm not dead. I actually didn't die. After so many explosive tags detonated at once. I actually didn't die. By the way, where is Night Feather? I wonder how he is doing. Chapter 68, he is still alive after the water orbs on his body fell off. Tsunami and Inari were both in a daze. The two looked at their hands, completely not expecting that they were still alive. We actually didn't die. What is going on? Tsunami looked around at the scorched earth. It seemed they were standing in the middle of a large pit, surrounded by blackened soil. Steam was rising from the ground, and the burnt smell was quite unpleasant. But they were still alive, and they didn't care about that anymore. At this moment, Inari was thinking about what Dasna had told him. It must have been him. He definitely saved us. Inari immediately thought of Night Feather. He had previously doubted Dasna's words. He didn't believe that Night Feather and the others could defeat the ninjas hired by Kato. After he and his mother were captured, he was even more certain of his thoughts, even mocking Naruto's words to him that day in his heart. But now he was actually alive, and it was Night Feather who saved him. He really had the ability to save them. Why was he so strong when he was about the same age as Naruto? If only his father had been as strong as Night Feather back then, would he have died? With so many thoughts in his mind, Inari then realized that Night Feather was missing. He looked around but couldn't find Night Feather's figure. He only saw Black Chisel Thunder Fong in the distance, looking very angry. Mom, was that person the one who saved us? Inari looked at his mother. Tsunami nodded. Who else could it be? On the other side, Sakura looked around and didn't find Night Feather's figure, feeling a bit worried. Where are you? Sakura called out with a choked voice. She was really worried that Night Feather had been caught in the explosion. In such a dangerous situation, knowing he might die, he still came to save her. No one could remain indifferent in that situation. Moreover, before, Sakura and Night Feather were not related at all. When she was at her most desperate, Night Feather appeared, risking his life. But after a long time, there was still no response, and she still hadn't seen Night Feather's figure. Sakura thought he might be dead. She collapsed to her knees, murmuring, "It's all because of me that I caused you." Before she could finish, Sakura felt a flash in front of her. "What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet." Hearing this voice, Sakura's whole body trembled, and she looked up. In front of her stood a figure that looked a lot like Night Feather. "In Night Feather, you didn't die." "Ah, you actually didn't die." Tsunami and Inari shouted in surprise. Both were extremely shocked. Night Feather had appeared, and he had somehow survived such a violent explosion. It was such a delightful surprise. Sakura stood up and rushed toward Night Feather. But Night Feather pressed her shoulder with one hand. "It's okay. Take care of Aunt Tsunami and Inari. After training for so long, I want to test the results of my training during this period. That guy is a Jonin. I'm not very confident I can defeat him. So let's see if I can hold on until Kakashi-sensei arrives." Night Feather said somewhat unconfidently. Even though Night Feather's excitement was held back, Sakura felt a bit resentful. But she obediently stood in front of Tsunami and Inari. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect them well," Sakura said seriously. Night Feather didn't mind. Sakura's current strength was too weak. Letting her protect Inari and the others would only mean making her stand aside and not get in the way. Otherwise, he would have to divide his attention to take care of them. Facing Black Chisel Thunder Fong, Night Feather had no confidence in winning. At this time, Tsunami and Inari also had great confidence in Night Feather. After such an explosion, Night Feather could still protect them. They didn't think he would lose. Especially Inari, having changed from his previous dejected demeanor, looked at Night Feather with admiration. He raised his hand and shouted, "Night Brother, go for it. I will protect Mom well and not cause you any trouble." Very good. Although Night Feather wasn't familiar with Inari and had hardly spoken to him, since Inari said so, he naturally would respond. Sakura looked at Night Feather's back, her eyes changing. At this moment, Night Feather felt exceptionally reassuring. Night Feather, be careful. I will definitely protect them well. You just need to focus on fighting, Sakura said earnestly. Night Feather nodded. He drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Swish! In an instant, golden arcs of electricity surged around the kunai. It's actually lightning. Night Brother, this move is so cool. Inari was stunned to see Night Feather casually conjure lightning, especially golden lightning, with a face full of envy and admiration. This move was indeed very impressive. Sakura understood even more how strong Night Feather's technique was. To release such powerful lightning release without hand signs, Night Feather was already much stronger than them. Sakura knew very well that among the 5 nature transformations, lightning release was very powerful but difficult to control. But Night Feather condensed lightning release without even hand signs. This level of strength was already on a different plane from theirs. Tsunami was also shocked. Is this what a ninja is like? So strong. It seems even stronger than that Zabuza. Tsunami had seen ninjas before, but she had never seen them use ninjutsu. They only fought with ninja swords. Yet Night Feather's kunai had actually gathered a large amount of golden lightning, and this lightning didn't harm Night Feather. For an ordinary person, this move from Night Feather was akin to a divine technique. At this moment, Black Chisel Thunder Fong, who was frantically searching for Night Feather, saw him appear at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed. You little brat, you finally appeared. You really didn't die. I used so many explosive tags and still couldn't kill you. You're really annoying. But since you don't want to die easily, then I will make you die painfully next, torturing you slowly, letting you experience the feeling of wishing for death. My lightning blade is ready to taste blood. This time, I will definitely not let you escape. You two, use the mist concealment technique and shroud the area. Black Chisel Thunder Fong coldly ordered the 2 Chunin. The 2 looked at Night Feather, who was calm below, and their throats tightened. They sensed the clash of momentum between Night Feather and Black Chisel Thunder Fong. The heavy killing intent made the 2 Chunin feel a chilling cold at their souls. Why can this mere genin's presence compare to that of brother Black Chisel Thunder Fong? What kind of monster is this kid? It feels like his strength is not inferior to that of brother Black Chisel Thunder Fong at all. The 2 Chunin said while forming hand seals. As the 2 quickly formed hand seals, the ninjutsu mist concealment technique was executed. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area within 100 meters. The killing aura was even more terrifying in the thick fog. Chapter 69, he actually blocked it. The mist concealment technique used by the 2 Chunin together had a wider range and greater density than a typical mist concealment technique. Black Chisel Thunder Fong laughed. As a ninja from the Mist Village, moving freely in the mist is basic skill. Black Chisel Thunder Fong laughed heartily, but just after he finished speaking, he heard Night Feather's cold voice beside him. How coincidental. This ninjutsu doesn't limit me at all. Swish. PFF. Black Chisel Thunder Fong was slightly distracted, and a golden flash zipped past him. Then he heard the crackling of lightning as the screams of the 2 Chunin echoed, causing Black Chisel Thunder Fong to tremble all over. Damn it, this guy is too fast. Realizing the danger, Black Chisel Thunder Fong jumped back a few steps, distancing himself from the 2 Chunin. In the mist, Night Feather calmly looked in Black Chisel Thunder Fong's direction. Beneath his feet, the 2 Chunin from a mist village had already collapsed, lying in a pool of blood, dead beyond saving. Instant kill, terrifying instant kill. In an instant, he killed 2 CH Nin from the hidden mist village, leaving them no chance to struggle. The moment their bodies were pierced, terrifying currents of electricity struck every part of them, causing them to lose all vitality instantly. The kunai charged with lightning had much greater lethality than a simple assassination. Hualeya was astonished. Although he already knew that Yiyu was strong, he never expected him to be this strong. From such a distance, this guy's teleportation was so fast that I didn't even have time to react, covering dozens of meters in an instant. This guy's body flicker technique is too fast. Could he be a disciple of the Yellow Flash? Having experienced the Third Shinobi World War, Hualeya's mind instantly recalled the legendary name of the Yellow Flash. That was someone who could abandon a mission to return if necessary. Yiyu's speed had already surpassed that of an elite jonin, and his movement was accompanied by golden lightning, leading Jiraiya to mistakenly believe that Yu was a disciple of Minato Namake's, thinking he was using the Flying Thunder God technique, because Yu's speed was so fast that it was beyond the capability of the eyes to react. Jiraiya was a master of lightning techniques, skilled in speed himself, but Yu's speed left him unable to react. It was no wonder he mistook him for Minato's disciple. However, after the panic, Jiraiya became furious, thinking, "Don't think you're impressive just because you killed 2 Nin. There's a world of difference between Nin and Jonin." Lightning release. Lightning feast. He crossed 2 lightning blades and drove them into the ground. Instantly, dozens of terrifying lightning bolts were unleashed. Crack. Boom. In an instant, the lightning, like a serpent, tore through the mist and charged toward Yu. In a blink of an eye, it surrounded Yu. Lightning release. Lightning net. Sizzle. Boom. Boom. In an instant, Yu brought his hands together. Countless golden lightning bolts appeared around him, coalescing into a golden lightning shield. In a flash, the blue lightning collided with the golden lightning shield. The terrifying force shredded everything around. The ground around Yu caved in, and rocks flew everywhere, disintegrated into dust by the lightning's reach. A white light akin to the sun illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. The explosive aftermath whipped up a fierce wind, forming a terrifying tornado of dust. Sakura, who had been moved hundreds of meters away from Tsunami and Inari, was now shielding her face from the swirling sand. Watching the towering dust tornado from hundreds of meters away, Sakura was very worried. "This is terrifying. Is this the jutsu of a Jonin? Can you hold on?" Even though she was hundreds of meters away from Yu, the storm was still strong enough to mess up her hair and make her clothes flutter wildly. Sakura was deeply concerned for Yu, and Inari clenched his fists, anxiously watching Yu from afar. It was like watching gods battle. Ninjas were truly terrifying. Yu, at such a young age, possessed such incredible power, Tsunami marveled. The battle between Yu and Jiraiya left Tsunami, who had never seen ninjutsu before, in a state of psychological shock. To her, the fight was no different from a divine conflict. Such power was not something a mere human should possess. On Yu's side, dozens of lightning arcs, as thick as arms, continuously hammered against the shield he had formed. Despite the immense destructive power after the barrage, the golden shield remained unshaken. This was a defensive ninjutsu, lightning release, lightning net, developed by Yu based on his understanding of lightning techniques. Kakashi was also astonished by the power of this ninjutsu. It was an absolute high-level ninjutsu. Mastery of lightning techniques required deep understanding and precise control to use effectively. Otherwise, it could lead to severe consequences. After grasping the principle of this ninjutsu, Kakashi shook his head, saying that even he could not master it. This ninjutsu probably could only be used by Yu alone, because if one was not careful, it could backfire on the user. Despite its formidable defensive power, it required an enormous amount of chakra to activate. If one wasn't careful, it could obliterate the caster. This was a very dangerous forbidden technique. If Kakashi hadn't seen Yu use it so proficiently, he would never have allowed Yu to use this ninjutsu in battle. This ninjutsu was absolutely something that should be sealed in a forbidden technique scroll. Lightning release. Lightning net was even more dangerous than lightning release. Lightning cutter several times over. After being bombarded by countless lightning arcs, Jiraiya looked confidently at the direction where Yu was struck. "Ha ha, kid, you should regret not dying earlier. Now you must have been reduced to minced meat." Jiraiya had great confidence in the lightning blades. The power of lightning release. Lightning feast was indeed tremendous, at least an A-rank technique. When the dust settled, Jiraiya, with a smug expression, looked into the distance at Yu. The expected scene of minced meat was absent. Instead, he saw a golden shield shimmering with light. Surrounding the golden shield, the ground had collapsed, torn apart by the terrifying lightning, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading for dozens of meters. The grass and trees on the ground had all turned to char, and the soil was scorched black, even emitting smoke. But Jiraiya paid no attention to these. He was now staring in shock at the golden shield. "Damn it, it's this ninjutsu again. You survived the explosion just now thanks to this ninjutsu, didn't you?" What kind of ninjutsu is this? And why can it even withstand my lightning release? Jiraiya couldn't believe that someone could block his lightning release, especially someone who was just a genin. Chapter 70. The final move? After the attack ended, the golden shield gradually disappeared, revealing Yu inside. Despite the terrifying bombardment of lightning, Yu had not a single injury, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Yu calmly looked at Jiraiya in the distance, remarking, "Is that all your lightning blades can do?" Yu's mocking words infuriated Jiraiya. "You brat, don't think that just because you blocked one lightning feast. The lightning blades are only this powerful. I will make you understand the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the might of the lightning blades." With that, Jiraiya charged at Yu, his lightning blade shining with blue electricity. Compared to an ordinary ninja, he was fast, but in Yu's eyes, he was too slow. Yu calmly watched Jiraiya rush towards him without the slightest panic, even though he was facing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite jonin. In an instant, the two collided. Jiraiya swung his 2 lightning blades, crackling with electricity. Yu only held a regular kunai. Clang, 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 crack, 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 in a fierce close-quarters battle. The blue lightning blades in Jiraiya's hands clashed countless times against the kunai in Yu's hand, producing sparks as metal met metal. The 2 lightning forces continuously clashed, golden arcs and blue arcs colliding. After a few minutes of taijutsu exchanges, Jiraiya was terrified to discover that Yu's taijutsu was not inferior to his own. Moreover, Yu's agility and strength far surpassed his own. The only reason he had lasted this long was due to his practical combat skills being slightly above Yu's. However, Yu's combat skills were continuously improving as they fought. Previously, Yu relied solely on his physical strength to battle Jiraiya. But now Yu's combat skills are surprisingly on par with his. This is terrifying. Continuing the fight would definitely be disadvantageous for him. However, he doesn't know how to separate from Yu now. Yu is pressing too hard, and he has no chance to create distance. What kind of monster is this kid? At such a young age, his power is so frightening. Moreover, his combat skills have improved too quickly. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I must find a way to create distance and use ninjutsu to end the battle. Yu, expressionless, is entangled in combat with Jiraiya, and he has learned many combat techniques from his fight. After all, Jiraiya is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen with inherently strong body techniques. The 7 ninja swordsmen rely on their ninja swords, and using them requires the support of body techniques. Thus, their body techniques are generally quite good. However, Yu's learning speed is astonishing. In just a few minutes of combat, he has mastered Jiraiya's body techniques. At this moment, his combat skills are no less than those of Jiraiya. Furthermore, Yu's strength, speed, and reaction ability far surpass Jiraiya's, leaving Jiraiya feeling overwhelmed. After several more minutes of combat, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and unleashed a lightning release technique. At the moment when the 2 lightning swords clashed with Yu's kunai, Jiraiya released a lightning release ninjutsu. In an instant, a sphere of lightning surged towards Yu's face. Yu's reaction speed was quick. He instantly vanished from the direction of the lightning ball's attack. Boom! The lightning ball missed Yu and struck a nearby stone over 10 meters behind him. The stone, over a meter tall, was instantly shattered into rubble by the explosion. The power was terrifying. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiraiya created some distance from Yu. When Yu looked up at Jiraiya, he had already gathered his ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado, crack, roar. In an instant, a lightning dragon several meters long coalesced in front of Jiraiya. The lightning dragon roared as it charged towards Yu at incredible speed. Yu's gaze sharpened, and his hands came together again. Wind release, storm dragon tornado. With just a hand gesture, and without forming any additional seals, Yu released a high-level wind release ninjutsu. Whoosh! Roar! A storm dragon soared above Yu, rushing towards the lightning dragon released by Jiraiya. Its speed was also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon and the wind dragon collided in between the two. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds echoed as the Wind Dragon and Lightning Dragon collided several times before the Wind Dragon opened its mouth and bit down on the Lightning Dragon, causing it to explode. The explosion's shockwave shattered the ground within dozens of meters, leaving countless cracks and gashes that tore the earth apart. After biting through the Lightning Dragon, the Wind Dragon, still brimming with power, seemed to have a mind of its own as it flew towards Haishulia. Haishulia's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He actually knows wind release, and his wind release is so strong. He had only been focusing on Yi Yu's lightning release training these days, and never expected that Yi Yu would also master wind release. Moreover, both wind release and lightning release are very difficult to master. How could you possibly become proficient in wind release after mastering lightning release? He's still just a genin. The combat power Yi Yu displayed just now is an insult to Jonin. Boom! The Wind Dragon did not give Haishulia time to marvel. In an instant, it lunged at Haishulia and swallowed him whole. The tremendous force created a massive crater at the spot where Haishulia stood. After the storm dissipated, it whipped up winds capable of snapping large trees within hundreds of meters. Yi Yu turned to look in another direction. As expected of Jonin, his escape skills are impressive. Yi Yu smiled. At this moment, Haishulia's clothes were already tattered, and his body was covered in numerous cuts from the wind blades, bleeding profusely. However, it was evident that he had not sustained any fatal injuries. At this point, Haishulia appeared extremely disheveled, lacking the imposing presence of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen or an elite jonin. Haishulia looked gravely at Yi Yu, panting heavily. His hands gripping the lightning sword trembled uncontrollably. Monster, this guy is a monster. Is he really just a genin? What kind of monster has Konoha produced? If this continues, I will really die. At this point, Haishulia knows he is no match for Yi Yu. Earlier, Yi Yu seemed to lack combat experience, but now, Haishulia feels fully suppressed by Yi Yu, especially Yi Yu's speed, which is simply too fast, far exceeding his own. It's so fast that he almost thinks Yi Yu is using space-time ninjutsu. As someone skilled in lightning release, Haishulia's speed is already much faster than an average jonin. Yet Yi Yu's speed is still far beyond his own, and often he cannot keep up with Yi Yu's movements. This is terrifying. He feels that Yi Yu could easily kill him. The only reason he's been alive this long is that Yi Yu is toying with him. Although Haishulia is somewhat angry, he knows that Yi Yu is indeed stronger and could kill him. What Haishulia does not know is that Yi Yu had previously not been confident in killing him. Yi Yu has never killed a jonin before. Kakashi and Zabuza have never fought him with their full strength, leading him to believe that they were holding back much of their power. Therefore, he never thought his strength could defeat a jonin. Moreover, Yi Yu still believes that Haishulia must have some hidden techniques left. So Yi Yu's been waiting for Haishulia to use his ultimate move. Yi Yu wants to conserve his stamina and chakra to deal with Haishulia's last resort. However, Haishulia has no hidden techniques left. All he has left is a suicidal ninjutsu. Yi Yu does not dare to act recklessly, while Haishulia feels that Yi Yu is humiliating him. Chapter 71. Haishulia dead? What other abilities do you have left? Come on, let me see the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yi Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Haishulia frowned tightly. You little brat, who are you insulting? Lightning sword technique, Thunderfall. Crack. Chhh. Haishulia was enraged by Yi Yu's words, instantly channeling chakra within him to unleash his final lethal ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 half-meter thick arcs of lightning surged towards Yi Yu like serpents. This power was significantly stronger than the previous Thunder Banquet technique. However, if this is all you've got, you can't kill me. The 2 lightning serpents charged toward Yi Yu from either side. Clap. Yi Yu clapped his hands. Let me show you my lightning release. Lightning release. Meteor. Chhh. Instantly, intense golden lightning erupted from Yi Yu's body. These lightning bolts rapidly coalesced into dozens of golden lightning projectiles, shooting towards Haishulia. The 2 golden lightning bolts instantly shattered the 2 lightning serpents released by Haishulia. The serpents had no resistance and were reduced to mere points of light. Before Haishulia could even react, countless golden lightning projectiles struck him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, The area where Haishulia stood erupted in a violent explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and even in the dark of night, the surroundings were illuminated as bright as day by the golden lightning. The terrifying power shook the ground around them, even triggering a small earthquake. This horrifying scene was reminiscent of the apocalypse. Even hundreds of meters away, Sakura and the others almost couldn't stand steady. Sakura was in shock. Is this the power of Yeyu? It's too terrifying. Is he really only 12 years old? Sakura couldn't believe that such power could belong to a 12-year-old boy. She even felt that Yeyu's strength had far surpassed Kakashi's. After all, she had never seen Kakashi use such a large-scale, highly destructive ninjutsu. After a long time, the dust settled. A pit, 100 meters wide and several meters deep, appeared in front of Yeyu. The soil in the pit had been charred black by lightning and was still smoking. Approaching the edge of the pit, Yeyu looked at the body of the Black Ho Thunder Fong, which had turned to charcoal and was shattered into pieces, along with 2 fallen thunderblades. He was stunned. Could it be that he really killed the Black Ho Thunder Fong? Dead. Yeyu couldn't comprehend it. This was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Black Ho Thunder Fong was actually killed by one of his jutsu. Moreover, the body had turned to charcoal. This Black Ho Thunder Fong couldn't be a fake, right? Yeyu still didn't want to believe that the Black Ho Thunder Fong was so weak. He was still waiting for the Black Ho Thunder Fong's ultimate move. Who would have thought that a casual release of a lightning ninjutsu would kill him? Picking up the 2 fallen thunderblades, Yeyu thought they were quite ugly. Initially, he thought that since these were ninja blades, a significant part of the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen came from the enhancement of these blades. However, when Yeyu actually held them, he found that they didn't meet his aesthetic standards at all. They looked oddly shaped, and he had originally thought about collecting them. But now he had lost that interest. He decided to keep them, estimating that once relations with the Mist Village were restored in the future, he could return them as a favor. The Mist Village was still closed off, so there was no way to return them anyway. With Yeyu's current strength, these thunderblades had no effect on him. Moreover, they didn't match his aesthetic preferences. He actually liked Sasuke's Kusanagi sword much better. He decided to seal them away. Saying this, Yeyu took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This was the most basic sealing scroll he had learned from Kakashi during their recent training in sealing techniques, used to seal ninja tools onto the scroll. It was the same kind of scroll he used every day. After safely storing the thunderblades, Yeyu looked at the Black Ho Thunder Fong, which had turned to charcoal and shattered into pieces scattered everywhere. It was indeed a pity for a legendary jonin and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen to die like this. It was too undignified. He often held funerals for others. Now it was time for him to send you off. The Black Ho Thunder Fong was the first elite jonin Yeyu had killed, and he didn't feel much joy in his heart. Instead, there was some disappointment. In his opinion, the Black Ho Thunder Fong must have had an ultimate move left to use. He had originally thought the Black Ho Thunder Fong could withstand his ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that the Black Ho Thunder Fong not only couldn't withstand it, but also didn't even have the ability to react or evade. The Lightning Release Meteor was a high-level ninjutsu, and it was a type of lightning ninjutsu he had developed. However, he had never used it in actual combat after developing it. He didn't expect that this ninjutsu would kill the Black Ho Thunder Fong in its first real battle. Even you didn't anticipate that this ninjutsu could kill an elite jonin. Although in the end, the Black Ho Thunder Fong was killed by Naruto. That was because Naruto had the protagonist's halo. If we were to be serious, without unleashing the power of the Nine Tails, it would be very difficult for Naruto to kill him. Moreover, at that time, the Black Ho Thunder Fong's psychological defenses had been affected by Lamuru. The current Black Ho Thunder Fong had not yet been influenced by Lamuru. He was still a genuine elite jonin. Yeyu himself didn't expect that he had already reached the point of being able to kill elite jonin. Looking at the body of the Black Ho Thunder Fong, Yeyu shook his head, feeling a sense of regret. Regret that the Black Ho Thunder Fong hadn't unleashed his ultimate move. With both hands forming seals, Yeyu performed Earth Release, Earth Flow Sand. Instantly, a large amount of soil surged from the ground, transforming into sand that gradually buried the Black Ho Thunder Fong's body. Forminga grave mouth. A stone tablet rose in front of the grave. Yeyu approached and carved the name of the Black Ho Thunder Fong onto the tablet. Clearly having killed an elite jonin, Yu felt no joy in his heart. He was only pondering what his current strength was. Why was the Black Ho Thunder Fong killed by him? Yu was very doubtful about his current strength. When he killed the Black Ho Thunder Fong, he thought it wasn't that he defeated an elite Jonin, but rather whether this person was really the Black Ho Thunder Fong. Because Yu had always felt that his strength should be similar to that of an ordinary Jonin, with a significant gap remaining to an elite Jonin. So when he killed the Black Ho Thunder Fong with a single ninjutsu and realized that he hadn't even consumed 1/10 of his chakra, he was in disbelief. It felt like a dream. Regardless, since the Black Ho Thunder Fong had been killed, it indicated that Yiyu's strength had reached the level of an elite Jonin. This was a very high level. After all, theoretically, every village's elite Jonin is qualified to be chosen as a Kage. Every village's Kage is actually selected from among the elite Jonin. Even Naruto needed to spend some time leveling up to Jonin to take over Kakashi's position and become the 7th Hokage. Of course, Yiyu's rank was still Genin for now. In a few months, the Chunin exams would be held, and perhaps that would be Yiyu's opportunity to advance to Chunin. Chapter 72. Naruto went berserk. Seeing the battle in the distance come to a stop and Yiyu disappearing, Sakura thought something had happened to him. Gritting her teeth, she ran toward the battlefield. Soon, she arrived at the giant pit. Looking at the pit that was about 100 meters wide, Sakura was in shock. Is this the ninjutsu Yiyu just used? It's too terrifying. Sakura couldn't imagine how powerful Yiyu's ninjutsu must be to create such a large pit. This had exceeded Sakura's common sense. This pit was even larger than the one created by the simultaneous explosion of thousands of explosive tags. However, Sakura's mind was not on that. She looked down into the pit, where Yiyu's figure appeared. Sakura hurried toward Yiyu. Upon reaching Yiyu's side, she saw him standing in front of a grave. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Did the Black Ho Thunder Fong really die? Sakura looked at Yiyu. Yiyu calmly nodded. Just a moment ago, Sakura was very worried, but now she smiled and said, Yiyu, you're amazing. Even Jonin are no match for you. Yiyu showed no signs of happiness and turned to leave. Sakura was puzzled. Clearly, they had won. So why did you look unhappy? Boys are really strange. After glancing at the grave of the Black Ho Thunder Fong, Sakura chased after Yiyu. Back on the ground, Yiyu looked at the moon in the sky. Frowning, he realized it was already night. He wondered how Kakashi-sensei was doing. He needed to go support him. Sakura, go bring Tsunami and Inari here. We need to support Kakashi-sensei together. I'm not at ease leaving you here. Sakura nodded. Although she really wanted to ask Yiyu how he became so strong in such a short time, it was obviously not the right time to ask. After calling Tsunami and Inari, Yiyu led Sakura and the others toward the bridge construction site. After a long while, the four finally arrived at the bridge construction site. They happened to see Zabuza and Kakashi fighting, and on the other side, the overflowing chakra made Yiyu's gaze sharpen. This evil chakra. Could it be that Naruto has gone berserk? Yiyu looked towards Naruto, and in the darkness, that red chakra was exceptionally glaring. Kakashi, who was engaged in battle with Zabuza, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yiyu. This kid's strength has indeed surpassed that of a Jonin. He must have been shocked by his own power as well. Kakashi felt that Yiyu's personality was too cautious, often lacking interest in many things, much like Shikamaru. During their training, Kakashi had already assessed that Yiyu's strength exceeded that of a Jonin, and if it came to a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be able to match Yiyu. But Yiyu didn't believe it at all. In Yiyu's perception, Jonin were unattainable. While Jonin are indeed the top combat power of a village, they are not invincible. This point, Yiyu had yet to understand. Previously, he heard Zabuza mention that Kurozai Raiga was sent to assassinate Yiyu. Although Kakashi believed in Yiyu's strength, he still felt some concern. Yiyu's hard power may have surpassed that of a Jonin, but his practical combat experience was still too little. Who knew if Kurozai Raiga would resort to underhanded tactics? After all, ninjas would use any despicable means as long as they could complete their mission. Yiyu had no experience in this regard. Many powerful ninjas in the ninja world had been killed by ambushes. The assassins who took them down were often weaker than them, but used unscrupulous methods to eliminate those experts. That was Kakashi's worry. Since Yiyu appeared here, it meant that Kurozai Raiga had failed. Yiyu, hurry to Naruto's side. Something's gone wrong over there. Kakashi shouted to Yiyu. Yu glanced at Kakashi and turned back to remind Sakura to protect them well, saying he would go take a look. Sakura knew she couldn't be of much help, so she nodded and promised, "Don't worry, I'll protect them well." Yu didn't say anything more and immediately ran towards Naruto. Zabuza, who was battling Kakashi, widened his eyes upon seeing Yu appear. How did that kid end up here? What is Kurozai Raiga doing? After releasing a ninjutsu, Kakashi said, "Zabuza, it's different from what you think. My disciple is much stronger than you can imagine. It seems even the 7 ninja swordsmen can't defeat him." Zabuza frowned. Yuyu's appearance was indeed beyond his expectations. In Zabuza's view, no matter how high Yuyu's talent was, he was still just a genin. Merely a little brat who had just become a genin. He couldn't possibly be a match for the elite jonin Kurozai Raiga, especially since Raiga was accompanied by 2 chunin. Zabuza couldn't fathom how Kurozai Raiga lost. Yet, no matter how he doubted, Yuyu's presence here meant that Kurozai Raiga had failed. Zabuza found it ridiculous. That guy really knows how to boast, claiming he could kill that kid in less than 10 minutes. Kurozai Raiga is too unreliable. Looking at Kakashi, Zabuza coldly said, "I don't know why Kurozai Raiga didn't T-stop that kid, but that Nine-Tails brat has gone berserk. If this can't be resolved, I fear you will have a significant responsibility, Kakashi." Kakashi looked towards the towering red chakra in the distance, frowning. This was the most troublesome matter for him at the moment. After Yuyu's appearance, he and Yuyu could easily defeat Zabuza. However, once Naruto went berserk, it would be very difficult to control him. When he was younger, Naruto had gone berserk once, causing heavy losses to the Umbu. If the third Hokage hadn't mobilized the entire sealing team, the Umbu, and some of the village's jonin, Naruto might have destroyed the entire village. At that time, the third Hokage almost had to use the dead demon consuming seal. Kakashi understood very well that if Naruto lost his rationality and let the Nine-Tails fully control his body, it wouldn't be something he could manage. Kakashi didn't want Yu to go to Naruto because it was extremely dangerous, but he was tied up with Zabuza and couldn't break free. Kakashi worriedly thought, "Yu, you must be careful. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to Shin?" Kakashi couldn't imagine how he would face Shin if something unfortunate happened to Yu here. After all, he had vowed to protect Yu when he brought him out. Yu quickly reached Naruto's side. At this moment, Naruto was completely enveloped in the tailed beast cloak, with a tail growing out from behind him. The situation was dire. In his normal state, Naruto's strength was about that of a jonin, but after growing a tail, Naruto's power had already reached that of an elite jonin. Of course, this referred to destructive power. In terms of combat experience, both were still a distance away from jonin. However, the combat power they displayed at that moment was something ordinary jonin could hardly withstand, and only elite jonin like Kakashi could suppress them with stronger practical experience. At this moment, Naruto had unleashed the first tail state, and the chakra he emitted was immense, bringing a sense of oppression that was even more terrifying than that of shadow-level experts. This was not Naruto's chakra, it was the Nine-Tails chakra. Even Yu was shocked at this moment. It should be noted that Yuyu's chakra amount was even greater than Kakashi's. After all these days, Yuyu's chakra had already reached shadow-level levels. But the chakra Naruto was unleashing now made Yu feel inferior. Yu couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Nine-Tails, the strongest and most chakra-rich of the nine-tailed beasts. If I don't hurry to stop this and let Naruto unleash more tails, it will be disastrous. A Jinchuriki going berserk outside the village would embarrass Konoha, and if it can't be controlled, it will be even more humiliating. Yu had no choice. Even though he felt a strong threat from Naruto at this moment, Sasuke was already lying on the ground, covered in blood. Haku was completely immobilized by the chakra that Naruto unleashed. Chapter 73, Water Dragon Nine-Tails. This was Yu's first time seeing Haku, who was wearing an Umbu mask. Upon seeing Yu appear, Haku, not knowing where he found the courage, shouted at Yu, "Don't come over." His voice angered the gradually irrational Naruto. A roar erupted, shaking the surrounding air. This sound indicated that Naruto was about to lose control. Yu said slowly, "I should have learned more sealing techniques from Kakashi-sensei. The sealing techniques, I know now, are useless against tailed beasts." Yu felt somewhat helpless. If he knew the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, He could immediately force the Nine-Tails chakra back into Naruto's body. Another roar erupted, and Naruto charged towards Haku. The tail beast cloak on Naruto materialized the Nine-Tails chakra. The blood-red chakra felt incredibly evil. Even Yiyu sensed a strong threat from this chakra. No, don't kill the innocent. Yiyu immediately stopped when he saw Naruto rushing towards Haku. Remembering some plot points, Yiyu knew that Haku had never killed innocents. He was indeed a flawless good person. Yiyu didn't want to interfere too much, but he still didn't want Naruto to kill him. Boom! With a loud bang, Yiyu suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Haku, colliding his fist with Naruto's claw. The collision triggered intense energy fluctuations, causing the ground beneath them to collapse and shatter. At this moment, Naruto was enveloped in a blood-colored tailed beast cloak, while Yiyu was surrounded by a golden cloak formed by a lightning net. Indeed, when engaging in close combat with Naruto in this state, one had to be careful not to be corroded by his tailed beast cloak. Meanwhile, Yiyu's lightning net provided very strong protection. After a few exchanges of blows between Yiyu and Naruto, the atmosphere became tense. After transforming into his tailed beast form, Naruto's power had surprisingly increased so much that it truly put some pressure on Yiyu. Bai, standing behind Yiyu, was stunned. Yiyu was actually engaging in close combat with Naruto in this state. Just moments ago, he had been sent flying dozens of meters by Naruto's slap. The power he had felt was unforgettable, far greater than Zabuza's strength. Yiyu could actually hold his ground against Naruto's taijutsu without any signs of retreat. What was that golden garment on him? Bai was unaware of the lightning net on Yiyu. He could sense that the golden garment on Yiyu served a function similar to Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Unlike Naruto's cloak, which had an ominous aura, Yiyu's golden garment felt very sunny and vibrant. After exchanging a few more blows with Naruto, Yiyu thought that if this continued, his stamina and chakra would definitely run out first. He needed to find a way to bring Naruto back to his senses. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and at this moment, the chakra of the Nine-Tails was leaking out. If he wasn't careful, the seal might be broken by the Nine-Tails. Yiyu didn't want that to happen. He could still fight Naruto in this state, but if the Nine-Tails broke free, Yiyu didn't believe he had the strength to defeat it. A whip kick, enhanced with a lightning net, possessed extreme speed, which meant it also had terrifying power. Boom! The tremendous force sent Naruto flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the sea like a cannonball, creating waves dozens of meters high. Yiyu wasn't worried about hurting Naruto. His body was completely under the control of the Nine-Tails chakra. His physical form also had the rapid regeneration ability of the Nine-Tails. Even if he got hurt, the Nine-Tails chakra would quickly heal him. After kicking Naruto away, Yiyu clasped his hands together. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yiyu jumped off the bridge, and while still in midair, he released the water dragon bullet technique. Before Yiyu's body even hit the surface of the sea, a massive water dragon burst forth from the water, soaring into the sky. Roar! The hundreds of meters long water dragon roared in the air, its sound echoing through the clouds. Creatures within several kilometers could probably hear its dragon's roar. Kakashi, who was engaged in battle with Zabuza in the distance, also saw the gigantic water dragon flying into the sky. Kakashi was stunned. This is Yiyu's water dragon bullet technique. It was never this terrifying before. Has it exceeded 300 meters? A normal water dragon bullet was at most a few dozen meters long, and the one Yiyu had released before was strong, but only about 100 meters. But now, the water dragon Yiyu had unleashed was over 300 meters long. The most terrifying part was that the water dragon had taken on a very standard dragon shape, almost appearing alive as it soared through the air. Zabuza was equally shocked. What kind of monster is that kid? No wonder Black Hole Raiga failed. This kid is simply a monster. What was happening in Konoha recently? With two monstrous kids appearing one after another? The other monstrous kid Zabuza referred to as Naruto. Although he knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki, he was still shocked by the chakra emitted by Naruto after his rampage. The chakra of the Nine-Tails was different from other tailed beasts. Not only was it more abundant, but also carried a stronger malice. Even someone as ruthless as Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine from the extreme malice emitted by Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra after his rampage. Now Yiyu had appeared again, and he had become much stronger than when they fought before. It had only been a little over 10 days. Yiyu's improvement was astonishing, as Zabuza somewhat understood why Black Ho Raiga hadn't killed Yiyu. Just from the water dragon bullet technique Yiyu had unleashed, he was certain that Yiyu's strength had reached the level of a J-nin. Moreover, not just any J-nin, but a very standard one, even at the level of an elite J-nin. In fact, the ninjutsu Yiyu displayed was already stronger than that of many Kage-level powerhouses. However, ninja strength was clearly not determined solely by the destructive power of their ninjutsu. Yiyu was only 12 years old, still just a genin. Zabuza didn't think Yiyu's combat experience was at the level of a Kage. Even considering him at the level of an elite J-nin was a significant overestimation. Kakashi looked worriedly at Naruto, who had fallen into the sea. Seeing the extreme malice of Chakra emanating from him, he feared that Naruto might break the seal and completely rampage here. After all, Naruto was Konoha's Jinchuriki. If the Nine Tails broke free here, Konoha would be in big trouble, and they would lose a strategic weapon. Moreover, once the Nine Tails broke the seal, Naruto would completely become its puppet. At that time, if the Nine Tails controlled Naruto to attack other ninja villages, it would undoubtedly trigger war. That would be the worst outcome. Kakashi looked at Yiyu, who was also standing on the sea. The sea breeze rustled his clothes. Above him, the water dragon hovered like it was alive, not dissipating but circling around Yiyu. Two giant eyes, radiating golden light, stared intently at Naruto in the distance. Behind Naruto's tailed beast cloak, a second tail was slowly taking shape. Obviously, the nine tails within Naruto sensed that the gigantic water dragon opposite was no ordinary entity. Chapter 74. One strike to resolve the tailed beast transformation. Moreover, Yiyu's earlier whip kick had angered it, especially since Yiyu was emitting a vibrant aura similar to that of the first Hokage. The creature loathed the first Hokage the most. Back then, it had been minding its own business in the wild when it was inexplicably captured by the first Hokage and sealed within his wife's body. For decades afterward, it had endured suffering inside various Jinchuriki. The treatment it received inside Naruto was relatively better. Previously, when it was inside Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, it wasn't just sealed. Its body had been nailed to a massive rock, tortured in various ways. Even though it was a tailed beast, the pain of having its skin flayed several layers deep made it remember the culprit behind its current predicament very clearly. Its most hated and despised figure was the first Hokage. Yiyu observed Naruto across from him. He could feel Naruto's nine tails chakra surging. The chakra of the nine tails was growing stronger, indicating that it was about to break free from the seal. If he didn't quickly wake Naruto up, Konoha would likely face a catastrophe. As a Konoha ninja, Yiyu knew he had to clean up the mess. With that, Yiyu clasped his hands together again. Lightning style, thunder roar, crackle, roar. In an instant, a golden lightning dragon materialized before Yiyu. The arcs of electricity crackled around the dragon. As Yiyu channeled his chakra, the golden lightning dragon plunged into the nearby water dragon. The originally clear body of the water dragon instantly became radiant with golden light. In the darkness, it shone like the sun. This move terrified everyone. The hundreds of meters long gigantic water dragon seemed to transform into a real dragon, roaring in the sky and radiating golden light. What else could this be if not a real dragon? In reality, this was just Yiyu combining water style and lightning style ninjutsu. However, because Yiyu used chakra transformed from natural energy, coupled with the unique nature of his chakra, the resulting dragon had a consciousness of its own. Yet, Yiyu was unaware of this, just like how Hashirama Senju's wood release technique seemed to possess awareness. However, the size of the water dragon Yiyu released was indeed exaggerated. The wood golems in the wood release technique were only a few dozen meters tall at most. Even the Buddha in the Sage art, super transformation, was only about 300 meters tall. Yiyu used water release to create a water dragon that was a staggering 300 meters long. This was akin to Yiyu being able to summon a giant summoning beast by himself. Just like Senju Hashirama, who could rely on the wood clone technique without needing a summoning beast. Of course, Yiyu was unaware of this. He was still fixated on finding a suitable summoning beast for himself. Standing on the surface of the sea, Yu looked at Naruto on the opposite side, where the chakra of the nine tails on him was growing increasingly intense. Yu couldn't afford to wait any longer. He immediately summoned a lightning water dragon and hurled it towards Naruto. Roar! The giant lightning water dragon moved. Its massive body flew through the air, even stirring up a terrifying hurricane. The storm created waves that surged several meters high on the sea surface. Despite its large size, the water dragon was incredibly fast due to the added lightning chakra. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon crossed hundreds of meters and crashed towards Naruto. Boom! 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 Naruto attempted to escape, but the water dragon's speed was too fast, and its size made its attack range vast. As a result, Naruto was completely engulfed by the water dragon and plunged into the depths of the sea. The enormous dragon's body was so long that it even flew above the surface of the sea for a few seconds. The dragon's entry into the sea created a splash hundreds of meters high. The surrounding sea generated waves dozens of meters tall, crashing towards the bridge. If not stopped, the hard-built bridge by the workers of the Land of Waves would be washed away by the waves. Yu felt somewhat helpless, realizing he had to consider the bridge behind him, which was quite bothersome. Nevertheless, he clasped his hands together again and used the water release, water surge technique. Boom! 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 A water curtain dozens of meters high appeared before Yu, rushing towards the waves. The two forces collided in the distance, instantly causing the waves to subside. However, the receding seawater kicked up several meters high splashes. The waves were still manageable for the bridge. After dealing with the giant waves, Yu activated his sensory abilities and rushed towards Naruto's location. Thousands of meters away on the sea, Naruto floated on the surface, already unconscious. Upon reaching Naruto's side and checking his pulse, Yu was relieved to find he was alive. The water dragon bullet technique, combined with lightning release, was indeed powerful, capable of defeating Naruto even in his two-tailed state. Seeing Naruto's body still trembling, Yu understood that he must have been stunned by the lightning when he was knocked into the sea. The water release, combined with lightning release, allowed the water dragon bullet to deliver the impact, while the lightning release was responsible for the paralysis effect. From the looks of it, the lightning release had a greater effect, directly reverting Naruto in his two-tailed state back to his original form. The impact from the water dragon bullet alone wouldn't have been enough to wake him, nor would it have caused significant harm. However, the added lightning release scattered the nine tails chakra. Once the nine tails chakra was dispersed and the external chakra became too weak, the fourth Hokage's sealing technique took effect. With insufficient external chakra, the nine tails chakra lost its medium, and coupled with the fourth Hokage's seal, the nine tails could no longer supply chakra to Naruto. Unless Naruto woke up and actively released the seal to receive the nine tails chakra again, he was stuck. However, Naruto had been stunned by the lightning release and lost consciousness, making it impossible for him to actively release the seal. Yu hadn't anticipated that a single move would resolve this crisis. Regardless, they had managed to avoid disaster. Yu lifted Naruto and headed towards the bridge. While Yu had dealt with his side, Kakashi noticed that Zabuza had surprisingly fled. Of course, after witnessing Yu's earlier battle, why would he stay and wait for death? After restraining Naruto, Yu needed to deal with Haku next. Zabuza likely didn't see Haku as a match for Yu at this moment. Once Yu dealt with Haku, he could join forces with Kakashi, and Zabuza would undoubtedly perish. The strength Yu had just displayed had already earned Zabuza's acknowledgement. He was certain that Yu's strength had now reached the level of an elite Genin, even at the level of Kage, let alone Kakashi. Even he would find it hard to deal with Yu alone. If he didn't run now, he would have no chance once Yu arrived. After carrying Naruto back, Yu glanced at Sakura in the distance, thanking her. Hearing Yu's words, Sakura snapped out of her shock and hurried over, her eyes never leaving Yu. Although the fight between Yu and Black Scythe Raiga was thrilling and destructive, it paled in comparison to the shock of Yu's water and lightning combination technique. Yu was powerful like a monster. Fortunately, he was on her side. Sakura couldn't imagine what would happen if Yu were on the enemy's side. Who could possibly defeat him? Looking at Yu's smile and handsome face, there was no trace of malice. It was impossible to connect him to the divine-like figure from earlier. Yu didn't care what Sakura was thinking. After setting Naruto down, he said, "Sakura, check Naruto for injuries and bandage him up. I'll go get Sasuke." With that, he vanished. Sakura nodded and began to examine Naruto's body, feeling grateful that Yu had come with them on this mission. Otherwise, they might have been wiped out here. Of course, Sakura didn't realize that even without Yu, they could still complete the mission. Chapter 75. Chakra surge of tenfold arriving at Sasuke's side. Yu looked at his body covered in blood from shurikens and kunai, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was quite the proud one, clearly caring deeply yet acting so disdainfully. Yu knew that Sasuke had done this entirely to protect Naruto from Haku's attack. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have gone berserk. This was the fate of the two. Even with Yu's appearance, their relationship remained unchanged. After pulling out the kunai and shurikens from Sasuke's body and carefully bandaging him, Sasuke was now wrapped up like a mummy. Good thing you're unconscious now. If you were awake to see yourself like this, you'd be furious, Yu thought. The proud Sasuke would definitely not want to appear in such an embarrassing state. He might even feel so humiliated that he would want to kill Yu. "I'm not a professional medical ninja. This will have to do," Yu said, then lifted Sasuke onto his shoulder. After Zabuza had fled, Kakashi came to Yu's side, glancing at Sasuke, who was wrapped up like a mummy, and expressed concern about how he was doing. "He's not in any life-threatening danger, just lost a lot of blood." Kakashi nodded. After confirming Sasuke's condition, Kakashi looked at Yu and asked, "Zabuza said that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Black Scythe Raiga, tried to intercept you. What happened?" Yu thought for a moment and recounted the events of the battle. Although Kakashi was somewhat surprised, he didn't seem particularly puzzled. "Your strength now surpasses mine," Kakashi remarked. Yu was taken aback. "Really?" Kakashi shook his head. "The technique you released earlier, I saw it. I think even I would find it difficult to withstand." Yu contemplated but didn't respond. He wasn't sure if Kakashi was speaking the truth. However, after defeating Black Scythe Raiga and knocking Naruto unconscious in his two-tailed state, Yu felt that his strength had indeed reached the level of AJ Nin. Yet, he didn't have any particularly special feelings about it. Kakashi continued, "Once we return to Konoha, you can have Irika assess your performance to ease his worries." Yu submitted. Irika's concerns are quite normal. After all, going out on a mission with an elite Nin like you, it's easy to encounter situations like today. If it weren't for the ninjutsu I learned from you these days, I might have been doomed while saving Sakura. With your talent, it doesn't really matter who you learn ninjutsu from. The effect is the same. In fact, many of the ninjutsu are developed by you yourself. The ninjutsu you just released has already surpassed the boundaries of the original version. It's a combination of lightning release and water release, right? That kind of ninjutsu is already at the level of transcendent ninjutsu. Such high-level ninjutsu is not something you learn from me. Kakashi wasn't wrong. During these days, Yu has indeed learned a lot of ninjutsu from Kakashi. However, nearly every ninjutsu has been modified by Yu. Most of the modifications happened during the learning process. For example, the water dragon bullet technique was originally just a level ninjutsu. But under Yu's modification, it has already become a transcendent ninjutsu, not because of the difficulty of learning, but because its power has surpassed that level. Both the power and scale of the ninjutsu are much stronger than the original version. It's almost as if Yu has recreated this ninjutsu. Of course, the modified ninjutsu by Yu can only be used by him. This is because every modified ninjutsu requires a vast amount of chakra to release. Even if someone has a large amount of chakra, the effect of the released ninjutsu would still be completely different from Yu's. This is because Yu uses chakra converted from natural energy, which is equivalent to sage chakra. Moreover, Yu's chakra is special compared to an ordinary person's, which will imbue the ninjutsu he releases with consciousness. For example, the water dragon from the water dragon bullet he released is a conscious water dragon. It can also maintain its form for a long time and attack according to Yu's commands, just like the wooden man technique. The wood release ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama can only unleash the true power of wood release when he uses it. The same goes for Yu. His ninjutsu can only display its true power when used by him. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled, saying that your ninjutsu has already reached the level of forbidden techniques. They are clearly just ordinary ninjutsu, but under your modifications, they have become similar to forbidden techniques. I guess this is due to the sage chakra in your body. Yu nodded, agreeing that it should be like that. Yu did not deny it. Kakashi originally had a good understanding of the chakra in him. However, he only understood the type of chakra Yu possessed, but he did not know the current amount of chakra Yu had. In just over 10 days, Yu's chakra amount had already surpassed Kakashi's by 10 times. Without considering the chakra amount of the Nine Tails, Yu's chakra amount even exceeded that of Naruto at this time. At this moment, Yu's chakra amount was at the top level among shadows. However, Yu could clearly feel that his chakra growth had slowed down significantly in these days. As he suspected, the previous explosive growth had almost caused his physical quality to lag behind. Until his physical quality catches up, his chakra amount wouldn't increase much. Yu had guessed this before, so he didn't feel much about it. Of course, Yu still has a way to greatly increase his chakra, which is to learn sage techniques. As long as he masters sage techniques, his chakra could even surge by 10 times. However, Yu is currently quite satisfied with his chakra amount and does not feel an urgent need for sage techniques. Kakashi looked at Yu's calm expression and said with a smile, "You don't seem surprised at all. In just over 10 days, your strength has increased so much. Aren't you even a little surprised?" Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. "Kakashi-sensei, I was already very clear about my situation before. I only had one doubt before, which was that my actual combat experience is very poor. I haven't fought for my life against a real J-nin, so I didn't know how much of my current strength I could exert against a J-nin. Now that I have this answer, there's naturally nothing to be surprised about." Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile. "Your mindset doesn't match your age at all, but that's a good thing. Back in the day, Uchiha Itachi was also very mature, just like you." Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke on Yu's shoulder. "This kid will probably cling to you after he wakes up and knows about your strength." Yu smiled helplessly, hoping that Sakura wouldn't blabber. But he estimated that she wouldn't do as he wished. Given Sakura's obsession with Sasuke, if Sasuke asks her, she won't be able to hide it at all. And Sakura witnessed the whole process of how Yu killed Kirakurage and how he suppressed a rampaging Naruto with just one ninjutsu. Chapter 76. Kakashi's concerns at the same age. If Sasuke knows about Yu's achievements tonight, he will probably cling to Yu to train with him. Clearly, at this moment, in Sakura's mind, Yu's strength has already surpassed Kakashi's. Although she hasn't tried it, Yu's current strength indeed makes Kakashi feel inferior. However, Yu doesn't think he would be Kakashi's opponent. Kakashi is known for being evenly matched with anyone. Many ninjas with very powerful ninjutsu and greater destructive power than Kakashi have failed when fighting him. Yu knows very well that having strong destructive power in ninjutsu doesn't mean one is strong. A ninja must also consider practical combat experience and combat IQ. When it comes to combat IQ, Kakashi is among the top tier in the ninja world. Yu not only lacks practical combat experience, but he also doesn't think he is smarter than Kakashi. Of course, this is Yu being overly cautious. In reality, with his current strength, fighting Kakashi would definitely not be a match for him anymore. And it is even more so in Sakura's eyes. Yu's ninjutsu is too shocking. Sakura is still young and will surely judge based on what she has seen. At the very least, she has never seen Kakashi use ninjutsu of such scale and destructive power. Previously, Kakashi had used Chidori when fighting Zabuza. But while Kakashi's Chidori is indeed very powerful, it is a single target attack, and its destructive capability is definitely not comparable to Yu's ninjutsu. Therefore, Sakura would think that Yu is already stronger than Kakashi. After hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke would definitely set his sights on learning from Yu. To become stronger, Sasuke would even seek advice from Orochimaru, let alone that Yu is considered his half-teammate. Kakashi smiled upon hearing Yu's words. Seeing that Yu showed no signs of pride, Kakashi felt very satisfied. What he worried about was that at Yu's age, suddenly becoming very powerful could lead to an unstable mindset. The fact proves that Yu did not. This is quite rare. Even he had once become complacent after achieving some accomplishments back in the day. At that time, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin had not yet died. Kakashi was just a bit proud by nature. When they brought Sasuke to Naruto, Sakura saw that Sasuke was wrapped in bandages and worriedly said, "Why are Sasuke's injuries so serious?" After putting Sasuke down, Yu comforted Sakura, saying, "Don't worry, he was just injured by ninja tools and lost too much blood. But it didn't hit any vital areas, so he's not in any life-threatening danger. He just needs to rest for a while to recover." However, Sasuke's injuries remind me of something. Sakura, you should learn medical ninjutsu. Naruto and Sasuke and your team are more suited to be trained as combat ninjas. Your chakra control is much better than theirs, but clearly you're not suited to go down the path of a combat ninja. Learning medical ninjutsu and becoming a medical ninja is more important for your team. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Kakashi also began to ponder. Previously, he actually wanted to cultivate Sakura in the direction of Jinjutsu Ninja. Plus, his Jinjutsu skills are quite good, so he could teach Sakura. Night Feather's suggestion is quite good. Their team indeed needs a medical ninja. Back then, in Kakashi's team, there was Noera Rin, who was a medical ninja. She could even transplant Sharingan on the battlefield. So it's understandable that Noera Rin's medical ninjutsu was quite impressive. Sakura is indeed very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, and their team really needs a medical ninja. Sakura began to think. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura said, "Yeah, that's a good idea." Seeing Sakura's agreement, Kakashi continued, "When we return to the village, I will introduce a few medical ninjas to teach you medical ninjutsu." Kakashi could even invite Ebisu to teach Naruto. So finding a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura is not a problem at all. Ebisu is a teacher to Konohamaru and was personally appointed by the third Hokage. Since Kakashi can invite Ebisu, finding a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura is a small matter. Although Sakura wants to develop her combat skills, she is also aware of her situation. Although her chakra control is much stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, her chakra amount is far less than theirs. Moreover, during this period, she has seen Naruto and Sasuke's growth, and now she has fallen significantly behind them. Not to mention there's also Night Feather. Compared to him, Sakura feels she is too weak. Since she is not good at combat, she should focus on learning medical ninjutsu to provide medical support to her teammates. Of course, Sakura does not realize that she does have combat talent. It's just that she hasn't encountered a teacher who can develop her combat skills. Night Feather knows this, but Tsunade hasn't returned to the village yet. Learning medical ninjutsu would be more beneficial for Sakura at this time. During her studies, she can even learn Jinjutsu from Kakashi. Being a ninja proficient in both Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu is actually quite strong for an ordinary ninja. For example, Yuhi Kurenai. Although her performance against Uchiha Itachi is somewhat lacking, who can do well against Uchiha Itachi anyway? Kurenai is not an exception. But Kurenai's Jinjutsu is indeed among the best among ordinary ninjas, as evidenced by her being a regular J-nin instead of a special J-nin. To reach the level of J-nin in one aspect, one can only be a special J-nin, while to be a J-nin, one must reach the J-nin level in all aspects. Therefore, in terms of Jinjutsu, as long as one has high talent, an ordinary ninja can also reach the J-nin level. As for possessing a special bloodline, such as the Sharingan, that's another matter. In Night Feather's view, Sakura's talent is also very good, very suitable for practicing Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. However, in the original work, Kakashi did not pay much attention to her in the early stages, resulting in Sakura's combat skills not being much stronger than when she was in the Ninja Academy before meeting Tsunade. But if Sakura could master Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu before that, reaching the level of Chunin would be very easy, if not J-nin. Sakura looked at Night Feather and smiled. "Then you better not make me angry in the future. Once I learn medical ninjutsu, you'll have to rely on me to heal you when you're injured in battle." Night Feather was taken aback. "But I'm not in your team. Let's wait until Sasuke and Naruto wake up before letting them know this unfortunate news," he teased. "What are you talking about? You'll definitely still follow us on missions in the future. Kakashi-sensei is biased, so it's unlikely he'll let you go back," Sakura said, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi felt a bit awkward. It was indeed embarrassing to have his thoughts exposed by Sakura. Night Feather glanced at Kakashi and noticed his slightly awkward expression, the corner of his mouth twitching. He wondered if what Sakura said was true. Kakashi really did think that way. He indeed planned to take Night Feather along on future missions outside the village. One reason was to help him gain experience and accumulate practical combat experience. And another reason was that he was worried about leaving Night Feather in the village, fearing that the third Hokage and Danzo would take action against him. Although he felt the third Hokage probably wouldn't, since he had promised before, who could guarantee such things? What if Kakashi didn't dare to take that gamble? And the third Hokage's character made him prone to compromise. Who knows what means Danzo might use to force the third Hokage to compromise? Kakashi had been in the Umbu for many years and had seen such things happen before. Not keeping Night Feather by his side always made Kakashi uneasy. Moreover, in the village, Mokutan Shinobu couldn't protect Night Feather at all. Mokutan Shinobu couldn't compare to Kakashi's position in Konoha. Kakashi was also worried that Mokutan Shinobu might fall out with the village over Night Feather's matter, and it would be bad if he ended up becoming a rogue ninja. He believed Mokutan Shinobu would not betray Konoha, but if the third Hokage and Danzo forced him into a corner, Mokutan Shinobu might indeed become a rogue ninja. In the case that Night Feather did nothing wrong, Mokutan Shinobu's character absolutely would not allow anyone to harm him. Not to mention, Night Feather is his direct disciple, even though he hasn't taught him much. But given that relationship, he couldn't just stand by. If he left Night Feather with Mokutan Shinobu, Kakashi worried that Mokutan Shinobu would take Night Feather along to become rogue ninjas, which would be terrible. Of course, all of this was just Kakashi's thoughts. The things he was worried about hadn't happened yet. However, being in the Umbu for many years made him cautious and even somewhat dark in his thinking. But while Kakashi thought this way, Night Feather was not keen on always following Kakashi on missions. After all, Mokutan Shinobu is his teacher, but he had only gone on a mission with Mokutan Shinobu, Yada Koji, and Yamada Shuki once. He was worried that the three of them might feel unhappy. Although Night Feather doesn't have much ambition, he still has to consider the feelings of his teammates and teacher. Chapter 77. Learning the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Night Feather did not dwell on this issue. After Kakashi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to the Dazna household, Kakashi sought out Night Feather to discuss Naruto's situation. During Naruto's rampage earlier, Kakashi was engaged in battle with Zabuza and did not notice Naruto's condition. On the balcony of their room, under the moonlight, the two sat on the balcony. Night Feather said, "The seal within Naruto has already loosened. This time, Naruto's rampage has already revealed two tails. And just with these two tails, he has already put a lot of pressure on me. If he grows a third tail, I might not be able to suppress him." This is Night Feather's own speculation, because even just with two tails, Naruto made Night Feather feel a significant threat. He felt that if Naruto's tails increased to 3, he would be unable to handle it. Night Feather's thoughts are similar to those of Senju Hashirama. He only sees how powerful his opponent is, not realizing the threat he poses to them. This time, Night Feather used a combination of ninjutsu to suppress Naruto. The chakra consumed was even less than 1/10 of his own chakra. Moreover, the combination of Water Dragon Jutsu and Lightning Release can not only suppress the two-tailed Naruto, but can also completely handle the three-tailed one. The Water Dragon Jutsu is secondary. The biggest threat to the rampaging Naruto is actually Night Feather's Lightning Release. Night Feather's Lightning Release is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas, with much greater power and lethality. Kakashi did not know the specifics. However, he could feel how evil the chakra Naruto was emitting at that time was. It was clear that Kakashi believed Night Feather's words. This is also the reason why the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to him. After becoming a ninja, the probability of Naruto rampaging is much higher than before. Just from his performance in battle after rampaging today, I find it very difficult to suppress him. Although I have a Sharingan, I am not a Uchiha ninja, so my ability to suppress tailed beasts is not high. If it weren't for your intervention today, I really wouldn't have had many ways to help Naruto calm down. After returning to the village, Kakashi-sensei, you should learn some sealing techniques. Since the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to you, he would surely be willing to provide you with some sealing techniques to deal with his rampages. Kakashi smiled wryly and said, "It's not that easy. Do you really think learning sealing techniques is that simple? Ordinary sealing techniques are manageable, but those that can seal tailed beasts are extremely difficult to learn. I've tried, but those techniques are basically forbidden level, and I can't master them. Moreover, the sealing techniques used in Konoha against tailed beasts mostly come from the Uzumaki clan. Many of them require the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to be mastered effectively. The fourth Hokage was able to master them because his wife belonged to the Uzumaki clan. I tried learning them before, but couldn't grasp them. Kakashi felt helpless. It wasn't that he hadn't learned the Uzumaki sealing techniques, but he simply couldn't master them. After all, he was a disciple of the fourth Hokage. And with the fourth Hokage's character, he would surely have taught Kakashi sealing techniques. But Kakashi still couldn't learn them. Just like there were others besides Minato who tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, his few bodyguards also tried but failed. Kakashi is undoubtedly a genius, but primarily in combat. His talent in sealing techniques isn't very high. And sealing techniques for tailed beasts are particularly difficult, which Kakashi has not mastered. Yi was somewhat surprised. Even you couldn't learn it? How difficult can it be? Kakashi sighed. It's really difficult, and many ninjutsu require the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to perform. Yi thought for a moment and agreed that many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques indeed rely on their bloodline to be released. For example, the adamantine sealing chains. This sealing technique is incredibly powerful. With it, the Nine Tails never rampaged within Kushina Uzumaki's body. Moreover, this sealing technique can not only seal, but also be used in combat. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uzumaki Karen unleashed the adamantine sealing chains to shatter the arms of the wooden puppet. Before Minato sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, Kushina had already used the adamantine sealing chains to immobilize the Nine Tails, and that was a sealing technique released just before Kushina was about to die. One can imagine the power of this sealing technique. Of course, this sealing technique is clearly bound to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. After all, this ninjutsu has only been used by Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Kushina. There are also several other powerful sealing techniques, such as the Shiki Fujin Reaper Death Seal. However, this ninjutsu is a one-time sealing technique, and even if Kakashi could use it, Yi wouldn't want to learn it. Kakashi turned to look at Yu and suddenly thought of something. Wait, just because I find it difficult doesn't mean you will too. Kakashi thought of Yu's talent for ninjutsu. Could it be that he has a talent for learning sealing techniques? Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? Kakashi said, what I mean is, if you have the talent for learning sealing techniques, I can teach you. Although I didn't master them back then. I remember the principles clearly. But aren't those sealing techniques forbidden? Shouldn't they be learned by someone like me? A genin? Yu fronit. He wasn't worried about whether he could learn them. He was just concerned that Kakashi would be put in a difficult position. After all, sealing techniques capable of sealing tail beasts are definitely a village secret. Moreover, Konoha's sealing techniques mostly come from the Uzumaki clan, whose sealing techniques are the most advanced in the ninja world. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Killer Bee even told Naruto that the sealing techniques on Naruto were much stronger than those on him. One can imagine how precious the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are. It was also for this reason that the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. Kakashi waved his hand. I absolutely believe in you. I even taught you Chidori. As long as you can learn sealing techniques, Naruto's issues will be easily resolved. Kakashi had absolute confidence in Yu. In fact, Kakashi knew very well that Yu's strength had already surpassed his own. But Yu remained unchanged from before, showing no signs of arrogance. Even he couldn't do what Yu was doing back then. It's decided. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you the sealing techniques I know. Several of them were taught to me personally by the fourth Hokage, but unfortunately, I didn't learn them back then. Kakashi felt a bit ashamed. Although he was regarded as a genius, he indeed didn't have much talent in sealing techniques. He knew simple sealing techniques, such as the evil sealing method, but this sealing technique clearly couldn't be compared to those from the Uzumaki clan. He couldn't even control the cursed seal on Sasuke. Chapter 78. Yu's choice. Yu looked at the moon in the sky and said with a smile, what if I can't learn it either? Kakashi waved his hand. If you can't learn it, that's fine. The difficulty of sealing techniques is already very high. Back then, I wasn't the only one who tried to learn sealing techniques from a fourth Hokage, but none of us succeeded. It wouldn't be surprising if you can't learn it. But if you do, then Naruto's problem will be solved. Kakashi continued, if I had learned the fourth Hokage's sealing techniques back then, I wouldn't have let him release such dangerous sealing techniques. Yu turned to Kakashi. However, he thought for a moment and still didn't ask. Kakashi smiled and said, why do you hesitate? If you have something to ask, just say it. Yu glanced at Naruto lying in the room and asked Kakashi-sensei, "Why did the fourth Hokage seal the tailed beast inside Naruto?" He added, "And Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, right? There aren't many Uzumaki clan members in Konoha." Kakashi didn't hide anything from Yu and slowly said, "You probably guessed it already." Yu frowned. "It can't be what I'm thinking, right?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. It was when the fourth Hokage's wife gave birth to Naruto that the Nine Tails broke free from a seal. At that time, the fourth Hokage sent me to protect his wife, but I failed to protect her." Yu was somewhat shocked. It wasn't that he was surprised that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. He had known that for a long time. What shocked him was that Kakashi would actually tell him this. This was a secret of Konoha. Only the higher-ups of Konoha and Kakashi knew. Just how much does Kakashi trust Yu? Yu himself didn't expect this. Seeing Yu's shocked expression, Kakashi thought it was because Yu was surprised that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. He said, "It's nothing strange because Naruto has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. And the fourth Hokage hoped that he could utilize the power of the Nine Tails well." Yu looked at Naruto in the room. Doesn't the fourth Hokage know what kind of experience Naruto would have by sealing the Nine Tails inside him? Kakashi sighed. At that time, there was no other choice. The fourth Hokage's wife was already very weak. After the Nine Tails was extracted, she didn't have much time left. The fourth Hokage also used the Shiki Fujin, which meant certain death. So, there was only one choice for Naruto, and since he also had the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he was indeed the best candidate for the Jinchuriki. Perhaps the fourth Hokage hoped that Naruto could control the power of the Nine Tails and become the pillar of the village. The fourth Hokage indeed thought so. From the fact that he used the 8 trigram seal on Naruto rather than the 4-symbol seal, it was clear. The 4-symbol seal is a technique that purely seals the Nine Tails, while the 8 trigram seal, although it is just a combination of 2 4-symbol seals, allows part of the Nine Tails chakra to be converted into Naruto's own chakra. It's equivalent to giving Naruto an additional source of chakra. Thus, the chakra within Naruto, apart from his own, also includes chakra converted from the Nine Tails. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to possess chakra surpassing Kakashi's at such a young age. Even for a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, the amount of chakra isn't that terrifying. Not to mention that Naruto only has half of the Uzumaki bloodline. The fourth Hokage has high expectations for Naruto, Yu said. Kakashi nodded, hoping that Naruto would be able to master the power of the Nine Tails, as the fourth expected. When his mother was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she had never gone berserk. Yu laughed. Isn't that normal? His mother is a pure-blooded Uzumaki, and her sealing techniques are so powerful that not going berserk is quite normal. If Naruto learns sealing techniques, he might be able to stabilize the Nine Tails. Kakashi shook his head. I'm rather pessimistic about this. Sealing techniques require not only the power of bloodline, but also a deep understanding of sealing techniques, which is extremely difficult. Naruto has the bloodline power, but he probably doesn't have the brains for it. Yu was somewhat speechless, Kakashi-sensei. How do you know if you haven't tried? Kakashi didn't reply, but he knew very well that sealing techniques are not easy to learn. Moreover, ninjas who are proficient in sealing techniques are very rare in the ninja world. That's why every major ninja village has a special sealing class. The existence of sealing classes is because there are so few people proficient in sealing techniques. They must be gathered together to be effective. Simply knowing a few sealing techniques, like the sealing evil technique, does not mean one is proficient in sealing techniques. Don't be fooled by the fact that sealing techniques seem to have no other function than sealing. The difficulty of learning them is much higher than that of combat-type ninjutsu. Kakashi knows Naruto very well, which is why he knows he's not cut out for it. He initially intended to teach Naruto sealing techniques, but gave up after testing his talent, because Naruto's talent in sealing techniques is even worse than his own. The main issue is that the theoretical foundation required for sealing techniques is very vast and complex, and even Kakashi struggles to grasp it, let alone Naruto, who often scores 0 in ninja school. Kakashi didn't want to discuss this anymore, so he said, I still have high expectations for you. I believe you can master those sealing techniques. Once you master sealing techniques, I won't have to worry so much when I take Naruto out on missions. Yu's mouth twitched. Kakashi-sensei, you won't make me follow you every time you go out on missions, will you? I'm not part of your team. Occasionally going out could be considered a paid vacation for Yu, but he was unwilling to follow Kakashi every time. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder. You know your small team actually shouldn't exist. It's only because of you that your team still exists. You should know that you and your teammates are not from the same world. From the day you helped them pass the exam, you have already become different. Moreover, in the eyes of the village's higher-ups, you are completely different from ordinary ninjas. The more you stay with your teammates, the more it will harm them. Because whether you need to become stronger or you defect from the village for some reason, they will be implicated because of you. This is also the reason your teacher agreed to hand you over to me. If you don't keep your distance from your two teammates, they will be affected because of you in the future. Yu fell silent. He didn't quite agree with Kakashi's words, but thinking about the commotion he caused that day, it seemed that what Kakashi said was right. It would be better if the third Hokage didn't know of his existence. But now that he knows, whether Yu likes it or not, he is no longer the same in the third Hokage's eyes. He is no longer just an ordinary ninja. If anything happens to Yu in the future, Ben-Yi Tianzi and Yamada Shuki will also be implicated. They might even die because of him. Although it is currently a time of peace, the struggles among ninjas are still very bloody. Kakashi is not wrong. In Yu's memory, this year's exam only Kakashi's team, Yuhi Kurenai's team, and Asuma's team passed. These were all decided by the third Hokage. Who would have thought that Yu's small team would also pass the exam? Yu's existence changed the plot. From Yu's perspective, Yamada Shuki and Ben-Yi Tianzi's talents are actually quite average. If their teammates were not themselves, along with the personality of Kabuto, they would most likely not have passed the exam. Now pulling them into Yu's affairs is not good for either of them. Especially for Danzo, that schemer, he would definitely target those around Yu to deal with him. The better Yu's relationship with Ben-Yi Tianzi and Yamada Shuki, the more connections they have, the more likely Danzo will go after them. This is something Yu is very unwilling to see. Chapter 79. Angering the Nine Tails upon seeing Yu's appearance, Kakashi knew that Yu had taken it to heart. Fortunately, the third Hokage did not witness Yu's battle today. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be precautionary measures. They might send Umbu to keep an eye on him. Yu is only 12 years old, but has already been able to kill elite Jounin. Moreover, not just any elite Jounin, but Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The ninjutsu Yu used tonight to suppress the berserk Naruto has already reached the category of forbidden techniques. What's even scarier is that the ninjutsu Yu used today is not even his most powerful technique. In a few months, you'll be participating in the Chunin exams. And the third Hokage will definitely know your strength, Kakashi said. Yu nodded. You must hope that I participate in this Chunin exam, right? Kakashi smiled. I'm afraid that's not a decision I can make. This time, Sunagakure will also send people to participate. You should know what that means, right? Yu nodded. It means that Konoha needs to send the strongest genin of this generation to participate. I estimate that several people from my class will participate. Kakashi smiled. That's right. Although we are allied with Sunagakure, we absolutely cannot show any signs of weakness to them. Otherwise, who knows what they might do. Although it is nominally the Chunin exam, each ninja village will send their best genin to participate to showcase their military strength. At such a time, the third Hokage cannot let you be idle. Yu shrugged. I don't mind. I actually want to become a Chunin as soon as possible since as a Chunin, I can take on higher level missions. The rewards are also higher. Don't be fooled by the high commissions that ninjas get for missions. Half of the commission is first taken by the village. The remaining half is what the ninja executing the mission receives. Moreover, ninjas do not receive travel expenses during missions. All expenses must be borne by the ninja themselves. And the village does not provide tools, so they need to purchase them themselves. This is also why many Jounin, despite having completed many high-level missions, are still so poor. Except for ninjas like Jiraiya who have side incomes and become wealthy, many Jounin are not as rich as one might imagine. You should know that a single explosive tag costs several thousand Ryo, and a typical genin completing a high-level mission can at most earn a few thousand Ryo. This means that an ordinary genin, even if they complete the highest level tasks they can take on, sometimes the money they earn isn't even enough to buy an explosive tag. Of course, explosive tags are considered high-level ninja tools in the ninja world. And for genin, explosive tags are their most powerful tools. Unless, like Sasuke, A genin can release the Great Fireball technique, which is a fire release ninjutsu. But as Kakashi said, Sasuke's chakra amount is much stronger than that of a genin. An ordinary genin simply do not have enough chakra to release the Great Fireball technique. Without large lethal ninjutsu, explosive tags are the most powerful ninja tools. However, Yu didn't bring any explosive tags this time. He naturally has some, but only a few, which he left at home. They were originally bought to be used as trump cards. Explosive tags are ninja tools used by everyone from low-level genin to high-level Kage ninjas, and many use them as their ultimate techniques. Even Kage-level strong ninjas can die if hit by an explosive tag. Many J-nin and even Kage-level ninjas have been killed by explosive tags. Explosive tags pose a significant threat to ninjas of any rank, of course, as long as they can hit the target. Yu didn't carry explosive tags this time, not because he didn't need them, but because they are too expensive, and he couldn't bear to bring just a few. Plus, he is quite confident in his own strength. If he can't win, he can still escape. Without intending to become a rogue ninja, Yu hopes to get promoted and receive a raise soon. Kakashi looked at Yu's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle, not expecting him to be so money-minded. Yu rolled his eyes at Kakashi, saying, "I'm not money-minded. Ninjas need money too. Without money, you can't even buy ninja tools." That's true. Since the third Hokage promised to train you, he probably won't go back on his word. I hope so, Kakashi replied, lacking confidence. But he could only choose to trust the third Hokage. After you learn sealing techniques, pay more attention to Naruto from now on, Kakashi said seriously. How do you know I will definitely learn it? Besides, watching over Naruto should be your responsibility, right? Kakashi smiled at Yu, patting his shoulder, saying, I have great confidence in you. It seems there is no ninjutsu you can't learn. Since you have mastered the sealing techniques that can suppress tailed beasts, you naturally have a share of the responsibility for watching over Naruto. No, it should be said that the capable should work harder. If you learn sealing techniques, you should pay more attention to Naruto. Seeing Kakashi's smug expression, Yu was speechless. Yu felt that Kakashi didn't seem too keen on watching Naruto. After all, Naruto is the son of his teacher. However, considering Naruto's usual antics, Yu understood Kakashi. Kakashi's personality is completely different from Naruto's. He probably finds Naruto's frequent pranks quite troublesome. At this time, Naruto indeed often pulled pranks. Many could be laughed off, but some made people really want to hit him. Fortunately, Sakura and Kakashi's team was completely focused on Sasuke, while Sasuke only had revenge against Itachi Uchiha on his mind and was unwilling to pay attention to Naruto's pranks. Kakashi was probably the one who found it most troublesome. He naturally had no issues with Naruto, but guiding a troublemaker can indeed be infuriating at times. If Yu could learn sealing techniques and take care of Naruto, it would ensure both Naruto's and the village's safety, and Kakashi could have a bit of peace. Just thinking about it was tempting. Yu also saw through Kakashi's idea, which made him speechless. Kakashi-sensei, I think you're not being very responsible towards Naruto. I would like to be responsible, but you know how poor his foundation is, and with his personality, it's lucky I haven't been driven to madness yet. All three of my students are problem children. As my disciple, shouldn't you help your teacher? Kakashi looked at Yu. Haha, you're just looking for free labor. Yu sneered. Kakashi felt a bit awkward. Of course, the reason he thought that way was because he had great confidence and high expectations for Yu. He also trusted Yu. After all, Naruto is the Jinchuriki, so he couldn't easily be handed over to someone else. But Kakashi had absolute confidence in Yu. He didn't believe Yu would pose any threat to the village. From the very beginning, he had been training Yu as a ninja like the fourth Hokage. It was just that Yu's later talent surprised him. Chapter 80. Changing Sasuke? Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder and said, All right, it's settled. Study sealing techniques well. As long as you master sealing techniques, I won't have to worry about Naruto going berserk. Didn't you say that the sealing technique within Naruto is loosening? You wouldn't want him to go berserk and destroy Konoha, right? You also wouldn't want a Ninetales to break the seal and harm him. Yu said with a wry smile, You're flattering me, but I really have no reason to refuse. Let's talk again when I've truly mastered sealing techniques. After all, if even you can't master sealing techniques, I have no confidence in myself. Naruto only had 2 tails and was already that difficult to deal with. Who knows how strong he would be with more tails? If the Nine Tails heard Yi Yu's words, it would definitely be furious. Yi Yu had only used one ninjutsu to suppress the berserk Naruto, who exactly was too powerful. If the Nine Tails knew what Yi Yu said, it would surely recall what the first Hokage had told it back in the day. The combined ninjutsu released by Yi Yu, just the water dragon, was 300 meters high, even several times larger than the wood dragon of Senju Hashirama. The wooden man was only tens of meters tall, while the great Buddha was only a few hundred meters high, and only after adding the Senju did it reach over 1,000 meters. But Yi Yu's water dragon was 300 meters high and was a combined ninjutsu that included a vastly lethal lightning element. It can be said that the power of Yi Yu's water dragon bullet technique combined with lightning ninjutsu would definitely not be weaker than the wood dragon technique. Yet Yi Yu actually said that Naruto would be very strong after going berserk, implying that he would be at a level that he could not suppress. In reality, after Yi Yu suppressed the two-tailed Naruto, he had consumed less than 1/10 of his chakra. And keep in mind that previously, Yi Yu and Heichulei had also consumed a lot of chakra. The most infuriating thing was that Yi Yu actually said his ninjutsu could only suppress the two-tailed Naruto, and he wouldn't be able to handle the three-tailed one. In fact, if the Nine Tails knew what Yi Yu said, it would definitely curse him out because the power of the ninjutsu Yi Yu released was excessive. Even the three-tailed Naruto couldn't withstand the ninjutsu Yi Yu released. Kakashi didn't know how strong the three-tailed Naruto was, but from the strength displayed by the two-tailed Naruto, he felt that the three-tailed berserk Naruto would be very difficult to control. After all, during the two-tailed incident, Kakashi had already felt the extremely terrifying chakra of the Nine Tails. At that time, he felt completely helpless against it. It was even more terrifying than the killing intent Orochimaru had given him back in the day. And Orochimaru, back then, could immobilize Kakashi with just a glance. Even when Orochimaru was injured, Kakashi didn't have the courage to attack. Kakashi had never forgotten that experience. The evil chakra radiating from the two-tailed Naruto made him feel even more terrified. Kakashi's feelings were not wrong. At that time, Haku was indeed immobilized by the berserk Naruto. Clearly, he could have used body flicker to escape, but under the extreme killing intent of the Nine Tails, his body couldn't move at all. And at that time, Naruto only had one tail. The more this was the case, the more Kakashi hoped Yi Yu could learn sealing techniques. Because the Nine Tails' strength exceeded his imagination, the impression of a Nine Tails chaos still lingered in his mind. Even someone as powerful as Minato Namikaze had to seal the Nine Tails at the cost of his life. If Uzumaki Kushina hadn't been in danger back then, no matter how strong the Nine Tails was, it wouldn't have been able to break the seal. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were just that overbearing and unreasonable. Just the adamantine sealing chains alone were something the Nine Tails couldn't break free from. After chatting with Yi Yu for a long time, they only went to rest around midnight. When Yi Yu returned to his room, Sakura was cleaning Naruto and Sasuke's faces. Both of them were injured quite badly. Looking at Sasuke, Yi Yu said, "Kakashi-sensei, don't be fooled by how Sasuke seems to look down on Naruto most of the time. When it comes to life-threatening situations, he would truly sacrifice his life to protect Naruto. If his family hadn't faced that kind of tragedy, I believe he would have been an outstanding ninja." Kakashi nodded. When I evaluated the three of them, it was also Sasuke who first gave his food to Naruto, even at the risk of being eliminated. This is also why Kakashi values Sasuke so much. Aside from the Uchiha Obito and the Sharingan, he understands what kind of person Sasuke is. Kakashi has always hoped that Sasuke could let go of his family's hatred and not be so extreme. But he also knows that such deep-seated hatred cannot be easily set aside. The few of them are living in the same room. Yi Yu lay on the mat, looking at the ceiling. If he could let go of the hatred in his heart, he would definitely live happily. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Kakashi-sensei, I think what you're trying to do is unlikely to succeed. Kakashi did not deny it. He simply said, I can only do my best. Even knowing that the hope of Sasuke letting go of his hatred is slim, Kakashi is still willing to try to change him. As for helping Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge him, Kakashi believes he cannot accomplish that. After all, it is Uchiha Itachi. Even when Uchiha Itachi had not yet activated his Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi found it difficult to fight him. Moreover, Kakashi has always felt that Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his entire clan and defection from Konoha is very strange. There must have been involvement from the third Hokage and Danzo. However, he also finds it difficult to investigate such matters. In fact, Kakashi used to admire Uchiha Itachi quite a bit. After all, Uchiha Itachi is one of the few Uchiha clan members who are not so proud. Before the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had a very high status in Konoha, and with the power of the police force, most Uchiha ninjas were quite arrogant. Although the second Hokage arranged for the Uchiha clan to limit them and wanted them to integrate into Konoha, the power of the police force led them to become increasingly arrogant, and the Uchiha clan indeed had many military achievements during the wars. So, generally, Uchiha clan members were quite proud. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui are the exceptions. In the early days, Uchiha Obito was quite kind, similar in personality to Naruto. Back then, Uzumaki Kushina hoped her child would grow up to be like Uchiha Obito. Before Uchiha Obito's incident, his relationship with Uzumaki Kushina was indeed very good, even better than Kakashi's relationship with her. Of course, that was before the incident. After the incident, Uzumaki Kushina never expected that when she saw someone she once regarded as a brother again, the first thing he would say is, "The vitality of the Uzumaki clan is really strong. They don't die even after that." Kakashi has always wanted to change Sasuke, but the more he tries, the more he realizes that he cannot change him at all. Chapter 81. Don't be his enemy anymore. During the conversation between Yu and Kakashi, Sakura had been listening nearby. When a moonlight shone into the room through the window, although it was night, the room was very bright. Looking at the way Yu and Kakashi were talking eloquently, Sakura recalled Yu's battle with Ichwaleya today and the scene of suppressing the rampaging Naruto. She couldn't believe that such a godlike Yu could be so calm at this moment, when she saw that hundreds of meters long water dragon soaring through the sky. Yu, standing on the surface of the sea, seemed very small, yet incredibly tall. But after the battle ended, Yu returned to his usual appearance. She couldn't believe that two different faces could appear on one person. The gap between them and Yu was too great. Or rather, the gap between her and Yu was too great. The tailed beast inside Naruto made him very powerful, but he was just not as strong as Yu. Sasuke's strength was also considerable. Among the entire team, she was the weakest. Maybe I really should listen to Yu and learn medical ninjutsu. I'm not good at fighting, but I could be a medical ninja. At that moment, Sakura became even more determined to become a medical ninja. On the other side, in a forest in the land of waves, Zabuza and Haku, who had just run back from the bridge, were very relieved. Thinking of the ninjutsu Yu unleashed, Zabuza couldn't help but say, "What kind of monster is that kid?" He actually unleashed such a terrifying water dragon bullet technique. It's much larger in scale than when we first fought. How could his strength have increased so rapidly in just over 10 days? Zabuza couldn't understand why Yu's strength had improved so quickly. Yu was just a genin. If we hadn't retreated in time, we would definitely have been killed by that guy, Zabuza said with lingering fear. Previously, when he fought Yu, he thought Yu was merely at the level of a normal Jainin. But today, Yu's displayed strength was already much stronger than him. Zabuza even felt as if he was facing a Mizuki's. Especially the water dragon bullet technique Yu unleashed was stronger than a Mizuki's. A Mizuki couldn't unleash a water dragon bullet over 300 meters long. The most terrifying part was that the water dragon bullet Yu unleashed did not dissipate for a long time and seemed alive. That was the most frightening part. Just thinking about the overwhelming scene when Yu activated the water dragon bullet attack, Zabuza felt he wouldn't survive such an attack. For the first time, Zabuza felt fear towards someone. Yu could easily kill him. The opponent was just a genin, which was terrifying. Konoha is truly frightening. Not only is there that golden-haired kid who should be a Jinchuriki, but there's also another kid who can suppress a rampaging Jinchuriki with just one jutsu. That kid even killed Ichwaleya. It's too scary. With him around, how can we possibly kill the old man who built the bridge? This task is impossible to complete. Although Zabuza didn't want to admit it, he knew very well that this task could not be completed. As long as Yu is present, attempting to complete this task is tantamount to seeking death. Haku, standing beside him, did not speak. Although Yi Yu's power shocked him, he was even more curious about why Yi Yu blocked Naruto when he wanted to kill him. Logically, he was Yi Yu's enemy. Even though Naruto was rampaging, the target of the attack was him, so Yi Yu had no reason to block it for him. However, he did not discuss this matter with Zabuza. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. He just noted the favor in his heart. Regardless of what Yi Yu was thinking, Yi Yu saved his life. If Yi Yu hadn't stepped in to block the rampaging Naruto, he would have undoubtedly died. At that time, his whole body was pinned down by the Nine Tails Chakra, unable to move. Plus, the rampaging Naruto's attack speed was extremely fast. He couldn't dodge at all. After a long time, Zabuza looked at Haku and asked, "That kid didn't attack you?" Zabuza came back to his senses. At that time, Haku was fighting against Naruto and the others. How could Haku have returned safely? Haku thought for a moment and said, "That golden-haired boy came shortly after he rampaged. While they were fighting, I slipped away." Zabuza didn't delve deeper into it. After all, he had also run back like that. The strength Yu displayed was truly terrifying. Although Kato paid a lot, this task was simply impossible to complete and was basically a death mission. Zabuza, being a rogue ninja, naturally couldn't fully comply with Kato's contract. "Let's give up on this task and leave here." I nodded. Wherever Zaibujan went, he would follow. However, he remembered Yi Yu in his heart. Yi Yu was the first person to actively block danger for him. Back then, Zaibujan saved him hoping he would become a tool. But Yi Yu did it without any demands, simply saving him. This feeling made Bai, who was already very kind-hearted, have a great fondness for Yi Yu. This feeling was completely different from the one he had when Zaibujan saved him back then. If it weren't for Zaibujan, Bai would have followed Yi Yu like Junmaru followed Orochimaru. Of course, that was impossible. At that time, Yi Yu blocked Naruto simply because he knew Bai's character and didn't want Naruto to kill indiscriminately. Just as the two were packing up to leave, the door was kicked open again. "Zaibujan, why did you fail again? The bridge is almost built in a few days, and you can't even kill an old man. What are you doing?" Kato brought dozens of samurai this time. He was scared by Zaibujan last time. However, Kato didn't know much about ninjas. The samurai he recruited were mostly wandering warriors, many of whom were not very strong, let alone comparable to ninjas. Kato thought that with dozens of samurai protecting him, he could suppress Zaibujan. But Zaibujan merely glanced at those samurai, and the ones who had been surrounding him trembled in fear and fled. Only 2 trembling samurai remained, gritting their teeth and refusing to leave. These 2 were bodyguard hired by Kato at a high price, and they still had some professional ethics. However, their trembling legs indicated they were not useful at all. Zaibujan happened to have nowhere to vent his anger, and Kato delivered himself right to his door. Zaibujan walked toward Kato with his beheading sword, exuding a terrifying killing intent. His killing intent had no effect on Yi Yu and Kakashi, but for Kato, an ordinary person, it was utterly overwhelming. After just a few steps, Kato was forced to kneel by Zaibujan's killing intent, trembling all over, his gaze blank. It was at this moment that Kato truly felt the terror of a jounin. "I've given up on this task. You can find someone else. But let me kindly remind you, don't oppose Kakashi and the others. With your ability, you won't be able to hire ninjas who can deal with them. Even if you hire a few elite jounin, it will still be impossible for them to be their match." Zaibujan stood before Kato, looking down coldly. Chapter 82. Learning the 4-symbol seal, Zaibujan was a jounin who killed without mercy, and his killing intent was something an ordinary person like Kato could not withstand. Although Kato was very unhappy with Zaibujan, at this moment, he didn't dare provoke him, fearing that Zaibujan would cleave him in two with the beheading sword in his hand. After a long time, when Zaibujan left with Bai, Kato finally regained his senses. As soon as he did, he was furious. Not seeing Zaibujan's figure around, he immediately began to curse. "Damn it! What kind of jounin are you? Pretending here with me. If you won't do it, there are plenty of people who will." Just after Kato finished cursing, Zaibujan appeared in front of him, looking at him with icy eyes. Kato knelt down again. "I wasn't talking about you. Please spare my life." Zaibujan pressed the beheading sword against Kato's neck. The two samurai wanted to intervene, but as soon as they drew their swords, they were stopped by Bai, who suddenly appeared and held their hands down. "If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Although the two samurai wanted to save Kato, they were completely controlled by Bai. They were originally wandering samurai with low strength, unable to even defeat a genin, let alone face Bai, who had already reached the level of jounin. "You'll give me 50% of this reward. Otherwise, I will take it myself. And then I can't guarantee that you will still be alive." Zai Bujan's cold voice frightened Kato into bowing his head and begging for mercy. "I will give it. I will give it immediately. Please don't kill me." Kato realized the huge gap in strength between samurai and ninjas when he was left with only 2 of the dozens he had brought. And these 2 were of no use at all. He finally understood the terror of Zai Bujan. Indeed, in the ninja world, many samurai had been forced to become ninjas by the ninjas. Not wanting to deal with Kato anymore, after threatening him, Zai Bujan and Bai left. After a long time, when Kato saw that no one had appeared around him, he finally lay on the ground, completely exhausted. "Damn it, I really lost a lot." Kato was ultimately a businessman, and even at this moment, he still cared about his money. After that, Kato no longer sent people to disturb the construction of the bridge, because the construction team was always protected by Kakashi and his group. Kato had hired 2 elite jounin, but couldn't kill Tazuna. He knew that the ninjas Tazuna hired were very strong, and finding ninjas to assassinate Tazuna would just be a waste of money. Once the bridge was completed, his shipping business would definitely plummet. But what could Kato do? He could only watch helplessly as the bridge was built. During these days, Yi was learning sealing techniques with Kakashi. The difficulty of sealing techniques was indeed much higher than that of other ninjutsu. Kakashi had spent several days explaining the theoretical principles to Yi. Yi had also spent several days learning, and for several days he had not formally studied the sealing techniques. In the forest, after several days of theoretical study, Kakashi finally began to formally teach Yi the sealing techniques. The first sealing technique was the sealing technique that could seal tailed beasts, the 4-symbol seal. The 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within Naruto using the 8 trigram seal, which is a combination of 2 4-symbol seals, a redevelopment of the 4-symbol seal. The 4-symbol seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The sealing strength of the 4-symbol seal is very high, much stronger than the sealing techniques used by other ninja villages to seal tailed beasts, as stated by Killer Bee. Once Yi learned the 4-symbol seal and was able to suppress the tailed beasts, he could utilize this sealing technique to seal it within anyone's body, including his own. Of course, Yi would never do that. Kakashi first spent over an hour explaining the principles to Yi, then eagerly asked him, "Do you understand? Do you have any clues?" Kakashi was so eager because he himself didn't quite understand it, let alone practice it. Yi remained silent for a moment. Just when Kakashi was somewhat disappointed, Yi nodded. "I'll give it a try." Kakashi was stunned. "You understood it, and you can do it?" Yi didn't answer, but walked to the side and began to form hand seals. 4-symbol seal. Bang! Yi completed the hand seals and slapped his hand on a nearby tree. Instantly, under Yi's palm, a 4-symbol seal appeared on the tree. Mysterious runes formed a complex pattern. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the area covered by the sealing technique vanished, and a gap appeared in the tree trunk. After completing the technique, Yi smiled slightly. It worked. He didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Wow, the chakra consumption is so huge. Just sealing a piece of would consume the chakra of a high-level jutsu. This is outrageous. Even though Yi's chakra was currently abundant, he still couldn't believe that the sealing technique consumed so much chakra. Sealing wood was like this. How much chakra would it take to seal the 9 tails? No wonder the Uzumaki clan had such a large chakra reserve. Without a massive amount of chakra, they couldn't support such an enormous chakra consumption. Although sealing techniques were powerful, it was now that Yi truly experienced the terrifying chakra consumption. It was too frightening. Finally, I understand why so few people study sealing techniques. Besides being difficult to learn, the requirements for chakra are likely very high as well. Yi thought about these things internally, but did not show any expression on his face. However, Kakashi, who was standing nearby, was stunned. He succeeded on the first try? He couldn't believe it was real. He knew that Yi had a high talent for learning ninjutsu, but during the days he explained the principles of sealing techniques. He could tell that Yi also found it challenging. He originally had little hope, He thought that sealing techniques were indeed high-difficulty ninjutsu. No wonder there were so few ninjas specializing in sealing techniques in the ninja world. But Yu Yu actually mastered it and succeeded on his first attempt. It should be noted that the difficulty of the four-symbol sealing is very high. Even in Konoha, only a few people had mastered it before, namely the first Hokage, second Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato. Even the third Hokage, who was called the Professor of Ninjutsu, could not do it. If he could, Naruto wouldn't have gone berserk. Naruto had gone berserk once as a child, and at that time, the entire sealing team of Konoha was needed to subdue him. Moreover, at that time, Naruto was just berserk and did not have the tails of a tailed beast appearing. If the fourth Hokage could use four-symbol sealing, it would have been enough to reinforce the 8 trigrams sealing left by Namikaze Minato. Unfortunately, he could not. Of course, the third Hokage and Danzo had one thing in common. Both had mastered sealing techniques that could only be used once. The third Hokage mastered the dead demon consuming seal, while Danzo mastered the inner four-symbol sealing. Kakashi walked over and interrupted Yu Yu's thoughts. You succeeded, Yu Yu. Yu Yu came back to his senses, not knowing what he was thinking. I guess it counts as a success, but this sealing technique consumes a lot of chakra. Kakashi was taken aback. Oh, does it consume a lot of chakra? Yu Yu nodded. I only sealed a piece of wood, but it already consumed chakra equivalent to a high-level ninjutsu. Kakashi smiled. It's the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so it's normal for it to consume chakra. The most important thing is that you mastered this sealing technique, and it's such a difficult one. It's a good start. Since you've learned the four-symbol sealing, the next 8 trigrams sealing should be no problem. After all, the 8 trigram sealing is just a modified version of the four-symbol sealing. In the following chapter, Kakashi further explained the principles related to the 8 trigram sealing. This time, it took much less time than when he explained the four-symbol sealing. After mastering the four-symbol sealing, Yu Yu felt that the 8 trigram sealing was basically not difficult at all. It wasn't until evening that Yu Yu finally mastered the 8 trigram sealing. Learning 2 sealing techniques in one day left Yu Yu feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, Kakashi was already very surprised. Over the years, he had been practicing the 4 symbols sealing and 8 trigram sealing, but he had never mastered them. He didn't expect Yu Yu to grasp them in just one day. Yu Yu's learning ability had surpassed Kakashi's imagination. Or rather, Yu Yu's learning ability was no longer something the ninjas of this world could compare to. He just didn't realize this issue. He only knew that Uchiha Itachi had also learned the fire style, great fireball technique, after just one glance at his father. The difficulty of the 4 symbols sealing and 8 trigrams sealing could not be compared to that of the great fireball technique. The 4 symbols sealing and 8 trigrams sealing were high-level ninjutsu, classified as absolute forbidden techniques. The great fireball technique was merely a high-level ninjutsu. The difference in learning difficulty between the two was vast, and the difficulty of regular ninjutsu compared to sealing ninjutsu was not even on the same level. Kakashi could skillfully use the high-level ninjutsu Raikiri, yet he couldn't learn the 4 symbols sealing or the 8 trigram sealing. That night, on the way back from the back mountain, Sasuke and Naruto blocked the path of the 3, Kakashi, Yu Yu, and Sakura, who had followed them up the mountain. Are you two done for the day, so early? Seeing their expressionless faces, Yu Yu asked in confusion. Sasuke walked over to Yu Yu and said, Yu Yu, teach me how to become stronger. Yu Yu was taken aback. Naruto also came over. Yu Yu, I want you to help me get stronger too. Kakashi frowned. What's wrong with you two? Although he had anticipated this, the two hadn't mentioned it in the past few days, and Kakashi thought they didn't have such thoughts. It turned out they had waited until now to bring it up. Yu Yu felt helpless as he thought the two wouldn't make this request again. Sasuke and Naruto ignored Kakashi and looked intently at Yu Yu. Previously, under Yu Yu's praise, they both believed Kakashi could help them become stronger. However, after that day's battle, they both knew that Yu Yu's strength was likely not inferior and might even surpass Kakashi's. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, feeling quite helpless. It happened after all. Sakura felt a bit awkward on the side. This was because it was Sakura who had told Sasuke and Naruto about Yu Yu's performance that day. Under Sasuke and Naruto's questioning, Sakura completely recounted Yi Yu's performance that day to them. No matter how much Yi Yu denied it, they believed Sakura wouldn't lie to them. No matter how Yi Yu argued, the fact that he single-handedly defeated the elite Jonin Jiraiya and suppressed the berserk Naruto with a single ninjutsu could not be changed. The grave of Jiraiya was still in the forest, and the place where the two fought had now become a wasteland, within a radius of hundreds of meters. All the trees and rubble had been reduced to powder. The scorched earth could prove how intense the battle was that day. Even more unbelievable to Sasuke and Naruto was that Yi Yu managed to kill Jiraiya, an elite Jonin who, in their eyes, was no less formidable than Zabuza. Most importantly, Yi Yu's ninjutsu could suppress Jiraiya. In Sakura's description, when Yi Yu released his ninjutsu, he was as powerful as a god in the world. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto's serious expressions, Yi Yu felt a headache coming on. I already said, I don't know how to help you become stronger. I learned from Kakashi-sensei myself. That's impossible. Kakashi-sensei can't be that strong, Naruto retorted. Kakashi had a black line on his forehead. Although it was the truth, Naruto, saying it so directly was still a bit damaging to his pride. Sasuke frowned at Yi Yu. What do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Yi Yu rolled his eyes at him. I want you to stop bothering me, okay? Although Yi Yu didn't mind teaching them his ninjutsu, the key was that his ninjutsu was all taught by Kakashi. If they wanted to learn, they could just go directly to Kakashi. Moreover, the ninjutsu that Yi Yu had modified could only be used by him, as it was not just about how powerful those ninjutsu were, but because they were so powerful due to Yi Yu's chakra enhancement. This was something Yi Yu couldn't teach. Sasuke still felt that Yi Yu was unwilling to teach them. Yi Yu, I can take you as my master. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, especially Yi Yu, who looked at the corner of Sasuke's mouth twitching. He thought to himself, are you trying to get me killed? Your teacher is right next to you. Have you considered his feelings? Have you thought about my situation? Once Sasuke said this, both Yi Yu and Kakashi felt extremely awkward. Sakura and Naruto were shocked that Sasuke could lower himself to such a degree. They were classmates of the same generation, and Yi was not older than them. Sasuke was actually willing to take Yi Yu as his master. In a ninja world, taking a master is different from the ordinary relationship of a Jonin leading a Genin. Taking a master means Sasuke voluntarily lowers his status, and once a master, always a father. By doing this, Sasuke made it very awkward for Yi Yu, who looked very uncomfortable. He had no interest in being an elder to his peers. Moreover, Kakashi was Sasuke's teacher. If he did this, wouldn't that make Kakashi and him equals? Just thinking about it was uncomfortable. Sasuke's actions would only embarrass and humiliate Yi Yu. Just as Sasuke was about to kneel down, Yi Yu suddenly unleashed his chakra. The terrifying chakra prevented Sasuke from bending his knee. Sasuke was stunned, lifting his head to look at Yi Yu. Yi Yu coldly said, if you do that, we won't even be able to be classmates. Don't make me embarrassed. Sasuke was taken aback. Then he understood Yi Yu's meaning. He clenched his fists and said, but I want to become stronger. I know you can make me stronger. I'm willing to do anything to become stronger. Even if it means killing that man, I would be willing to pay with my life. Sasuke shouted at Yi Yu, but Yi Yu showed no sign of retreat. Are you saying you have no confidence in surpassing that man through your own efforts? Yi Yu spoke very seriously. Sasuke fell silent. Is that so? Yi Yu asked again. Sasuke still did not speak. Yi Yu deliberately mocked. Sasuke, I really overestimated you. I used to think you were a proud person who would become my strongest opponent. But it seems you don't even have that qualification. Yi Yu's sudden harsh words, coming from someone who had always been calm, made Sasuke feel very uncomfortable. Didn't he realize how embarrassing this was? He knew, but he also understood that Itachi Uchiha was too strong, a powerhouse capable of slaughtering an entire clan. Just thinking about that night years ago filled Sasuke with despair. Especially as those around him grew stronger, Itachi's power constantly undermined his confidence. Yi Yu's strength reminded him of Itachi. The gap between him and Yi Yu was so large that he couldn't even see his back, and that meant the gap between him and Itachi would be just as vast. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Chapter 84. The argumentative Yi Yu's words struck at Sasuke's heart. He was furious but helpless. Yes, he had previously thought of himself as a genius, believing he could catch up to Itachi Uchiha's footsteps. That one day he would be strong enough to kill Itachi and avenge the Uchiha clan, avenge his parents. But Ieyu's appearance had repeatedly struck down his already limited confidence. Itachi was too powerful in his heart, and the more terrifying Ieyu's strength became, the more he felt the huge gap between himself and Itachi. He even began to doubt whether he could really catch up to Itachi on his own, whether he could truly kill him. Did he have that strength? Would he forever be unable to avenge his family and parents? After a long time, Sasuke lowered his head and said seriously, "I want to, but the stronger you are, the more I think of his strength. The gap between us is too great. I really have no hope of killing him." For the first time, Sasuke expressed such despairing words. Even Ieyu did not expect this. His previous words were meant to provoke Sasuke's competitive spirit, but unexpectedly, they extinguished his hope. In an instant, Ieyu felt very awkward. Don't forget, you are that man's brother. You share the same father and mother. Your bloodline is the same. Why should your bloodline be inferior to his? Perhaps you are stronger than him? What you need most is not to learn some powerful ninjutsu, but to develop your Sharingan. This is the fundamental weapon of your Uchiha clan. Learning ninjutsu from me is the most foolish behavior. I learned ninjutsu because I do not have a Sharingan. I had no other means of combat. Can you be like me? If I had a Sharingan, I would definitely focus my main energy on developing the Sharingan. Learning ninjutsu from me is to miss the point. It's too foolish. Sasuke, I have never thought you would be weaker than your brother. Remember, you share the same bloodline, and you could be stronger than him. Moreover, it is through the eyes of your Uchiha clan, the renowned Sharingan, that you will surpass him. You are an Uchiha, not some nameless ninja. Don't get your efforts misguided. Just like Naruto's most important task is to master the power of the Nine Tails. Your eyes are your foundation. Ninjutsu is merely an aid to those eyes. Ieyu said seriously while patting Sasuke's shoulder. Of course, the main reason Ieyu said these things was to prevent Sasuke from actually taking him as a master. That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, with Sasuke's personality, even if Ieyu refused, it would only work if Sasuke was willing to accept it. If Sasuke was unwilling, Ieyu's unilateral rejection would not stop him from bothering him. He didn't want to get into that kind of trouble. After listening to Ieyu's words, Sasuke lifted his head, looked at Ieyu, and asked seriously, "Do I really have hope?" Sasuke rarely spoke such words lacking confidence. Ieyu smiled and said, "Trust me, you will be much stronger than your brother. You're just too eager for quick results. Cultivation takes time. How can you expect to achieve everything at once? Your eyes also need to be developed gradually. You're only 12 years old. Why are you in such a hurry? Remember, the peak combat power of a ninja is after the age of 20. Do you think you're weak now? Ask Kakashi-sensei. You are already stronger than many Chunin. As long as you learn more from Kakashi about developing the Sharingan and activate the power of your Uchiha bloodline, not to mention defeating your brother. Even defeating the Hokage is not impossible. Don't forget, the reason the Sharingan strikes fear in the ninja world is that it possesses truly despairingly powerful strength. Originally, during this time, Sasuke had lost hope due to the setbacks. Hearing Ieyu say this, he regained his calm and reignited his confidence. However, Sasuke soon noticed something was off and looked at Ieyu with confusion, asking, "But you are clearly the same age as me. Why are you so strong? Your current strength is even greater than that of Jonin. You've even defeated elite Jonin." Ieyu hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, "That's because I have reached my explosive period, and you have not yet. Let me give you an example. If Naruto suddenly masters the power of the Nine Tails now, his strength would instantly rise to the level of Hokage. I have accumulated many years of training. You only see that I seem strong now. But you don't see the hard work and sweat I put in over the past few years to achieve today's strength. Your explosive period will be when your Sharingan awakens to the 3 Tomo. At that time, I'll have to look up to you. Kakashi-sensei is so strong with only 1 Sharingan. Think about it. You have a pair of Sharingan. If you awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan, do you think you will be weaker than Kakashi-sensei? Your brother seems to only have the 3 Tomo Sharingan, right? By the way, how old was your brother when he left the village?" Sasuke frowned and answered, 13. Sasuke remembered it very clearly. "Well, that's it. Your brother left the village at 13, which means that over the years, he didn't even have a teacher to guide him, and he had to evade Konoha's pursuit. Do you think he had time to train? Perhaps his current strength has regressed to the point that it's even weaker than when he left Konoha? And you? You have the peaceful and stable environment of Konoha, systematic education, and excellent teachers. We have plenty of jonin in Konoha, including Kakashi-sensei, who is proficient in ninjutsu and has a deep understanding of developing the Sharingan, as well as many elite jonin skilled in taijutsu and jinjutsu. Those people are all Kakashi-sensei's classmates and friends. What is your relationship with Kakashi-sensei? You can definitely consult them about relevant ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. I don't believe your brother has such good conditions for training while wandering in the ninja world. The most important thing is that you have more training time, often execute missions, and can convert the ninjutsu you usually practice into practical experience. This is why I believe you are stronger than your brother. Of course, these words are just Night Feather's nonsense. Night Feather's intention is simply to avoid being bothered by Sasuke. However, there is some truth to what Night Feather said. So Sasuke couldn't refute it, and even believed it. Not only Sasuke, but Naruto and Sakura also seemed to ponder over it. Night Feather secretly wiped away his sweat. Kakashi looked at Night Feather with a confused expression, thinking to himself, what is this kid's mouth made of? How can he talk so much? The most outrageous thing is that Kakashi clearly understood that Night Feather had said so much with only one purpose, to avoid trouble and send them to find Kakashi. And if Kakashi couldn't help, then go find the ninjas of Konoha. This was clearly a way to shirk responsibility. But Kakashi really had nothing to say about it. What Night Feather said was something he couldn't refute. After all, he is indeed Sasuke's guiding jounin, and teaching Sasuke is also his responsibility. If Sasuke really asked Kakashi to introduce him to Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai, Kakashi would have no reason to refuse. Chapter 85. Entering the space of the sealed nine-tailed Sasuke was persuaded by Night Feather, and his originally restless heart calmed down. Meanwhile, Naruto was also convinced by Night Feather's earlier statement that as long as he mastered the power of the Nine Tails, his strength could soar. After Naruto and Sasuke stopped pestering Night Feather to learn ninjutsu, Night Feather felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He really didn't want to be bothered by these two. It was very troublesome. Kakashi and Sakura, who hadn't said much, were stunned as they looked at Night Feather. They didn't expect Night Feather to be able to persuade Naruto and Sasuke, although their time together wasn't long. Kakashi and Sakura both knew that Naruto and Sasuke were both quite stubborn. Persuading them was very difficult, yet Night Feather managed to do it. The task was basically completed at this point, and the following days were calm. Kato did not hire ninjas to cause trouble. However, to be safe, Kakashi decided to wait until the bridge was fully repaired before leaving. During this time, aside from protecting Tazuna with Sakura, he would study sealing techniques with Kakashi while at Tazuna's home. He was very busy, both day and night. During the day, he either protected Tazuna or practiced sealing techniques. And at night, he had to deal with Inari. Since Night Feather saved him last time, and Inari personally saw Night Feather kill the ninja hired by Kato, he admired Night Feather greatly and kept asking him to play. In Inari's heart, Night Feather was a true hero. If he weren't from Konoha, he would have already become Night Feather's disciple. Although Night Feather didn't want to pay attention to him, he felt too embarrassed to refuse. So in the evenings, he would take some time to play with him. Tsunami was also very kind to Night Feather, often cooking dishes that he liked. In Tazuna's home, the respect Night Feather received was not inferior to Kakashi's. In fact, Tazuna's family treated Night Feather even better than they treated Kakashi, especially since Night Feather's displayed strength was too formidable. In their eyes, Night Feather's strength surpassed Kakashi's. Over the next few days, Night Feather learned various sealing techniques, including contract seals, evil sealing methods, and fire sealing methods, mastering all the sealing techniques Kakashi knew. At this point, Night Feather's chakra amount had also doubled compared to before. However, the rate of increase in his chakra had indeed slowed down. In just over 10 days, it had only increased by a factor of 2. In contrast, when he first started, his chakra was almost doubling every day. But Night Feather didn't mind. Even if it was only doubled, his chakra was undoubtedly at the level of Kage and was among the higher levels within that rank. Moreover, since Night Feather's chakra was different from that of ordinary ninjas, It was likely that his chakra amount had already surpassed that of a Kage. Currently, what Night Feather lacked was probably practical experience and physical techniques. He wasn't in a hurry about practical experience. He knew that it took a long time and many real battles to accumulate. As for physical techniques, they required even more time to train. Night Feather didn't expect to reach Guy's level, as that level is among the top in the ninja world. He just needed to ensure he wouldn't hold himself back. Now, Night Feather's chakra was absolutely several times more than Naruto's, though it couldn't compare to the Nine Tails. However, there aren't many ninjas in the ninja world who can match the Nine Tails in chakra. Perhaps only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could compare. Night Feather's chakra amount was still far from those two. Not to mention that Naruto's Nine Tails was only half. In fact, Night Feather's chakra amount was even less than half of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Hashirama had more chakra than the whole Nine Tails. However, even without the amount of half a Nine Tails, it was still quite remarkable. At this moment, in the entire ninja world, aside from Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, there weren't many people with more chakra than Night Feather. Of course, Night Feather was unaware of this. He didn't know how much chakra others in the ninja world had, but he knew that his chakra was abundant, at least much more than Kakashi's. Despite his significantly enhanced strength, Night Feather didn't experience the change in mindset he had imagined. He was still the same person as before. His mindset was calm and unruffled, and his personality hadn't changed at all. Many things he still didn't want to manage, many things he still found troublesome, and many things he still preferred not to use force. If he could avoid fighting, he would. Therefore, regarding Naruto and Sasuke's entanglement, and even Inari's insistence on him playing with him, Night Feather could only say a few words to appease them. If he couldn't, he would just have to deal with it. This is also why Inari admired Night Feather so much. Night Feather was clearly very strong, yet he was willing to play with him. In reality, Night Feather was just very helpless. At night, in the room with a few people, Kakashi sat cross-legged in front of Night Feather. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also sitting cross-legged beside them, forming a circle. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all looked at Night Feather. Night Feather felt a bit speechless. Did it have to be now? I think it would be better to go back to the village and talk about it. Kakashi reached out and patted Night Feather's shoulder, saying that going back to the village could cause a big stir, so it was better to do it now. After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto also bowed seriously to Night Feather, saying, "I'm counting on you." Sasuke and Sakura looked at Night Feather with curious expressions. Night Feather felt a bit helpless, but he was also somewhat looking forward to seeing the results of his training these days. I'll give it a try. The reason everyone was like this was that after Night Feather finished learning sealing techniques, Kakashi hoped Night Feather could strengthen the sealing technique in Naruto's body to prevent Naruto from going berserk again in the future. However, Kakashi clearly trusted Night Feather too much. He had just learned sealing techniques, yet he dared to let Night Feather use them on Naruto. It's important to know that if anything went wrong and the Nine Tails broke free, no one here could suppress it. But since Naruto requested it, Night Feather also wanted to give it a try. Soon, Naruto sat cross-legged in front of Night Feather, exposing the sealing technique on his abdomen. It was at this moment that Sakura and Sasuke saw the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen. Night Feather began to form hand seals. Since it was the first time using it on a real person, Night Feather felt a bit nervous. I'll first enter the sealing space to see the situation. Just as Night Feather was preparing for the sealing technique, his consciousness also entered the space where the Nine Tails was sealed. In an instant, Night Feather entered Naruto's sealing space. The ticking sound brought Yu back to his senses. He had entered Naruto's sealing space. The dim environment was damp underfoot. In front of him stood a massive iron door, causing Yu to look up. He frowned. Is this really the place where the Nine Tails is sealed? The environment is quite poor. No wonder the Nine Tails is so irritable. The sealing environment for the Nine Tails is indeed not great, resembling an underground waterway. Yu had forgotten what it was like when the Nine Tails was sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki. If he had known, he would realize that the Nine Tails' current situation is already quite good. Chapter 86. Is Yu a descendant of Senju Hashirama? When the Nine Tails was inside Mito and Kushina, it was pinned down on a scorching lava boulder. Now, being confined in a cage is already a significant improvement. No wonder the Nine Tails didn't go berserk when it was inside Mito and Kushina. It's not just about how strong the sealing techniques are. Even the two's adamantine sealing could suppress the Nine Tails effectively. Back then, when Kushina was near death, the released adamantine sealing kept the Nine Tails immobilized. If the Nine Tails hadn't been extracted from her body, it would have had no chance of escaping. In fact, the adamantine sealing is a sealing technique Yu really wants to learn, but unfortunately, this ninjutsu is bound to the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Kakashi can't use it either. Arriving into space, sealing the Nine Tails, Yu pushed open the massive iron door, and the Nine Tails, which had been lying in its cage, sensed the door opening. It lifted its eyelids, and a pair of blood-red pupils appeared in the dark cage. The Nine Tails thought Naruto had come in. When Yu slowly walked in, the Nine Tails frowned and thought, It's not that brat. Seeing that it wasn't Naruto, the Nine Tails became furious. It even stood up and let out a roar at Yu. The terrifying power shocked even Yu. Just the roar alone carried such terrifying strength that, if it were outside, it would be comparable to the power of a high-level ninjutsu, and a wide area one at that. This was Yu's first encounter with the Nine Tails, and he finally had an initial understanding of its power. It was indeed very strong. However, Yu also knew that the Nine Tails was firmly sealed by the 8 trigrams sealing technique and couldn't escape. If it really broke free, Yu would be no match for it. As expected of the Nine Tails fox, it was indeed as powerful as the legend said. Yu muttered to himself. Seeing that Yu wasn't intimidated by it, the Nine Tails was surprised. With its big eyes fixed on Yu, it said coldly, "Brat, who are you? And why are you here?" Yu remained silent for a moment before looking up and saying, "You must be the Nine Tails." The Nine Tails' expression darkened, and it didn't respond. Yu continued, "You are indeed very powerful, but being this strong means you can't be let out. If you were, no one could seal you again." Upon hearing Yu's words, the Nine Tails went mad and roared, "Brat, you're seeking death." Another roar erupted. The terrifying Chakra pushed Yu back several steps. Just the residual force from the Nine Tails was already so terrifying. One can imagine how frightening it would be if the Nine Tails were to be released. Yu had no confidence in sealing it again. Just surviving the encounter would be a stroke of luck. If the Nine Tails broke free, there would be no one in Konoha capable of sealing it. Not even the third Hokage could do it. Even using the Reaper Death Seal would require first controlling the Nine Tails. Who could accomplish that? Previously, the reason Minato Namikaze could use the Reaper Death Seal on the Nine Tails was that Kushina Uzumaki had first used the adamantine sealing to restrain it. But now, no one in Konoha could restrain the Nine Tails. Not to mention that the Reaper Death Seal is a one-time sealing technique. The third Hokage would definitely be reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Because of this, Yu felt a lot of pressure. If he made a mistake, even if he survived, Naruto would not. Once the tailed beast leaves the Jinchuriki's body, the Jinchuriki cannot survive. Even someone as strong as Kushina Uzumaki could only hold on for a while due to the Uzumaki clan's powerful life force. Ordinary Jinchuriki would die immediately once the tailed beast is extracted. The Nine Tails continuously roared at Yu, recklessly releasing Chakra. The iron door ceiling, it was also shaking, as if the Nine Tails might break free at any moment. But Yu knew that the sealing technique was still relatively sturdy. The Nine Tails couldn't break free yet. However, if Naruto continued to rely on the Nine Tails' power, the sealing technique would weaken further. But it was impossible for Naruto to not use the Nine Tails Chakra. When he was angry and lost his rationality, he would have to use the Nine Tails Chakra, even if he didn't want to. So, the sealing technique inside Naruto would only weaken over time. The Nine Tails roared for a long time, making quite a commotion, but aside from being shocked at first, Yu showed no further emotional changes. After all, the Nine Tails was sealed, and the chakra it could leak was limited. Moreover, the chakra it leaked was clearly not as much as Yu's. Even though that chakra was relatively abundant compared to an ordinary J-nin, it was nothing to Yu at this moment. After a long while, Yu calmly said, "All right, stop the screaming. You should know that your actions don't harm me." The Nine Tails, which had been roaring, stopped upon hearing Yu's words. Its eyes glinted with coldness as it said, "Kid, who exactly are you? And why did you enter here?" Yu, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the Nine Tails. I am Naruto's friend. I came here today to see what the legendary Nine Tails is like. Now that I've seen it, you are indeed very powerful. I really can't imagine how strong the person who captured and sealed you was. You keep trying to entice Naruto to borrow your chakra. You want to continuously break the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage, right? That won't do. If you come out now, no one in Konoha can control you. I came in to reinforce the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the Nine Tails nearly laughed. Brat, you sure know how to talk big. Do you even know what sealing techniques are? You think you can reinforce the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage? Who do you think you are? The Nine Tails didn't believe that Yiyu would know sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are extremely difficult. Even ordinary sealing techniques are challenging, let alone the 8 trigrams sealing left by the fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails, which has lived for over 1,000 years, knows very well how strong the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are. It had been sealed inside by 3 members of the Uzumaki clan for decades. No one knows better than how powerful the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are. Yi didn't care about the Nine Tails mockery. It had always had this personality. Believe it or not, but you will spend your life staying inside Naruto's body. Don't think about coming out. I'm going to make a move now, so don't disturb me. Yi didn't want to waste words with the Nine Tails. He swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, golden chakra erupted from Yiyu's body. The Nine Tails, which had just been mocking him, was stunned when it saw the golden chakra on Yiyu. This chakra, why does it feel so familiar? Kid, who exactly are you? The Nine Tails roared. But Yiyu ignored it. He didn't immediately reinforce the sealing technique. He needed to first understand the situation of Minato Namikaze's 8 trigrams sealing to know how to reinforce it. However, the Nine Tails was very anxious as it looked at the chakra Yiyu was emitting because Yiyu's chakra reminded it of Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Yiyu was so young, yet possessed such a vast amount of chakra, although not as much as its own. But the Nine Tails was very clear that the amount of chakra Night Feather possessed was absolutely not typical for someone of his age. It was obvious that Night Feather was not simple. Just the chakra he unleashed had already made the Nine Tails very tense. Night Feather himself did not realize that his chakra had already shocked the Nine Tails. It even had no confidence in being able to suppress Night Feather, because Night Feather's chakra was not ordinary chakra, but sage chakra. The Nine Tails understood very well how powerful this type of chakra was. Back in the day, Senju Hashirama's chakra was just like Night Feather's. Moreover, it was not just pure sage chakra. It also contained a rich vitality, which was very similar to Senju Hashirama's. The Nine Tails even felt that Night Feather was a descendant of Senju Hashirama. Chapter 87. Nine Tails Tail Beast Ball. After quickly completing the hand seals, mysterious runes appeared beneath Night Feather's feet, transforming into black chains that flew towards the lock of the iron gate, imprisoning the Nine Tails. As Night Feather's chakra surged in, the lock immediately manifested mysterious runes. Night Feather, who was performing the technique, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned. It was so complicated. The sealing technique of the fourth Hokage was indeed not that simple. However, it only consumed a bit more chakra. Night Feather increased the output of his chakra. Boom! Boom! Chakra from Night Feather surged wildly into the sealing lock. The terrifying amount of chakra even shocked the Nine Tails. What kind of monster is this kid? How could he possess such a terrifying amount of chakra at his age? As Night Feather continued to output chakra, the Nine Tails felt the originally loose seal becoming stronger and stronger. Stop! Bang! Feeling the seal strengthen, the Nine Tails became furious and slammed a paw against the iron gate. This caused violent vibrations, but did not affect Night Feather's performance of the technique at all. I said stop, you brat. Do you want to keep this old man trapped here forever? Evil human, I will kill you, kill you. Roar. Bang. 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 Realizing that Night Feather could indeed reinforce the seal, the Nine Tails could not allow him to continue. It had waited for over 10 years. It had previously discovered that as long as Naruto continuously accepted its chakra, the seal would weaken. Before long, it would be able to escape from this dark sealing space. But Night Feather's appearance interrupted that possibility. To be trapped forever within Naruto's body? What a joke. Roar. Seeing that Night Feather was still not stopping and had even ignored it, the Ninetales became enraged and began to gather chakra. Soon, a dark red-tailed beast ball appeared in its mouth. You bought. Feeling the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth, Night Feather frowned. However, he did not stop. He did not know if the Ninetales could harm him in this place. Meanwhile, outside, Naruto's body began to be enveloped by the tailed beast cloak. The color of the tailed beast cloak grew deeper. Naruto's consciousness weakened. Kakashi shuddered. He wanted to stop Naruto, but the moment his hand touched the tailed beast cloak, he got burned. Kakashi was stunned. Is this the chakra of the Ninetales? It actually has such strong corrosiveness. Sasuke and Sakura beside him were also taken aback. Naruto's body sealed away such a terrifying power. Night Feather's consciousness was still in Naruto's sealing space, so his body showed no movement at this moment. Kakashi wanted to interrupt Night Feather, but he worried that doing so would threaten his safety. Unable to do anything, Kakashi could only say to Sasuke and Sakura, Sasuke, Sakura, take Mr. Dazna and the others away from here. If Naruto goes out of control, they will be harmed. Kakashi regretted it a bit. Looking at Night Feather's expressionless face, he was very worried about Night Feather's safety, but he was helpless and had no way to help. Although Sasuke and Sakura were also worried about Night Feather and Naruto, they could only listen to Kakashi and move the Dazna family away. Fortunately, the Dazna family lived far from the town. Otherwise, if Naruto went out of control, it would definitely cause great casualties. After Sasuke and Sakura left, Kakashi stood beside Night Feather, nervously watching him and Naruto. Night Feather showed no expression, while Naruto's face was in pain, and the color of the tailed beast cloak deepened. Even without direct contact, Kakashi could feel the terrifying intimidation of the Ninetales chakra, making his soul tremble. Moreover, the furnishings in the room had already developed cracks due to the constant impact of the Ninetales chakra. Naruto was surrounded by blood-red chakra, which put immense pressure on Kakashi. At the same time, Night Feather inside Naruto was also under great pressure. The tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth was ready to be unleashed, and he did not know whether being hit by the tailed beast ball in this space would endanger his life. Night Feather did not stop. He continued to output chakra. The mysterious runes beneath his feet were still expanding, and the chains formed by the runes surged wildly into the sealing lock. The sealing technique consumed a tremendous amount of chakra, but fortunately, Night Feather's chakra was even more immense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain the current consumption. Seeing that Night Feather was still going despite its threats, the Ninetales was truly furious. You bought. Boom! The Ninetales unleashed the tailed beast ball from its mouth. Boom! 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 The tailed beast ball instantly struck the iron gate, sealing it. The terrifying force illuminated the entire space. The horrifying chakra instantly crashed into Night Feather. Night Feather did not expect that even in this space, the Ninetales chakra could actually harm him. Puff! Under the impact of the terrifying chakra, Night Feather was caught off guard, and most of the chakra from the tailed beast ball hit his body. Night Feather was blasted away by the force of the tailed beast ball and crashed heavily against the wall. Meanwhile, the Night Feather outside spat out blood, spraying it onto Naruto, who was sitting in front of him. However, Naruto's tailed beast cloak blocked it. As soon as the blood touched Naruto's tailed beast cloak, it was completely corroded. Kakashi, standing beside Night Feather, was anxious to interrupt his technique. At this moment, Night Feather's face was pale. After so many years in this world, it was the first time Night Feather had spat blood and sustained such serious injuries. Just as Kakashi was about to rush in to wake Night Feather, he finally spoke. It hurts a lot, but I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry. Kakashi stopped in his tracks. Night Feather's consciousness finally returned. Maybe it's better to give up. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to the Hokage? Kakashi's expression was grave. He actually wanted to say that he did not want Night Feather to take risks. After seeing Night Feather spit blood, he could no longer hold back. In that moment, he realized that Night Feather's safety was more important. The Ninetales inside Naruto was not even 1/10,000th of a threat compared to Night Feather. However, Night Feather shook his head and said, seriously, I'm fine. I was just testing whether the Ninetales could harm me inside. I was unprepared just now, and it took advantage of that. I won't make the same mistake again. Kakashi-sensei, You should go outside and keep your distance from me. What happens next might hurt you. Kakashi frowned. How could I let you face such danger alone? Kakashi-sensei, trust me. I will handle what happens next. If you stay here, it will hinder my actions. It was the first time Night Feather spoke to Kakashi in such a serious tone. Kakashi looked at Night Feather's serious expression and realized that staying here would distract Night Feather. Even though he was worried about Night Feather, at this moment, it was impossible to stop. Kakashi, helpless, could only nod. After glancing at Night Feather and Naruto, he disappeared from the room. Chapter 88. The Ninetales cannot argue after persuading Kakashi to leave. Yu once again immersed his consciousness into Naruto's ceiling space. Inside the ceiling space, Yu watched as the Ninetales continuously released tailed beast balls to attack the iron gate of the seal. The iron gate had already begun to shake. Yu stood up from the ground, dragging his body that was nearly broken from the fall, and slowly walked towards the Ninetales. Ninetales, you don't really think you can get out, do you? No matter how much you do, it's all in vain. The Ninetales looked at Yu, its expression serious. You brat, you're indeed something else. You actually didn't die. Yu straightened his body and smiled as he replied, yeah, I didn't expect that in this space. I could still get hurt. It's the first time in so many years that I've been injured this badly. Haha, but I will still reinforce the seal, so you can forget about getting out for the rest of your life. Saying this, Yu formed seals again, intending to cast a technique once more. Soon, mysterious runes appeared beneath Yu's feet. The Ninetales looked at Yu, furious but even more serious. Yu didn't notice it himself, but had already noticed earlier that at the moment the tailed beast ball struck Yu, a golden shield formed autonomously within him, protecting him inside. Otherwise, Yu would have suffered more than just spitting blood. Even if he didn't die, he would have become a fool. That power was something the Ninetales had never seen before. It resembled Sage Chakra, but it was even stronger. Because even Sage Chakra could not withstand the tailed beast ball it had just released. Yu gave it a sense of threat that came from his soul. What exactly is that power within this brat? Why does it feel like a greater threat than that old man of the six paths? Watching Yu continue to reinforce the seal, the Ninetales, although angry, did not attack again. It simply kept provoking Yu with words. Brat, what you're doing is completely in vain. As long as that little brat Naruto can't resist using my chakra, the seal will only weaken more and more. You can't always stay by Naruto's side, can you? Yu ignored the Ninetales. Bang! Brat, are you deaf? At this moment, Yu raised his head and said lightly, I don't need to be by his side all the time. This seal can't keep you sealed forever, but when the seal is broken, it will definitely be after Naruto has completely tamed you and fully mastered your power. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? That little brat Naruto can tame me? The Ninetales laughed. It's a joke. If you were my Jinchuriki, then I would believe it and think you have the strength to control my power. Because you are stronger than my previous two Jinchuriki, I also believe in your potential for the future. But Naruto? That little brat doesn't even have pure Uzumaki blood. And he doesn't even know the Uzumaki sealing techniques. How can he control my power? Is it because he can't control his emotions and keeps borrowing chakra from me? Yu sneered. So you're saying you've been locked up here and become stupid. You can't even see Naruto's potential. You're the real joke. The Ninetales slammed its paw against the iron gate. The iron gate, which had already shown signs of loosening, was now unable to be shaken at all by the Ninetales' attack as Yu continued to repair it. The Ninetales looked astonished. Brat, you actually know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Who taught you? Yu ignored it. However, the Ninetales didn't mind. It had wanted to eliminate Yu's consciousness earlier, but after seeing the power hidden within Yu, it gave up. That power was too strong. Although Yu's chakra was not as much as the Ninetales, outside of this space, Yu probably wouldn't be its opponent. But inside this sealing space, with the protection of that power, Yu's consciousness could not be erased at all. The Ninetales just wanted to understand Yu a little more. It had already regarded Yu as the biggest obstacle to escaping from Naruto's body. Brat, don't waste your effort. I can see that in the future, Naruto will only borrow my power more and more, and the chakra he borrows will only increase. The seal you reinforced won't hold for long. That little brat Naruto cannot resist the temptation of my power. Yu frowned. It was indeed the case, but he knew very well that in a few years, Naruto would be able to master the Nine Tails. As long as he could hold on until that time, it would be enough. Seeing the change in Yi Yu's expression, the Nine Tails laughed. How about it? Give up. What you're doing is just in vain. Yi Yu raised his head and looked at the Nine Tails, smiling. If what I do is in vain, then why were you so excited just now? Do you know that what I'm doing has overturned your calculations? The reason you're constantly giving Naruto chakra is to tempt him to use your power, making it impossible for him to break free from your influence, right? I believe that in the future, Naruto will not be able to avoid using your power, but I will keep reinforcing the seal until he fully masters your power. I bet he can completely control your power within a few years. I bet that in the future, you will never be able to break free from his control. Calling it a bet, in reality, Yi Yu was just stating what would happen in the future. He wouldn't even want the Nine Tails to leave Naruto's body in the future. Although Yi Yu didn't remember the plot of Naruto very clearly, he still had some memories of the Fourth Great Ninja War. If it weren't for Naruto mastering the Nine Tails' power, it would have been really difficult to fight. But the Nine Tails didn't believe it. Haha, brat, do you know? When you say these words, I find it particularly ridiculous. Even Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, who had pure Uzumaki blood and were proficient in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, wouldn't dare to say they could completely control my power. You actually say that Naruto, who only has half of the Uzumaki blood and doesn't even understand sealing techniques, can completely control my power. If he could, would you even be here? Would he still need to reinforce his seal? The Nine Tails looked at Yi Yu with ridicule. But Yi Yu looked at the Nine Tails and calmly said, because I bet my future can help him control your power. For a moment, the entire space fell silent. The Nine Tails frowned as it looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu's earlier words had made it feel ridiculous. But this sentence from Yi Yu left it unable to refute. Although it didn't believe that Naruto could control it in the future, it believed that Yi Yu would be able to suppress it in the future. Just like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back in the day. The Nine Tails didn't know that this was also the first time Yi Yu had spoken such words with such confidence. He had never been very confident about his future. But at this moment, he felt very calm and spoke what seemed to be very arrogant words. Originally, he shouldn't have said such things. But in this instant, he said it, and he was very calm, without the slightest emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact. The entire space was quiet for a long time. The Nine Tails did not refute. Looking at Yi Yu, it seemed to see Senju Hashirama, who had suppressed it back in the day. And in its eyes, Yi Yu was merely stating a fact, although it was the truth it least wanted to hear. Chapter 89. Chakra is depleted. The space was quiet for a long time. The Nine Tails had suppressed its originally furious emotions. Unprecedentedly, it did not act as violently as before, did not say anything, and lay in its cage. With a huge fox head resting on its two paws, it seemed to have given up on resisting. Yes, it could look down on Naruto. It could not believe that Naruto would definitely find a way to break the seal in the future. But so what? As long as this brat is here, what meaning would it have even if it broke free from the seal? If it were to be caught again and sealed like in the past, it would truly lose face. The Nine Tails sighed, old man of the Six Paths. Ever since you left, this ninja world has become very uncomfortable for me. It was hard to come across the weakest generation of Jinchuriki, and unexpectedly this kid would appear. Is it you, old man, cursing me in the underworld? The Nine Tails sighed. It had already given up resistance. Originally, it thought Naruto was the weakest among the third generation of Jinchuriki, and it could take advantage of Naruto continuously using its chakra to escape the seal. However, the appearance of Yi Yu made it realize that even if it broke the seal, it would be useless, as Yi Yu had the ability to capture it and reseal it. Right now, Yi Yu didn't have that ability. The current Yi Yu was not its opponent. But the Nine Tails was very sensitive to Yi Yu's power, and it was well aware that it wouldn't be long before Yi Yu's strength would grow enough to suppress it, possibly even reaching the level of Senju Hashirama back in the day. Just thinking about the memories of being suppressed by Senju Hashirama made the Nine Tails very unhappy. But there was nothing it could do. It saw the shadow of Senju Hashirama in Yi Yu, and it might even have greater potential than Hashirama, because it estimated that Senju Hashirama at Yi Yu's age was definitely not as strong as he was. Yi Yu's current strength was something he himself couldn't recognize. The Nine Tails was very sensitive to power, and in its perception, Yiyu's current strength was definitely at the Hokage level. Whether it surpassed the Hokage level, the Ninetales was unclear because it had never seen Yiyu fight. But just the mysterious power within Yiyu made the Ninetales realize how great Yiyu's future potential would be. Yiyu was somewhat surprised, murmuring to himself that this fox actually stopped resisting, which was a bit strange. Yiyu thought the Ninetales was holding back a big move. He didn't expect that the Ninetales had simply given up resistance. Yiyu's existence made the Ninetales completely lose the desire to break free from the seal. After all, once it got out, it would still be captured and resealed by Yiyu, so why bother running out? The Ninetales didn't know that at this moment. Yiyu was very vigilant towards it, reinforcing the seal while keeping an eye on it. After about an hour, Yiyu finally reinforced the sealing technique within Naruto, making it even more solid. The Ninetales sensed this as well. The 8-trigram seal released by Yiyu, due to Yiyu's chakra, was much more solid than that of Minato Namake's. The Ninetales could clearly perceive this. This further intensified the Ninetale speculation about Yiyu. Yiyu was hiding a very powerful force within him. It discovered that after Yiyu reinforced Minato's seal, the sealing technique was many times more solid than the original version. Previously, it could corrode Minato's seal by continuously leaking chakra, but now it found that its chakra could not corrode the new sealing technique left by Yiyu. That's right. Yiyu was worried that merely reinforcing Minato's sealing technique was not secure enough and added another 8-trigram seal. Among them, the 8-trigram seal reinforced by Yiyu could still be corroded, just that it was much sturdier than before, and as long as it continuously leaked chakra to corrode, it could still be eroded. However, the added 8-trigram seal by Yiyu could not be corroded by its chakra, no matter what. This meant that the 8-trigram seal left by Yiyu could not be broken at all, at least not with its own power, unless Yiyu opened it himself, or Naruto opened it himself. The Ninetales frowned. Its fox eyes stared intently at Yiyu. "Kid, you actually added another seal. Aren't you afraid of your chakra being drained?" At this moment, Yiyu's face was somewhat pale. "You are not wrong. My chakra was almost drained. The sealing technique indeed consumes a lot of chakra. It seems my chakra is still too little." The corner of the Ninetales' mouth twitched. Seeing Yiyu's serious expression, it almost burst out swearing. Yiyu actually took the risk of exhausting his chakra to add another sealing technique for it. And this sealing technique, although it was also the 8-trigram seal, was a dozen times stronger than the one left by Minato. With its ability, it couldn't break the seal at all. The 8-trigram seal left by Yiyu was sturdier than Minato's, so naturally, the chakra consumed was several times more than his. Yiyu's chakra was much higher than Minato's. Although Minato had a lot of chakra, it couldn't compare with Yiyu. Not to mention that Yiyu's chakra was different from ordinary chakra. However, Yiyu did all this just to seal it well, so naturally, it wouldn't feel happy about it. But soon, what shocked the Ninetales was that in just 10 minutes, Yiyu's chakra fully recovered. Just 10 minutes. The Ninetales was stunned. "Your chakra actually recovered." Yiyu's face also returned to normal, standing up relaxed. "The feeling of having exhausted chakra is really unpleasant. Alright, I should go now. See you again, Ninetales." After saying that, Yiyu turned around to leave. "Wait." The Ninetales quickly called out to Yiyu. Yiyu frowned but did not leave, turning around to look at the Ninetales. "Is there something else?" The Ninetales had been holding back for a long time before finally asking, "What exactly is that kid Naruto to you? Why would you go to such lengths for him?" Yiyu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm just doing what I think is right. Naruto is my friend, and he's a very important person in Konoha. He absolutely can't have any accidents. Everything I'm doing is just to hope he can control your power in the future, and I believe he can do it. But before that, I don't want you to cause him trouble. After all, if you break the seal, I would also be in a difficult position. Right now, I'm not your match. If you were to go out now, I estimate that no one in Konoha could reseal you." Yiyu spoke very calmly. If it were anyone else saying this, the Ninetales would have definitely fired a few tail beast balls at them. But the person saying this was Yiyu, so it had no temper. The only ones in the shinobi world that the Ninetales recognized to say such things were the Sage of Six Paths and his brothers, Indra and Ashura, as well as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It didn't even acknowledge Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, the two who had sealed it the longest. But when Yiyu said these words, The Nine Tails had no doubt that Yu could do it. It was just curious why Yu could reach this level. It remembered very clearly that Naruto and Yu's relationship wasn't that good. Previously, Naruto even regarded Yu as a rival. Although it didn't know who Yu was back then, or what he looked like, it could deduce that the person Naruto was talking about was Yu. Chapter 90. Yu becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The Nine-Tails looked at Yu and coldly said, "You go to such lengths for Naruto, yet you don't know that guy sees you as a rival, and your image in his mind isn't great." The Nine-Tails' words weren't meant to sow discord. It was just curious why Naruto, who clearly didn't have a good relationship with Yu, would do this. Yu was very clear about what the Nine-Tails was saying, but he didn't care. I know, kids will always have jealous emotions, especially since that guy's personality is just like that. I'm well aware he sees me as a rival, but I believe that when I'm in danger, he will risk himself to save me. Whether he sees me as a rival or not, at least it can motivate me to keep getting stronger, and it gives him a target to catch up to. As long as I keep getting stronger, he will need to continuously improve his own power. It's a good thing for both of us. Yu didn't care about Naruto's thoughts. At this stage, Naruto was still quite childish, and he was only 12 years old, indeed still a kid. Yu also knew that once Naruto grew up, he wouldn't be like this anymore. Not to mention that Yu and Naruto were not even in the same team. How Naruto was, he actually didn't care much. What he said to the Nine-Tails earlier was just to fool the Nine-Tails. He knew very well how Naruto would turn out in the future, and knew that Naruto wouldn't really see him as an enemy. The most important thing is, even if Naruto really sees him as an enemy, so what? Yu is now absolutely confident that his future will not be inferior to Naruto's, and he might even be stronger than him. Why bother with these trivial matters? Of course, it could be that he often deceived Sasuke and Naruto before, and now facing the Nine-Tails, Yu also casually made things up as soon as he opened his mouth. Whether it's true or not, and how much of it is true, he doesn't care. Anyway, he will forget it after a while. But the Nine-Tails believed him because Yu spoke very seriously, and there was no emotional change. It also didn't sense any malice from Yu. This indicates that what Yu said was true. The Nine-Tails was very surprised, thinking, "This kid, aren't you just a little brat? Why do you exclude yourself from being a child?" The Nine-Tails was speechless. Yu spoke as if Naruto was a child, but he wasn't. Yu calmly said that his age is indeed not large, but that doesn't mean he is a child. The Nine-Tails mistakenly thought Yu was being tsundere by saying that. In fact, Yu wasn't wrong. His soul was not that of a child. The Nine-Tails sneered, saying that although your strength is strong, you are still just a child, and you haven't lost the thinking of a child at all. Yu didn't want to bother with the Nine-Tails. He turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and, with his back to the Nine-Tails, said, "Actually, I suggest you accept Naruto. Do you want to carry hatred and be trapped in the Jinchuriki's body for the rest of your life? If you accept Naruto, at least you could be a bit freer. Moreover, this guy Naruto has great potential, don't you think?" The Nine-Tails snorted, saying, "No way. There's no way I will yield to that brat. Dream on." Yu shook his head and turned to look at the Nine-Tails, saying, "I'm very curious. Why do you have so much resentment? You should know that as long as the Jinchuriki system is not abolished, you tail beasts can only stay inside the Jinchuriki, right? Whether it's the wife of the first Hokage, the wife of the fourth Hokage, or Naruto now, even if you don't accept Naruto, there will still be other Jinchuriki in the future. You won't be able to get out. Even if you do get out, you will be caught and sealed again, whether it's by our Konoha ninjas or by ninjas from other ninja villages. If you accept Naruto, at least you can gain limited freedom and won't have to stay in this dark cell all day. And maybe you can even gain Naruto as a friend?" A roar. That was the Nine-Tails' attitude. Yu shook his head, saying stubbornly, "This is currently your only chance to gain freedom. Otherwise, what awaits you is endless ceiling. So why bother?" Damn brat. Make me yield to that kid? Why should I? Is he Senju Hashirama? Or the Sage of Six Paths? Yu was taken aback. Although he knew about the Sage of Six Paths, he didn't expect the Nine-Tails to mention him. The Sage of Six Paths? The Nine-Tails laughed when it saw Yu's confused expression, asking, "Don't you know the Sage of Six Paths?" "Of course I know. He is said to be the progenitor of ninjas. The legend of the Sage of Six Paths is indeed well known in the ninja world. But because so much time has passed, people only treat the Sage of Six Paths as a myth. Many ninjas do not believe in the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Yi Yu's answer was the same as what was taught in ninja school. He naturally knew who the Sage of Six Paths was, but he couldn't show it in front of the Nine Tails. Moreover, after so many years, he had almost forgotten many stories about the Sage of Six Paths. He only knew that the Sage of Six Paths eventually granted Naruto and Sasuke the power of the Six Paths. He was the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki and sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yi Yu's reaction was not entirely an act. The Nine Tails said with a smile that he's indeed the progenitor of ninjas, but people only spread his legends without understanding how powerful he really was. Speaking of the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails' thoughts returned to over 1,000 years ago. Its memory was actually a bit hazy, seeing the Nine Tails lost in memories. Yi Yu turned to leave. The Nine Tails was speechless, asking why Yi Yu was so impatient and didn't wait for him to finish. Yi Yu was indeed impatient because he could roughly guess what the Nine Tails was talking about. He just couldn't remember the details, but that wasn't important. Yi Yu didn't plan to remember clearly, as long as he had strength during the Fourth Great Ninja War, even if he couldn't be the savior. He was confident he could at least save his own life. Naturally, he also had no interest in the story of the Sage of Six Paths. But for some reason, the Nine Tails felt that Yi Yu was different from others. In the past, whether it was Indra or Ajura, or Senju Hashirama and Uchihamadara, or Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, they never communicated with it normally. They all treated it as a natural disaster monster. Although previously, the Nine Tails wanted to kill Yi Yu because he reinforced the seal. After communicating with Yi Yu for so long, it could feel that Yi Yu treated it as an equal, just like the Sage of Six Paths did. This is also why, for so many years, the Nine Tails has never had a good impression of humans. Because almost everyone, including powerful figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, treated it merely as a weapon, as a monster. But Yi Yu really treated it as an equal conversation partner. Moreover, the Nine Tails recognized Yi Yu's strength and character, although it would never admit it out loud. The Nine Tails wasn't wrong about this. Intelligent beings don't seem too different in Yi Yu's eyes. Whether it's humans, tailed beasts, or intelligent summoned beasts, they're all the same to Yi Yu, and he would communicate with them equally. This is actually quite normal. Just like the distinction between monsters and non-intelligent animals is not the same species. At least in Yi Yu's view, that's how it is. Yi Yu impatiently turned to look at the Nine Tails, saying, "Hurry up and speak. I hate people who talk in circles." The Nine Tails glared at Yi Yu, saying that if you were my Jinchuriki, I would probably have to fight with you from childhood to adulthood. You are too impatient. Can't you listen to someone finish speaking? Of course, the Nine Tails didn't know that it had never said such words to anyone other than the Sage of Six Paths. Although this sentence seemed to complain about Yi Yu, in fact, it had already acknowledged Yi Yu. Moreover, if someone thinks about this sentence a little, it reveals that the Nine Tails subconsciously wants Yi Yu to be its Jinchuriki. Of course, although Yi Yu has some brains, he wouldn't think about these things. There's no need. It would be foolish for him to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. From the perspective of his source of strength, the Nine Tails doesn't provide him with any benefit. In fact, if Yi Yu wanted to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, as long as he had enough strength in the future, he could completely seal the Nine Tails inside him, which was in Minato's body. After all, Minato is dead. Sealing the Nine Tails inside him wouldn't cause anyone any loss. Of course, Yi Yu would never do that and had never thought about it. Chapter 91, 10 Tails. Yi Yu did not pay attention to what the Nine Tails said and calmly looked at the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was afraid that Yi Yu would leave directly. It didn't know that it was completely different from others for Yi Yu. Perhaps it was because Yi Yu was the only one willing to communicate with it as an equal for thousands of years. The Sage of Six Paths was a figure from over 1,000 years ago. He created the ninja sect, which is the predecessor of ninjas. Yi Yu nodded. This point is no different from the legends in the ninja world. Seeing that Yi Yu was a bit impatient, the Nine Tails continued, saying that the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, named Indra and Ajura. Indra was the elder brother, and Ajura was the younger brother. The two inherited the Sage of Six Paths' eyes and body respectively. Yi Yu looked at the Nine Tails and asked, "What does this have to do with the Sage of Six Paths?" "Don't be so anxious. Wait for me to speak slowly," the Nine Tails retorted. "It really is frustrating. After so many years, I finally found someone willing to communicate. And this guy is so impatient. Yu also stopped talking and gestured for the Nine Tails to continue. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes at Yu and continued. Do you know what powers the Sage of the Six Paths possesses? The Sage of the Six Paths? Legend has it that he has the power to create worlds as well as destroy them, Yu replied. The Nine Tails thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. The Sage of the Six Paths indeed possesses such power. This surprised Yu a bit. Part of it was an act, and part of it was because he thought only Kagaya Otsutsuki had such power. Seeing Yu's reaction, the Nine Tails laughed. What's wrong? You don't believe it? I do find it a bit hard to believe. It sounds like a myth, Yu said straightforwardly. The Nine Tails chuckled. Indeed, modern ninjas probably don't believe in the stories of the Sage of the Six Paths. But I just want to say, the power of the Sage of the Six Paths is not weaker than the legends. It is even stronger. Oh, Yu asked in confusion. The Nine Tails seemed to rarely encounter someone willing to communicate with it, so I wanted to share the events from back then with Yu. You see, even after acknowledging Naruto, the Nine Tails still hadn't told him about those past events. However, Yu gave it the same feeling that the Sage of the Six Paths had given it back then. The Nine Tails nodded. That's right, very powerful. Do you know how many tail beasts there are in the ninja world? Yu nodded. I've read the materials. There are 9. The Nine Tails was somewhat surprised and looked at Yu. You know more than I expected. Many ninjas seem to not even know how many tailed beasts there are in the ninja world. Yu didn't show any reaction. He also found it absurd. It was one thing for Naruto and the others, but even Kakashi's knowledge of the tailed beasts was extremely limited, despite the fact that the Konoha library had records of it. Many basic pieces of knowledge could easily be found if one just looked it up. But it seemed Kakashi didn't know. Over the years, Yu didn't want to stand out too much, so in his training, he just did enough to pass and didn't strive for perfection. Naturally, learning theoretical knowledge became an activity he used to pass the time. This good habit allowed Yu to score high marks on every theoretical exam. In fact, he could have gotten full marks, but he deliberately controlled his scores, resulting in high marks, but never the highest. In the ninja school, Sakura always got full marks in theoretical knowledge, which was also why she could attend the ninja school as a commoner. Although Sasuke was usually first in class, that was based on overall grades. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he didn't score as high as Sakura. Or rather, no one in the class besides Yu could compare to Sakura's theoretical knowledge. And Yu deliberately controlled his scores, so Sakura was always first in theoretical exams. The Konoha Public Library had many materials on the ninja world, including information about tailed beasts. Even without considering his past life memories, Kakashi's understanding of tailed beasts was actually not as good as Yu's. This left Yu speechless. He even suspected that Kakashi graduated from the ninja school too early, focusing solely on practicing combat skills and neglecting theoretical knowledge. Many ninjas in the ninja world are like Kakashi, lacking detailed mastery of theoretical knowledge. However, this wasn't too strange. Ninjas primarily focus on combat skills. Aside from a few administrative ninjas, combat-type ninjas don't need to have a deep understanding of theoretical knowledge. Mastering the basics is sufficient. There is no need to go too in-depth. The Nine Tails have been sealed for decades and would occasionally learn about these things while inside Kushina Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki, and Naruto. Knowing that Yu had a deeper understanding, the Nine Tails continued. Actually, the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world were originally separated from one-tailed beast. Yu was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? The Nine Tails looked at Yu seriously and said, It means exactly what you think. So, the Sage of the Six Paths split one-tailed beast into 9? The Nine Tails smiled. You're very clever. That's right. We were separated from a tailed beast known as the 10 Tails, and the Sage of the Six Paths was the host for this 10 Tails. The Sage of the Six Paths was the host for the tailed beast? Then how powerful must that tailed beast be? Yu exclaimed. The Nine Tails chuckled. Very powerful. The 10 Tails has the power to destroy worlds, and a significant part of the Sage of the Six Paths power comes from the 10 Tails. Before he passed away, the Sage of the Six Paths, fearing the 10 Tails would wreak havoc on the world, divided the 10 Tails chakra into 9 parts, which are the 9-tailed beasts we have today. Yu was somewhat shocked. This was a genuine feeling, as he couldn't remember this part of the memory clearly. Hearing it now was still somewhat shocking. After a long time, You looked up at the Nine Tails and said, so, according to you, the 10 Tails is very powerful. Is there a possibility it could reappear in the world? The Nine Tails sighed, well, theoretically, it is possible. The Nine Tails looked at Yu and smiled. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yu thought for a moment and said, it's not that I'm scared. After all, I don't have any concept of how powerful the 10 Tails actually is. I'm just curious about how it would come back. The Nine Tails was somewhat surprised. You're not afraid? Yu smiled. I actually want to be scared, but I can't imagine how terrifying the power to destroy the world is. Is it like yours, or 1,000 times stronger? The Nine Tails was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Haha, kid, you're quite interesting to think that way. But soon, the Nine Tails regained its seriousness and said gravely, you don't understand. The power that the 10 Tails possesses is countless times greater than mine. It can truly destroy this world. The chakra I can gather with all my might can at most only destroy tens of kilometers. But a single-tailed beast bomb from the 10 Tails can destroy a range of thousands of kilometers. Yi had a look of disbelief. Thousands of kilometers? This reaction was genuine. Yi only knew from his memories of the Fourth Great Ninja War that it ended with gods fighting. But he didn't know that a single-tailed beast bomb could destroy thousands of kilometers. After all, no one would think too deeply about it. They just got a general idea. If it can destroy thousands of kilometers, then a single-tailed beast bomb could almost wipe out a large country. This kind of power exceeded Yu's imagination. Chapter 92. The proud Nine Tails. The Nine Tails nodded. That's right, it's that powerful. This is indeed power that can destroy the world. Yu fell silent for a long time and finally agreed. Indeed, if it's true, then it's very normal for the 10 Tails to possess the power to destroy worlds. But is this really true? A single-tailed beast bomb destroying everything for thousands of kilometers? That seems too fantastical. The Nine Tails sighed. It's true. Then, how did the Sage of the Six Paths seal such a powerful 10 Tails inside himself? The Nine Tails thought for a moment and said, the 10 Tails was originally sealed inside the body of the Sage of the Six Paths mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki? The Nine Tails nodded solemnly. Yes, Kaguya Otsutsuki. She is a godlike figure and possesses the power to suppress the 10 Tails. Kaguya Otsutsuki was the first host of the 10 Tails. Legend has it that Kaguya Otsutsuki ate the fruit of a divine tree, granting her the power to control the 10 Tails. Kaguya Otsutsuki is the progenitor of Chakra. She is the one who spread Chakra throughout the entire ninja world. Although you knew some of this, hearing the Nine Tails recount, it was still quite shocking. What surprised you even more was that the Nine Tails actually knew all this and was willing to share it with him. The progenitor of Chakra truly seemed like a myth. The Nine Tails thought you didn't believe it and continued. It is said that Kaguya Otsutsuki came from beyond the heavens, and she was a divine envoy sent to the mortal realm. Yu internally muttered, what divine envoy? She is just from the Otsutsuki clan. However, people often mystify things they don't understand. However, because Kaguya Otsutsuki was tempted by power and intended to reclaim all the chakra in the world, many people lost their lives. To stop her, the Sage of Six Paths joined forces with his brother to seal their mother on the moon. The Nine Tails then said. Night Feather was surprised and asked, is the Sage of Six Paths really that strong? The Nine Tails replied that the Sage of Six Paths and his brother inherited their mother's power and ultimately used that power to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki away. After sealing Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths extracted the 10 Tails from her body and sealed it within himself, becoming the second Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Night Feather frowned. The Nine Tails asked, so, do you have a bit of an idea now about the strength of the Sage of Six Paths? Night Feather nodded and said, if what you say is true, then the Sage of Six Paths is indeed as powerful as the legends say, possessing the power to destroy the world. Was this really true? Night Feather looked at the Nine Tails with doubt. The Nine Tails laughed in anger. Do I need to lie to you? Night Feather thought for a moment and said, there really is no need. It's just that this information is beyond my imagination, and I find it hard to digest. The Nine Tails lay on the ground and said casually, so, I only acknowledge a powerhouse like the Sage of Six Paths. I will absolutely not acknowledge that brat Naruto. He doesn't deserve to make me yield. Night Feather had no plans to leave for now and sat cross-legged opposite the Nine Tails, asking, You seem to know a lot about past events. Besides the Sage of Six Paths, you should know about many other powerful figures, right? The Nine-Tails glanced at Night Feather, knowing what he wanted. However, the Nine-Tails stubbornly closed its eyes and said, I've already told you enough. Do you want to know how many more things I know? But the kid, I'll give you a piece of advice. The people of Konoha are not easy to deal with. You currently lack the power to protect yourself. So it's better to keep a low profile. Hiding your power won't hurt you. Night Feather smiled and said, I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do. I'll also give you a piece of advice. You should cooperate well with Naruto. It will do you good. No way. The Nine-Tails glared at Night Feather coldly. Night Feather shrugged and said, You really are stubborn. No wonder you've had such a miserable life for so many years. Fine. Then I'll take a step back. At least don't cause him any trouble in the future. Okay? Just watch him grow inside him. I believe that one day you will acknowledge him. After all, he has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and is the son of the fourth Hokage. I have high hopes for him. I believe he will definitely surpass his parents in the future, and he might even surpass the first Hokage. As soon as Night Feather finished speaking, the Nine-Tails burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're dreaming. In the future, it would be good enough if he can reach his mother's level. What makes him think he can reach the fourth Hokage's level? This guy doesn't have the same high aptitude as that fourth Hokage. As for surpassing Senju Hashirama, that's even more ridiculous. Do you know how strong Senju Hashirama really is? Although I dislike that bastard very much, I have to admit he is definitely the strongest ninja in the past few hundred years. The god of ninjas, no exaggeration at all. If you say you can surpass Senju Hashirama in the future, I might still believe it, and I think there's a good chance. But that guy Naruto? Forget it. Don't make me laugh. Night Feather murmured to himself. That's because you don't know his potential. Just thinking about Naruto's performance during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he and Sasuke sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, Night Feather knew the Nine-Tails underestimated Naruto. In the future, let alone surpassing Senju Hashirama, Naruto directly possesses Six Paths level power, and even the super strong Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by him and Sasuke. It can be said that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto's strength is among the strongest ninjas in the ninja world, and he possesses the power to destroy the world. Night Feather knows Naruto very well and naturally does not agree with the Nine-Tails' judgment. Night Feather looked at the Nine-Tails and said, In any case, I still hope you won't cause him trouble in the future. Even if you don't acknowledge him, at least don't let him go berserk. The Nine-Tails said lightly, That is not something I can control. That brat is a Jinchuriki and inherently has the ability to mobilize some of my chakra. If he loses control of his emotions, it's very likely he will go berserk. Night Feather naturally knew that. Under the influence of the 8 trigram seal, the Nine-Tails could only control itself from giving most of its chakra to Naruto. If Naruto goes berserk, a portion of chakra will be extracted from the 8 trigram seal and given to Naruto. Although this portion of chakra only accounts for a small part of its total chakra, due to the sheer volume of the Nine-Tails chakra, it could still cause Naruto to lose consciousness. Then don't casually give him a large amount of chakra. Going berserk frequently will also consume his life. Then we have a deal. You don't cause me trouble, and in the future, when I learn new sealing techniques, I might be able to give you a better environment. How about that? The Nine-Tails looked at Night Feather, somewhat speechless. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths, only Night Feather would talk to it like this. Is this something we can negotiate? Fine. The Nine-Tails actually was willing to consider Night Feather's words. I can consider it, the Nine-Tails replied haughtily. Night Feather waved his hand, saying, What's there to consider? Do you have a choice? The Nine-Tails' mouth twitched, thinking to itself, I really want to give this brat a few claws. However, the Nine-Tails still coldly said, Then why are you talking to me? Just decide directly. After speaking, it arrogantly snorted. It was clear that it had some grievances against Night Feather. Night Feather also knew the Nine-Tails was upset, so he painted a picture for it, saying, If you can assist well before Naruto grows up, maybe in the future, if I have the ability, I can let you out. The Nine-Tails frowned. Why should I believe you? Based on my confidence in my own strength, once Naruto grows up, even if he really can't reach the height I mentioned earlier, I believe my strength will be enough to release you from within him. The Nine-Tails stared at Night Feather for a long time. I don't believe you, huh? The Nine-Tails rolled its eyes at Night Feather. It was that it didn't believe Night Feather would be strong in the future. But it didn't believe that Night Feather would let it out, because extracting a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki would kill the Jinchuriki. The Ninetales didn't believe Night Feather would give up Naruto's life. Night Feather knew what the Ninetales was thinking and said, "The ninja world has many ninjutsu. You should know that even if a tailed beast is extracted, there are resurrection techniques. You've come from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. You should know this, right?" The Ninetales thought for a moment and said, "What makes you think you will have that kind of power?" The Ninetales certainly knew that there were resurrection techniques in the ninja world. But could Night Feather possess such power? The Ninetales was very skeptical. However, the Ninetales question already showed that it was somewhat tempted. Of course, mainly because it recognized Night Feather, so it had some expectations. After this period of communication, the Ninetales even had the idea that it would have been nice if it had been sealed inside Night Feather back then. However, if it knew that Night Feather had this thought, it would definitely be very unhappy. It didn't want to be a Jinchuriki. It wasn't that it couldn't accept the life of a Jinchuriki, but just didn't want to have another creature living inside it, peering into its thoughts. Just thinking about it was very annoying. Chapter 93. The Ninetales concerns Night Feather smiled and said, "You can choose not to believe it. I'm just making a suggestion." Originally somewhat tempted, the Ninetales coldly stared at Night Feather. Night Feather felt a chill in his heart. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's you who don't believe it." The Ninetales lay on the ground, closed its eyes, and looked like it didn't want to talk anymore. Night Feather felt that he definitely couldn't persuade the Ninetales, so he stood up and planned to leave. "Since you are unwilling, forget it. I just hope you refrain from using your chakra to tempt him in the future. After all, it's the chakra of the Ninetales, and he can't resist such temptation. Moreover, I think that constantly enticing him to use your chakra doesn't benefit you, nor does it benefit him. It's harmful to others and not advantageous to yourself. Why bother doing such things?" Yu looked at the Ninetales. The Ninetales still had its eyes closed, not wanting to respond to Yu. "Get lost. I want to sleep," it said. Yu was somewhat speechless. However, he wasn't angry about the Ninetales' attitude. He knew what kind of personality the Ninetales had. "I'll take my leave. If there's a chance to meet again, that would be best not to happen, haha." After Yu finished speaking, he disappeared into the ceiling space. Only after Yu left the ceiling space did the Ninetales open its eyes. Looking at the now empty cell for some reason, the Ninetales suddenly felt a bit empty inside. Over the years, Yu was the first to willingly talk to it on equal terms. Although sometimes it found Yu quite irritating. But it was precisely because it regarded Yu as someone it could communicate with that it felt such emotions. Otherwise, if it were someone else, it would be beyond irritation and into fury. Looking at the empty cell, the Ninetales lay in the cage, muttering to itself, wondering if that kid would come again. "Maybe it's better if he doesn't come back. That guy talks in such an annoying way, sigh." Although it said that, the Ninetales still felt a bit lonely. It was likely that Naruto could gain the Ninetales' recognition in just a few months because the Ninetales inherently needed someone to communicate with and listen to its thoughts. Originally, Naruto should have been the second person after Sage of Six Paths, who knew that Yu's sudden appearance made him the second. Looking at the now black golden cage, the Ninetales smiled, realizing that the power on that kid was quite strong. The 8 trigram sealing technique was actually much more powerful than Minato's. However, the 8 trigrams sealing technique that Yu applied was different from Minato's in that the cage, imprisoning, it was several times larger than before and much brighter. Compared to the seal imposed by Minato, Yu improved its living conditions. This was Yu's plan. He felt there was no need to make the Ninetales suffer so much, or else it would only grow to hate humans more. Additionally, a better environment for the Ninetales would also allow Naruto to communicate with it more effectively in the future. Otherwise, the Ninetales would pour its resentment towards humans onto Naruto. Yu did all this not because of how good his relationship with Naruto was, but simply because he didn't want to be troubled by Naruto going berserk in the future. After all, Yu was the only one in Konoha capable of sealing the Ninetales. If the Ninetales ever broke free, Kakashi would definitely make him take action, and he estimated he wouldn't be able to refuse. After all, he was from Konoha, and such matters were definitely something he had to deal with. Yu was quite supportive of Konoha. As for the political struggles of the higher-ups, they had nothing to do with him. Compared to several other great nations, Konoha's atmosphere was the most suitable, and it was the place Yu was most willing to stay. Naturally, he would not refuse if the village needed him for anything. Moreover, Naruto was the future savior, and establishing a good relationship with him in advance would bring no harm. Compared to having enemies, Yu preferred to have one more friend. More friends meant more paths. Even if he had demands of Naruto, having more friends was clearly more comfortable than having more enemies. The Ninetales looked at the now spacious and bright cage. Although it was still a cage, it was much better than before. It should be known that when it was inside Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mido, its body was nailed to a huge magma stone. Even though it was a chakra entity, it would still feel pain, and it had lived through such a life for decades. This was also why Yu could understand the Ninetales' resentment towards humans. After living such a life for decades, no one could possibly have any goodwill towards those who did such things. Not wanting to kill the other party would be classified as Stockholm Syndrome. Later, when the Ninetales was sealed inside Naruto by Minato, although the environment was better than before, it was still quite poor. The entire cage was a dim, damp cell. Now that Yu had transformed the cell, it was still a cell, but the Ninetales could move around much more freely, and the environment was much better. Of course, Yu also maintained the output of more chakra. Otherwise, just an 8-trigram seal wouldn't drain Yu's chakra. The Ninetales naturally knew this, and since Yu didn't mention it, it didn't bring it up. But in reality, it was aware of what Yu was doing. Moreover, Yu was the first in thousands of years willing to communicate with it as an equal. For the Ninetales, even if it was just the first meeting and they had only talked for a few hours, Yu was different from other humans in its heart. In fact, Yu held a status in its heart similar to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, when facing Yu, it would never express such emotions. In the cage, the Ninetales sighed, thinking about how dark the ninja world was and wondering if that guy would encounter difficulties. With that guy as personality, how could he? If there's going to be trouble, it will be others who face it. That guy's personality is so vile. It's likely that other ninjas will suffer. The Ninetales genuinely hoped that Yu wouldn't perish young. Although Yu had extremely high talent and hid a powerful force within, a genius that hasn't matured is not a true genius. Now, Yu's strength was indeed much stronger than his peers, but he still wasn't strong enough. At least in the Ninetales' view, Yu's strength was at the level of a Kage, and among Kage-level ninjas, he was among the stronger ones. However, he was definitely not at the level of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Of course, Yu was only 12 this year. Expecting him to reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at this age was too demanding. Yu himself felt that having Kage-level strength at this point was already quite remarkable. He even previously thought that reaching elite Jonin in half a year would be extraordinary. The current strength was something he had never even imagined before, nor dared to think about. This rate of strength improvement could only be compared to Naruto during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Sage of Six Paths directly granted him Six Paths level powers. Just a moment ago, the Ninetales had no good words for Yu, but now it was more concerned about him. It truly hoped that Yu wouldn't face setbacks in the ninja world. The Ninetales had seen too many such things over the past 1,000 years. In the ninja world, there had been no shortage of extraordinarily talented ninjas, yet most had not grown to the level of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Instead, many had perished young in the battles of the ninja world. Chapter 94. Information on the 3 great holy lands Yu, who came out of Naruto's sealing space. Naturally didn't know what the Ninetales said afterward. When his consciousness returned to his body, Yu finally withdrew his hand. The tail beast cloak on Naruto had also disappeared. However, Naruto had fainted. On Naruto's abdomen, the original sealing pattern had changed. It had transformed into a black golden 8-trigram seal. Just now, after Yu's chakra had been drained, his face had lost its color, but now it had already recovered. Other ninjas might need a whole day to recover their chakra, requiring sleep and a large amount of food, but Yu needed at most 10 minutes. Moreover, he didn't need food to replenish his energy. He absorbed natural energy directly from the outside world, part of which would convert into Yu's own chakra, while another part would nourish his body and heal his injuries. The Ninetales thought it was not without reason that Yu resembled Senju Hashirama. Yu didn't realize it himself. Apart from the moment he was attacked by the Ninetales, he hadn't sustained any significant injuries. In fact, Yu's body had a remarkable healing ability, almost rivaling that of Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Hashirama needed to expend his own chakra to heal, while Yu absorbed natural energy directly from the environment for recovery. Theoretically, as long as Yu wasn't killed, he could quickly recover from any injuries. Although that wasn't to say it was exaggerated. If the injuries were too severe, the recovery time would be prolonged. So after having his chakra drained and looking pale just moments ago, Yu now appeared completely normal, with ample chakra within him. After ensuring Naruto was settled, Yu went to the balcony to stretch his body, looking at Kakashi and the others standing several hundred meters away from the house. Yu smiled and waved at them, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine now, come back." Under the moonlight, Kakashi and the others looked at Yu on the balcony, and Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. I knew he wouldn't be in trouble. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Sakura and Sasuke, who had been feeling quite happy, immediately turned sour upon hearing Kakashi's words. Sasuke recalled how he had competed with his brother for their father's approval, and it was precisely for such praise. Hearing Kakashi say this now, even though he had no more barriers with Yu, it still made him uncomfortable. Sakura, being straightforward, blurted out, Hey, Kakashi-sensei, we're also your disciples. Your attention is always on Yu. At least pay some attention to us." Sakura felt a bit jealous. Of course, she held no grudges against Yu. In fact, since he had saved her several times, Yu's standing in her heart was even comparable to Sasuke's. However, children tend to get jealous when their elders, especially their teachers, praise their classmates. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "Come on, Sakura, don't say that. I'm very concerned about you all too." Sakura turned her head away, huffing, "Your eyes are always on Yu. How can you pay attention to us?" Kakashi felt a bit helpless. However, it was true that Yu held a higher place in his heart. After all, Yu was someone he had brought over from the Uchiha clan and treated as his own disciple. Although he valued Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, there were more of the tasks assigned by the third Hokage. Even before he had interacted with the three, Kakashi hadn't considered taking them on. Even after he did take them on, he initially treated them merely as subordinates under his command. When Kakashi first emerged from the Umbu, he was indeed very concerned about hierarchy. At first, treating Sasuke and the others as subordinates wasn't a problem. This was basically the relationship between a J-Nin leading a team of genin. It was only after Sasuke and the others passed the bell test that he truly began to see them as his students. However, there was still a slight difference with Yu. Of course, after spending time with Yu, he found it much easier to interact with him. In contrast, the different personalities of Sasuke and the others made it quite challenging for Kakashi to get along with them. There had been several occasions where, if it weren't for Yu helping him out, he wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. He probably could only exert pressure as a teacher, but that approach clearly wasn't effective. At this moment, being called out by Sakura, Kakashi realized he had indeed been paying too much attention to Yu. Now that Yu's strength had reached a level that didn't require his constant supervision to prevent accidents, he felt that aside from sharing life experiences and his ninja expertise, he had little else to teach Yu. Looking back, Kakashi thought it felt like a dream. In just over a month, that kid had grown to such an extent. He truly resembled the fourth Hokage, not needing his teacher's concern. Jiraiya had previously mentioned some things about Minato Namikaze to Kakashi. When Jiraiya trained Minato, he mostly let him grow freely. If it weren't for Minato's high talent and eagerness to learn, he might have ended up like his two teammates, achieving little. Kakashi felt a bit helpless thinking Jiraiya-sama could teach the fourth the techniques of Mount Myaboku and provide him with many useful jutsu. I seem to have nothing to teach Yu besides Chidori. His summoning beast wasn't to Yu's liking either, which truly troubled him. It seemed he needed to pay attention to the information about the three great sage regions. With Yu's current strength, only the summoning beast from those regions could still be of help to him. If Sakura and Sasuke knew what Kakashi was thinking at this moment, they'd probably be exasperated. After all, Sakura just accused Kakashi of favoritism, yet he was already considering finding the three great sage regions for Yu. If it weren't for the fact that Yu didn't resemble Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke might even speculate about a father-son relationship. Even that wouldn't be a close enough relationship. Regardless, Kakashi was now eager to find out about the 3 great sage regions to give it to Yu as a birthday gift for his next birthday. Of course, Kakashi thought this way not only because Yu was his recognized direct disciple, but also because Yu was strong enough and posed no threat to Konoha. In Kakashi's eyes, Yu would undoubtedly grow to be a hero of Konoha, much like Minato Namikaze. However, he didn't hope for Yu to end up like the 4th, sealing the 9 tails at the cost of his life. Instead, he hoped Yu could become a guardian of Konoha, a pillar of support for the village. From the very beginning, Kakashi had high expectations for Yu. In just a moment, Kakashi thought of many things. Looking at Yu waving at them from afar, Kakashi smiled and said, "Let's go see how Yu is doing." After saying this, he ignored Sakura and Sasuke's helpless expressions and disappeared before everyone. He was indeed eager to see how well Yu had restored Naruto's sealing technique. Sakura looked at the now empty space and could only sigh. Kakashi-sensei is really something. He only cares about Yu. We are his students, after all. Yu isn't even on the same team as us. Sasuke remained silent, but felt a bit displeased with Kakashi's actions. However, it was only a slight displeasure. In fact, Sasuke had a good impression of Yu. After all these years, only Yu would patiently talk to him about many things he didn't know before. Yet, despite his fondness for Yu, being a teenager, he still felt a bit annoyed. Chapter 95. The new sealing technique. When Kakashi entered the room, he saw Naruto lying unconscious. Yu, who had originally looked pale, now appeared to have returned to his usual color, no longer looking sickly pale. "How is it? Are you okay?" Kakashi was still more concerned about Yu's safety. Yu glanced at Naruto and smiled. "It's fine. It was very successful. By the way, I think restoring the 4th Hokage's sealing technique isn't enough, so I added a Bagua seal to Naruto. From now on, unless Naruto actively requests it, the 9 tails won't have the chance to go berserk again." Kakashi was taken aback. "Is that why you looked so terrible earlier? Because you applied the sealing technique?" Yu shook his head. "No, I was attacked by the 9 tails in Naruto's sealing space. Fortunately, it could still communicate and didn't attack again." Kakashi was stunned. "You communicated with the 9 tails?" In Kakashi's mind, the 9 tails was a natural disaster, a demon beast. How could it communicate with humans? Kakashi thought this way because he didn't understand tailed beasts well and viewed them merely as weapons. Yu nodded. "Yes, the 9 tails is a tailed beast. And tailed beasts inherently possess intelligence, even comparable to humans, so communication is possible. I initially intended to negotiate with it to have it acknowledge Naruto and assist in his growth, but it rejected me." Yu felt a bit regretful. Kakashi looked at Yu with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After living for so long, it was the first time he had seen someone negotiate with a tailed beast about such matters. Kakashi was unaware of Killer Bee's existence and did not understand the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki. Naturally, he did not know that Jinchuriki could coexist peacefully with tailed beasts. Therefore, when he heard Yu's words, it felt like he was listening to a myth. Of course, he would never doubt Yu. He just couldn't imagine how Yu dared to communicate with the 9 tails. To actually want the 9 tails to assist Naruto was nothing short of a dream. Not to mention that the 9 tails could refuse. The fact that it didn't kill Yu was already a miracle in itself. Kakashi felt a bit scared when he thought about it now. It was too risky. That was the 9 tails. Just sealing it was already a challenge. And yet Yu had the audacity to make such a request. He must be very lucky. Yu sumided, reassuring Kakashi that there was no need to be so nervous. Initially, communication with the 9 tails was difficult, but after we talked for a long time, it became clear that the 9 tails' hatred for humans and its fierce demeanor stemmed from being sealed inside a Jinchuriki for a long time, which led to resentment towards humans. If communicated well, some of its opinions could be accepted. Although it refused to assist Naruto, it agreed not to tempt Naruto into using its chakra in the future. At least this would reduce the chances of Naruto going berserk later on. Although my new sealing technique can completely seal the 9 tails. If Naruto actively seeks power from the 9 tails, the seal won't be able to stop it. You can imagine that if Naruto finds himself outmatched in battle, he will definitely seek power from the 9 tails. However, Using its chakra excessively before fully mastering it would cause significant harm to his body. Don't be fooled by the fact that Naruto always recovers due to the Uzumaki clan's abilities combined with the Nine Tails power. It will shorten his lifespan. Therefore, my suggestion is that before fully mastering the Nine Tails chakra, he should avoid using it whenever possible. Kakashi was stunned to hear Yu say all this. He never expected Yu could communicate with the Nine Tails, and what was more surprising was that the Nine Tails actually agreed. Looking at Yu, Kakashi was at a loss for words. Should he be happy that his disciple was so impressive, or should he worry that Yu was too bold? He had just seen Yu's pale face earlier, and he even coughed up blood. That was the first time he had seen Yu in such a bad state. Even when Yu had been drained of chakra while practicing Chidori, he hadn't looked that terrible. He had only fainted. But just now, Yu had almost died. Kakashi remained silent for a long time before finally saying that he hoped Yu would not take such risks in the future, as his safety was the most important. Yu looked at Kakashi's serious expression and understood what Kakashi was worried about. He did not argue, just nodded in agreement. After talking to Yu, Kakashi moved to Naruto's side. He looked at the already altered sealing technique. Kakashi could feel the powerful chakra fluctuations from the sealing technique. It was indeed different from the fourth Hokage's sealing technique. Although it was a sealing technique, how could it be so different? Kakashi looked at Yu and asked. Yu explained that it was because his chakra was different from ordinary chakra, which caused the difference from the fourth Hokage's technique. However, he had enhanced the sealing effect of this technique. The fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal had actually left a significant gap. He knew the fourth Hokage's intention. He wanted to use that gap to continuously convert part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. That was why Naruto's chakra was so enormous. In fact, if it weren't for the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage converting part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's chakra would not be that large. He wouldn't even have as much chakra as Kakashi does now, at least not at this moment. But with the portion of chakra converted from the Nine Tails, Naruto's chakra was now more than twice that of Kakashi's. In a few years, it would be 4 times that of Kakashi's. Of course, Kakashi's chakra was also very substantial, as long as it wasn't continuously depleted by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi nodded. He had previously observed that the amount of chakra in Naruto's body was somewhat unusual. Moreover, it was clear that the portion of chakra from the Nine Tails probably occupied the vast majority of the chakra in Naruto's body. If it were solely based on Naruto's own chakra, he wouldn't have been able to summon Gamabunta during the Nin exams. In the end, he needed the chakra provided by the Nine Tails to summon Gamabunta. Summoning technique was just a high-level ninjutsu, but the stronger the summoning beast, the more chakra was required. When Sakura and Tsunade used the 100 healings technique together with the summoning technique, they could only summon 1/10 of the living slug from the wet bone forest, which shows that the larger the summoning beast and the stronger its power, the more chakra is needed. During the Nin exams, Naruto could not summon Gamabunta without using the Nine Tails chakra. This indicates that Naruto's own chakra was not particularly large at this time. He was stronger than his peers, but definitely not as much as Kakashi, an elite Nin. Of course, if you include the Nine Tails chakra converted over the years through the 8-trigram seal, then Naruto's chakra could reach about twice that of Kakashi's. Kakashi had been puzzled before as to why Naruto had so much chakra at such a young age. Even with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, it shouldn't be that excessive. Moreover, Naruto only had half of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Now that Yu had explained it, he understood. Chapter 96, Development of the Sharingan, Yu continued, saying that Naruto's body now had 2 8-trigram seals. The fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal mainly served the purpose of converting part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's chakra. The seal was not very stable. Although I reinforced it, as long as Naruto continued to use the Nine Tails chakra, it would become increasingly loose. In that case, I would need to continuously reinforce it, which is quite troublesome. So, I simply added another 8-trigram seal. The primary function of the 8-trigram seal I added is to prevent the Nine Tails from actively supplying chakra to Naruto. Furthermore, this sealing technique does not leave any gaps. The sealing strength is also much higher. As long as Naruto does not actively release the seal, The Nine Tails cannot break through it on its own. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage's 8 trigrams seal continues to function, mainly responsible for converting the Nine Tails chakra. My 8 trigram seal is primarily responsible for sealing the Nine Tails, ensuring that Naruto can stabilize the seal without actively releasing it. Kakashi nodded. If that were the case, it was indeed very good. I can feel that the sealing technique you left behind is very strong. Yu nodded, saying that to apply this sealing technique, he had drained all his chakra. So of course, the strength was high. Kakashi looked at Yu, frowning. Your chakra was drained? Why do you always take such risks? Kakashi still hoped that Yu wouldn't push himself to the limit every time. For a ninja, having their chakra drained posed a life-threatening risk. This point had already been evident when Kakashi fought Pain later on. Kakashi had forcibly used Kimui to save Choji, over-extracting chakra, which led to his immediate death. Even though Kakashi had not experienced it yet, he knew. Kakashi was beginning to feel a bit angry. Yu is indeed too reckless. Yu akardisimidet. My recovery ability is still pretty good. I'm fine now, right? Yu, I need to teach you some ninja experience. During combat, you must never use chakra to the limit. As a qualified ninja, you must always calculate your chakra levels. When your chakra is running low, you must consider giving up the mission. Of course, Kakashi's experience is clearly different from the ninja code. The ninja code prioritizes completing missions, even if it means sacrificing one's life when necessary. Yu naturally learned about the ninja code as well. However, he did not refute Kakashi, just nodded and said, I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder and said, You've already done a lot for Naruto, but I don't want you to have an accident due to negligence in the future. Neither I nor Sasuke would want that to happen. You must remember, a genius who has grown up is a true genius. A genius who has not grown can only be a name that is forgotten at any time. If it were someone else, Kakashi would definitely say such things, as these words clearly do not conform to the ninja code. But Kakashi does not want Yu to encounter an accident before he has matured. Such things are too common in the ninja world. There are many geniuses, but many of them died before they grew up. Yu nodded. After a while, Sakura and Sasuke also arrived. Looking at Naruto lying in bed, Sakura asked Yu with some concern, Kakashi-sensei, how is Naruto? He's fine. He just fainted from the sudden surge of the Nine Tails chakra, but he's okay now, Yu explained. Sasuke frowned as he looked at Yu. Did you complete it? Yu nodded. Yes, I completed it. It seems your sealing technique is already practical. At least this guy won't go berserk without anyone to suppress him in the future, Sasuke said coldly, which is of course his usual speaking style. Yu smiled at Sasuke. I hope you can develop your Sharingan well. Even if the Nine Tails breaks the seal in the future, you'll be able to control it with your Sharingan. Sasuke was taken aback, then coldly replied, who knows if it'll be that strong. Although his tone was icy, he spoke with a lack of confidence. After all, he had seen too many displays of Yu's power during this time, which made him somewhat insecure about his own strength. Even though Yu was the same age as him, he was much stronger. He even wondered if Yu might be stronger than Itachi Uchiha at this moment. Of course, this was just Sasuke's own speculation. If Yu were to challenge Itachi Uchiha now, he certainly wouldn't dare. It wasn't that he was afraid of Itachi's ninjutsu, but rather he lacked confidence in Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. Yu knew that Itachi could easily defeat Kakashi with just a month of training. Even Orochimaru had no power to resist in front of him. Despite his poor health, his Manjiki Sharingan was too powerful. If Yu were to face him, he would not be thinking about how to defeat him, but rather about how to escape for his life. It wasn't cowardice. He just knew Itachi's strength and saw no need for a meaningless fight. Of course, whether Yu could beat Itachi or not was unknown to anyone. He just had no confidence. He had never thought about facing Itachi Uchiha now. In fact, with Yu's current strength, dealing with Itachi Uchiha wouldn't be too dangerous. The only threat Itachi posed to Yu was his Jinjutsu, just Jinjutsu. Moreover, this was under the condition that Yu was not very familiar with Jinjutsu. During this time, Yu had learned many ninjutsu, but only a few basic Jinjutsu. For Yu, Itachi's greatest strength was not his Susanoo, not Amaterasu, nor the sealing abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan. Until he found a way to deal with Jinjutsu, if Yu were to encounter Itachi, he would probably just run away. Yu noticed Sasuke's lack of confidence and laughed. What's wrong? Are you not confident? Sasuke shot Yu a glare. I will surpass you. I'll wait for you to surpass me, but you need to develop your Sharingan to its limit. At least you have to reach Kakashi-sensei's level, Yu replied. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, his eyes filled with some expectation, which made Kakashi quite troubled. After all, Sasuke would probably cling to him for this. Who told him he was Sasuke's teacher, and he indeed had some experience in developing the Sharingan? If Sasuke came to him, he would definitely teach. Otherwise, Sasuke might resent him for being biased. But this was also good. He had originally wanted to teach Yu well. Who knew that Yu would master his ninjutsu cleanly in less than 2 months? Besides the Sharingan, there was nothing else he could teach Yu. Now he could properly teach Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. He should do his job well. So, Kakashi nodded and promised, I will teach you how to control the Sharingan. And your Sharingan should have opened to the 2-tomo state by now, right? Sasuke nodded. One eye is 2 tomo, and the other eye is still 1 tomo. Not bad. Reaching this level at your age is already quite good. Kakashi thought back to how Obito opened his 2-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13. Of course, what Kakashi didn't know was that Obito also unlocked the Mangekyou Sharingan that same year. However, the Sharingan does not necessarily become stronger the earlier it is awakened. After all, Madara Uchiha opened his 1-tomo Sharingan at the age of 15. Sasuke opening 1 tomo at the age of 6 was due to the extremely tragic experiences he had gone through. Because of his age, his physical condition at the time could only reach 1 tomo. Now, Sasuke has 1 eye with 2 tomo and the other eye with 1 tomo, which was also because he witnessed Naruto collapsing in front of him. Chapter 97. Become a CH Nin? After receiving Kakashi's promise, Sasuke didn't say anything further. After that week, the bridge in the Land of Waves was finally repaired. Originally, Dazna wanted to name the bridge the Yu Bridge, but Yu refused. Subsequently, Dazna named the bridge the Hope Bridge. Yu naturally did not want his reputation to become too loud at this time, since it brought him no benefits. Yu would not do it. After spending more than a month in the Land of Waves, they finally completed their mission. It was originally just a C-rank mission, but who knew it would be upgraded to an A-rank mission? Of course, for Yu, this mission was very beneficial. It allowed his strength to soar from a Genin to a Kaga level in just over a month. Now Yu's strength was already stronger than Kakashi's. This was Kakashi's judgment. Yu himself felt that his current strength was at the Jonin level because he thought his combat experience was still far from that of Jonin. He had barely elevated his strength to Jonin level relying on his massive chakra reserves and proficiency in many practical ninjutsu. However, he himself didn't believe that someone who barely reached the Jonin level could kill an elite Jonin in a short time, especially one of the elite Jonin from the 7 ninja swordsmen. He also unleashed a ninjutsu that was hundreds of meters long, suppressing Naruto in his 2-tailed state. Yu had always been quite conservative in his self-assessment. Perhaps it was because he knew the outcome of Kagaya Otsutsuki during the 4th Ninja World War. So he always calculated his strength with extremely conservative estimates. The lesson Kagaya Otsutsuki taught him was too great, making him extremely cautious. After returning to Konoha, they went to the Hokage building to submit the mission. Because Yu participated in this mission, he needed to come personally. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage looked at the 5 people standing before him, especially Yu, which marked the first formal meeting between Yu and the 3rd Hokage. Previously, the 3rd Hokage had not noticed Yu, and even after learning about him, he had not had the chance to meet him. After Kakashi briefly reported the situation of the mission in the Land of Waves, the 3rd Hokage nodded. This mission could be considered an A-rank mission. You did well. Tasks above the level of A rank need to be issued by the country, so even if there are elite Jonin participating in this mission, it can only be considered an A-rank task. The task was issued by Tizuna in his personal capacity. After chatting with everyone for a while, the 3rd Hokage said, Kakashi, Yu, you two stay behind. The others can go back and rest. Kakashi frowned slightly, while Yu didn't seem to mind. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura thought that the 3rd Hokage was planning to praise Kakashi and Yu for their impressive performance during this mission, especially Yu's. This aligned with the image the 3rd Hokage held in their hearts. Even Sasuke, who was extremely proud, due to the Uchiha clan's massacre. Had a good impression of the third Hokage, as he had been very caring towards him, whether out of concern for Sasuke or due to Itachi's request. The third Hokage's concern for Sasuke, indeed, made Sasuke have no objections towards him. Naruto and Sakura were even less likely to think there was anything wrong with the third Hokage. So when they left, Naruto looked at Ieyasu with envy, thinking to himself that he would definitely surpass Ieyasu. Despite often playing pranks on the third Hokage, Naruto truly saw him as a grandfather and hoped to receive his praise. After Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura left, only the third Hokage, Ieyasu, and Kakashi remained in the Hokage office. After a long while, the third Hokage finally said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, tell me about the details of this mission." Kakashi sighed inwardly. The reason he had only briefly mentioned the situation in the Land of Waves before was to avoid the third Hokage thinking too much about it. However, with Naruto and the others present, there were many things that Kakashi couldn't fabricate, so he made it extremely brief. This was the biggest problem. The third Hokage was an old fox and could naturally tell that Kakashi was hiding something. Ieyasu also sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Fortunately, he knew the third Hokage well enough not to worry about any issues. He just knew that he couldn't hide what happened in the Land of Waves. Of course, Ieyasu didn't intend to hide it either. After all, he was a Konoha ninja, and without a troublesome family behind him, the third Hokage wouldn't harbor any malice towards him. Ieyasu simply didn't want the third Hokage to know about his current strength. After all, the greater the responsibility, the heavier the burden. Who knows if the third Hokage would treat him as a workhorse? He was still a genin, taking on higher difficulty tasks without earning much. Kakashi thought for a moment. He certainly didn't want to disclose Ieyu's situation. However, there were not just Kakashi and Ieyasu on the mission in the Land of Waves. There were also Sasuke and the others. If Kakashi's account differed from Sasuke's, it wouldn't be beneficial for Ieyasu. Kakashi glanced at Ieyasu and could only helplessly recount the details of the mission in the Land of Waves. At first, the third Hokage remained calm. But the more he listened, the more shocked he became. Ieyasu was actually able to kill an elite Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga, and he even managed to suppress Naruto when he went berserk. The third Hokage was naturally very familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen, as they were an extremely powerful force from the Mist Village, infamous during the Third Shinobi World War, although they were reduced to mere 3 swordsmen by Might Guy. The third Hokage was well aware of their strength. Each one was an elite Jonin, and with the enhancement of their swords, some could even reach the level of a Kage. Although Might Guy had defeated 4 of them, it was a life-and-death struggle. If normal means were used, even Kakashi wouldn't dare to claim he could kill them easily. What does this indicate? Ieyu's strength had likely already reached that of an elite Jonin. It hadn't been long at all. After Kakashi finished speaking, the third Hokage looked at Ieyasu and said, "Ieyasu, it seems that being a genin is no longer suitable for you." Ieyasu was taken aback, wondering what the third Hokage meant. Did he want to promote him? But he had only carried out a few missions, all of which were D rank and C rank. Seeing Ieyu's expression, the third Hokage smiled and said, "With your strength and abilities, it's time to promote you to Chunin." Kakashi beside him looked delighted, not just because Ieyasu was being promoted, but because once Ieyasu became a Chunin, it would be justified for him to take Ieyasu out of the village for missions. After becoming a Chunin, he would no longer be considered a ninja in turn. He would be a real ninja, no longer needing to follow a supervising Jonin. He would be an independent entity, available for Jonin to call upon at any time. Given Kakashi's status, it wouldn't be strange for him to summon Ieyasu for missions. After all, Kakashi wasn't Ieyu's supervising Jonin, and frequently taking him out for missions would not only raise questions from his peers, but would also look very strange to other ninjas. However, if Ieyasu were Chunin, it would be completely different, and Kakashi could summon Ieyasu at any time. Chapter 98. The third Hokage plans to make Ieyasu his successor before Ieyasu could react. Kakashi said with a smile, "I also think Ieyasu should be promoted to Chunin." Not all Chunin needed to go through the Chunin exams. In fact, most Chunin or Jonin from major ninja villages were promoted without taking the exams. After all, according to the elimination mechanism of the Chunin exams, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, each ninja village couldn't possibly produce that many ninjas. Therefore, many Chunin and Jonin were promoted based on the number of missions completed and their corresponding strength meeting the requirements. Of course, Yu had only completed a few missions, all of which were low-level tasks. And even counting the mission in the Land of Waves, he had only completed one A-rank task. The number of missions he had completed did not meet the requirements. However, the Hokage had the authority to promote a ninja directly to Chunin or Jonin. After all, the Hokage was one of the strongest in Konoha, and he knew a ninja's strength better than anyone. Naturally, no one would doubt the strength and abilities of those he promoted to Chunin and Jonin. Being personally promoted by the Hokage was a great honor. It meant that the Hokage had a high opinion of you and that other factions in the village would recognize who was backing you. Minato Namikaze had a similar experience. A common ninja who could marry Kushina Uzumaki, become Jiraiya's disciple, and be chosen by the third Hokage as the fourth Hokage. Apart from his exceptional talent, it was also because Minato was part of the third Hokage's faction. Of course, neither Ieyu nor Kakashi cared about this. Ieyu didn't mind who considered him part of their faction, and Kakashi didn't care whether the third Hokage saw Ieyu as part of his faction. Kakashi himself was part of the third Hokage's faction. He was Minato's disciple and had always been part of the third Hokage's faction. Kakashi was very supportive of the third Hokage's effort to bring Ieyu into the fold. The third Hokage initially intended to cultivate Ieyu as a second Minato Namikaze. After all, Ieyu's situation was very similar to Minato's. He had exceptional talent, a very clean background, and he was also Kakashi's disciple. However, Ieyu's growth had exceeded his expectations. He was somewhat troubled about how to arrange for Ieyu. After much thought, he could only promote him to Chunin, making it easier for him to participate in Konoha's affairs in the future. Now that the third Hokage was over 60 by the time Ieyu turned 20, he would be in his 70s. At that time, even if he didn't want to retire, his body wouldn't allow it. After all, he didn't have the physical constitution of the Senju clan. No matter how powerful he was in his youth, his strength would decline significantly as he aged. He had actually considered stepping down before, but Konoha simply couldn't find anyone to take over his position. Jiraiya is unwilling, and his personality is not suitable. Tsunade has various problems as well. The most suitable candidate was originally Orochimaru, but after he chose Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru was completely abandoned. Moreover, Orochimaru has also defected from the village. Should be Danzo, not to mention that Danzo is about the same age as him. His ideology would never allow the third Hokage to appoint him as Hokage. As for the two advisors, it's even more impossible. If it weren't for the fact that they are both disciples of the second Hokage, they wouldn't even qualify to be Hokage advisors. Their strength simply doesn't meet the standard. The only remaining candidate who might have a chance is Kakashi. However, Kakashi's strength hasn't increased much since he fell into despair before. His qualifications are shallow, and without absolute strength as a backing, no one would follow him. This is also the predicament of the third Hokage now. Even if he wants to abdicate, he can't find someone to take over. But now, when he sees Ieyu, it's like seeing Minato back then. However, Ieyu indeed has very shallow qualifications, far less than Kakashi. Since qualifications cannot be quickly improved, the only option is to enhance his strength to convince everyone. First, he must raise his ninja rank so that he can participate in the village's affairs. Ieyu is unaware of the third's thoughts and just believes that the third wants to make him work early. However, Ieyu is quite happy. He originally planned to improve his ninja rank so that he could take on higher-level missions, earn more money, and accumulate more combat experience. If the third Hokage knew Ieyu's thoughts, he would probably be furious. After thinking for a long time, he decided to cultivate Ieyu, intending to let him take over his position. Ieyu, however, only thinks about earning more money after being promoted to Chunin. After a moment of distraction, Ieyu sees the third looking at him. Ieyu asks, "But I've only completed a few missions. I shouldn't qualify to be promoted to Chunin, right?" The third laughs. "Indeed, but you possess the leadership skills and strength required of a Chunin. Naturally, you could be promoted." Ieyu no longer doubts and nods, thanking the Hokage. After seeing that Ieyu accepted it, the third is very satisfied. "Why are you thanking me? You were already supposed to be promoted to Chunin. If it weren't for the fact that you graduated from the ninja school less than a year ago, you should have been promoted to Jonin." Yu quickly waves his hand, saying that's not the case. Being promoted to Chunin is already quite rare. The third looks at Kakashi and says, "Your teacher became a Chunin at 6 years old. You should learn from him." Kakashi quickly responds, "That was because of the war. The situation was special. But you're the only one who achieved that. Both of you, master and disciple, have extremely high ninja talents. I am very assured of Kakashi teaching you, and in the future of Konoha will depend on you." The third concludes. Yu feels speechless. This sentence is too heavy. He feels the third Hokage is being overly polite, but this politeness feels too weighty. Yu says, "Hokage-sama, you are exaggerating. I can only do what I'm supposed to do." Of course, this is a sincere statement from Yu. After being promoted to Chunin, he only plans to do what he needs to do, earn the money he can earn, and live the life he can live. He doesn't want to get involved in other matters of Konoha. But Kakashi knows that the third will not allow Yu to stay out of it. Kakashi has already caught the implication in the third's words. Although he is happy, he is also a bit worried. Yu is too young. Involving him in high-level conflicts won't do him any good. Even Kakashi himself is unwilling to participate. But he also understands that Yu is now different. He has completely entered the third's sight, and with Yu's strength, Kakashi believes he has already reached the level of Hokage. Even if he doesn't want to get involved, he can't avoid it. Kakashi sighs inwardly, thinking that he also has to get involved. In the past, Kakashi would naturally have been unwilling to participate in Konoha's power struggle. But now that Yu has been pulled in by the third, Kakashi can only follow him in. Chapter 99. The third's faction. The third smiled, not intending to discuss these matters anymore. Instead, he thought of something and said, "Kakashi has taught you many ninjutsu. You have mastered them all, right?" Yu doesn't know what the third means by this. However, he doesn't hide it and says he has mastered them all. "It seems I don't have many ninjutsu left to teach you." Although Kakashi possesses many ninjutsu, most of them are common techniques. There probably aren't many that will be useful to you. In the future, if you want to learn any ninjutsu, just go to the library. It has all the ninjutsu information of Konoha, including some forbidden techniques. Kakashi was stunned. He didn't expect the third to be so generous. You might not know what the library is. The library is the place where all of Konoha's information is stored, not just ninjutsu, but also many historical documents of Konoha. It even includes some secret information, both black and white. Even he cannot freely enter the library to search for information. When he went to inquire about the wood release information back then, he also sneaked in and was discovered by the third. After that, the third gave him information about wood release, including Konoha's research on it. Only those whom the Hokage trusts completely and who hold high positions can enter and query the data. Even the Book of Seals is included in there. This means that the third has completely trusted Yu, but also means that Yu can only be tied to the Hokage faction. Yu is quite happy. He is indeed very interested in many ninjutsu of Konoha. For example, Flying Thunder God technique, wood release, and various sealing techniques, especially the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. So Yu smiles and says, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third nods, but Kakashi's expression is complicated. After chatting a few more words with the third, Kakashi takes Yu out of the Hokage building. Yu's profile has also been updated. He is now a Chunin. Even Yu himself finds it hard to believe all these changes. Although he is confident in his strength, he never thought he could become a Chunin at this age. This means he can earn more money in the future and accumulate more combat experience. However, Kakashi's face does not show any smile. Yu notices this and asks Kakashi-sensei, "Aren't you happy?" The two are walking on the street, and Kakashi glances at Yu, saying, "I am happy, but do you know why the Hokage promoted you?" Yu chuckles, putting his hands in his pockets, seemingly unconcerned. "I might know, but I don't care." Kakashi pauses for a moment, looking at Yu's calm smile. He thinks of something and smiles as well. "You're right. There is no need to care. In any case, I will follow you into this." Yu actually doesn't know the third's true intentions. He thinks the third just wants to exploit him early. Little does he know that the third intends to cultivate him and even plans to skip Kakashi, letting him directly take over his position and become the fifth Hokage. Just like Minato back then. If Yu had not shown the strength he displayed in the Land of Waves, the third would have gradually cultivated him, and Kakashi would be more suitable for the position of fifth Hokage. The sixth Hokage would not require his concern. That would be Kakashi's issue. But now, Yuyu's displayed strength has forced the third to change his previous thoughts. Just like how he initially hoped Orochimaru would take over his position and trained Orochimaru as his successor. But when Minato appeared, along with Orochimaru's actions reaching his limit of tolerance, he handed the Hokage position to Minato. After all, Minato was from his faction and also his disciple. Now the third is planning to do the same. He felt that Night Feather's potential in the future would definitely surpass that of Minato Namikaze. Although Minato's talent was also very high, it was nothing compared to Night Feather's absurdity. Night Feather's talent resembled that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, instead of Minato. The third Hokage had already confirmed that Night Feather possessed Sage Body. Kakashi's words left Night Feather speechless. He thought Kakashi was saying that he would take him along for future missions outside the village. With a hint of resentment, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, there aren't any teachers who exploit their students like you." Kakashi was taken aback. He suspected that Night Feather didn't understand what he meant and said, "Do you know what the third Hokage's words mean?" "Of course, it means promoting me to Chunin so that I can fight for the village, right? I've already had that awareness." Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He was sure that Night Feather didn't understand the third Hokage's intention, nor did he understand his own. Helplessly, Kakashi could only explain to Night Feather that the third Hokage promoting him to Chunin couldn't possibly be to make him do these things. The third Hokage personally promoting him to Chunin was merely to express his stance to other factions in the village and to indicate which faction he belonged to now. Moreover, allowing him access to the database was itself a sign of trust. Even for me, I need the third Hokage's permission to enter the database. Night Feather frowned slightly. Kakashi thought Night Feather was unwilling, as he believed Night Feather didn't like this kind of power struggle. Just as Kakashi was about to explain the benefits of agreeing, Night Feather nodded and said, "Whatever, any faction is fine as long as I do my part. I don't want to manage other things, nor can I." Kakashi looked at Night Feather, somewhat surprised that he could be so easygoing. "Aren't you concerned about the third Hokage's unilateral decision?" Night Feather smiled and replied, "What's strange about that? He is the Hokage and has that power. Moreover, what he did doesn't harm me, so there's no need to blame him." Kakashi also smiled and said, "It's good that you can think like that. Now that you're a Chunin, when I need your assistance in the future, it will be justified, and even the same will not be able to stop it. If Irika-sensei knew you said that, he probably wouldn't be happy." Night Feather replied, "He won't. He knows that once you get promoted to Chunin, he will only be happy."